Chapter 1. Why pursue Peking University when I can accompany my father to a university? Dad, you promised to buy me a desk, but why has it turned into a computer desk? A tender voice echoed in AI Chen's ears. Confused, AI Chen gazed at the scene before him. Two curved screen gaming desks dominated the living room, illuminated by vibrant RGB lighting that a little boy, looking up at him with a puzzled expression, was the source of the voice. Memories flooded back. AI Chen realized he had traversed into another realm. He had become a single father. I could see that moment. He was accompanying his 80-year-old son on an educational live-streaming program titled Effective Parenting. AI Chen swallowed hard. Educating a child? He reflected on his own Lithia College graduate searching for employment in vain, spending his days idly in a rented room, playing games. After being single for over 20 years without ever stepping into the workforce, he found himself in the role of a parent. It was his first time as a father. Participating in this program, not only was there a risk of gaining notoriety, but he might also embarrass himself. His gaze shifted to his son, and a sense of guilt washed over him. The original persona was a failed game streamer, scraping by on meager earnings. The household was sparsely furnished, devoid of a proper desk, yet equipped with all manner of computer devices. Throughout his son's educational journey, the original persona had scarcely been involved. Furthermore, the lack of common interests and minimal communication had rendered their relationship somewhat estranged. Suddenly, a voice resonated in AI Chen's mind. Ding! Education Master System successfully bound. Elation surged within him, a boon for traversers and novels had not deceived him. Soon after, the system's functions unfolded in his consciousness. The host demonstrates educational principles and gains approval from others to earn reputation points. Note: child education is not a one-size-fits-all. The host should adhere to their true self. Current reputation points: 0 remarks. Reputation points can be used for draws. It seems that educating my child is a task I must undertake personally. His gaze once more fell upon his son. The boy, named AI Kuan and affectionately called Kuan, was merely 8 years old in age that should be carefree and filled with play. Yet, towering stacks of study materials loomed in their home, resembling a heavy burden, indicative of immense academic pressure. In this age group, games are undoubtedly one of the children's preferred forms of entertainment. However, the original persona had resolutely forbidden Kuan from engaging with games. Remarkably, Kuan's current predicament mirrored AI Chen's own childhood. From an early age, games had been a taboo in his household. His parents had strictly prohibited him from playing at school. Discussions of games were non-existent, and even recreational activities were scarce. In his parents' eyes, electronic devices were akin to poison prohibited from being viewed, let alone touched. It was only upon entering university that he acquired his first mobile phone. Yet, due to years of repression, he became infatuated with games during his college years, leading a disoriented existence that he recognized his own faults, yet questioned the wrongdoing of his innate desires that had been stifled for 18 years. In his memories, the phenomenon of parents forbidding children from playing games was even more prevalent in this world. His childhood had been shrouded in darkness. He would never allow his own children to tread the same path. Now that he had become a father, he was determined to be the kind of father his child would cherish, to shield him from life's storms. Educating his child, he mused, offered an abundance of methods. With this thought, AI Chen quietly resolved to first allow his son some time to indulge in games, to relax and foster the bond between father and son. Clearing his throat, he said, Kunkin, let's set aside the matter of the desk for now. Have you finished your homework? Upon hearing the mention of homework checks, Kunkin immediately sprang into action, retrieving his backpack and laying out his assignments before AI Chen. With a crisp voice, he declared, Father, I have completed all of it. AI Chen glanced through the work symbolically, nodding in approval. Very good. Now that your homework is done, let's log in and play a couple of games together. Kunkin's face instantly registered shock and confusion. His father wanted him to play games? Wasn't he usually told to return to his room to read at this hour? Father, you're not trying to catch me off guard, are you? I don't really enjoy playing. Kunkin secretly observed AI Chen from the corner of his eye. Noticing Kunkin's apprehensive demeanor, AI Chen couldn't help but affectionately ruffle his hair. Why, dear boy, you've been in kindergarten since you were 3 and have now spent 5 years in school. It's time you enjoyed yourself. You are my son as your father. How could I lead you astray? Now, Go on and log. I NAT that moment. The cameraman, who had been silent, gently reminded Kunkin's family the show is about to start. AI Chen nodded and then firmly guided his son to sit at the computer. In the capital city, at the central television studio, in the broadcast hall of the program Raising Children Right, the host, Xiao Sa, smiled warmly at the camera. Good evening, dear viewers. The new episode of Raising Children Right is officially underway. The family is a crucial element in a child's education. In this episode, we have selected 3 families as subjects of observation to showcase the diverse educational philosophies within different households. Additionally, we have invited 3 observers from the post-80s, post-90s, and post-00s generations to share their perspectives in the studio. Every viewer in the live broadcast room has a chance to vote once each day. At the end of this episode, the family with the highest votes will receive a 1 million educational fund. A reminder that the live footage of the 3 families can be switched freely. Now, let us focus our attention on the first family featured in this episode. As the host concluded, the live broadcast switched to a scene where a little girl was hunched over her desk, diligently working on her homework that a woman in an apron bustled around the room, tidying up the trash can and then picking up a broom to sweep, mop, and dust the furniture. Throughout the process, she seemed to tread carefully, as if fearing to make sound. Even when doing laundry, she opted to wash by hand, with the washing machine remaining untouched. Her busy figure painted a warm portrait of domestic life, deeply etched in the hearts of the audience as a well-known program. It had already attracted over 20,000 viewers upon its premiere, with lively commentary flooding the screen. This mother is truly enduring great hardship, cleaning and managing household chores. She must certainly be a devoted parent. A mother often sacrifices her own comfort to ensure her children do not suffer. This mother must deeply cherish her daughter. Indeed, she even treads lightly so as not to disrupt her child's studies, demonstrating her commitment to the child's education. Today, I shall cast my vote for her. Yet, am I the only one perplexed by why one would enter a child's room so freely, especially during their study time, to perform household tasks? I see that little girl has been distracted several times. The scene swiftly transitions to another family. A middle-aged man stands with his hands on his hips, his expression stern, clutching a belt in one hand. Before him stands a small boy, head bowed, tears staining his face. He sobs, "Dad, I understand my mistake. I will never sneakily play games again." Haha, it seems this boy has just faced the consequences of his actions. Sneaking games warrants punishment after all. Discipline breeds dutiful children. One is a compassionate mother, and the other a strict father. I wonder what the third might be like. Perhaps a blend of both? The comment section buzzes with activity, though most seem to revel in the boy's misfortune. The scene shifts once more, landing in AI Chen's home. The camera does not capture the full faces of the father and son. Instead, 2 immense curved screens flash with intense scenes from shooting game. The computer desk. Kuin tentatively inquires of AI Chen. "Dad, will playing games like this affect my chances of getting into Peking University?" AI Chen's reprimand follows immediately. "You're only 8. What do you know about Peking University? Come on, let's aim for a university instead. Focus on the game and keep up with your father." Upon hearing this, the comment section is left in utter disbelief, with question marks flooding the screen. Is this father and son duo actually gaming? What does a university signify? How can a father be so irresponsible as to prevent his child from attending Peking University while dragging him into gaming? Laughter ensues. How can one concentrate on gaming? It seems amusing, doesn't it? But why has he equipped his child with such high-end gaming equipment? Indeed, with finals approaching, parents must discern the priorities. The post-2000s observer, Jiang Yu, silently observes the screen, uncertain whether to question AI Chen's approach. The host, Xiao Sa, smiles at the camera and states, "All right, I believe everyone has gathered insights into these 3 families and their respective educational philosophies. I see many audience members have begun voting, so let us check the voting results." As he finishes, the vote counts for the 3 families appear on the screen. At this moment, AI Chen is scolding his son for not shielding him from incoming fire, when suddenly a notification chimes in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 500 prestige points. Accumulate 50,000 prestige points to commence the lottery. Chapter 2. Have you completed your homework? What assignments do you have? AI Chen mused. a flicker of pride surfacing on his face as he noticed the swift accrual of reputation points. This was indeed a harmonious balance of gaming and work. He then bellowed towards his son, "Play a couple more rounds tonight. Let us strive to elevate our rank." Oblivious to the criticisms echoing from the livestream, he remained undeterred. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had slipped away. The computer screen abruptly displayed the demotion settlement. AI Chan glared furiously at his son. "Kun Kun, are you still my son? How could you achieve such a dismal record of 1 win against 7 losses?" His reprimand resonated throughout the livestream. "Kun Kun, looking Akakisevith," muttered softly, "It's not my fault. You asked me to shield you. How can you blame me for this?" Upon hearing this, AI Chun felt no remorse. Instead, he argued passionately, "This is strategy, you know." Kun rolled his eyes. "Strategy? ISNT that is 0 wins to 12 losses?" Hearing this, AI Chun leaped from his chair, indignantly exclaiming, "What did you say? Let me remind you, a father may be inexperienced, but he is justified in his actions, and I shall discipline you." Observing his father's rising temper, Kun shrank back, standing up with a quivering voice. "Dad, I don't want to play anymore. I wish to do my homework. If we continue like this, you might just lose your temper and hit me." AI Chun grasped him firmly, his expression stern. "I already checked. You've completed your homework. What other assignments could you possibly have? Dare to shirk your responsibilities and see what happens. You eat my food and drink my beverages, yet you refuse to play? Continue." The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. "Oh my goodness. The teammate you've raised is both satisfying and infuriating. This child bears quite the burden in gaming. Wait, am I hearing this correctly? This child actively wishes to do homework? My own kid dawdles until the early hours. I can't stop laughing. It's the first time I've heard a child cry to do homework, and it's quite an adjustment for me. Indeed, a father may falter, but he is correct. You've incurred his wrath. You eat my food and drink my drinks, yet you want to play? Is this type of father truly real? Before gaming, a father-son duo. After gaming, no familial ties on the battlefield, ha." Amidst the lively barrage of comments, the host, Xiao Sa, began to announce the current voting results. The family with the most votes was the first one, with Mother Zhang Yin garnering 30,000 votes. The second family, Father Wang Lei, received 10,000 votes. The third family, Father AI Chun, managed only 314 votes. Clearly, the audience favored Zhang Yin's educational approach. With that, the program continued. As the word settled, the livestream screens displayed all 3 families simultaneously. In the first livestream room, Zhang Yin had just finished hanging up laundry and approached her daughter, Zihan, to meticulously review her homework. As she continued to observe, her expression gradually became grave, and her brows furrowed increasingly tight. Pointing to a notebook on the table, she inquired, "Zihan, why are there 2 corrections in your recitation of classical poetry today?" Zihan's head drooped, her small face nearly buried in her chest, her voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry, Mom, After tearing out the page, she was instructed to rewrite it, and her mother insisted, "You must concentrate. Do you understand?" With a compliant nod, Zihan set to work. Observing her daughter's obedience, Zhang Yin gently patted her head, then sighed deeply. "My dear, look at how tirelessly I manage everything at home, taking care of your needs and worrying about your studies. You must devote yourself to your education. When I was your age, I did not have the advantages you possess, so you must learn to cherish them. Do you understand?" Zihan pressed her lips together, her head bowed in silence. The comments on the live stream were filled with praise. "This mother speaks wisely. If only I had such favorable conditions for my education, I would have studied diligently, unlike now, when I can only do menial jobs. Children must learn to appreciate and be grateful. I support this mother's approach." Applause. Children should be encouraged to watch this program. Why does it seem like Zihan is a bit unhappy? It's so late, and having to rewrite because of corrections seems a bit too strict. In the small window at the bottom right of the live stream, the 80s observer Wang Fong nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Yan's educational philosophy aligns with my own. Parents who nurture their children deserve gratitude from them, which is beneficial for the child's growth and learning. Rewriting fosters a meticulous habit in children. a practice worthy of emulation by all parents. In the second live stream room, Wang Lei's son, Wang Zixuan, had just been called to bed. At this moment, Wang lay crouched by the door, secretly observing whether his son was truly asleep. Suddenly, a light illuminated the bed. Upon noticing, Wang Lei dashed into the room like a gust of wind, flinging aside the covers. Wang Zixuan, caught off guard, had his phone snatched away by a furious Wang Lei. His face flushed with anger. "You little rascal, I just disciplined you, and yet you dare to defy me. Where did you get this phone?" What followed was yet another dramatic display of paternal reprimand. Observing this, Wang Fong shook her head repeatedly. This is a classic case of inadequate discipline. The supervision of the child is far too lax. There should be surveillance installed in the child's bedroom, and contact with electronic devices should be strictly forbidden. Upon hearing this, many in the comments expressed agreement. "My child is the same. He loves to play tricks on me. Ever since I installed surveillance, he has indeed become much more obedient. My child, too. The last time he borrowed a classmate's phone and I found out, I smashed the phone and made him compensate his classmate. Let's see if he dares to play again." Punishment is not the goal, but playing with a phone at midnight certainly requires a good lesson. The sight of today's youth being ensnared by the clutches of gaming fills me with indignation. I strongly advocate for the state to impose a ban on online games. However, amidst the chorus of agreement, dissenting voices emerge. One observes, it seems the commentator has gone a bit too far. Would installing surveillance not be somewhat disrespectful to the children? Another adds, am I the only one who finds AI Chin's approach rather commendable? A user humorously remarks, "This is the first time I've seen a child voluntarily refrain from gaming. How amusing. AI Chin's methods resonate with my own. Previously, my son would resist sleep for the sake of watching television, so I allowed him to continue until exhaustion overtook him, after which he vowed never to watch TV again. Oh my, how could I not have thought of that? What a brilliant strategy. I shall retrieve the gaming console hidden by my wife and let the child indulge." Thus, it appears AI Chin's endeavors transcend mere gaming. Given that he can inspire children to willingly engage in their homework, I shall cast my vote in his favor today. At this moment, while fervently urging his son to charge forth, AI Chun receives a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 3,000 prestige points. What? Such a substantial gain at once brings me closer to my first lottery draw. AI Chun rejoiced inwardly, then turned to his son, exclaiming, "Come, my boy, roll up your sleeves and let's give it our all." Chapter 3. Feeling overwhelmed by the pressures of gaming, one might yearn for the solace of a library. Hurry up. My son, your father's nemesis is just ahead. Do not retreat, you coward. How are you playing like this? AI Chun, in a state of frantic urgency, commanded his son from his seat. "Dad, this isn't my fault. You charged in recklessly, and now that you've perished, I must defend our home." Kuan explained with a glum expression. Yet AI Chun persisted, unyielding in his reproach. "I am your father. You should at least keep an eye on the enemies for me, and you dare say it's not your fault." Kuan pouted and murmured, "Oh, it's so difficult being your son. I have to watch the front, the sides, and even your backside. Did you and Mom bring me into this world merely to be your gaming companion?" His lament resonated through the live stream, provoking waves of laughter in the comments. "Ha ha ha. How hilarious. Is being AI Chun's son really this stressful? Ha ha ha, fantastic. It's the pressure monster. The child who loves gaming is saved. The atmosphere between this father and son is delightful. Oh my goodness. It seems after today, Kuan may never want to play again. Ha ha. Indeed, the pressure of being a companion is greater than that of studying. This father is quite something. To prevent his child from gaming, he transforms into a pressure monster. In stark contrast to the jovial banter in the comments, Wang Fong in the broadcasting studio wore a serious expression. Addressing the camera, she began her critique. "This is utterly unacceptable. AI Chun seems to disregard the importance of his child's education. Why not focus on the child's studies? How can the child achieve good results this way? Look at Zhang Yan's mother. She is so attentive to her child's learning. Yet AI Chun not only fails to set a good example, but treats his child as merely a gaming partner. This is far from being a good father." Wang Fong grew increasingly passionate, even turning to the nearby 90s observer, Li Ming. Li Ming, as a well-regarded parent from past episodes, would you play games in front of your child? Or even invite them to play along? Li Ming scratched his nose, hesitating. I suppose not. Wang Fong scoffed, a triumphant smile gracing her face. However, the comments were not uniformly in support of Wang Fong. Many voiced dissenting opinions. Is it really necessary to be this agitated over playing a couple of games with one's child? Besides, his homework is already done. Exactly. Does this observer not realize that AI Chun is employing a reverse education method with his son, setting aside the educational approach? The rapport between AI Chun and his son far exceeds that of many other families. Although AI Chun is applying pressure, it is still preferable to an authoritarian and indifferent parenting style. Who voted for Wang Fong in previous episodes with such a narrow perspective? The audience watching the program consisted not only of parents, but also numerous students. AI Chen's ability to engage in gaming with his son, rather than solely asserting parental authority, illustrated a different dimension of their relationship. This approach has resonated with many individuals. Moreover, this program is fundamentally designed to explore various educational philosophies for collective learning and reflection. Each child is unique, and parents should not adhere to a singular standard in educating their offspring. At present, it appears that Aichen's educational methods possess certain merits. The barrage of comments in the live stream is displayed on the screen. Witnessing numerous voices of dissent, Wang Fong's face flushed with indignation. She exclaimed, "I seriously doubt whether you in the comments section truly love your children. If you do, why do you oppose me? Children are so young and lack discernment. It is the duty of parents to guide them, rather than lead them astray. If a child's learning falls behind even a step, they will continue to lag further behind. While your child is engrossed in a few rounds of gaming, others are already reciting several ancient poems." Wang Fong took a sip of water beside her. However, when she noticed the growing intensity of the critical comments, she nearly choked. Beside her, Xiao Sa felt that Wang Fong's words were somewhat severe. Nevertheless, as the host, he maintained his professionalism and quickly attempted to mediate. Wang Fong, esteemed observer, and dear audience, educating children is inherently subjective. Everyone has their own perspective. We should approach this matter rationally. Our program has only just begun, so let us refrain from hasty conclusions. Wang Fong scoffed. In a previous episode, she had achieved first place in educating children. Under her guidance, her child has now been accepted into a prestigious high school. She firmly believes that Aichen's methods are undoubtedly jeopardizing the child's future. She is convinced that the online community will soon align with her viewpoint. The screens of both their computers flickered to gray once more. "Dad, I'm tired. I can't play anymore." Burning paper on the grave? Are you trying to fool your father? At this hour, you usually watch cartoons. How can you be tired? If you're not enthusiastic about gaming, be careful. I might have to discipline you. In the live stream, Kuin looked helplessly at Aichen, his eyes dimmed with exhaustion. He had always thought that gaming was a joyful endeavor. Yet why did it feel so tiring with his father? Aichen, too, felt somewhat exasperated. He merely intended to relax with his son, but it seemed the more they played, the more intense it became, and Kuin appeared somewhat reluctant. Could it be that he was not accustomed to gaming after a long hiatus? Typically burdened with academic pressures, Kuin now sat upright while playing games, suggesting that it was indeed beneficial for him. After pondering for a moment, Aichen proposed, "How about this, son? If you can guide me to victory in a university today, I shall grant you a wish." Upon hearing this, the previously listless Kuin perked up instantly. "Really? Of course, would I ever deceive you? All right, if we reach a university, you must not ask me to game tomorrow. I want to visit the library to read. The pressure at home is simply overwhelming. I need to get some fresh air." AI Chan felt a tinge of confusion, yet he nodded in agreement. No sooner had he consented than Kuin's face lit up with joy as he sent a team invitation. "Come on, Dad. My sniper rifle is practically yearning for action. I'm on my way, my dear son." Upon witnessing this exchange, the audience in the live stream could no longer contain their amusement. "Ha! This father-son duo is simply delightful. I can hardly contain my laughter. Friends, I just tuned in. Did this child really say he was going to the library to read? Is that for real? No way. My friend, this tactic is truly ingenious. The child proactively wants to study. Now that's far better than parents constantly nagging and forcing their kids to learn, isn't it? Indeed. Just look at this child. He was frowning while gaming, but the moment he was promised a trip to the library, he beamed with joy. It has completely reshaped my perspective. Not to mention, AI Chin's strategy is out of this world. He is masterfully employing reverse education. This is indeed an excellent method to curb a child's internet addiction. It seems quite feasible. Perhaps I should pull my child out of bed for a couple of games, as I too am feeling a bit restless. Aren't you worried about your wife finding out? I genuinely envy Kuan. His relationship with his father is truly admirable. Unlike mine, many viewers switched their screens to AI Chin's home, and the audience numbers continue to swell. Likewise, the number of individuals supporting AI Chin's approach surged. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 5,000 prestige points. Current prestige points, 9,314. Hearing the latest addition to his account, AI Chan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although he still had a considerable distance to reach 50,000 points, he understood that progress must be gradual. After all, new concepts are often met with resistance. If he were to adhere to traditional educational philosophies, he might achieve prestige more swiftly, but that was not his intent. He did not wish to alter existing educational paradigms. He simply aimed to follow his own inclinations while taking responsibility for his child. It appeared that there were indeed supporters of his methods. Moreover, as the proud parent, he possessed an array of unique educational approaches. Chapter 4. Support rates on the verge of surpassing the following morning. Mom, this milk is delicious. Why aren't you drinking any? In the studio, the broadcast commenced. Zihan sat at the dining table, cradling a cup of milk, her youthful face adorned with curiosity. Her mother, Zhang Yan, was busily organizing Zihan's backpack nearby, her movements both swift and adept. Upon hearing her daughter's words, she slightly straightened up, speaking earnestly. I rise early to prepare your things and send you to school. There is simply no time for breakfast. Furthermore, this milk isn't cheap. Your father and I saved diligently to buy it for you, hoping it would help you grow strong. If you wish to show your gratitude, focus on your studies. Once you earn a fortune, you can buy me something nice. Zihan held the milk, watching her mother's busy silhouette, her small face instinctively drooping. She silently chastised herself, feeling guilty for waking up late today and for staying up too late last night to study, which left her mother no time for breakfast. Looking at the milk in her hands, she realized that her mother usually refrained from drinking it, saving it for her instead. Yet, she felt ungrateful, burdening her mother with worries. Zihan pressed her lips together, speechless, her heart heavy with remorse and guilt. Noticing her daughter's stillness, Zhang Yin glanced at the clock, anxiety creeping in. Zihan, hurry and finish your breakfast. We'll be late. After hastily finishing her meal, Zhang Yin hurriedly led Zihan out the door. Outside, a gentle rain was falling. Zhang Yin retrieved a raincoat from the back of the electric bike and donned it, while Zihan quickly nestled into it as well, her small frame tightly embracing her mother. On the way, Zhang Yin repeatedly reminded Zihan to avoid getting wet, cautioning that a cold could delay her studies. She lamented, "It's not easy for a mother to provide for your education. You must study diligently. One day, when you earn money and buy a car, life will be less arduous." She vowed to support Zihan's education at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing everything. In a live broadcast, this scene painted a poignant picture, a mother braving the elements to send her child to school, patiently imparting the significance of education. However, beneath the raincoat, Zihan's eyes dimmed slightly. These words were not new. Her mother had expressed them countless times before. Yet, she felt perplexed. Why did her classmates take the school bus while her mother insisted on escorting her? Was it because they couldn't afford the bus fare? At that moment, the barrage of comments praised Zhang Yan. Viewers admired her diligence, responsibility, and willingness to sacrifice for her child. Riding through the rain to deliver her daughter to school was something many felt they could not do. This scene appeared on the studio's large screen, prompting a round of compliments from Wang Fang. Yet at that moment, the post-2000 observer, Jiang Yu, gazed intently at the screen, his expression grave. After a long pause, he shook his head and spoke softly. Is there truly no one who finds Zhang Yan's educational approach somewhat suffocating? This remark fell upon the ears of the other two observers and the host, Xiao Sa. It appears that Jiang Yu, the observer, hold a differing perspective. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Xiao Sa's eyes as he turned to Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, Wang Fong shot a glance at Jiang Yu, her tone dripping with sarcasm. This young comrade, silent until now, has suddenly made a striking observation. Does he believe there is an issue with this mother's diligent efforts? She mused inwardly, taken aback by the youth's unexpected divergence from her views. She had long sought an opportunity to educate those who questioned her, and this post-2000s observer had presented himself as a ripe target. The mother's tireless devotion was evident to all, indeed commendable. However, has anyone considered the feelings of Zihan? Jiang Yu paid no heed to Wang Fong's mockery, instead focusing on the screen as he gradually articulated his perspective. Wang Fong's ire intensified upon his disregard, leading her to huff in annoyance. Providing for a child's basic needs, ensuring their education. Such maternal love is deeply intertwined with diligent sacrifices. What feelings could a child possibly harbor? Surely gratitude. As soon as her words left her lips, Jiang Yu turned to her, his gaze piercing. But might this maternal love be too burdensome? From the very outset of the program, I harbored some doubts regarding Zhang Yan's methods, which is why I had refrained from voicing my opinion. Today, I endeavored to empathize with Zihan's position and was astonished to discover that my initial reaction was not one of gratitude. At this, the host Xiao Sa could no longer contain himself and blurted out, then what was it? In truth, Xiao Sa had also been grappling with uncertainties about Zhang Yan's approach. Yet, as the program's host, he understood that the judgment of right or wrong should rest with the audience. Jiang Yu raised his voice, enunciating each word deliberately. It was guilt. Upon the utterance of those two words, a palpable shock rippled through the live audience, who pondered over Jiang Yu's assertion of guilt, collectively inhaling sharply. Exactly. I've always felt that the atmosphere in Zihan's home is particularly stifling. Indeed, throughout the program, I have yet to see Zihan smile. Just this morning, I nearly witnessed her in tears. I wanted to mention it yesterday. It seems that Zhang Yan is constantly showcasing her hardships to her child. And as far as I know, the school provides free buses for students. Is braving the elements to transport her child not an unnecessary burden? It is neither safe, nor does it alleviate psychological pressure on the child. Attempting to empathize with Zihan, I, as an adult, felt suffocated by this guilt-inducing education. How could an 8 or 9-year-old possibly cope? Observing the shift in the chat from praise for Zhang Yan to criticism and skepticism, Wang Fong's complexion turned ashen. She had never anticipated that her intention to educate Jiang Yu would result in a lesson for herself. Many had previously aligned with AI Chun, yet now a multitude rallied behind Jiang Yu. What do these youngsters understand? Guilt? Should there not be a sense of guilt? Wang Fong's chest heaved with anger. She was burdened with household chores, ensuring her children's education, and worrying about their well-being. She deprived herself of comforts, all for the sake of her children's health and future success. Zhang Yan's mother had already done exceptionally well. She did not resort to punishment, but rather educated her children through her diligent efforts. The compassion of parents is universally understood. It is only natural for children to feel a sense of guilt. The notion of suffocation is utterly absurd. How could a child possess such complex thoughts? Zihan was so obedient and well-behaved. How could she feel suffocated? Moreover, as a mother, every action she took was for her child's benefit. What would be wrong with that? How could anyone question her intentions? In her view, those who criticized her and Zhang Yan's mother must be childless. As the saying goes, children from impoverished families mature early. Isn't it the same principle for children to understand their parents' hardships? To consider everything for their children's future and still face scorn is simply incomprehensible. Jiang Yu listened to Wang Fong's lengthy tirade without retorting, merely redirecting his gaze back to the screen. Wang Fong shot him a fierce glare before angrily returning to her seat. Just wait and see. Time would surely prove that those who opposed her were mistaken. At that moment, a few directives echoed in Xiao Sa's earpiece. Understanding immediately, Xiaosa nodded and smiled at the camera. It seems there are diverse perspectives regarding Zhang Yan's mother's approach. It is indeed impossible to declare one side right or wrong. However, since the discussion revolves around child education, perhaps we should consider it from the children's viewpoint. As the program's voting deadline was midnight, we shall now reveal the results from the previous day. The staff displayed the data on the big screen, and the audience was invited to take a look. Before Xiaosa could finish speaking, a gasp arose from the observation area. How could this be possible? Is there an error in the data? How did he manage to garner so many votes? Wang Fong abruptly stood up from her seat, staring incredulously at the screen. Xiaosa looked up, puzzled. On the screen, two of the bar graphs showed a minimal difference in votes. Zhang Yin's family had accumulated 42,000 votes. AI Chun's family had 39,900 votes, and Wang Lei's family had only 12,500 votes. AI Chun, who had spent the entire night playing games with his child, was on the verge of surpassing the top position. Wang Fong spoke again, asserting that AI Chin's tragic and ineffective educational method could not possibly earn such votes. This must be a fabrication. Host, I demand to see the back-end data. Chapter 5. Struggling to rise in the morning. Dispatching a runner to take the child to school, Wang Fong, visibly agitated, struck the table with great force. Observing the situation spiraling out of control, Xiaosa promptly adjusted his demeanor and interjected, "Dear parent Wang Fong, please remain calm." Although this outcome is indeed somewhat unexpected, the data compiled by our production team is undoubtedly accurate. Each parent possesses their own educational methods, and every viewer has their favored family dynamics. This is an unavoidable reality. The number of votes does not necessarily reflect the correctness of any educational approach. We understand your anxiety for your child, but as the program has just commenced, and the children are still quite young, we must take our time to observe before passing judgment. After Xiaosa's diplomatic intervention, Wang Fong realized that they were live on air, with hundreds of thousands of viewers watching her. She suppressed her inner fury, let out a huff, and muttered, "Every step in a child's education must be precise. We shall see how this unfolds." Seeing Wang Fong settle down, Xiaosa breathed a sigh of relief. This observer, Wang Fong, had indeed brought considerable trouble to his work. However, the production team would not impede her, as such tension was essential for boosting viewership. Fortunately, hosting was his forte, and he handled this kind of scenario with ease. Xiaosa reinstated his professional smile and elevated his voice. "Now, let's turn our attention to the circumstances of the other two families." As he spoke, the live broadcast shifted to Family 2, the household of Wang Lei. In the previous day's broadcast, Wang Lei had unmistakably portrayed the archetype of a strict father. The screen displayed him standing sternly next to his son Wang Zixuan's desk, urging him to pack his bag for school. Wang Zixuan sniffled occasionally, his face etched with fatigue. Having been roused by his father at 6 a.m. for an entire hour of morning reading, he now felt utterly dazed. As he packed his bag, he hesitantly glanced at Wang Lei, gathering the courage to tentatively murmur, "Dad, I think I might have a cold. My head feels heavy. Could you please excuse me from school today? I can go in the afternoon." "Absolutely not," Wang Lei interjected, cutting him off decisively. In his view, Wang Zixuan was merely fabricating excuses to avoid school. "You seemed full of energy when playing games. Now you're claiming illness after just 1 hour of morning reading? Are you trying to fool me? Hurry up and finish packing. You're already late." After the outburst, Wang Zixuan's head drooped even lower, his eyes brimming with tears. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream felt a twinge of empathy. The experience of children requesting to skip school was something both parents and students could relate to. Many viewers praised Wang Lei for not indulging his child, commending the efficacy of such strict paternal education at this juncture. Unlike their own children, who not only feigned illness but also threw tantrums to avoid school. Yet amidst the chorus of approval in the comments, the observer Jiang Yu, born in the 2000s, holds a differing viewpoint. While it is true that children sometimes feign illness to avoid school, should we not first express concern for their well-being? To hastily conclude that a child is merely pretending to be sick may inadvertently harm their feelings. Moreover, I find it difficult to comprehend the rationale behind compelling a child to engage in an hour of morning reading. Is this pressure truly for the child's educational benefit, or merely to assuage the parent's own anxieties. He muttered to himself, only to realize too late that such thoughts should have remained unvoiced, especially with a seemingly middle-aged woman seated nearby. What if her irritation escalated, causing trouble for him? Wang Fong, having overheard this, felt a surge of indignation and was poised to counter his remarks. Yet, she suddenly recalled that consistently standing alone in opposition might render her argument weak. Thus, she turned to the fellow observer, Li Ming, born in 1990s, and said, setting aside whether Wang Zixuan is genuinely ill, is it wrong to encourage a child to rise early for reading, an activity beneficial to their education? What is your perspective, Li Ming? Upon being addressed by Wang Fong, Li Ming momentarily froze. He recognized her intent to forge a united front, but he was acutely aware of the program's influence. He did not wish to invite trouble with an ill-considered remark. Clearing his throat, he replied, well, I'm not sure. Wang Fong, evidently dissatisfied with his response, pressed further. Why are you uncertain? Li Ming rubbed his nose and slowly articulated, because I can barely get up myself in the early morning. As soon as the words left his lips, laughter erupted in the comments section. Many viewers echoed the sentiment that rising from a warm bed in the morning is indeed a formidable challenge. Wang Fong's expression darkened in an instant, followed by a scoff. It seems the youth of the 90s lack the resolve. How can they possibly educate children? Li Ming felt a twinge of exasperation, but refrained from retorting. Meanwhile, the live feed shifted to AI Chen's side. A small figure was seen standing beside a disheveled bed. Indeed, lying on the bed was AI Chun, while standing was Kun. Dad, hurry up and get up. Take me to school. Kun urget anxiuslu. AI Chun, still groggy from a night spent gaming, lacked the energy to rise. Isn't there a school bus? You can go by yourself, he mumbled, turning over to find a more comfortable position. Kun, exasperated, replied, I'm already late. The bus has left. At this, AI Chun blinked his bleary eyes, feeling overwhelmed. What should I do now? He could manage to drive his child to school in the early hours, but the morning was indeed a different matter. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. How about this? So, you could call your teacher and say you're sick, so you have to go to school today. Kun's mouth fell open in astonishment as he gazed at AI Chun, who lay on the bed like a dead pig. What has happened, my father? Would you rather let him take a leave than send him to school? Surely, you are not deliberately keeping him at home to engage in gaming together. As the pressures loomed, Kun shook his head repeatedly. He approached the bedside and fervently tugged at AI Chen's blanket. This won't do, father. The final exams are approaching, and should I miss school, I shall fall behind. AI Chen firmly clutched the blanket, and thus ensued a fierce tug-of-war between father and son, broadcasted live. After a while, AI Chen calmed Kun with, do not fret, my dear. I have a plan. He extended his hand to intercept Kun, who was attempting to climb onto the bed, and then produced his phone, executing a series of maneuvers on the screen. Do. Hello. Is this a courier service? Could you kindly come to the garden community and escort my son to school? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Kun. The comments. A parent from the 90s, Li Ming. What a clever solution. On the other end of the line, hey, are you sure you want your son sent? Soon, the comments erupted with laughter. Haha, this is hilarious. AI Chen's dad is truly resourceful. Wait, are you really Kun's biological father? Even the couriers are questioning your legitimacy. Haha, my paralyzed dad, my vanished mom, a responsible courier, and an understanding son. Honestly, I couldn't help but chuckle when I heard AI Chen was going to request a leave for his child. Haha, I told you watching live broadcasts could teach us something valuable. Those of us who can't get out of bed have finally found a solution. From now on, we shall send a courier to take our kids to school. I have a strong premonition that Wang Fong, the observer, is about to take action. I suspect AI Chen has profound intentions behind this, but what could they be? Haha, could it be that Kun is just too eager to learn? After gaming all night, he still insists on attending school the next day. Haha. At this moment, AI Chen received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations. The host has gained 22,000 prestige points, bringing the total to 31,314 points. AI Chun was pleasantly surprised. While lying in bed, and prestige points come raining down from above. It appears I've made the right choice in participating in this program. He sat up from the bed and waved at Kuin. The courier is waiting downstairs. Off you go, my dear. Kuin sighed softly, feeling a bit helpless, yet relieved that he could finally attend school. Father, I don't have time for breakfast. I've left it in the microwave for you. Remember to eat it. AI Chun frowned. How could you skip breakfast? You should eat before heading out. After all, you're already late, so there's no rush. Kuin adjusted his backpack while putting on his shoes. It's fine. I'll manage a quick bite at the school gate. AI Chun snuggled back under the covers, extending a hand to give Kuin an okay gesture, and resumed his peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Wang Fong in the studio stood up once more, her anger visibly simmering. Chapter 6, trending on social media. The comments overflow with memes. What a chaos. Who are the people casting votes for him? Wang Fong's voice was sharp and urgent. Look at this. A quintessentially irresponsible parent. Sending children to school is an inherent duty of being a parent. If one is unwilling to perform such a fundamental task, how can they even discuss educating their children? Moreover, taking children to school presents a splendid opportunity for parental engagement, allowing for meaningful conversations that strengthen their bond. In this respect, Zhang Yan's approach is commendable. Conversely, AI Chun has the audacity to delegate this responsibility to a runner. If everyone were to emulate him, it would be utter chaos. His individual negligence towards his child is one matter, but if society begins to follow suit, the very fabric of our education system would be poisoned. When it comes to a child's education, we must remain vigilant. AI Chun is unequivocally a malignant presence among parents. Wang Fong's fervor intensified. The mere thought that such a parent as AI Chun received numerous votes pained her. Clearly, Zhang Yan was the epitome of a good parent. Beside her, Jiang Yu adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. I find some of Wang Fong's observations rather contentious. Firstly, if you perceive AI Chin's act of employing a runner to take his child to school as irresponsibility, I believe that is somewhat hasty. In my view, AI Chun is fostering his child's independence rather than instilling dependence on parents. This arrangement not only ensures the child's arrival at school, but also enhances their ability to cope in the absence of parental guidance. Isn't that a twofold benefit? Secondly, you assert that accompanying children to school is an opportune moment for education. Might I inquire if utilizing every moment for teaching could lead to the child feeling overwhelmed? Setting aside whether Zhang Yan's educational methods are indeed effective, her choice to prevent her child from taking the school bus, opting instead to brave the elements personally, is both unsafe and socially isolating for the child. It is a burdensome endeavor that yields little reward. Lastly, I must emphasize that those who support AI Chun do so because he possesses unique qualities. Your discontent is noted, yet respect is paramount. Jiang Yu's voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity. Upon hearing his words, the audience in the live stream reacted as though a stone had stirred 1,000 ripples. The comments section erupted with fervent responses. This young man knows nothing. I stand with Wang Fong's perspective. Zhang Yan braves the storm to take her child. How could she be criticized for such sacrifice? Exactly. As parents, we endure hardships so our children do not have to. Are you mistaken? Is not Zihan, seated on the back of the electric bike, also braving the storm? Has she not endured? Even if Zihan has suffered, it is only right. Enduring hardship now ensures future comfort. You must be joking. Enduring hardship now only leads to greater suffering later. Jiang Yu is correct. Zhang Yan is simply shouldering burdens and dragging her child along with her. Is it not exhausting to teach children at every turn? It makes me fear for the future. Indeed, even the time spent on sending children to school must be devoted to their education. The thought alone leaves me breathless. If this is the manner in which to educate children, I would rather not have them at all. Indeed, I find myself in favor of Aichen's approach. You young ones, ignoring the wisdom of the elders will lead to immediate regret. Educating children should be woven into the fabric of daily life. If everyone were to follow Aichen's example without genuine intent, would not the education system of this nation descend into chaos? How could the country then flourish and prosper? It would be wise to heed the advice of those more seasoned and adopt a broader perspective. I believe it is true that ignoring the counsel of the elderly may lead to a year filled with joy. Nonsense. There are already numerous individuals online who have labeled your educational methods as guilt-inducing education, which is certainly inadvisable. The education of a nation and its prosperity indeed concerns every individual. Yet alas, I find myself lacking the capability. I may lack the ability to contribute to the nation and adhere to the law. I am quite ordinary, and I am content to embrace my child's ordinariness. My child is mine, and how I choose to educate them is no one else's business. Sweetness must come first. Suffering for trivialities is unnecessary. Initially, I was merely observing. Yet upon witnessing the observer Wang Feng's outrageous conduct, I decided to cast my vote for Achen. I, for one, was thoroughly amused by Achen's clever antics. So I added my vote. Discussions surrounding the program Teaching Children Effectively have always been abundant across various social media platforms. With Achen and his son making appearances, the discourse regarding them has intensified significantly. Topics concerning Achen have proliferated, quickly ascending to trending status. Numerous marketing accounts have sliced and edited the live broadcast footage, posting on Douyin, where each video effortlessly amasses millions of views and tens of thousands of comments. Observing the exaggerated popularity, the production team of Teaching Children Effectively hastily established a Douyin account, simultaneously releasing several high-definition live broadcast videos. Within mere hours, the official account garnered hundreds of thousands of followers. Upon perusing the comment section of the videos, an array of amusing remarks emerged. Son, I want to attend Peking University. Father, forget about Peking University. Come with me to a university. 320,000 likes. Pressure from gaming will lead the child to rebel. When that time comes, they will be spending nights at the library. 290,000 likes. Guess which one depicts Kuin gaming. Accompanied by images. Kuin smiling. Kuin crying. 160,000 likes. Astounding. Not a single desk for studying, yet 2 for gaming. 100,000 likes. The phrase, I want to do my homework, is astonishingly uttered by a student. While what homework have you completed? Comes from a parent. Unbelievable. 80,000 likes. In the past, Dad. Please take a day off. Now, Dad, I beg you. Just take a day off. 130,000 likes. Kuin's diary. In my childhood memories, there was always a warm uncle in yellow, mate Juan, who steadfastly accompanied me to school, providing warmth. 200,000 likes. As the fervor escalated, the viewership for Teaching Children Effectively reached an astounding 300,000. Most individuals have opted for Achen's live streaming room, with nearly 200,000 viewers. At this moment on the live broadcast, Achen, who had indulged in a few hours of slumber, gradually awoke, stretching languidly. Just as he prepared to freshen up, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired 25,000 prestige points. Current prestige points, 56,314. You may conduct a lottery draw with your current prestige points. Would you like to proceed? Achen paused momentarily. This world is truly remarkable. Waking from a nap and receiving over 20,000 prestige points seems almost effortless. Settling back onto his bed, Achen earnestly addressed the system in his mind. System, proceed with the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won the top-tier gaming skill, CSGO. That appears quite promising, although it may not encompass all games. This particular one suffices. It enjoys considerable popularity and is among his favored games. With such exceptional gaming prowess, would it be a disservice to himself to merely play solo? Perhaps he should consider returning to the role of a gaming streamer. Leveraging his superior skills, being a streamer could yield far greater rewards than playing alone. Achen pondered this for a moment. The decision to become a streamer remained uncertain, especially since he was still participating in a live broadcast program. Just then, his stomach rumbled audibly. Given the circumstances, it would be best to have a meal first. Achen turned and retrieved his phone from the bed, opening a yellow application to order food. Chapter 7. Late for school? My son is handsome too. Before long, the delivery arrived at AI Chen's doorstep. The enticing aroma of fried chicken, hamburgers, French fries, milk tea, and spicy hot pot wafted through the air, utterly captivating the cameraman nearby. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Kunkin's father, isn't there food in the microwave? Why did you order so much takeout?" A smile of contentment graced AI Chen's lips as he replied, "With the children off to school, I must treat myself to something delicious." The cameraman was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the response. At that moment, AI Chen pulled a chicken leg from a bag and offered it to him. "Here, have one." The cameraman hesitated, aware that it was still his working hours. He waved his hand in refusal, saying, "No, you enjoy it. I still need to keep an eye on the camera." AI Chen did not press the matter further and began to indulge in the feast before him. He savored each bite, the delightful flavors making the cameraman feel envious, swallowing hard as he watched. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream shared their cravings. "Woo, he makes it look so delicious. I want to eat too." Ha! AI Chen is just like me. Every time the kids go to school, I relish the freedom of not cooking for a week. TSK. Not only wasting money on takeout, but also indulging in junk food. Isn't he worried the kids will follow suit? Observer Wang Fong makes a good point. AI Chun is an irresponsible parent. What do you know? It's to keep the kids from learning bad habits that I order takeout while they're at school. Some people always escalate issues unnecessarily. He spends his own money on takeout. What business is it of yours? I'm curious. Doesn't AI Chun work? It's already noon. Indeed, I envy his lifestyle. He sleeps when tired and eats when hungry, unlike me, still toiling away without a meal. Oomph. The way he educates his child shows he is a slacker. He probably has some savings and is living off the past. AI Chan seems to have a knack for this. Why not go solo as a streamer? Then I could tip him too, huh? Oblivious to the barrage of comments in the live stream, AI Chun polished off the spread on the table. Just as he took out his phone to check the order app for the day's deliveries, several red notifications on WeChat caught his attention. With his compulsive tendencies, he clicked on them without hesitation. The notifications were from his son as homeroom teacher, Li Lan. 7:30 Kunkin S parent, please reply in the parent group. 7:35 Kunkin S parent, please respond if you see this message. 7:40 Kunkin S parent, please check the group messages. After reading through the series of messages from Li Lan, AI Chan felt puzzled and opened the parent group for Class 2, Grade 1 at Sunshine Primary School. There were hundreds of new messages in the group chat. AI Chan scrolled to the top, where at 8 o'clock a.m., Li Lan had shared a scoring sheet for the class's morning reading. Each child's name was followed by a score. With a perfect score of 10, the majority of children scored above 8. After the results were released, each parent promptly replied, and many queued to tag the homeroom teacher, Li Lan, expressing their gratitude for her hard work. Watching this flurry of responses, AI Chun felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his brows knitting together in a tight frown. During his university days, he had been accustomed to replying received in various group chats daily. Now, as a parent, he still had to respond. Furthermore, he found himself perplexed by the parents' flattery towards the teacher, questioning how the teacher had worked hard while the children were merely engaged in their morning reading. Nearby, a cameraman zoomed in, and to respect privacy, he asked AI Chun for permission to film. AI Chun generously held his phone closer to the lens, signaling that he was fine with it. The messages from the parent group caught the attention of the live stream audience, and they quickly understood the source of AI Chen's troubled expression. Haha, no wonder AI Chan has been frowning. It turns out he hasn't replied to the teacher's message. Ha, so relatable. Waking up at noon to find oneself bombarded by the mentor's tags is panic-inducing. I wonder if AI Chan is flustered by teacher Kuen's tags? He's too laid back. He should check what's going on. If something happened to the child and the teacher couldn't reach the parents, I'd love to see how he handles it. The teacher hasn't called, so it shouldn't be a big deal. My child's teacher constantly posts irrelevant things in the group and keeps pestering parents to reply. It's utterly annoying. Haha. Could it be that Kuen was late this morning and got reprimanded by the teacher? Amidst the lively discussion in the comments, AI Chen scrolled down to a message from the homeroom teacher, Li Lan, that tagged him. It contained an image. Not only did it tag him, but it also tagged Wang Lei, the parent of Wang Zixuan. Ignoring the lengthy message beneath the picture, AI Chen clicked on the image. There stood his son, Kuen, alongside Wang Zixuan in the corridor outside the classroom, each holding a book, likely engaged in their morning reading. Kuan stood tall and straight, his expression earnest, mouth open wide as he read with fervor. Soon after, AI Chen replied in the group chat, "Dad of AI Kuan. Teacher, this is a wonderful capture. I see my son, Kuan, looking so dashing while reading earnestly. Thumbs up for him." Shortly after sending this message, the homeroom teacher, Lilan, responded in the parent group. Homeroom teacher Lilan. Homeroom teacher Lilan. These are the students who were late for morning reading today. I had them stand in the corridor to read. Please take a look at my earlier message, Kuan's parent. Late for morning reading? AI Chen frowned, suddenly recalling that this morning, in a hazy state, Kuan had mentioned he was late for school. Scrolling up, he found a lengthy message from Lilan. Homeroom teacher Lilan. Today, during morning reading, 2 students arrived tardily. Coming to school with such a careless attitude is worse than not coming at all, when the entire class is engrossed in reading. How many people's focus is shattered by your footsteps of tardiness? When the collective honor is evaluated, how many efforts are diminished by your name appearing on the late list? Without rules, there can be no order. The 2 tardy students are required to stand in the corridor for half an hour of morning reading and submit a 1,000 word reflection and improvement plan to me by tomorrow. Parents are requested to supervise their completion. In response, Wang Zixuan's father, Wang Lei, profusely apologized to the teacher, composing several hundred words of contrition, vowing to educate Wang Zixuan properly upon his return home. Meanwhile, AI Chen, observing this from his phone screen, found the reprimand not only harsh, but also somewhat manipulative. How could one person's tardiness be deemed a disruption to the entire class? While he respected his teacher, he refused to be subservient. He would not indulge the teacher like Wang Lei did. He typed a reply in the parent group. My son is quite handsome too. Last night, I urged him to play video games to relax, which is why he was late today. These brief remarks struck the homeroom teacher sharply. While other parents complied with her authority, AI Chan's defiance was unmistakable, an apparent challenge to her. Soon, a message from the homeroom teacher, Lilan, appeared in the chat. Some parents even treat tardiness as something to boast about. The day begins in the morning. Tardiness is absolutely unacceptable in our class. If parents continue to protect their children unconditionally, feeling no shame but rather pride, such students are not welcome in my class. One bad apple can spoil the whole barrel. Recognizing one's mistakes and improving is invaluable. I hope to learn from Wang Zixuan's father. Wang Zixuan's father responded with an emoji of clasped hands. As the teacher's admonishment of AI Chen was broadcasted live, numerous viewers expressed their support for her. The teacher is absolutely right. The day begins in the morning. Moreover, with final exams approaching, we cannot indulge tardiness. Indeed, being late for morning reading can negatively impact the class's academic atmosphere. This issue must be corrected. Not only is AI Chen irresponsible, but he also continues to defend his child, which will ultimately harm him. In this regard, Wang Lei is doing an excellent job. What does looks have to do with it? How can he establish a respectful image for his child by confronting the teacher? Is this how young people educate their children? If that's the case, it's better not to have children at all. However, dissenting voices also emerged in the comments, rallying behind AI Chen. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel? Hearing that phrase infuriates me. It's just like my previous teachers. How can someone with such low standards be a teacher? With the wind and rain outside, making children stand in the corridor for morning reading feels like corporal punishment. The teacher is being overly severe. It's just one instance of tardiness, as if it were a crime. Even if AI Chen is defending his child, it's understandable. If the child is at fault, why reiterate the punishment in the class group? AI Chen's response struck a chord with me. To steadfastly support one's child is admirable. I envy Kuan for having such a remarkable father. No matter how much you criticize AI Chen, he is still handsome. Brothers, I cast my vote for my honorable father. Chapter 8. He may never ascend the podium, yet he shall certainly not find himself on the rooftop. Moreover, a portion of the audience cast their anxious gazes upon Kuan. Will AI Chen's protection of Kuan ultimately prove detrimental to him? After all, it can be seen as opposing the teacher. I too harbor concerns that Kuan might face undue hostility from this homeroom teacher. I recall that when I failed to present a gift to my child's teacher during Teacher S Day, my child was subjected to subtle jibes at school. Currently, in a live broadcast, I trust that the teacher would not dare to act in such a manner, especially since AI Chun does not strike me as a weak parent. AI Chun is truly courageous. I, for one, always greet my child's teachers with a smile, as I fear offending them. Indeed, many teachers wield their knowledge against us parents. The teacher has issued a lengthy statement. Let us observe how AI Chun responds, remaining watchful of developments. In the broadcasting studio, as soon as AI Chun declared, "My son is handsome too," Wang Fong rose once more. As a parent, she showed utter disregard for the teacher's dignity, publicly opposing them, particularly in the context of her own child's mistakes, which she found utterly outrageous. This caused her blood pressure to spike. How could AI Chun lack such basic courtesy? The teacher was merely addressing her child's issues, yet AI Chun expressed discontent, blindly favoring his child, which would only lead him further astray. As a parent, one must instill in their child the understanding that making mistakes is shameful. A child must engage in profound self-reflection. The ancients spoke wisely. Only after knowing shame can one find courage. AI Chun clearly lacks cultural understanding. How can he educate his child? He is, quite frankly, an example of what not to do as a parent. I maintain that individuals born after 2000 are incapable of being good parents. If all else fails, they should entrust their children to their grandparents for proper upbringing. Otherwise, this child is destined for misfortune. When the production team invited her as an observer, they had informed her of the expectation to provide commentary on the parents in the show, given her status as a former champion. Thus, she felt no compunction in criticizing AI Chun's approach, which contradicted her educational philosophy. She was indeed quite irked by AI Chun. Initially, Jiang Yu had no desire to engage in further debate with Wang Fong, fearing that provoking this menopausal woman might lead to financial repercussions for him. However, upon hearing Wang Fong's final remarks, he could no longer contain himself. He stood decisively and addressed her with conviction. "Wang Fong, you are mistaken. The adage, 'only after knowing shame can one find courage,' does not apply to child education. Confucianism emphasizes having shame and correcting oneself, yet the Analects also state, when one errs, one should not hesitate to amend. Socrates once remarked, education is not the filling of a vessel, but the kindling of a flame. True educators should serve as midwives of thought, not executioners of spirit. If you do not comprehend these sentiments, I suggest you consult further resources. We must not treat education as merely experiential or presumptive. Regarding your assertion that individuals born after 2000 cannot be good parents, what I wish to convey is that many individuals from the post-2000 generation are increasingly disinterested in becoming parents, should they choose to embark on this path. The quality of their parenting is not subject to your critique. Jiang Yu unleashed a torrent of indignation. Wang Fong escalated her criticism of AI Chun from a personal attack to a condemnation of an entire generation. What more could he tolerate? Engaging in a mutual onslaught may be illegal, yet verbal sparring is permissible, is it not? At that moment, Wang Fong's mouth slightly agape. She stared blankly at Jiang Yu, evidently taken aback. Jiang Yu asserted that she was mistaken, but she perceived his words merely as a defense for AI Chun. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, AI Chun's gaze was fixed on the content delivered by their homeroom teacher, Lilan, his expression gradually turning grave. The teacher's sarcastic remarks regarding Kuan were unsettling. He could hardly fathom the potential emotional scars this might imprint on Kuan. AI Kuan's father, Teacher Lilan, I implore you to apologize to my child. What do you mean by saying a single rotten apple spoils the whole barrel? Homeroom Teacher Lilan, AI Kuan's father. Firstly, my child merely breached class regulations. He did not violate the law. He merely made a mistake, not a moral failing. AI Kuan's father, being late is not commendable. Yet it does not diminish my child's status as the best in my eyes. You have already reprimanded him at school, making him stand in the corridor during morning reading. Since he accepted your criticism, I believe he should also be commended. AI Cohen's father. When children err, they require encouragement from teachers and parents, not to be paraded as cautionary tales, and certainly not to be met with sarcasm from educators. AI Cohen's father. As a teacher, I hope you will devote more effort to educating the children rather than shifting blame onto the parents. I expect you to retract that previous statement. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to confront you at the school. After a while, AI Chin's message lingered unanswered in the parent group, and Lilan had yet to retract her earlier statement. Meanwhile, seated in her office, Lilan stared at the messages, feeling a burning shame wash over her. She had long grown accustomed to the tone and language used in reprimanding students. It was only when AI Chan highlighted her words that she recognized their inappropriateness. However, she was taken aback by AI Chin's unwavering stance, which left her no room for dignity as a teacher. A sense of trepidation began to creep in. If AI Chun truly came to the school to cause a scene, it could yield no benefit for her. After deliberating for a moment, she responded in the group. Homeroom teacher Lilan. Mr. Cohen's father, please remain calm. My previous remarks may have been somewhat harsh, but I am genuinely concerned about the child's studies with the impending final exams. I cannot simply allow him to be late. Homeroom teacher Lilan. Once he completed his morning reading, I sent him back to the classroom. This trivial matter hardly warrants your visit to the school. Upon witnessing the homeroom teacher's evasive responses and her lack of intent to apologize or retract her statement, AI Chan felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Such humiliating educational practices had been all too common in his childhood. Whether it was tardiness or forgetting to bring a red scarf, punishment from teachers was a frequent occurrence. Many educators resorted to direct reprimands, their language often quite harsh. As for his parents, always telling the teacher, "My child is just mischievous. If you must punish him, I will bear the consequences." They take pride in good academic performance and obedience to teachers, while feeling ashamed of poor grades and disobedience. This has led to a significant lack of confidence in him, making him reluctant to express himself in front of others. Meanwhile, his parents continually scold him for being too introverted. AI Chun, having experienced this himself, is determined not to allow his child to tread the same path. Whispering to himself while holding his phone, he declares, on the battlefield, "You shield your father from bullets. In school, father must stand before you. If the teacher deems it trivial, then I shall escalate the matter." Soon, AI Chun unleashes a torrent of messages. AI Cohen's father. A trivial matter? When you previously described it as serious, did it not seem trivial then? AI Cohen's father. Thankfully, my son has been trained to withstand pressure. Even while standing in the corridor as punishment, he continues to read aloud with enthusiasm. What if it were a child with a lesser capacity for resilience? AI Cohen's father. My child may never stand on a podium, but I will certainly not permit him to be on a rooftop. AI Cohen's father. Since you prefer that I do not come to school, I shall take my concerns to the Education Bureau. Upon seeing AI Chin's messages in the parent group, Lilan was momentarily taken aback. Just then, another message popped up on WeChat. Principal Chun Aigua, Teacher Lilan. What's going on? The school has received a report stating that you were excessively harsh on students. I demand an explanation. Upon reading this message, Lilan's eyelids twitched and her heart raced. She dared not reply to the principal and hurriedly retracted her earlier message in the parent group. Homeroom teacher Lilan. I apologize, Mr. Cohen's father. This matter is my fault. I am sincerely sorry and will apologize to Cohen after class. I assure you that I will be more mindful of my language in the future and will not excessively punish the children. Homeroom teacher Lilan. I hope this resolution meets your satisfaction. Seeing the acknowledgement of her mistake, AI Chun refrained from further confrontation. He was not overly concerned about the teacher covertly retaliating against his child. He neither seeks trouble nor fears it. As a member of the post-2000 generation, he is well versed in the law. AI Cohen's father. Thank you for your understanding, teacher. In the office, Lilan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly expressed that it was no trouble at all. After resolving the issue, AI Chun lay back on his bed. Having just eaten, his stomach felt bloated, and after harboring anger earlier, he now needed a moment of rest. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream had begun to fervently discuss the unfolding events. Chapter 9. Struggling and Learning? Inherit my live stream room in the future. Wow. AI Chen's boldness is simply unparalleled. He dared to confront the teacher head-on, something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Tears are streaming down my face. AI Chen managed to shield his child from that bullet. This is nothing less than a rejection of the humiliating education from the other party, and a slap in their face in return. To be honest, I cannot foresee whether Kuan will excel in the future, but there is no doubt that he will exude immense confidence. Goodness, who says this parent is irresponsible? This parent is truly remarkable. AI Chun's actions have enlightened me. Reflecting on my own childhood, I realize I was raised under such humiliating education, which has inadvertently influenced my approach to parenting. I must rectify this moving forward. Indeed, both AI Chun and Jiang Yu from the studio have provided me with a fresh perspective on educating children. Stepping into Kuan's shoes nearly brought tears to my eyes. Having such a father is simply wonderful. Marketing accounts, hurry up and edit this for my parents to see. Don't let them see it. My parents are right beside me, criticizing AI Chun. I really can't comprehend why these parents are so stubborn. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged like a tide. Although there were still voices criticizing AI Chun, they were soon drowned out by waves of praise. In the studio, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief seeing AI Chun receiving such acclaim. AI Chen's approach aligned perfectly with his educational philosophy, and it garnered widespread recognition from the audience. He felt genuinely pleased. It seems there are indeed many parents who are not ignorant and pedantic. As for Wang Fong, she sported a face the color of liver. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. Today was Friday, so school ended a bit earlier than usual. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. AI Chen rose to answer the door. As soon as he opened it, Kuan, with his backpack, leaped into AI Chen's arms, giving him a warm bear hug. Subsequently, Kuan tilted his little face, gazing at AI Chen with excitement and admiration. He remained silent for a while, lost in thought. Come on, what s with the hesitation? Speak your mind, AI Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, Kuan finally spoke. Just now, my homeroom teacher told me I don't need to write a reflection for being late this morning and even apologize to me. I was a bit stunned at first, but later I found out it was because you praised me for being handsome in the parents group chat and gave our teacher a good talking to. AI Chan was somewhat taken aback. How did this kid, without a phone, find out about his compliment in the parents group? Before he could inquire, Kuan continued. You don't know, Dad. Now my classmates all envy me for having such a handsome dad. Especially that kid Wang Zishuan, who told me he wants to swap dads. It suddenly dawned on AI Chun. Wang Zishuan must have brought a phone and seen the messages in the parents group chat. Gazing at the adoration in Kuan's eyes, AI Chun reached out and ruffled his hair. You are my son. As long as you can recognize your mistakes and strive to improve, you shall always be the most handsome. Kuan nodded earnestly in response. Although he was merely an 8-year-old child who did not fully comprehend the educational significance of AI Chen's actions or the exact nature of the teacher's missteps, he understood that when he erred, his father's initial reaction was not to admonish him, but to protect and encourage him. He silently resolved that henceforth, regardless of the situation, he would be willing to confide in his father immediately. Kuan gave AI Chen a thumbs up. Dad, you're handsome too. AI Chan smiled gently and took the backpack off Kuan's shoulders. By the way, today I praise you in front of your homeroom teacher. Are you not concerned she might give you a hard time at school? After all, some teachers tend to show one face in front of parents and another behind their backs. Although she had superficially acknowledged the mistake, it was uncertain whether she would not resort to veiled sarcasm towards the child. Kuan understood the implication of giving someone a hard time, yet he still felt perplexed. Scratching his head, he inquired, why would the teacher give me a hard time? Is it because no one praises her? If she lacks a father's admiration, I could ask you to compliment her. Hearing this, AI Chun nearly burst into laughter and gave Kuan another thumbs up. What a spirited comeback. No wonder you're my son. Well, today is the weekend, the perfect opportunity to level up. After dinner, join me for a couple of games. What? Upon hearing AI Chun invite him to play video games again, Kuan's little face fell, as if the sky had caved in. Dad, didn't you promise me yesterday that you wouldn't make me play games today? Besides, I haven't finished my homework. AI Chun shot him an exasperated glare. My promise was contingent upon you helping me reach a rank. You didn't accomplish that last night. Now that it's the weekend, we must indulge and relax. Homework can wait, but we cannot delay leveling up. Look, the season is nearing its end. Kuin pouted, displaying his reluctance. The teacher said we should stay away from games if we want to get into a good university. Dad, I want to attend Tsinghua. AI Chun tossed Kuin's backpack onto the sofa. You are my son. I am well aware of your academic capabilities. Struggling through elementary school. And yet you aspire to Tsinghua? Tonight, let us have a few solo matches. I'll help you hone your skills. Faced with his father's resolute stance, Kuin pursed his lips and sighed in resignation. Fine. His expression was a blend of 9 parts reluctance and 1 part resignation. Observing the scene, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. I can't hold it together. This father-son duo is simply too entertaining. Oh my, how touching. The atmosphere in Kuin's household is truly relaxed. It's rare to see a father and son complimenting each other as handsomeness. Ha, on one hand, aiming for Peking University, and on the other, playing with dad at a rank. This is a riot. Kuin, no games, games, not Is this even human language? While other parents are concerned about their children's studies as finals approach, AI Chun is focused on the end of the season, eager to rank up. How amusing. I never thought I would meet a parent like AI Chun. I must admit, I find it rather enviable. It seems Kuin's father is quite filial. Is there any way for me to inspire my own parents to exhibit such filial piety? Have you noticed that Wang Zishuan has a phone again? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 23,000 prestige points. Reminder, upon accumulating 200,000 prestige points, you shall unlock the achievement, a taste of skill with a reward of 200,000 yuan. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in my mind. Unlocking an achievement? 200,000 yuan? AI Chun felt a surge of joy. It turns out the system not only offers lotteries, but also monetary rewards. For AI Chun, 200,000 yuan is a significant sum that could enhance his living conditions, perhaps for gaming equipment. As for funding Kuin's education, he is still young and can earn in due time. Moreover, having just drawn a top-tier gaming level is an excellent avenue for income. While pondering the best way to utilize this, AI Chun busied himself in the kitchen. Soon, a variety of visually appealing and flavorful dishes adorned the table. It wasn't that he particularly enjoyed cooking. Rather, he had indulged in too much greasy takeout at lunch and yearned for a change in flavor. Come, my dear son, eat well. A full stomach will give you strength for the challenges ahead. AI Chun encouraged, serving Kuin some braised pork with a smile. Kuin remained silent, engrossed in his meal. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with a thought, and he looked excitedly at AI Chun. Dad, I might not be able to join you in gaming anymore. AI Chun was puzzled. Why not? Kuin rose from the table and approached his backpack, retrieving a paper and handing it to AI Chun. AI Chun examined the document closely. Extracurricular practice, work-study program, gratitude and growth career experience activity, dear parent friends, in order to deepen the essence of labor education. Our school will conduct a work-study themed practice activity this weekend. Through career experiences, children will appreciate the value of labor, understand the hardships of their parents' nurturing, and cultivate a sense of gratitude and independence. Participation time. This Saturday and Sunday practice task. Children are to independently select a legal and safe profession for experience, such as community service, crafts, agricultural labor, etc., and earn a wage through their labor. Outcome goal. Those who earn a daily income of 200 yuan or more will receive an excellent rating as a labor star. Note, income must be from genuine labor. Participation requirements. Children must independently complete the profession selection, labor negotiation, and practice process. Parents may assist but should not take over. Please document the following scenes with photos, videos. The child's working state. Presentation of labor results. So it means finding a job and earning money? Aichen nodded. He had little to say about the practical activities assigned by the school. Allowing children to experience life is quite beneficial. As for feelings of gratitude or the lack thereof, he was not particularly concerned. All he wished was that when he grew old, Kuan would ensure he had his oxygen tank. Son, do you want to participate in this activity? Of course. The teacher said, those who perform excellently can receive a certificate. Aichin nodded. All right. Have you thought about what profession you want to pursue? Kuan shook his head. Not yet. Aichin pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea sprang forth. Why not become a gaming streamer together with his son? In his previous life, he had quite the gaming prowess and had once contemplated being a streamer. However, under his parents' firm insistence on studying, he had never dared to bring it up. Although he understood that becoming a gaming streamer was no easy task, he felt he had never possessed the autonomy to choose for himself. Now, having been reborn as a father, he did not wish to force his child into a life of relentless studying, a single path leading to darkness. Now, he could leverage his exceptional gaming skills to nurture his child's talents in gaming, balancing both learning and gaming. If his studies were satisfactory, he would encourage him to continue. If gaming was his forte, then perhaps he could become a streamer or pursue a professional career in gaming. With his exceptional talent, even if he did not become a prominent streamer, he could certainly earn a living through streaming. If his studies were lacking, his son could still inherit his streaming channel, a father passing down his legacy. How wonderful. Casting a glance at Kuan, he noted that the child was articulate and perhaps had the makings of a streamer. Aichin increasingly found this idea appealing. However, he was not in a hurry. As for the extracurricular activities organized by the school, whatever profession Kuan wished to pursue to earn a living, he would respect his son's aspirations. Chapter 10. Raising Children as Streamers. Avoiding a decade of mistakes on the other side, Zihan sat alone under the large tree at the school gate, eagerly awaiting her mother's arrival. Zihan's mother, Zhang Yin, frequently worked overtime, and her father's hours extended even later. Consequently, every day after school, Zihan found herself waiting for a considerable time. Fortunately, the security booth nearby provided a sense of safety. At this moment, although it was after work hours at Zhang Yan's company, the leadership unexpectedly called for a meeting. In the office, not a single soul dared to voice dissent. On the contrary, some individuals displayed an exaggerated eagerness, bustling about to prepare the meeting space and serve tea. Within the confines of the meeting room, a post-2000 intern beside Zhang Yin could no longer contain his grievances. What kind of incompetent leader calls a meeting after hours? They just love to torment us all day long. Startled by his words, Zhang Yin quickly admonished him in a hushed tone, "Be careful with what you say. Someone might overhear you." Just then, the office head, Mr. Wang, entered with a grim expression, slamming a report onto the table and vociferously demanding, "The client conversion rate has been below 30% for the past 2 months. Is this the best your team can produce?" The dozen or so individuals seated around the conference table dare not breathe, as if the very air had frozen. At that moment, the team leader, Chun Peng, adjusted his glasses and raised his voice deliberately, stating, "Mr. Wang, the client selection task was primarily handled by Zhang Yin and the intern she oversees. Perhaps the quality of clients they selected was insufficient." With that remark, he shifted the burden of blame onto Zhang Yin. The intern, eager to defend himself, instinctively began to rise, but Zhang Yin discreetly restrained him. Subsequently, she stood up, her expression laden with guilt, and addressed Mr. Wang. "I apologize, Mr. Wang. It is my fault. I will reevaluate the client list." Seeing Zhang Yin take responsibility, a satisfied expression crept onto Chun Peng's face. Consequently, Zhang Yin and the intern endured a stern reprimand from Mr. Wang. After the meeting, Chun Peng approached Zhang Yin and advised, "Zhang Yin, remember to take the client list home and rescreen it promptly. Otherwise, it will affect everyone as progress." Zhang Yin nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, and before you leave, please tidy up the office." With that, Chun Peng strode away confidently. The intern, visibly upset, could no longer contain himself and asked Zhang Yin, "Sister Zhang, why do you allow them to bully you like this? We have already screened the client list multiple times." Zhang Yin sighed helplessly and replied earnestly, "Xiao Wu, you are still young. Try not to be too hot-tempered. In the workplace, when leaders criticize, It is best to endure it without retorting. Enduring a bit of hardship is not a big deal. Zhang Yin hurriedly rode her e-bike to the school gate. The moment Zihan spotted her mother, she dashed over, her backpack bouncing. Before even boarding the vehicle, Zihan pulled out a cup of milk tea from her bag and eagerly presented it to Zhang Yin. Her little face flushed with anticipation. "Mother, this is the milk tea I bought for you." Zhang Yin furrowed her brow and inquired, "Zihan, where did you get the money to buy milk tea?" "I saved my pocket money," replied Zihan. "I've never seen you drink milk tea, so I want to treat you to a cup." Hearing her daughter's words, Zhang Yin felt a warmth in her heart. Yet she sighed helplessly and returned the milk tea to Zihan's backpack, gently saying, "Zihan, you should drink this milk tea yourself. Your mother does not enjoy it. Please refrain from spending money frivolously in the future. Consider this. The cost of 1 cup of milk tea could purchase numerous bottles of mineral water. We have water at home. There's no need to waste money on milk tea." Zihan softly acknowledged with an "oh," a flicker of disappointment evident in her eyes. She lowered her head, quietly adjusted her backpack, and took her seat on the electric bike. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yin, as usual, inquired about Zihan's academic progress at school while pedaling, encouraging her to recite the knowledge she had learned once they returned home. Zihan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. She had intended to inform her mother that there had been a physical fitness assessment organized at school and that the teacher had not covered any new material, but ultimately, the words remained unspoken. She understood that her mother would surely think she was not attentive in class. In a live broadcast room, many parents praise Zhang Yin and Zihan. Zhang Yin is truly adept at educating her child, seamlessly integrating learning into daily life. This certainly fosters a love for learning in Zihan. Compared to AI Chun, it's like night and day. Zhang Yin is so responsible towards her child. This is what a qualified parent should embody. Zhang Yin teaches exceptionally well. Zihan is so sensible and obedient, far surpassing my own child. Everywhere in life are opportunities for education. Not only does Zihan learn, but I too have garnered ample parenting knowledge from Zhang Yin's live stream. I highly recommend everyone learn from Zhang Yin. However, dissenting voices emerged as well. Goodness, don't you find this atmosphere stifling? The barrage of compliments is baffling to me. Zihan resembles an emotionless puppet. This is not obedience, but rather an indication of being overly controlled. Zhang Yin may genuinely have Zihan's best interests at heart, yet her educational approach does present some issues. A child's growth requires a degree of freedom. I can't take it anymore. It's too suffocating. I think I'll head over to AI Chen's live stream. The father-son dynamic there seems much more relaxed, and the atmosphere is far better. I feel the same. Zhang Yin epitomizes the archetype of a parent with lofty aspirations for their daughter, placing all their hopes upon the child. In the live stream of Wang Lei, the scenario remained the same. Upon returning home, Wang Lei found Wang Zixuan sprawled on the sofa watching television, having made no progress on his homework. Furious, he seized the belt and initiated a reprimand. Wang Lei looked at his son, who repeatedly promised to behave but continued to make the same mistakes. Feeling a sense of frustration, "You little rascal, for your extracurricular activity, you can go outside and collect bottles. I will make sure you understand whether picking up trash is easier than studying." Upon hearing this, the comments erupted in laughter. Having finished their dinner, AI Chun and Kuan are deliberating on extracurricular practices. Alas, setting up a stall is exhausting, working a job is arduous, and volunteering yields little financial reward. "Father, what profession should I ultimately pursue?" Kuan pondered deeply, yet he still could not discern any rationale. AI Chun smiled and inquired, "My dear son, do you wish to see wealth descend from the heavens while you remain comfortably at home? One cannot expect to reap rewards without diligent effort." Kuan replied earnestly. "In this practical activity, I aspire not only to earn the school certificate, but also to truly make some money. Although I have yet to finalize my work plan, I have certainly contemplated how to spend the earnings. I have conceived of a profession that ensures you can earn money from the comfort of home." AI Chun whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer to his son. Observing his father's enigmatic demeanor, Kuan felt an ominous premonition welling up within him. He rolled his round eyes and cautiously inquired, "Father, you wouldn't want me to become your gaming companion, would you?" Aichen's expression instantly froze. What nonsense was this kid spouting? Was he the kind of heartless father? AI Chun waved his hand and replied, of course not. Just follow my arrangements tomorrow. He chuckled. To accompany someone while still paying them salary? That would be his money earned. Being a streamer is far superior. The earnings come from the audience. Kun Kun, somewhat skeptical, nodded in agreement before turning to fetch his backpack and retreating to his room. He mused to himself that his father likely intended for him to perform some household chores in exchange for a bit of remuneration. Upon seeing Kun Kun head to his room, AI Chun chose not to call him back. After all, it was only reasonable to rest for a while after dinner before diving into the gaming world. AI Chun reclined on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and launched the Douyin app. Since he planned to become a streamer, it was imperative to register an account first. However, upon opening Douyin, he was greeted by a video that had garnered over 1 million likes. The footage showcased him playing games with children, arranging for someone to take them to school, and responding to teachers in the parent group. AI Chen also noted that a trending topic had emerged below the video. Effective parenting showcased a unique educational approach, igniting fervent discussions. Upon delving into the discussions, AI Chen discovered that numerous topics were centered around his actions during the program. Is the younger generation truly deteriorating due to gaming with their children? Neglectful and indifferent. What is the significance of bearing children? Children are the future of a nation. Should Aichen's actions indeed be abolished? The rise of AI Chun, who has garnered widespread votes from netizens, raises questions about the potential hidden dangers beneath this phenomenon. Upon encountering these topics, AI Chun remained unperturbed. It is evident that certain individuals, driven by ulterior motives, seek to generate traffic by deliberately crafting controversial subjects. The propriety of their actions cannot be determined by the creators of such topics. Educating children is inherently subjective. What is deemed right by one may not be viewed the same by another. Children are not mere products on an assembly line. Their lives are not akin to a road, but rather an expansive wilderness. Furthermore, as society advances, some educational philosophies have become rather antiquated. Delving into the comment section, it is indeed apparent that numerous netizens have rallied in his support. Dear family, I have personally tested and found AI Chin's educational approach to be undoubtedly effective. Whether it is truly feasible, I cannot say, but it is certainly time for us to rethink our educational philosophies. One particularly handsome comment has garnered an impressive 300,000 likes. My current popularity seems to be soaring. This has further solidified AI Chin's resolve to become a streamer. Such tremendous traffic must be embraced. The internet has presented this opportunity on a silver platter, and he cannot turn it down. If he can indeed earn a fortune, he will bring Kun Kun along, allowing him to become a streamer and bypass a decade of detours. Chapter 11 in the dim light, reading strained the eyes and following his father along the narrow path. Aichen inadvertently noticed that the door to Kunkin's room had quietly closed at some point. The room was shrouded in darkness, raising a sense of mystery. What on earth was this child up to? Aichen murmured softly, a flicker of doubt igniting within him, before rising to approach Kunkin's chamber. The audience in the live stream was abuzz with excitement, speculating on the nature of the tasks Aichen might assign to Kunkin. I'm curious about what kind of work one can do from home to earn money. Could it be that Aichen is asking Kunkin to do household chores? I think that is quite possible. Aichen is being so cryptic. It must be more complex than it appears. Let's wait and see. With Aichen's current popularity, I might as well start live streaming products too. Though I wonder if the production team would approve. Gently, Aichen pushed open the bedroom door. Bathed in the glow of the living room light, what he beheld momentarily startled him. Kunkin was entirely cocooned in his blanket, tightly wrapped as if in a silken chrysalis. If one listened closely, faint rustling sounds emanated from within the covers. Aichen, his face a mask of suspicion, was about to step closer to investigate when the cameraman behind him, quick-witted and astute, grasped the hem of Aichen's garment, urgently whispering, "Let us step outside. You might hurt the child's self-esteem by intruding." Drawing from his years of being single, the cameraman surmised that Kunkin might be somewhat precocious, likely engaged in activities that were best kept private. Not only could such a scene be inappropriate for broadcast, but intruding might also inflict lasting psychological scars on the child. His words were a well-meaning caution to Achen. As the audience witnessed the cameraman's actions, their imaginations ran wild, connecting the dots to the faint sounds coming from Kunken's bed, and the chat erupted in disbelief. Oh no, could Kunken be secretly engaging in some craft? Is such a young child capable of that? Haha, I can't hold it in. If this goes live, the child would be mortified. Is it funny? All I see is a desperate pilot. Though such behavior is normal, parents should still guide their children properly, educating them on the implications. Can you all think logically? Kunken is still so young. He is probably just sneaking in some phone time. Achen, hurry and step out with the cameraman. We must respect the child's privacy. At that moment, within a broadcasting hall, the atmosphere was undeniably awkward. After all, it was the first time such matters concerning children had been thrust onto the screen. The host, Xiaosa, found himself increasingly anxious. He understood that as long as parents provided proper guidance and informed their children about the negative consequences of such actions, it wouldn't pose a significant issue. However, if the child were to discover that his privacy had been broadcasted, the repercussions could be severe. In her seat, Wang Feng glared at the screen and huffed in discontent. I told you Achen was unreliable. How could he allow the child to develop such undesirable habits? So many spectators support him. He cannot simply exit the room and dismiss the matter. He ought to demonstrate how he intends to educate his child. As Chen listened to the cameraman's words, his doubts intensified. The room was dimly lit. At that moment, he noticed a faint glimmer of light seeping through the gap in Kuen's blanket. Having come from a childhood himself, Chen immediately understood. The lad was likely hiding under the covers, clandestinely reading a comic book or playing on his phone, fearing discovery. In his own youth, when he had been caught by his parents doing the same, it inevitably led to a scolding. Yet, now that he was a parent, he would not treat his child in such a manner. Let him read. Let him play. During holidays, is he not entitled to some leisure? Regarding the cameraman's comment about damaging self-esteem, was it truly that severe? As Chen pondered this, Kuen, nestled in his blanket, seemed to sense the commotion outside and cautiously poked his head out. Upon seeing Chen and the cameraman at the door, he froze, his little eyes wide with surprise and confusion. Once he regained his composure, Kuen hurriedly scrambled to tidy up his belongings on the bed, stuffing them hastily beneath his pillow, and feigned calmness as he spoke. Dad, what are you doing? I was just sleeping. Chen easily saw through Kuen's ruse and chuckled lightly. Sleeping? At your age, how could you possibly be asleep this early? Confess, what are you really up to? With that, Chen stepped closer to the bed, reaching out to lift Kuen's blanket. The cameraman gasped inwardly, regretting the turn of events. Now, the secret was to be exposed in public. How could such a young child endure such a shock? Chen was being too impulsive. Kuen, his face a picture of anxiety, clutched the blanket tightly and shrank back, stammering, I am not doing anything. I really was sleeping. Observing his son's flustered demeanor, Chen found it somewhat amusing and gently remarked, children should not lie. No worries, Dad won't be angry with you. If you wish to play, just do so openly. With that, Chen gently moved the pillow aside. In the next moment, he was taken aback. Beneath the pillow lay a pen, a notebook, and a flashlight. Chen. So this child was doing homework. When did he become so studious? But it didn't make sense. No matter how diligent he was, there was no need to hide under the covers to study. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was in an uproar. An 8-year-old child secretly doing homework under the covers. This plot twist was utterly unforeseen. I can't believe this. I have no doubt this is scripted. Could anyone possibly conceive such a storyline? Wait, I thought he was the pilot, but turns out he is the senior? 666. Hiding under the blanket to do homework. This child's obsession with studying is truly remarkable. Haha. Oh no, the child has become addicted to studying. Haha. The situation at hand is undeniably serious, with the possibility of facing consequences akin to being confined at a prestigious institution for 4 years. It appears I have misjudged Kuen. It seems I'm the only one secretly indulging in distractions under the covers. How peculiar, my friend. Shouldn't the object concealed beneath your pillow be a mobile device? How did it transform into homework? The audience was taken aback, as were the cameraman and the production team in the studio. This child is indeed quite unique. AI Chan gazed at Kuan, feeling a mixture of frustration and disappointment, and remarked, "What on earth are you thinking? With the holiday upon us, you ought to be resting. At the very least, you could peruse a comic book or something." Kuan pouted, expressing his grievance. "I was merely concerned that you would drag me into gaming, leaving me no time to complete my assignments." Chen, with a resolute wave of his hand, firmly declared, "No way, absolutely not. Writing homework in this dimly lit place is detrimental to your eyesight. Assignments can be done at any time, but gaming cannot wait. Tonight, you will accompany me to the alley to practice marksmanship in preparation for tomorrow." With that, AI Chan took Kuan by the hand and led him out of the room. In his view, how could such precious moments be squandered on trivial elementary school assignments? Moreover, practical activities are also a form of homework, are they not? Mastering marksmanship tonight would surely facilitate a smoother gaming experience during tomorrow's live broadcast. Once AI Chen's words reached the live stream, comments flooded in like a tidal wave. "Ha! I thought AI Chen was going to drag the child outside to do homework. Who knew it was to the alley instead?" 666. This is the mark of a divine father. Goodness, is this how one educates a child? At this rate, won't the child genuinely develop a passion for gaming? No. The pressure of gaming is immense. This will only allow Kuan to seamlessly enter Peking University. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere of the comments, the studio was steeped in a palpable tension. Witnessing AI Chen's actions and the audience's laughter, Wang Fong felt a profound sense of sorrow. If this continues, AI Chen will truly ruin the child's future. Look, he doesn't even allow the child to complete his assignments. Isn't this jeopardizing the child's prospects? It's one thing for AI Chan to idly waste his days at home, but now he is dragging the child down with him. What kind of person is fit to be a father? I see that in school's practical activities, AI Chin will not only be of no assistance, but may even hinder progress. Wang Fong launched into another tirade, but this time, her words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Why would anyone focus on such a mundane figure when there was delightful entertainment to behold? Chapter 12. Teammate has come of age. With a slightly smoky voice the following morning, the sunlight quietly crept into the room. In an unusual turn of events, AI Chin did not linger in the warm embrace of his bed as he typically would. Even the older brother, who was there to film, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Kuan's dad is up remarkably early today, the older brother remarked with a smile. AI Chan stifled a yawn and responded succinctly. What can I say? With my son at home, I must prepare a breakfast after all. Normally, he would slumber until noon, but on weekends when his son was present, the desire for breakfast compelled him to rise early. With bleary eyes, AI Chun ambled towards the door, only to find that the kitchen supplies had been depleted. Outside, he discovered a tray of eggs, a handful of noodles, and some fresh vegetables that he had ordered for delivery. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were unable to contain their excitement. Wow, AI Chun is up so early today and has even bought ingredients. Is he planning to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Kuan? This is incredible. Is AI Chun experiencing an outpouring of paternal love today? Who says AI Chun doesn't love his child? I see his affection runs deep. If it were me, I would have the resolve to rise early to make breakfast. I usually just grab some buns for the kids. Kuan is bound to be overjoyed when he sees the loving breakfast. After gaming all night, he still managed to wake up this early. Youth indeed brings boundless energy. After placing the ingredients in the kitchen, AI Chan strolled to Kuan's bedroom door and gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Time to get up, son. Before long, Kuan emerged from his room, dressed and ready. Hey, Dad, what's for breakfast today? Kuan inquired. We're having vegetable and egg noodles. The ingredients are in the kitchen. It's your turn to handle it. I'm going back to catch a few more winks. Once it's cooked, call me. Oh, and don't fry any eggs for me. Just have them yourself, as I'm not fond of them. After issuing these instructions, AI Chan turned without a backward glance and retreated to his room. Collapsing onto the bed, Kuan appeared to have grown accustomed to his father's arrangements. He entered the bathroom to freshen up and then proceeded to the kitchen, adeptly washing, chopping, and cooking the noodles. Though not particularly tall, he skillfully stood on a small stool, moving with impressive efficiency. The older brother, who was filming, found himself momentarily speechless. In the broadcast studio, everyone exchanged glances. The audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. "Oh no, I got all emotional for nothing. You bought the ingredients for your child to make breakfast." Indeed, it's the brave who first enjoy the world. Letting their child prepare breakfast is truly remarkable. Haha. 70s generation. Dad want to eat until you do. 80s generation. Finish your meal, then dad will eat. 90s generation. This little one can't eat. Aughts generation. The child cooks for dad. Kuen's movements are so adept, it's almost heart-wrenching. All right. It seems the most resilient souls have reincarnated as the children of the aughts. I've learned something valuable. I'll do it this way when I have kids. Look how considerate Kuen is, even knowing to prepare breakfast for his father. Achen doesn't tea like eggs? Is he trying to save the nutritious ones for his child? Overthinking it. Eggs are only a few coins. I believe Chun simply does not enjoy eating them. Ha ha ha. At this moment, within the studio, the previous day's voting results were displayed on the big screen. First place, Chen's family with 90,000 votes. Second place, Zhang Yan's family with 60,000 votes. Third place, Wang Lei's family with 40,000 votes. Upon seeing that Chen's family had surpassed Zhang Yan's, securing the top position with a remarkable 90,000 votes, Wang Fang's expression darkened instantly. She could not fathom why someone like Chun, who treated child education as a mere game, could garner such widespread support. In Huagua, the education of children has always been a matter of utmost importance for parents. Millennia of experience have taught that without rules, order cannot be established. Children should be instilled with a sense of discipline and etiquette from a young age, establishing firm principles in morality and behavior. Furthermore, as the first teachers of their children, parents' every action subtly influences their offspring. How could someone as unruly as Chen possibly educate a child effectively? Yet, it baffled her that so many still supported him. Wang Fang could hardly imagine what the future of Huagua would resemble if the younger generation emulated Chen's approach to education. She recognized that some young people were resisting the so-called Chinese-style education. She longed to awaken them to the fact that the educational philosophies passed down through generations have been tested by time and are the most correct and suitable. With a cold snort, Wang Fang thought to herself, just wait and see. At this rate, let alone whether Chen's son can perform well in his final exams. This practical activity is bound to be a disaster. Meanwhile, Chun and Kuen had finished their breakfast. Shortly thereafter, Chen rummaged through the storage room and unearthed his old live-streaming equipment, setting it up and adjusting it. Although the equipment had been idle for some time, it was fortunate that it still functioned properly. Kuen, who had initially planned to return to his room to read after breakfast, curiously approached. "Dad, what are you doing?" "I'm preparing work for you," Chen replied, pulling Kuen over and settling him in the gaming chair while pointing to the microphone beside them. "Your job is to be a streamer." Kuen's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. "Streamer? Dad, you can't be serious." Chen took a seat beside him and said, "What? Didn't you say you didn't know what job to pursue? I think being a streamer suits you quite well." Kuen scratched his head, his expression troubled. "But I don't have any talents. I can't sing or dance." Although he found the idea of being a streamer intriguing, he felt he lacked any noteworthy skills. Even as a food streamer, his appetite was not particularly large. Moreover, he was plagued by doubts about whether being a streamer could truly be profitable. Chun burst into laughter, placing the gaming headset on Kuen's head. "Son, you will be a gaming streamer." Kun. Before he could fully process this, the cameraman beside them could not help but chime in. "Dear Kuen's father, might this approach not be rather inappropriate? The school-organized practical activities are intended to allow children to experience various professions, appreciate the hardships of earning a living, and cultivate gratitude. Yet, Chun seems to have a different idea, allowing the child to become a gaming streamer. What sort of profession is that? Such a notion is indeed astonishing. I can only imagine that the audience in the live stream might be just as bewildered as he is. In confusion, Achen inquired, "Is it not permissible to stream live during the recording of a show? After all, streaming while live seems akin to a nesting doll." However, he himself intends to be a streamer in the future. This is his vocation, and not streaming is simply not an option. The cameraman paused for a moment and replied, I'm not quite sure about that. It's just that the child is still young, and allowing him to stream games could potentially lead to some negative influences." AI Chun, realizing this, pondered for a moment before devising a solution. "Well then, during the live stream, let us not have Kuin on camera. We can simply capture his gameplay." The cameraman silently marveled at AI Chin's ingenuity, thinking to himself, I spoke too soon. This AI Chin is quite the character." Turning to Kuin, AI Chun patted his shoulder and asked, "So, my son, after practicing our shooting skills for so long last night, do you think you could perform well in the live stream?" Kuin swallowed hard and hesitated before responding. "Dad, is this job really reliable? I'm afraid I might get criticized by my teacher when I return to school." Before he could finish, AI Chin interrupted. "What are you worried about? Is being a gaming streamer not a legitimate profession? Can one not earn money as a gaming streamer? Didn't the teacher ask for video submissions? You can simply record the live stream and send it to him. We are legitimate streamers, earning lawful money. On what grounds could the teacher criticize you? Who knows? If you earn money through streaming, the teacher might even commend you." AI Chen's words left Kuin momentarily speechless. Upon hearing the mention of commendation, Kuin's spirits lifted, and he eagerly nodded, saying, "All right, Dad, I'm in. But please, don't put too much pressure on me while I'm gaming." AI Chan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You go ahead and log in to prepare. I'll start the live stream shortly. Rest assured, as long as you bring the same diligence to gaming as you did when you secretly completed your homework last night, I won't pressure you." Since Kuin is still a minor and cannot register for a streaming account, he must use AI Chin's account for the live stream. AI Chin adjusted the camera to focus on Kuin's computer screen, which could directly project the visuals to the live stream. He set an appealing title for the broadcast, "Sweet Duo with Teammates," aiming for the top of the national server. Suddenly, AI Chin recalled that his son had a rather distinct voice. To avoid any issues with Douyin's review process, he quickly added a note in large letters to the live stream. "Teammate is of legal age, possesses a slightly raspy voice." Chapter 13. A polite child, as AI Chin showcased his live streaming account before the camera of the accompanying brother. It didn't take long for nearly 10,000 viewers to flood into his live stream. The extracurricular activity organized by the school was originally intended for children to experience various professions. However, AI Chun took a different route, directly bringing his son along to become a gaming streamer. The audience watching The Art of Parenting could never have anticipated that AI Chan would create such an unexpected scenario. Although the number of attendees in his live stream was not particularly high, it paled in comparison to the viewer count of The Art of Parenting. Nevertheless, those who joined were almost all loyal fans of AI Chan. The barrage of comments rolled in fervently. "I can't believe AI Chan has turned into a gaming streamer. Ha! Everyone, hit that follow button and join the fan club. We're about to witness the birth of a new internet celebrity. Sharing the live stream, haha, isn't that a bit much? Your teammate is already of age, with a bit of smoky voice. I'm laughing so hard hurts. If the school teachers see Kuin as a gaming streamer, they might faint. LOL, I was initially going to ask AI Chun to be my godfather, but now I feel like I should reward him. I becoming his godfather first?" User Guizhou Belia donated a Porsche. User Sun Xiaochuan donated a hot air balloon. Triple X donated. Watching the gifts continuously pour into the live stream, AI Chun felt both flattered and astonished. The enthusiasm of the audience far exceeded his expectations. Standing before the camera, he clasped his hands together and sincerely expressed, "This is my first live stream, my debut, and I thank you all for your support. Today's content features a sweet duo with my son. Feel free to follow if you enjoy it. I genuinely appreciate every viewer, whether you send gifts or not. You are all my benefactors." Having said that, AI Chun pulled Kuin over, pushing him into the frame. "Due to certain unavoidable factors, my teammate won't be on camera during the game later, but let me introduce him to you all. Kuin, Please greet our godfathers and godmothers in the live stream. Kuin stood before the camera, mimicking AI Chin's gesture of clasping his hands together, then bowed deeply, earnestly saying, "Good morning, dear godfathers and godmothers." Kuin exhibited no reluctance towards this title. His demeanor was poised, and his greeting was clear and resonant. After all, the viewers in the live stream represented his hopes for earning money and securing awards at school. Moreover, he regularly watched live streams and was already accustomed to the terms godfather and godmother. Witnessing this scene, the audience in AI Chin's live stream erupted in laughter. To them, the father-son duo was an absolute delight. However, some viewers of the art of parenting voiced differing opinions. Isn't this treating the child as a cash cow? The child is only 8 years old. His mental maturity is still developing. Would calling someone godfather or godmother be detrimental to his worldview? Feels a bit lacking in integrity, doesn't it? Is this how we allow children to bow and scrape before the audience in a live streaming room? However, soon, someone in the comments stood up to respond to these voices. It's merely a kind interaction. Let us not overanalyze a child's innocence through an adult lens. The child is having fun while learning to interact with others. There is no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. Besides, this is a courtesy unique to this profession. Politeness and upbringing are two different matters. Teaching children gratitude is perfectly fine. The child is so polite, addressing them as foster parents. Dog head emoji. Meanwhile, Wang Lei had already taken his son out. Wang Zixuan's task today was to collect recyclables. Wang Zixuan, don't rummage through the trash bins. It's too dirty. Just pick up some bottles by the roadside. Wang Lei was dressed neatly in a white shirt paired with jeans. Yet he carried a snakeskin bag with clattering aluminum cans inside, creating a stark contrast. At that moment, Wang Zixuan resembled a playful cat, running around and even diving into a trash bin. Wang Lei's admonitions drew curious glances from passers-by, feeling the weight of their stares. He flushed with embarrassment and approached Wang Zixuan again, sternly warning him, "If you don't study diligently, you'll end up picking up garbage like this in the future. Then you will understand that no one will respect you." As he spoke, he bent down to retrieve a mud-stained iced tea bottle from the greenery, deliberately shaking it in front of Wang Zixuan. "Do you see this water bottle? The current recycling price is just 10 cents. To earn enough for today's lunch." Before he could finish, Wang Zixuan raised the garbage tongs and dashed across the street. "Dad, come here. There are several treasure chests over here. Trash bins. Today's lunch is secured. Collecting trash is so much fun. I'll do it every day after school." Wang Lei. Watching his son enjoy collecting trash rather than treating it as a chore, he felt both exasperated and amused. This scene successfully elicited laughter from the audience in the live stream. What was intended to be a lesson in hardship unexpectedly turned into a source of joy for the child. Wang Zixuan certainly had a knack for infuriating his father. On the other side, Zihan and her mother. The previous evening, Zhang Yin had initially been reluctant to let Zihan participate in this activity, preferring that she stay home to study. However, upon learning that this event could lead to awards and recognition for the children, she swiftly decided on a task for Zihan, selling handmade cookies. In the vacant lot downstairs in their community, Zhang Yin and Zihan set up a small stall filled with a variety of homemade cookies. Although the school advised against assisting the children, she thought it vital not to delay her daughter's learning. Thus, all these cookies were baked by Zhang Yin at 6 in the morning. Zhang Yin brought over a small stool and reminded Zihan, "Since there is no one around right now, you can read your book first. I'll remind you when customers arrive." Zihan nodded dutifully and began to read her book attentively. Before long, a mother strolled past with a young boy of about 6. Upon spotting the cookie stand, the boy's eyes sparkled with delight, and he dashed over without hesitation. Observing this, Zihan promptly set down her book and approached them with enthusiasm. "Hello, Auntie and little brother. These are our handmade cookies. They are absolutely delicious. Would you care to try some?" The boy, unabashed, reached for a cookie and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly grabbing another before finishing the first. Zihan, unfazed, politely continued her introductions. "This one is chocolate-flavored, and that one is milk-flavored." Suddenly, the boy reached out and seized a handful of cookies, stuffing them directly into his pocket. Alarmed, Zihan rushed forward to intervene. "Little brother, you can't do that. You need to pay for those." The boy paid her no heed and turned to flee with the cookies. Quick-witted, Zihan grasped his arm, but to her surprise, the boy was surprisingly strong. With a vigorous twist, he shoved her to the ground. "Ouch!" she exclaimed as she landed on the cobblestone path, a pained expression crossing her face. At that moment, onlookers began to express their disapproval. How can this child behave so rudely? Where are the parents? Such poor upbringing. Indeed, how can one simply snatch things and push others? The boy's mother, upon hearing the criticism, appeared somewhat embarrassed. Just then, Zhang Yin hurried over to assist Zihan, brushing off the dust from her clothes while reassuring her. "It's all right. It's normal for children to play roughly. Those cookies aren't worth much. Just take them and enjoy." Hearing this, the boy stuck out his tongue at the onlookers and gleefully returned to his mother. The mother, filled with pride, remarked to the crowd, "See, the parents aren't upset, so what business is it of yours?" The bystanders could only shake their heads in dismay and walk away. As the spectators dispersed, Zhang Yin knelt beside Zihan, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, and spoke earnestly. "Zihan, I understand you feel wronged, but we must learn to be tolerant and gracious. He is still young and does not comprehend his actions. We cannot hold it against him. Remember what your teacher taught you. Enduring a moment of frustration can lead to calmness. Taking a step back can open up a broader perspective, as we are currently recording a program. I wish to use this opportunity to impart lessons of kindness and understanding to both you and our viewers. A little more tolerance can make the world a better place." Suppressing her grievances, Zihan returned to the stand to tidy up. However, the cheerful spirit she had while setting up was now overshadowed by disappointment. In the broadcasting studio, Wang Feng, who had been irritated by AI Chen's antics, found solace in Zhang Yan's approach, her face lighting up with a smile. "Zhang Yan has truly done well. Through this trivial incident, she has helped Zihan grasp profound truths. Enduring hardship is a blessing. Tolerance and humility are traditional virtues of our nation, and parents should cultivate these in their children from a young age." Just as she anticipated the barrage of comments to be praises for Zhang Yan's mother and an affirmation of her own viewpoint, the messages on the screen caused her smile to freeze instantly. "I nurtured you. You fool. The more you think about it, the more infuriated you become. Taking a step back only makes you feel more disadvantaged. Can you old clam just be quiet? If suffering brings blessings, then you should indulge in it more." Chapter 14. How many fathers does it have? You have only me as your father. Oh my goodness. Witnessing such a mischievous child makes me want to slap him across the face. How can you be such a mother? It infuriates me to the point that my chest aches. Not only did the cookies fail to sell, but how could you also fail to protect your daughter? As a protective parent, I can no longer endure this live broadcast for even a moment. I simply cannot comprehend whether she is educating her child for the sake of show or if she genuinely behaves this way. Either scenario is unacceptable to me, so I shall take my leave. Previously, when others criticized Zhang Yin, I defended her, but this time she indeed has significant issues. It seems I must observe further before deciding whether to cast my vote for her today. Perhaps I should watch AI Chen instead. Although he may inadvertently lead his child into trouble, he certainly does not allow others to bully him. Recently, the topic of AI Chen's parenting has been trending on social media. Not only on Douyin, but also on various short video platforms like Slowfoot and Huali. Numerous accounts dedicated to editing this program have emerged. The latest episode of Effective Parenting has quickly gained immense popularity online. AI Chen's decision to initiate a personal live stream on Douyin was initially against the program's regulations. However, this action has attracted a substantial amount of traffic to the show from Douyin. The production team is well aware that much of the current popularity is largely due to AI Chen's influence. Thus, his actions have been implicitly condoned. In AI Chen's Douyin livestream, within less than an hour, the viewer count approached 50,000. The screen was filled with an unending stream of virtual gifts. Meanwhile, the live viewership for Effective Parenting has reached an astonishing 500,000, with over 300,000 viewers drawn in specifically by AI Chen. As for the other two parents in the program, Zhang Yin, who previously had the highest viewer count, has seen a significant decline in numbers over the past few days. Especially today, in a live stream, Zhang Yin not only failed to protect her child, but also insisted on lecturing him with lofty ideals. Consequently, her viewer count plummeted by nearly half. In contrast, Wang Lei's family, which had consistently lagged behind, experienced a surge in viewers today, thanks to Wang Zixuan's antics of frantically opening treasure chests by the roadside, which amused the audience and added several thousand viewers. The number of viewers is closely tied to the number of votes received, indicating that AI Chen's upcoming vote count will likely surpass that of the other two families by a considerable margin. Meanwhile, AI Chen has entered the fray with Kuan Kuan. As soon as they commenced the game, Kuan Kuan began to jump around in front of AI Chen, exclaiming, "Dad, I want to play sniper." AI Chen promptly rejected his request, stating, "You little rascal, not a chance. You need to stand in front of me and shield me from bullets, not play sniper." Upon hearing this, Kuan Kuan immediately rose from his chair, approached AI Chen, and pleaded, "Let me have a turn. I practiced my sniping skills last night. I guarantee I'll hit a headshot every time." As the game was about to begin, seeing Kuan Kuan's relentless persistence, AI Chen felt somewhat helpless. However, he did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he countered with a question. "Who am I to you?" Kuan Kuan promptly deeply. "Father, you are truly my dad." Ai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Since I am your father, you must protect me while using the sniper, understood?" Kuan Kuan nodded fervently, repeatedly affirming, "Absolutely." Subsequently, AI Chen tossed a sniper rifle onto the ground for Kuan Kuan. At that moment, within the game, both AI Chen and Kuan Kuan had their microphones activated, leading to their conversation being overheard by several teammates. One teammate, with a northeaster accent, could not help but interject, approaching Kuan Kuan's character. "Come on, man. It's just a game. Are you really calling someone dad over a sniper rifle? That's a bit spineless, isn't it?" The other teammates gathered around, echoing, "Exactly. What is so exciting about a sniper? Why are you calling dad so often?" However, when Kuan Kuan picked up the sniper rifle from the ground, they were astonished to discover that it was a dragon sniper worth millions. Instantly, their expressions shifted. "Dad, let me touch the stock. Just once. I'll send you 200 smokes as a token of respect." "Dad, you are truly my dad. Let me have a turn." Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Haha, Kuan Kuan is spot on. This is a real dad. Haha, I'm laughing so hard hurts. This is quite the spectacle, my friend." These teammates would never have guessed that this is a father playing sweetly alongside his slightly raspy voiced son. 666. I just happened to pass by. What kind of show is this? A parenting show or a gaming show? Wow, is this a real dragon sniper? Is AI Chen really that wealthy? AI Chen chose not to respond to the last comment, as the sniper was certainly not his. It was provided by a senior in the live stream room. Before long, the battle reached a tense and exhilarating phase, causing the viewers to become increasingly anxious. The teammates exchanged positions and information. At this moment, Kuan Kuan, hiding behind a crate, asked AI Chen, "How many dads are in sight?" Hearing this, AI Chen paused for a moment, initially intending to say 5, but suddenly realized something was amiss. He tapped Kuan Kuan on the head, saying, "You little rascal. What do you mean by how many dads? You only have one father." Kuan Kuan looked aggrieved. "I meant, how many enemies are at a sight?" AI Chen retorted, "Next time, pay attention to your punctuation." Their dialogue in the live stream once again sent the audience into fits of laughter. The comedic exchanges between AI Chen and his son were remarkably frequent. At this point, AI Chen possessed top-tier gaming skills and could have easily concluded the match. But his intention was to train his son, hence he held back. Watching Kuan Kuan hiding behind the crate, using the sniper rifle to outline targets, his irritation grew. "Kuan Kuan, stop fiddling with that broken sniper and switch to an assault rifle to follow me." Realizing his father's urgency, Kuan Kuan dared not say more and quickly complied. However, within half a minute, Kuan Kuan became the unfortunate victim of the enemy's gunfire. "Son, were you not supposed to shield me from the bullets? Where are you?" Ai Chen urged. Kuan Kuan pointed at the now lifeless computer screen and shrugged. "Dad, I've exhausted all my resources." Ai Chen, preparing to give Kuan Kuan a proper lesson, suddenly noticed a series of messages from the enemy across all channels. "The enemy's movements remind me of my grandmother. She just learned how to use a computer. How did someone playing the Dragon Sniper become this inept? Want to be my apprentice? I can teach you how to play. Is the opponent a rookie? My cat says if you scatter some rice on your keyboard, even chickens would perform better than you. With an innocent expression, Kuin replied, "This has nothing to do with me. I have to keep an eye on both the enemy and you, Dad." At that moment, the live stream's comments were filled with laughter, and many mocked AI Chun not only for his ineptitude, but also for selling his son. Upon seeing the enemy's remarks, AI Chun was infuriated. He could tolerate them mocking his son, but their insults about his skills were intolerable. Furthermore, to deride his son's abilities was to insult himself, which he simply could not abide. He spoke in a grave tone. "Wait and see, son. Watch how your father annihilates them." In the next instant, AI Chen's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, locking onto the screen with fierce intensity. His fingers danced gracefully across the keyboard and mouse, maneuvering his character with remarkable finesse. The enemy's bullets missed their mark as he swiftly executed a series of actions, turning, aiming, and shooting. Pulling the trigger of his AK, the enemy fell to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, AI Chun had eliminated all the adversaries. Watching the barrage of question marks from the opposing team, Kuin was equally astonished. Did Dad just level up? How did he suddenly become so formidable? The live chat erupted in exclamations. Wow, I must not have blinked. How did the entire enemy team fall so quickly? I don't understand this game, but the streamer looks incredibly skilled. No way, mate. You're making me have to follow you. It doesn't seem like he's cheating. The streamer is clearly playing fair. 666, not even pretending. With this level, he could easily compete professionally. Goodness, is the streamer this protective? His son gets insulted, and his father goes on a rampage. Indeed, the vengeance for a son is not to be taken lightly. Dog emoji. As the victory screen appeared, AI Chin reclined in his chair, satisfied, and glanced at the still-dazed Kuin. With earnestness, AI Chan imparted a lesson. Do you see, Kuin? In electronic sports, being inept is a grave sin. If you lack skill, you shall be ridiculed, much like in real life. If you are weak, you will be bullied. At such times, my duty is to grow stronger and retaliate. Today, I have aided you, but I may not be able to do so next time. Do you understand? Kuin scratched his head, appearing somewhat perplexed. At that moment, a comment floated through the live chat. Got it. You're still young now, so your father puts pressure on you. When you grow up, remember to strike back, take away his oxygen tank. Kuin pointed at the barrage of comments. Dad, do you mean I should disconnect your oxygen tank in the future? As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience erupted in laughter. Even the cameraman nearby struggled to contain himself. However, amidst the laughter, it was evident that AI Chin's actions had provided Kuin a much-needed sense of vindication. Viewers in the live broadcast room expressed their astonishment. It must be said, it is truly rare for AI Chan to defend his son, even in a game. Indeed, although it's merely a game, AI Chin never allows his son to suffer any losses. Faced with the enemy's taunts, AI Chan went on a rampage. Had it not been for the live broadcast, I believe he might have transformed into a fierce combatant, retaliating directly. It seems that the bond between this father and son is growing stronger. Kuin is even bold enough to make jokes about disconnecting the oxygen tank. Haha. Everyone, while we jest and laugh, remember to cast your vote. Meanwhile, at the Municipal Education Bureau. Chapter 15. The director of the Education Bureau prepares for a visit. The young director of the Education Bureau, Lin Wayman, impeccably attired in formal wear, sat poised in his bright office. Although today was a day of respite, he remained steadfastly dedicated to his duties, diligently addressing various matters. At that moment, his secretary, Xiao Wu, hurriedly entered the room, respectfully presenting him with a document. Lin Wayman reached out to accept it. It was a report concerning the extracurricular practical activities arranged for primary and secondary schools throughout the city. In his endeavor to foster the holistic development of students, encompassing moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education, and to deter them from solely pursuing academic excellence, he had convened a meeting a few days prior, urging schools to actively engage in extracurricular practical activities. He granted them the autonomy to choose the themes for these activities. As he scanned the report, his brow furrowed slightly at the themes selected by the various schools. Visiting nursing homes to care for the elderly, assisting sanitation workers in cleaning the streets for a day, organizing book donations. None of these themes met Lin Weimin's expectations. He yearned for an initiative that was innovative and genuinely capable of enhancing students' practical skills. Suddenly, a particular theme from one school captured his attention: Sunshine Primary School. Vocational experience activities. A glimmer of delight sparkled in his eyes. This theme aligned perfectly with his aspirations. Lin Weimin noted that Sunshine Primary School had scheduled its extracurricular practical activities for the upcoming weekend. He turned to his secretary, Xiao Wu, and instructed, "Please contact the principal of Sunshine Primary School. Today, we shall visit the homes of their students to investigate and understand the specifics of their participation in this extracurricular practical activity." At that point, Lin Weimin recalled a recent educational program on the Central Television Network titled Effective Parenting, which featured 3 families from Sunshine Primary School. However, due to his demanding work schedule, he had not yet found the time to watch it. He added to Xiao Wu, "Let us select those 3 families featured in Effective Parenting as our subject for this visit. While we might glean some insights from the live broadcasts, it would be far more advantageous for us to conduct an on-site investigation." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, but then seemed to recall something, her expression shifting to one of unease. "Director Lin, if we choose them, it may not be conducive to our investigation." "Why is that?" Lin Weimin inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Recently, Effective Parenting has sparked considerable controversy online. Our visit could potentially incite even greater debate." Xiao Wu was aware of the program and had viewed numerous videos showcasing AI Chen's distinctive educational methods, which had profoundly impacted him. He understood the rationale behind AI Chen's approach. However, the direct presentation of such unconventional educational practices within the established and long-standing educational system left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Lin Weimin's expression became serious as he remarked, "The substantial controversy indicates a heightened level of public interest. We must delve into the community and listen to the voices of the populace. It is imperative that we visit such families to truly comprehend the circumstances faced by the students within them." Xiao Wu continued, "However, Director Lin, I am concerned that any unforeseen incidents could adversely affect the image of our Education Bureau." In his heart, he was particularly anxious about AI Chen, whose immense popularity could lead to unpredictable behavior in front of the Bureau's representatives, potentially placing the Bureau in a precarious position. Lin Weimin waved his hand dismissively. "Xiao Wu, I understand you consider matters thoroughly. Yet since we don this uniform, we must serve the people wholeheartedly and prioritize their needs without hesitation." He instructed, "Go ahead and contact the principal of their school." Seeing the director's resolute stance, Xiao Wu refrained from further objections and exited. At Sunshine Primary School, Principal Chen Shan was taken aback upon learning that the Education Bureau director would personally visit the homes of their students, particularly the 3 families featured in the Teaching Children Well program. A sense of foreboding gripped him, should any complications arise during the visit. His position as principal could be jeopardized. Consequently, he hastily opened the program's live stream, only to find Zhang Yan's family selling cookies and Wang Lei's family collecting recyclables. As for AI Chen's family, why was the screen black? Chen Shan pondered aloud. Could it be that the influx of viewers had overwhelmed the server? He promptly called the homeroom teacher, Li Lan. After inquiring, he learned that AI Chen had seemingly indicated working from home on the activity sheet for the parent group. This revelation brought a sigh of relief from Chen Shan. Working from home should pose no significant issues. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he instructed Li Lan to visit AI Chen's home and inform both AI Chen and his son, Kuan, of the impending visit, while he himself prepared to welcome Director Lin Weimin. Meanwhile, at AI Chen's location, the cameraman faced an unexpected technical malfunction and was frantically attempting repairs. This resulted in AI Chen's live stream remaining perpetually blacked out. However, this unforeseen circumstance attracted a surge of viewers to AI Chen's gaming stream. At that moment, AI Chen, alongside Kuan, exuberantly expressed gratitude for the gifts received in the live chat. In unison, they declared, Thank you to our benefactor for the CSGO officials Doe number 1. Thank you to our benefactor who adores beautiful ladies for the grand airplane. Thank you to our benefactor Kuin is my dad for the hot air balloon. Of course, the last remark was articulated by AI Chun. Amidst their jovial interactions with the audience, AI Chun noticed Kuin becoming increasingly adept at engaging with the viewers, while the cameraman continued his repairs. Thus, he instructed Kuin, "Son, you continue the broadcast. I shall take a brief rest on the bed." Kuin gestured an okay sign to AI Chun, his expression devoid of surprise. After all, aside from gaming, his father's other great passion was sleeping. Having streamed alongside his father for such a prolonged period, he now possessed ample confidence to maintain the flow of the live broadcast. "All right, your shooting skills are rather lacking. Make haste to practice. I warn you, do not attempt to sneak in some learning while I am asleep, or you shall face my wrath," he declared. Unperturbed, Kuin took a seat and resumed his game, speaking in his unique, lively tone while interacting with the viewers in the chat. I noticed a viewer inquired, "Host, your rifle skills seem overly reliant on technique. Could you recommend a simpler, yet more powerful weapon?" Indeed, there are several options. A total of 9 formidable weapons that are currently T0. 5 tier, with a sniper rifle leading the pack, he responded. Observing this scene, AI Chin couldn't help but chuckle. His son certainly possessed a flair for streaming. Just as AI Chan was about to retreat to his room for a refreshing slumber, the cameraman, who was busy repairing equipment, looked up and asked, Kuin's father, aren't you monitoring the live stream? What is so interesting?" AI Chan shrugged, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. "What could possibly happen? Perhaps in my absence, this little rascal is having even more fun," he retorted. The cameraman glanced at Kuin, seemingly convinced by AI Chen's rationale. Moreover, schools advise parents to refrain from interfering with their children's extracurricular activities. It was their growth, not mine. Why should I linger here? Besides, ISNT your equipment still not repaired? I need to record any programs now, so why not seize the opportunity for some rest? The cameraman fell silent, bowing his head to continue his repairs. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher, Li Lan, hurried toward AI Chen's home, dialing his phone. To her dismay, the call went unanswered, and the broadcast remained a black screen. The principal had gone to meet the director of the Education Bureau, and should anything untoward occur before their arrival, her stable teaching position could be jeopardized. Anxiously, she reached AI Chan's doorstep and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Kuin opened the door and was taken aback to see his homeroom teacher standing outside. He quickly welcomed her into the living room. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Li Lan entered, surveying the surroundings. In the center of the living room stood 2 prominent computers, while in the corner, a man was fiddling with a plethora of equipment. Kuin, is he your Li Lan began to inquire. Before Kuin could respond, the cameraman introduced himself. "Hello, teacher. I am the cameraman for Raising Children Right." Upon hearing these words, Li Lan immediately greeted politely and glanced around once more, failing to spot AI Chun. She inquired of Kuin, "The teacher has come to observe your extracurricular activities. Where is your father? I have urgent matters to discuss with him." After all, it was a rare moment when her father had finally gone to sleep, freeing her from his watchful gaze, and perhaps she could even indulge in a bit of reading. Naturally, Kuin was reluctant to have anyone disturb his father's slumber. Thus, he quickly responded, "Shoo, teacher, my father is sleeping in the room. Please don't wake him. You see, I am currently engaged in my extracurricular activities." With that, Kuin led Li Lan in front of his live streaming camera. Chapter 16, Gift Bombing and Oxygen Tank Removal, Whether or Not You Donate. As soon as the homeroom teacher, Li Lan, appeared on the live stream, the audience erupted with excitement. Surprised? Aren't you? Unexpected, right? The school arranged for a vocational experience, and Kuin has transformed into a game streamer. I can barely contain my laughter. How could this teacher personally come to check assignments? Is she satisfied with the paper Kuin submitted? Haha. When AI Chan wakes up and discovers the teacher is here, his jaw will probably drop in shock. TSK. I remember their homeroom teacher is quite strict. She will surely reprimand Kuin for playing games. Oh no. Please don't punish my favorite streamer. Teacher, if the live stream goes black and you make Kuin log off, What will I watch? On the computer desk, dazzling RGB lights flickered incessantly, and the screen displayed gameplay. Beside it, a monitor stood tall, with a camera aimed directly at the scene, capturing everything. Leland stared blankly at the unfolding spectacle. After a moment, she slowly regained her composure. Kuan, are you playing a game? Kuan replied earnestly. No, teacher, I am working. My profession is a game streamer. Upon hearing this, Leland's astonishment deepened. A game streamer? Goodness! How could AI Chun permit his child to choose such a vocation? Not to mention her own near fainting from the sight. If the director from the Education Bureau, who was scheduled to visit, were to witness this, it would spell disaster. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of indignation. It was evident that children reflect the values of their parents. At just 8 years old, he aspires to be a game streamer. Such a dereliction of duty. Leland stifled her rising panic and fury, turning to Kuan with a serious expression. Kuan, being a game streamer is not a commendable profession. What led you to consider this path? Teacher, it was my dad who chose this profession for me. I think it's quite good. I can chat with uncles and aunts while earning money. Learning that AI Chan had encouraged Kuan to become a game streamer only fueled Leland's anger further. A child's upbringing reflects the responsibility of the parent, and AI Chun was utterly negligent. The school had organized extracurricular activities to help children appreciate the value of hard-earned money and to cultivate gratitude. Yet here he was, allowing his child to indulge in frivolity while instilling a warped sense of values. The child was still young, and Leland was determined not to let AI Chun's irresponsibility warp Kuan's worldview and ruin his future. She initially intended to confront AI Chun immediately and express her grievances. However, recalling that there were crew members from the Art of Parenting in the room and that the program was still being filmed, she forced herself to regain her composure. With a stern expression, she pulled Kuan closer and said gravely, Kuan, at your young age, you should prioritize your studies, strive for admission to a prestigious university, and secure a respectable job in the future. You must heed the advice of your teacher. I have your best interests at heart. Tell me, how much can you possibly earn as a game streamer? These are merely trivial free gifts. Who would willingly part with their money for such a child? Free gifts? Kuan scratched his head and pointed at the live stream display. Are those helicopters and Porsches also free gifts? But my father says those gifts are worth a considerable sum. Upon hearing this, a large question mark appeared above Leland's head. She focused her gaze on the screen and was astonished to see that the total value of gifts in the upper right corner had nearly reached 20,000. Moreover, the gift effects in the live stream were flashing incessantly. She was further surprised to discover that the number of viewers in Kuan's live stream had soared to an astonishing 100,000. Leland was momentarily speechless, unable to utter a word. A mere 8-year-old child received gifts worth 20,000 on his first day of streaming. She felt as though her worldview was being shattered. In reality, there were not many viewers showering extravagant gifts. Most were simply there for the spectacle. However, with such a large audience, even a single contribution of a small token could accumulate to over 10,000. Kuan guided the still bewildered Leland to sit on the sofa. Teacher, please wait here for a moment. My father is asleep in the room, and I dare not wake him. Kindly stay here for a bit. I shall return to my work now. Saying this, Kuan returned to his computer. He was not particularly passionate about being a game streamer. Since school began, teachers had advised him to study diligently and gain admission to a prestigious university. Although AI Chan had encouraged him to play games these past few days, he still harbored the hope of eventually attending a good university. As for his current dedication to streaming, it was partly to earn accolades from school and partly to gather funds for purchasing study materials. Ultimately, he also wished to celebrate AI Chen's birthday with the earnings from these 2 days of streaming. Tomorrow was his father's birthday, and he wanted to buy AI Chen a grand cake. The thought filled him with motivation. He spoke up. Dear viewers, my father should be asleep now. What programs would you like to see? Please express your wishes in the chat. The enthusiasm of the audience in the live stream surged instantly. Kun. You truly are impervious to persuasion, even leaving the teacher befuddled. Is it all right to see you get spanked by the teacher? Dog emoji. Continue playing with the sniper rifle. You died too quickly just now. There are many details I have yet to learn. Haha. The teacher's confusion is 100% amusing, and Kuin turning to the stream to greet his viewers is 100,000% funny. Streamer, do you dare to wake your father for a second nap? Yes. Wake him up for a second nap. I second that. +1, +186. Upon seeing these comments, Kuin quickly shook his head. Dear viewers, that would not be appropriate. A son does not disturb his father. I fear I may not have a chance to grow up. The comments then teased him, asserting that indeed, a father does not produce a son of lesser caliber. Observing this, Kuin continued, while I may not dare to wake my father, if you ever request that I remove his oxygen tank in the future, I would indeed have the courage to do so. Esteemed guardians, let us engage in a delightful activity for just a minute. As soon as the words were spoken, the live streaming room was soon filled with hearts. However, some viewers intentionally claimed they would not participate. Upon seeing this, Kunkin merely chuckled and remarked, I was just teasing you, even if you don't send hearts. I shall continue. Laughter erupted throughout the live stream, creating a jovial atmosphere. Amidst this merriment, the cameraman finally repaired his equipment. In the broadcasting studio, the large screen once again displayed the live feed from the AI family. Although this incident could be deemed a broadcasting mishap, which resulted in a significant loss of viewers, the host, Xiao Sa, quickly regained his composure. He gazed at the screen and was met with the sight of Kunkin, seated before his computer, beaming with a radiant smile. While playing a game, he animatedly recounted humorous anecdotes about his father, captivating the audience and prompting a flurry of interactive comments within the live stream. Xiao Sa was astonished to observe the continuous stream of gift effects dazzling on Kunkin's screen, with exquisite icons bursting forth like fireworks. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement and admiration. Dear viewers, this scene is indeed quite remarkable. Kunkin, at such a tender age, possesses the ability to connect so effortlessly with the audience. He is truly vivacious and generous. After a brief pause, his gaze remained fixed on the screen as he continued with a note of reflection. Live streaming is indeed a novel profession. Just look at the number of gifts in Kunkin's stream. The earnings must far exceed those of his peers. Since the majority of the viewers were parents, many had not downloaded Douyin to follow AI Chen's live stream. Once the feed from the AI family resumed, an influx of viewers poured in. Xiao Sa's praise is well-founded. Kunkin's exuberance is simply irresistible, brimming with vitality. Not to mention, Kunkin's cheerful disposition makes this live stream a must-visit, filled with joy. Kunkin is just like his father. He can chat incessantly, so adorable. Who would have thought that a school-assigned extracurricular activity would reveal such a live streaming prodigy? It seems Kunkin need not veer down the path of academics. In stark contrast to the enthusiastic comments, the observer, Wang Fong, wore an extremely discontented expression. Ever since AI Chun encouraged Kunkin to pursue a career as a gaming streamer, she had harbored significant reservations. Now, witnessing the teacher's involvement, she was dismayed to find Kunkin still relishing his role as a streamer. Her desire for educational reform surged anew. AI Chun was behaving recklessly. For the sake of monetary gain, he was allowing a minor to engage in live streaming. The child's mind was not yet mature, and the streaming environment was rife with complexities and temptations. Having grown accustomed to garnering attention and profit through streaming, how could he possibly focus on his studies? Leading the child down this misguided path would surely lead to his ruin. Did no one comprehend the age-old adage that only through education can one attain true worth? While Wang Fong vociferously criticized within the broadcasting studio, two official vehicles slowly approached the AI family's residence. Chapter 17. Enrolling in a tutoring class for winter break at this moment, the atmosphere in the studio was somewhat tense. Jiang Yu suddenly rose to his feet, vehemently countering Wang Fong's assertions. He understood that he must not allow Wang Fong's one-sided viewpoint to mislead the multitude of viewers in the live broadcast. Should everyone blindly embrace the antiquated notion that all pursuits are inferior to the pursuit of education, it would indeed be a sorrowful reflection of our times. Wang Fong, with all due respect, I cannot concur with your perspective, Jiang Yu articulated with sharpness. Do you realize that it is now the year 2028? Your ideological stance has fallen woefully behind the current era. He paused briefly, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the audience, and continued, in our modern society, there exists a plethora of professions, each possessing its own unique value. Sanitation workers, construction workers, they contribute silently, yet significantly, to the operation and development of our cities and must not be belittled. Furthermore, education is not the sole avenue for acquiring knowledge, nor is it the exclusive means of earning a livelihood. Every worker deserves respect. Must we truly categorize them into hierarchies? Wang Fong scoffed disdainfully, internally reflecting that this post-2000 generation was still too impetuous. She recognized the validity of Jiang Yu's arguments, yet she was acutely aware that, in reality, those who pursue education often enjoy a higher social standing than individuals in other professions, a fact that could not be disputed. However, before she could rise to retort, Jiang Yu continued, I presume you witnessed the scene of the Education Bureau director visiting Zihan's home? His eyes sparkled with intensity. Previously, during a blackout in AI Chen's live stream, he had shifted his attention to Zhang Yan's broadcast. To his surprise, he witnessed the director of the Municipal Education Bureau personally visiting a student's home for an investigation. Jiang Yu paused momentarily before proceeding. At that time, Zihan was called aside by her mother to study, while Zhang Yan was selling cookies on her behalf, a situation that was fortuitously observed by Director Lin. Did you not hear the remarks that followed? In truth, many viewers in the live stream were entirely unaware of the director's visit. Even amidst AI Chen's blackout, they were reluctant to switch to Zhang Yan's stream. Wow, the Education Bureau director personally visiting? It seems he is quite invested in this extracurricular activity. Visiting on a weekend. This director is indeed a commendable official. I'm curious about the director's evaluation of Zhang Yan. I hope it's not merely praise for her concern over children's academic performance. Jiang Yu adjusted his glasses and recounted Director Lin's words verbatim. Parents who overindulge and micromanage every detail of their children's lives, insisting solely on rote learning, do not express love. Rather, they deprive their children of opportunities for self-sufficiency, social practice, and holistic development. As these words resonated in the studio, the audience in the live stream responded with enthusiastic approval, acknowledging the director's incisive critique of Zhang Yan's educational approach. In contrast, Wang Fong found herself at a loss for words, struggling to formulate a rebuttal, ultimately managing only a few stammered phrases after a prolonged silence. Even if Zhang Yan's actions were questionable, they could in no way compare to the severity of AI Chen's issues. Allowing a child to become a game streamer is certainly an unacceptable behavior that the director of the Education Bureau would never condone. At that moment, a sudden, urgent shout from Kuan in AI Chen's live stream captured everyone's attention. Kuan, visibly anxious, was fixated on the game screen, observing the lavish weapon in his hands. The opposing players directed their focus toward him. As Kuan desperately fled, he shouted in a voice tinged with the flavor of spicy snacks. I am a streamer. I am a streamer. Please, spare me, brothers. His comical demeanor and distinctive accent elicited uproarious laughter from the audiences in both live streams. It was precisely this outburst that jolted the bewildered homeroom teacher, Li Lan, awake from her stupor on the sofa. Suddenly recalling that the principal and the Education Bureau director would soon arrive at AI Chen's home, she promptly stood up and hurried to Kuan, anxiously advising, Kuan, why are you still streaming? Listen to your teacher and shut it down immediately. Kuan, perplexed, responded, but, teacher, I am working to earn money. Li Lan's expression turned serious, her tone resolute. Earning money? What could an 8-year-old possibly need so much money for? Listen to your teacher and refrain from indulging in games. Focus more on your studies. Upon hearing this, Kuan shook his head earnestly and said, Teacher, please let me continue streaming. I need to make some money during this extracurricular activity. Li Lan frowned. What? Kuan sighed in resignation and elaborated. I need to earn more money to enroll in a tutoring class during the winter break. The pressure of gaming with my dad at home is too much. Only a tutoring class can relieve it. Teacher, Please don't stop me. When you reach my age, you will understand my plight. The room fell silent at his words. Lilan, the cameraman, the audiences in both live streams. I'm rolling on the floor with laughter. It turns out Kuan wants to earn money not just for school accolades, but also to find refuge outside. Just listen to him. When you reach his age, you'll understand. Before hearing this, the teacher thought, why is this child so oblivious? After hearing, this child is almost too sensible. Who said Kuan doesn't he love studying? Step forward. Look, he understands he needs to earn money for his own tutoring. 6666. It seems this live stream hosts two celestial beings, a heavenly father and a heavenly son. My child only knows how to save for games. Kuan is simply on another level. Kuan even calls me foster father. That makes him my child now. Come to my home. I promise not to pressure you. At this moment, Lilan found herself at a loss. She hesitated, uncertain whether to continue preventing Kuan, for it appeared that this child was genuinely acting out of a desire to learn. As Kuan observed his teacher's silence, he turned his attention to the live stream. Dear guardians, I'm quite fatigued from gaming, so I shall take a brief respite to focus on my homework. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live chat expressed their displeasure. No, you mustn't stop. We haven't had our fill of the game yet. The host met an untimely end too swiftly. I wish to learn a few more techniques. Keep broadcasting. Let us have another round. The screen was flooded with comments urging him to continue playing. At that moment, a golden comment from the top supporter emerged. Kun, kokos on your homework. Let us be diligent and heed the chat's advice. Give yourself a pat on the head. Warmed by the message, Kuan resolved to follow the top supporter's advice and began his homework. Apologies, everyone. My father is currently resting, and this is an opportune moment for me to study. With that, he shut down the game and aimed the camera at himself. He recalled his father's words about not appearing on camera while gaming, but surely doing homework was permissible. Having set everything up, Kuan dashed to his room, retrieved his homework notebook, and earnestly set to writing at his computer desk. In a live stream, the top supporter smiled secretly upon witnessing Kuan diligently engaged in his studies, then sent another comment. This time, it did not appear in the center of the streaming screen as before. My friends, Kuan has fallen for my ruse and is now doing homework. What do you think will be the reaction of AI-chan when he wakes up to find Kuan stealthily studying? Sly grin. The other comments quickly responded. Oh no, you sly one. So you were plotting here all along. Top supporter, you are delightfully wicked. I adore you. I can't breathe. I'm laughing too hard. 666. AI-chun, awaken quickly. Your dear son is once again neglecting his responsibilities. We must allow Kuan to uncover our scheme. Everyone, send gifts to keep him writing. User XXX, send a pair of sunglasses with a note. Host, write for another minute. User XXX sent a hot air balloon with a note. Host, write for another 10 minutes. Kuan glanced up at the comments, astonished. He had not anticipated that some would send gifts to encourage him to write, which compelled him to focus even more intently. Observing Kuan bent over his homework, Lilan finally exhaled in relief. Although the live stream continued, it was now centered on studying, which was far more commendable than gaming. This should satisfy the principal and director. The phone rang. It was Principal Chun Shan on the line. Teacher Lilan, we are nearly there. How is everything on your end? Are the students engaged in extracurricular activities? Yes, they are. Live streaming their homework, Lilan replied, a touch embarrassed. Live streaming their homework? Chun Shan mused, perplexed. What sort of endeavor is that? After a brief silence, he concluded, well, streaming homework isn't entirely wrong. Please proceed downstairs to prepare for their arrival. With that, he ended the call. Lilan glanced back at Kuan with a hint of concern before turning to leave. Meanwhile, as Achen slumbered peacefully in bed, a sudden chime echoed in his mind, announcing the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 20,000 reputation points. Current reputation points, 49,314. Chapter 18. The moment he touched the cool surface of the casing, he knew the child had once again been studying in secret. Director Lin Weiman's car gradually came to a halt by the roadside at the entrance of the garden community. Principal Chen Shan had been waiting there for quite some time, his face adorned with a courteous smile. As the car door swung open, Lin Weiman, impeccably dressed in formal attire, stepped out with a steady gait. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from within the community, and Teacher Lilan approached. Her expression slightly flustered as she rushed to greet him. Lin Weiman furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze settling on Lilan as he inquired, "Who is this?" Principal Chen Shan quickly stepped aside to make the introduction. "Director Lin, this is our school's teacher, Lilan. She is also the homeroom teacher for today's student visits." Lin Weiman's expression darkened just a shade. During his previous visits to 2 other families, this homeroom teacher had been absent. When they visited Wang Lei's home, the family was out collecting scrap with their child, rendering their efforts fruitless. At Zhang Yan's home, they found that the child had not been engaged in the extracurricular activity at all. Overall, the prior visits had not been fruitful. Observing Lilan's hurried demeanor, he pondered silently. As the director of the Education Bureau, he was well acquainted with the motivations of those under his purview. Was it possible that Chen Shan, having witnessed the unsatisfactory outcomes of the first 2 visits, had sent Lilan ahead to make a superficial impression at AI Chen's home? He had always disdained such deceptive practices, yearning to see the most authentic circumstances of the students. However, he kept these thoughts to himself. Teacher Lilan, wearing a tense smile, slightly inclined her body and said, "Director Lin, greetings. Welcome to our inspection." Lin Weiman nodded gently, refraining from further conversation. He summoned his secretary, Xiao Wu, and followed Lilan into the community. At that moment, a sudden system notification sound roused AI Chun from his reverie. Noticing that his reputation points had accumulated enough for a lottery draw, he was filled with excitement and prepared to proceed. Just then, the doorbell rang. Hearing the sound, AI Chun rose, puzzled, and opened the door. He was taken aback to find several individuals standing at his doorstep. He examined them from head to toe. 3 men and 1 woman, all impeccably dressed. This attire did not resemble that of meter inspectors. "Who are you?" he asked. At that moment, homeroom teacher Lilan swiftly stepped forward, her expression tinged with embarrassment. "Hello, Kuan's father. I am his homeroom teacher, Lilan." She then proceeded to introduce the others beside her. "This is our city's Education Bureau Director, Lin Weiman. This is Xiao Wu, Director Lin's secretary. And this is Principal Chen Shan from Sunshine Primary School." AI Chun recognized Lilan, as she was indeed his son's homeroom teacher. As for the others, their stature was impressive. He felt a slight shock. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that they had come to confront him regarding his previous outburst in the parent group chat directed at Lilan? The presence of the Education Bureau Director seemed rather excessive. As he pondered this, confusion filled his mind. Director Lin Weiman smiled as he began to express his intentions. "Mr. AI, we are here to investigate the extracurricular activities of the students." Principal Chen Shan, standing nearby, concurred. "Director Lin is quite interested in the extracurricular activities of our school. We came to your home to gain a better understanding. Is your Kunkin currently engaged in any such activities?" AI Chun, upon hearing this, was taken aback. The significance of extracurricular activities was greater than he had anticipated. It was indeed rather unusual for a director to personally visit. Could it be that he was merely putting on a show for the program, teaching children well? Regardless, he recognized the importance of basic courtesy when dealing with the director of the Education Bureau, who appeared to be quite amiable. After a moment of contemplation, he leaned slightly closer to Lin Weiman and whispered, "Director Lin, would you like me to perform for you, to assist in your investigation?" Upon witnessing AI Chen's seemingly knowing demeanor, Principal Chun Shan's expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly admonished, "AI Chun, what are you doing? You mustn't speak like that. Even if you wish to cooperate, you cannot say such things in front of the director. He detests deceit." However, Lin Weiman, rather than being offended, found AI Chen's candidness amusing. This boy was not quite as he had envisioned. It seemed he was not merely putting on a FA for the homeroom teacher. Lin Weiman chuckled, "To show us what you have. I am here to observe the most authentic situation of the students." After pondering for a moment, AI Chan nodded and gestured for the group to enter the living room, saying, "Well then, please come in. My Kunkin is currently engaged in extracurricular activities." The group filed into the living room, where the live broadcast camera captured their figures. Many viewers were astonished to see the director of the Education Bureau and the principal visiting AI Chun's home. Reactions poured in. "Wow. The Education Bureau director arrived faster than I expected. Haha. I can't wait to see the director's reaction when he spots Kunkin gaming. This is the most thrilling episode yet. I'm eager to see how AI Chan will handle the director." The Education Bureau director seems quite upright. Seeing Kunkin streaming will surely lead to a stern lecture, and perhaps AI Chan will also be reprimanded. AI Chan should ideally prevent Kunkin from gaming in front of the director, at least maintain some semblance of decorum, or may adversely affect Kunkin's future schooling. While AI Chin's approach holds significance, it is perilously risky in today's climate. Amidst the mixed feelings of concern and anticipation, Wang Fong in the broadcasting studio wore a cynical smile. She was eager to see how AI Chin would navigate this absurd situation. After all, the Education Bureau director was not as easily deceived as the viewers in the chat room. AI Chin himself was utterly unperturbed. As usual, he greeted everyone with a casual demeanor. "Well, Director Lin, this is my son, Kuin, who is currently engrossed in." AI Chin's introduction was abruptly halted as he noticed Kuin frantically tidying up his computer desk. The boy appeared flustered, hurriedly shoving a notebook behind the computer before swiftly launching into a game. AI Chin's brow furrowed as he approached his son, his gaze piercing as he inquired, Kuin, what are you up to? This seems rather sneaky." Kuin's eyes darted nervously, and he stammered, I'm not doing anything, Dad, I'm just playing." Having just schooled the boy the previous evening, AI Chin's expression darkened, his tone laced with ire. "You dare to lie. Every time you do, you exhibit this same behavior. It appears I must administer a proper punishment today to instill some sense into you." Witnessing this scene, Lin Weimin was momentarily taken aback, then shifted his gaze to the gaming screen, pondering to himself, "It seems AI Chin's family is not merely putting on a facade before me. The child is indeed playing games." He stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing his face as he offered, Kuin's father, "Children should occasionally indulge in games to unwind. It's about balancing work and rest. Why be so harsh in your discipline?" At this moment, Xiao Wu, who had remained silent, observed AI Chin's demeanor with a hint of confusion. "Wait a moment. Isn't AI Chan fond of playing games with his child?" He glanced at Principal Wang and Teacher Li Lan, sensing that something was amiss. AI Chan, engrossed in reprimanding Kuin, failed to hear Lin Weimin's words. He reached out to touch the cold case of the computer, a smirk appearing on his face. Turning to Kuin, he thundered, "You little rascal. The case is ice cold. You have not been gaming at all. Speak. Are you secretly doing your homework again?" As he spoke, he reached behind the computer, retrieving the homework notebook and holding aloft. With a serious tone, he declared, "You shall face a fitting punishment today for your clandestine studies instead of gaming. This evening, accompany me for 2 hours of marksmanship practice." The atmosphere in the living room immediately thickened as Lin Weimin, Xiao Wu, Chen Shan, and Teacher Li Lan exchanged bewildered glances, all taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, standing frozen in place. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream found the situation utterly delightful. Chapter 19. While you hesitate, others are already filling their bags with money. The cunning scheme of the top-ranked sister in the live broadcast room has succeeded, eliciting laughter that leaves one rolling on the floor. Is this even a coherent expression? The moment I touch the computer case and feel its chill, I realize the child has been secretly studying again. How has this logic flipped on its head? 666. AI Chan plays the game of reality, audaciously calling out to Kuin to play games before the director of the Education Bureau, leaving me in shock for a century. Truly, actions speak louder than words. This has left even his own people bewildered. The atmosphere is charged with light-hearted competition as we seek to comprehend the psychological impact on Director Lin. AI Chin remains as flamboyant as ever. Initially, I assumed he would punish the child, yet unexpectedly, he has taken him off to play. However, the pressure on the child is indeed substantial. In the broadcasting hall, Wang Fong was utterly unprepared for AI Chen's audacity, his boldness escalating before the director of the Education Bureau. Enraged, she abruptly stood up. This behavior is utterly intolerable. Allowing children to become gaming streamers is one thing, but to brazenly let them play games in front of the Education Bureau's head is beyond comprehension. His sole focus is money, trading the child's future for online traffic, utterly disregarding the foundational principles of education. He is unworthy of being a father. As she contemplated continuing her tirade, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame her. She hastily sat down and took out her blood pressure medication. Meanwhile, Kuan wore a face of grievance. "Dad, it's not that I want to avoid my homework. I intended to write for a while and then take a break, but the viewers in the live stream kept showering me with gifts, urging me to continue." Upon hearing Kuan's explanation, AI Chun felt a flicker of doubt. He turned to the live stream's comments, only to find a chorus of schadenfreude. Goodness, his son had been led astray by the viewers. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he stated, "Ahem, son, it seems I have wronged you. My apologies. In that case, let us reduce your training time this evening to just 1 hour." Kuan gazed at AI Chan with a look of deep resentment. At that moment, Lin Weimin, recovering from his astonishment, approached them. He glanced at the live streaming equipment on the desk, and then at Kuan, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Kuan is Yoto. What exactly is happening here?" Behind him, Principal Chen Shan and class teacher Li Lan wore expressions of utmost dismay. AI Chun is nothing short of a living nightmare. Allowing a child to play games in front of the director, this is disastrous. Only when Lin Weimin spoke did AI Chun remember that there were still several others in the living room. Clearing his throat again, he said, Director Lin, my apologies for neglecting you while I was busy educating this young man. As you can see, I am guiding my son in his journey as a gaming streamer." A gaming streamer? Although AI Chin's earlier actions had already left Lin Weimin quite astonished, the revelation that his son was a gaming streamer took him by surprise once more. No wonder Xiao Wu advised him against visiting AI Chin's home. He has now witnessed firsthand that AI Chun is indeed a man who defies all conventions. However, regarding Aichen's decision to allow his child to play video games instead of completing homework, he refrained from passing immediate judgment. The specifics of the situation required further investigation. Moreover, the notion of an 8-year-old child becoming a gaming streamer was rather novel. He found himself intrigued not only by the profession but also by Aichen's perspective. He continued to inquire, Kuan's father, what inspired you to let your child become a gaming streamer as part of extracurricular activities? In response to Lin Weimin's question, Aichen hesitated before replying. From their initial meeting, he sensed that this director of the Education Bureau was not one to adhere strictly to formalism or dogmatism. Rather than criticizing his approach, the director genuinely sought to understand, prompting Aichen to consider sharing his candid thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Aichen asked Director Lin, "Do you prefer the truth or a fabrication?" "The truth, of course. I have previously stated my intention to understand the genuine circumstances of the students. Otherwise, there would be no need for me to personally conduct this investigation," Lin replied earnestly. Aichen nodded slightly, delivering his answer succinctly, "to make money." Those 3 words caused the atmosphere in the living room to thicken once more. While Lin Weimin remained composed, the 3 principals behind him stared in astonishment. At that moment, Wang Fong, who had just taken her anti-hypertensive medication, felt her blood pressure surge once again. "See, I told you. Aichen is solely motivated by money. I never imagined he would be so forthright in front of the Education Bureau director. What was intended as an enlightening extracurricular activity was being exploited for profit." A stark contrast to Zhang Yin and Wang Lei. After only a few exchanges, Wang Fong found herself slightly out of breath. Observing the scene for some time, Jiang Yu interjected with a smile, "Wang Fong, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. Your health is paramount." I believe Aichen's statement holds merit. After all, earning money is one of the criteria for evaluating this event at Sunshine Primary School. If Aichen wishes for the children to earn a bit more, what is inherently wrong with that? Director Lin has encouraged him to speak truthfully. Do you wish for him to deceive? Furthermore, Director Lin would likely inquire about the specific reasoning behind Aichen's decision. so there's truly no need for your distress. Wang Feng's chest heaved with frustration as she shot Jiangyu a glare, then elbowed Li Ming beside her. Li Ming, can't you contribute a few more words since the program began? Li Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, shifted slightly and replied, I have nothing substantial to add. I believe Jiangyu's perspective is valid. His words only fueled Wang Feng's ire, rendering her expression even more displeased. On stage, the young host, Xiaosa, sensing the tension, hurriedly attempted to mediate. Wang Feng, please take a moment to calm down. However, he was swiftly interrupted by her. She was, after all, a past champion of the program, once revered by parents as a parenting expert. Under her guidance, her daughter had gained admission to the finest high school in the city, excelling in the top class. With her impressive academic achievements, gaining admission to a prestigious 985 university should be a mere formality. And she even harbors the potential to challenge the elite institutions of Tsinghua and Beida. Yet, she now finds herself facing a barrage of skepticism, even from a brash post 00S youth who dares to challenge her. How can she possibly remain calm? How can one expect tranquility in the face of such absurdity? These online games are indeed a detrimental influence on children. When children lack self-discipline, it is the parent's responsibility to impose proper control. However, AI Chan seems to defy this imperative, acting in a manner that is utterly contrary to reason. Video games poison society and jeopardize the nation. If all parents were to emulate AI Chan's approach, he alone could spell disaster for our country. I fervently urge the government to ban online gaming and demand AI Chen's withdrawal from this program. Upon hearing these words, Jiangyu could not help but sigh inwardly. Goodness, this lady cannot hold a rational argument and resorts to moral coercion. Just then, Lin Weimin in the live stream interjected with a question. Why is it about making money? Kuin's father, are you certain this reflects your genuine thoughts? As far as I know, the theme of Kuin's school activity revolves around career exploration, aimed at helping children appreciate the challenges of earning a living and fostering gratitude. Moreover, extracurricular activities are designed to enhance children's practical skills and promote their holistic development. Could you share your perspective with me? Lin Weimin spoke fervently, a sense of urgency in his voice. He sincerely hoped that the initiative he was advocating would aid in the children's growth, rather than merely serving the profit motive as posited by AI Chan. First and foremost, the activity's theme is career exploration. Is being a gaming streamer not a profession? As you can see, Kuin is already earning a considerable income through gaming live streaming. Setting aside the question of whether one should rigidly adhere to a profession that offers only 2 days of work, why not pursue a more enjoyable career that yields quicker financial rewards? If children are prohibited from engaging in such activities now, will they forever be barred from doing so? While you hesitate, others are already filling their bags with wealth. As AI Chen's words resonated, many viewers in the live stream expressed their agreement. Wow, I truly resonate with these sentiments. I once looked down on those spirited young individuals, yet now they all drive luxury vehicles. Exactly. Many opportunities have slipped through my fingers, and only now do I realize the significance. Seeing AI Chan encourage Kuin to become a gaming streamer was truly shocking. It is rare to find parents with such foresight and open-mindedness. Everyone says all roads lead to Rome, but I truly do not wish to toil endlessly along the way. If only my parents had permitted me to write novels, I would undoubtedly have become a renowned author by now. I feel utterly disheartened. I studied education in university, believing I could become a teacher. Yet upon graduating, I could not even secure a job with a monthly salary of 3,000. Instead, I now earn over 10,000 a month selling turkey noodles at a stall. Chapter 20. Leaving school early means more time for practice. Lin Weimin nodded slightly, a contemplative expression gracing his features. AI Chen's remarks stirred ripples of thought within him, undeniably possessing a degree of validity. Initially, his advocacy for this initiative stemmed from a desire to dismantle the blind pursuit of academic scores by both students and parents, guiding children towards holistic and balanced development. After all, careers such as gaming streamers can, to some extent, effectively cultivate children's emotional intelligence and eloquence, broadening their horizons. Furthermore, with the transformation of the educational system, many academically struggling middle school graduates face the stark reality of being ineligible for regular high schools. Allowing children to grasp the diversity of career options serves as a prudent educational approach. AI Chun continued calmly, asserting that, in his opinion, this activity bore little substantial benefit. The moment those words were uttered, Lin Weimin, who had been lost in thought, was abruptly jolted back to reality, astonishment flashing across his face. No. Benefit? How could that be? His expression grew noticeably grave. I sincerely apologize, Director, but this activity, from my perspective, truly holds no merit, AI Chin stated candidly. The enhancement of a child's practical social skills cannot be achieved through a mere day or two of activities. Moreover, weekends are precious times for parents and children to relax. Insisting on this event feels excessively burdensome. Additionally, many parents lack the earnestness to engage with this activity. Those solely focused on their children's academic studies would hardly welcome their participation. Even if parents were committed, there is no guarantee that children would cooperate. Achieving any purported educational significance is immensely challenging. Lin Weimin listened silently, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He recalled a previous visit to Zhang Yan's home, where the parent was solely fixated on her child's grades, treating the initiative with indifference and failing to engage genuinely. At that moment, AI Chen scoffed, crossing his arms. In my view, mandatory participation in such activities is mere formalism. Therefore, I would rather have children become gaming streamers. At least they can earn tangible income. Unbeknownst to AI Chen, this initiative was personally proposed by Lin Weimin and mandated for execution citywide. Consequently, he spoke without reservation, voicing his innermost thoughts. Even if he had been aware, he likely would not have been swayed by the director's standing. In the living room, the atmosphere became palpable. AI Chen's final remarks struck like a heavy blow, causing Lin Weimin to slightly stagger, his facial muscles stiffening involuntarily. The term formalism was jarringly discordant. He had diligently dedicated himself to serving the public, ascending to the position of director of the Education Bureau through years of hard work. Typically, he was met with accolades, rarely encountering such incisive criticism of his work. Yet today, in this ordinary student's home, he found himself subjected to unrelenting scrutiny. Nonetheless, Lin Weimin, seasoned and cultured, though taken aback, refrained from directing his ire towards AI Chen. On the contrary, AI Chen's words struck deeply, leading him to a clear realization that the activity he proposed indeed bore numerous oversights. The crowd, upon hearing AI Chen's remarks, wore expressions of astonishment. Even the cameraman beside them was so anxious that his palms began to sweat. He silently prayed, "Brother, take it easy. Let us hope nothing goes awry when we return to the live broadcast." The most apprehensive of all was Principal Chan Shan, whose countenance turned ashen, as if disaster were imminent. How audacious of AI Chan to directly assert before the director that the event was mere formalism. It was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. And it was a wonder the director did not erupt in anger. AI Chun, what nonsense are you spouting? This event was meticulously planned and promoted by Director Lin himself, with enthusiastic participation from all primary and secondary schools in the city. It bears significant importance for the holistic development of students. How can you rashly pass judgment here, claiming it to be formalism? Apologize to Director Lin at once. Chun Shan's face flushed crimson as he pointed at AI Chun, his voice trembling with agitation. AI Chun was momentarily taken aback. Oh, so this event was indeed proposed by the current director of the Education Bureau. This revelation rendered the situation somewhat awkward. Lin Weimin's expression had not been overly severe until now, but Chun Shan's words felt akin to pouring salt into his wounds. Chun Shan's statement unequivocally acknowledged before everyone present, including the viewers in the Teaching with Excellence live stream, that Lin Weimin had made a misstep in organizing this event. The public exposure of his blunder left Lin Weimin visibly unsettled. At this moment, the audience in the live stream could no longer remain composed. Oh my goodness, AI Chun dares to say anything. Can one really utter the words formalism so freely? Goodness, I can't bear to watch AI Chun. I hope he doesn't end up locked away. One mustn't speak words that could sow discord. Yet, AI Chen's points do carry weight. I recall once the school organized a gratitude speech event, forcing my child to wash my feet. I was utterly mortified. Although it only lasted a day or two, I personally believe it served some purpose, helping to cultivate the child's abilities. Cultivate what abilities? The ability to endure hardship, or perhaps to withstand pressure from the school and parents. Sigh. I hope the director of the Education Bureau can heed everyone's opinions. AI Chin's words indeed stirred a tempest. The director had requested him to speak the truth, and he had delivered without a single falsehood. Meanwhile, Li Weimin, irritated, silenced Shinshan before turning his serious gaze towards AI Chun. After scrutinizing him once more, Lin Weimin's tense expression softened into a smile. Earlier, I was advised against visiting you, fearing unforeseen circumstances. However, I must say, I have truly come at the right time. You have brought me not an unpleasant surprise, but rather a delightful one. Lin Weimin paused before continuing. I have attentively absorbed every word you have spoken. This time, I have not given sufficient consideration to my work. I am truly grateful for your ability to enlighten me about the genuine circumstances. Upon my return, I shall reflect earnestly on this matter. However, before I depart, I would like to inquire if you have any valuable suggestions for enhancing students' practical abilities. Lin Weimin's demeanor was sincere, devoid of any superiority typical of a director. Upon encountering Lin Weimin, rather than reproaching AI Chun, he instead expressed his thoughts. Those present were taken aback, including AI Chun, who felt somewhat astonished. As for suggestions, I do have one. AI Chun pondered for a moment and gradually articulated. Perhaps we could allow students to leave school early each day, thereby granting them additional leisure time, which would naturally provide more opportunities to engage in social practice and enhance their practical skills. Upon hearing this, Lin Weimin nodded thoughtfully. Leaving school early would allow my Kuan to return home earlier to practice shooting as well. AI Chun unexpectedly added, Everyone. Lin Weimin paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. You rascal. The atmosphere in the room gradually became more animated. Of course, where there is laughter, there may also be tears. Kuan, who was practicing shooting, felt as though the sky had fallen. Internally, he screamed, No, don't listen to my father's nonsensical remarks. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere in the live broadcast became joyful. AI Chin remains as cheeky as ever. As a student, I wholeheartedly support the idea of leaving school early. Kudos to this Education Bureau director for genuinely listening to the voices of the people. Such a down-to-earth demeanor does not appear to be a mere show for the cameras. I was worried about AI Chun facing punishment, yet unexpectedly, he received praise from Director Lin. This is truly impressive. Now I'm curious to see what Wang Fang will say. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let us vote. Did anyone notice Kuan's expression? I'm dying of laughter. The audience chimed in with various comments. Meanwhile, AI Chin elaborated further on his previous statement. To enhance a child's abilities, we must first eradicate the utilitarian mindset of both schools and parents. We need to provide children with ample time to explore independently and refrain from imposing excessive constraints. As parents, one should reflect on the impact of enrolling children in numerous tutoring classes, suppressing their thoughts, and dismissing their imaginative ideas. In the end, if a child loses their creativity, is this what you desire to witness? Life will find its own way, and children are no different. Do not confine them within the frameworks you have established. Having said this, AI Chin paused. Saying it 100 times may not resonate with parents. Teaching by example may not suffice, while practical experiences can impart lessons in a single instance. He had no intention of overly showcasing his wisdom in front of others. As for Lin Weimin, he trusted that this director would grasp the essence of the matter. Lin Weimin nodded deeply, a glimmer of agreement evident in his eyes. Soon, he prepared to bid farewell to AI Chun. Before departing, he made a point to convey a final message to AI Chun. He will contemplate this matter earnestly and remain attentive to his program. Chapter 21. Experts and Professors Connected. Recently, discussions surrounding AI Chin's educational approach have been incessant on the internet. When the director of the Education Bureau, Lin Weimin, appeared in the live broadcast of Effective Parenting, the already fervent atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Lin Weiman's visit and in-depth conversation with AI Chun propelled AI Chen's popularity to soaring heights. This unprecedented attention captivated numerous media outlets, all eager to publish related reports. After departing from AI Chen's home, Lin Weiman returned to the Education Bureau, his mind heavily burdened. Sitting at his desk, he continuously replayed every word AI Chun had uttered in his mind. Following profound reflection, he recognized the validity of AI Chen's assertions. It was indeed time to discard some outdated concepts and explore more practical methods that both parents and children would embrace, thereby facilitating students' holistic development. With this thought, Lin Weiman opened the live broadcast of Effective Parenting, seeking to learn more about AI Chun. At that moment, Xiaowu hurried into the office. A hint of anxiety etched on his face. "Director Lin," he said, "the publicity department has informed us that the impact of this incident is considerable. Should we control public opinion and encourage the media to publish favorable reports for our Education Bureau?" Lin Weiman shook his head slightly, his gaze resolute and calm. "There is no need. We should seize this opportunity to thoroughly reflect on our current educational model rather than hastily manipulate public sentiment. Just inform them to ensure certain media outlets do not distort the facts and harm AI Chun." Xiao Wu paused in surprise, then nodded and exited the office. That evening, numerous news programs aired, showcasing various reports on the confrontation between AI Chun and the Education Bureau's director in a live broadcast. Most coverage centered on AI Chen's inquiries regarding extracurricular activities directed at the local Education Bureau and the director's subsequent responses. To maintain a favorable narrative, overly sharp remarks, such as AI Chen's assertion that the activities were merely formalism, were naturally edited out. Many viewers, previously unaware of AI Chun, expressed their astonishment after watching the news. They felt that despite his youth, AI Chun exhibited the courage to speak candidly, fearlessly highlighting potential issues within educational activities in front of the public. Such audacity was commendable. As for the Education Bureau's director, viewers formed a positive impression. The director not only confronted the issues head-on, but also graciously accepted scrutiny in the live broadcast, providing sincere responses. This attitude of accountability endeared him to the audience. Amidst this media whirlwind, AI Chen's prominence surged further. Once merely a figure of moderate online interest, he had now entered the consciousness of a wider audience through television news. His name began to appear frequently in discussions, establishing him as a new and vibrant force advocating for education. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 50,000 reputation points. Current prestige value, 99314. Prompt: a lottery can be conducted at this moment. Without hesitation, AI Chun commanded the system to commence the draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill. Quick tongue. AI Chun was perplexed. What sort of skill is this? Upon scrutinizing the skill description, enlightenment dawned upon him. Quick tongue. 1. Acquire world-class debating prowess. 2. Attain exceptional mental arithmetic abilities. Essentially, it meant he would excel in arguments and perform arithmetic with remarkable speed. After a moment of contemplation, AI Chun deemed the reward rather insignificant. He had no aspirations to become a debater or a math prodigy. Nevertheless, he harbored no grievances. Prestige could always be regained. With that settled, he decided to retire for the night, finding solace in sleep. Meanwhile, many others were wide awake. Restless after the news broadcast sent shockwaves through the educational community. Numerous educational experts expressed their incredulity. They had previously witnessed AI Chen's unorthodox actions on short video platforms and, like Wang Fong, deemed him a nuisance. Every action he took incited their ire. To their astonishment, the local Education Bureau director, Lin Weiman, not only refrained from harshly criticizing AI Chun or demanding rectification, but was instead schooled by AI Chun himself. Presently, AI Chun was being hailed by many as a rising force, which, in their eyes, was utterly contrary to established norms. A particularly incensed university professor penned a lengthy diatribe in his social circle, vehemently condemning AI Chun. His words were fervent, opening with a phrase that exposed his unbridled fury. This missive rapidly circulated within academic circles, resonating with many. Concurrently, Lin Weiman faced accusations of negligence. The professor's writings revealed his unreserved discontent towards Lin. Moreover, educational institutions, tutoring centers, and parenting coaches were equally unsettled. They vehemently criticized AI Chun for disregarding children's academic achievements, claiming his statements had driven away numerous parents. Fueled by indignation, they inundated the effective parenting program with calls demanding to confront AI Chun directly to lay bare his true intentions of seeking attention. In no time, a cacophony of denunciations aimed at AI Chun filled the air. That evening, the program received a considerable number of critical calls, including those from the professor and 2 educational experts. They insisted that AI Chun must recognize his errors. Otherwise, they would escalate their grievances to higher authorities to rectify the program. Alarmed, the production team realized the substantial influence these educational experts and the professor wielded in the realm of education in Huagua. They believed their threats to reach superior officials. To avert the program's potential cancellation, a discussion meeting was convened that very night to devise a solution. Ultimately, they unanimously resolved to organize a live dialogue session, allowing AI Chun to connect with several educational experts and professors for an exchange of educational philosophies. The production team's intention is that any dissatisfaction from you experts and professors should be addressed directly with AI Chun and see if you can persuade him. If you fail to do so, it is your own issue and do not direct your grievances towards the program. After the production team informed them to connect with AI Chun for communication, the experts and professors unanimously agreed. They indicated that their remarks might be rather incisive and requested the production team to give AI Chun a heads up to prepare himself. Time passed quietly until the next midday. AI Chun and his son concluded their gaming livestream early. AI Chun stretched lazily and said, "Son, I'm craving something delicious. Let us go out for a nice meal." Kuan cheered excitedly, and the two began to tidy up their belongings. They had earned a considerable sum from the past 2 days of streaming, amounting to over 10,000 after cashing out. He had already exchanged half of it for cash and handed it to Kuan. Upon seeing AI Chun finish his broadcast, the cameraman hurriedly approached him and said, "AI Chun, the production team has arranged for you to connect with several educational experts and professors for a discussion, scheduled for this afternoon." AI Chun raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the overwhelming controversies circulating online. He scoffed inwardly. "A discussion? They merely seek to educate me under the guise of conversation." After a brief pause, he looked at the cameraman and inquired, "Will I be compensated for this connection?" The cameraman, taken aback, had anticipated AI Chun would refuse, but was surprised by his question about payment. However, he refrained from commenting further, understanding the immense pressure AI Chun would face during this connection, likely facing severe criticism. Asking for money was not unreasonable. "I'm not sure about that. I'll ask the production team later," he replied. AI Chun nonchalantly nodded, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "All right, let them come. I am eager for a vigorous debate. However," he added, "I can't do it this afternoon as I eat slowly, so let them wait." With that, he led Kuan out of the house. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream became intrigued upon hearing that AI Chun would be connecting with the educational experts. Chapter 22. Have you ever seen an internet CAF at 4 in the morning? As the dawn approached, the vibrant commercial district surrounding AI Chun's residence bustled with activity. Restaurants and shops aligned side by side, rendering a leisurely stroll more convenient than riding an electric scooter. Father and son meandered along the street, passing an internet CAF where the air was filled with the intense sounds of gaming and the fervent calls of players. AI Chun turned to glance at the CF, its interior brightly illuminated, with numerous individuals engrossed in their screens. Pointing towards the CF, AI Chun inquired of Kuan, "My son, have you ever witnessed an internet CAF at 4 in the morning?" Kuan blinked in curiosity, shaking his head. "No, Dad, I've never been to one, let alone at such an hour." AI Chun feigned seriousness as he patted Kuan's shoulder, saying, "It seems you still have room for improvement. Remember to practice your shooting skills diligently. When winter break arrives, I shall take you here for an overnight adventure, and you will witness the CAF at that hour. Huh? Kuan gasped at the notion of an overnight outing, his mouth agape in surprise. He shook his head vigorously, inching closer to AI Chun. The cameraman, trailing behind, nearly stumbled upon hearing this exchange, while the audience in the live stream began to tease AI Chun. Such a method of education is quite poor. It may easily provoke rebellious sentiments in the child. By the time Kuan reaches his rebellious phase, you'll find him spending the night at the library instead. Soon, AI Chun led Kuan to a modest lamb hot pot restaurant. The establishment was small, with simple and unpretentious decor, unmistakably an affordable eatery. The proprietress, with her keen eyes, immediately spotted AI Chun and Kuan, and her face blossomed into a radiant smile as she warmly greeted them. "Oh, AI Chun, Kuan has arrived. My, how much taller you've grown, Kuan. You're becoming quite the handsome lad." AI Chun was well acquainted with this restaurant, frequently visiting for its reasonable prices and quality food, which had fostered a friendly rapport with the proprietress. He smiled in response. "Let us stick to the usual. A lamb hot pot to start, and we'll order the rest later." The proprietress nodded and went to prepare their meal. At this moment, the cameraman surveyed the surroundings, then turned to Kuan with a playful remark. "Kuan, having earned so much from your live streaming, why doesn't your father take you out for a lavish feast?" Kuan blinked and cheerfully replied, "The atmosphere here is delightful. I have a particular fondness for the hot pots served in this establishment. We adhere to the principle of discretion regarding our wealth." The cameraman, taken aback, expressed his surprise at the wisdom exhibited by an 8-year-old child. Curiously, he inquired, "Oh, I didn't expect someone so young to understand the concept of keeping one's wealth hidden. Was it a lesson from your teacher?" Kuan shrugged helplessly and cast a wistful glance at AI Chun, responding, "It's not something anyone taught me. Rather, it's a lesson I learned from my father." The cameraman looked puzzled, prompting Kuan to elaborate. "Every year during the new year, my father finds ways to pilfer my red envelope money. So I come to understand that one must never reveal how much money one possesses." Upon hearing this, the cameraman nearly burst into laughter, and the audience in the live stream was equally amused. "Ha ha ha! Kuan's expressions are priceless. Poor kid, being taken advantage of by his father for his red envelope money. AI Chun, you are quite the trickster with your son. Not even his red envelope money is safe from you. Don't worry, Kuan. Just get back at your father in the game." AI Chun is utterly shameless, continually taking his child's red envelope money. He's just like me. In the broadcasting studio, Wang Fong observed the scene of AI Chun and Kuan dining in a lamb hot pot restaurant with disdain, scoffing repeatedly. With a sharp tone, she remarked, "Look at AI Chun. He makes money, yet allows his child to eat in such a filthy place. The environment is clearly unsanitary. Can this be good for a child? I truly don't understand how he can call himself a father." Her arms crossed. Her gaze exuded contempt. What was even more outrageous was that he would siphon money from his own child, showing no mercy even with the red envelope funds. This is not love for a child. It's treating the child like an ATM. What kind of father behaves like this? Wang Fong slightly raised her chin, calculating in her mind. What if the director of the Education Bureau is lenient with AI Chun? The veterans in the education sector will not let him off easily. During the upcoming connection, she was eager to see how AI Chun would be thoroughly criticized by experts and professors. His flawed reasoning, which he often presented so convincingly, would soon be exposed in front of true specialists, and his ugly facade would inevitably be unveiled. At that moment, the public would see that educating a child must align with her recognized methods, and there would be no room for AI Chun's whimsical antics. However, the audience remained indifferent to Wang Fong's musings, instead engrossed in watching AI Chun's live stream. In the hot pot restaurant, the air was filled with steam and fragrant aromas. AI Chun enthusiastically brought out plate after plate of meat, inviting the cameraman, "Come, let us enjoy this together. No need to be courteous." The cameraman's gaze fell upon the array of dishes on the table. They appeared exceptionally clean, each plate of meat generously portioned without any ice to bulk it up. Truly a good value. Despite feeling tempted, he waved his hand in refusal, fully aware that the camera malfunction yesterday had nearly cost him this job. Thus he dared not indulge in hot pot during work hours. The elder brother turned to Kuan and remarked, Kuan, you must be exhausted from the live broadcast these past few days. Make sure to eat well. Kuan smiled and nodded. Yet instead of indulging himself, he picked up his chopsticks and continually served dishes to Ai-chan. The viewers in the live stream observed this scene and could not help but express their admiration. Kuan is truly filial. He hasn't even touched his own food, always serving Ai-chan. At that moment, Kuan playfully chuckled, Dad, make sure to eat plenty. Otherwise, you'll be too stuffed to call on me for gaming later. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in laughter, filling the screen with joyful exclamations, proclaiming that like father, like son. Time flew by, and the group lingered at the hot pot restaurant for several hours. As evening approached, Ai-chan and the elder brother leisurely returned home, preparing to attend the grand banquet for the education experts. Following closely behind them, Kuan stopped by a cake shop they passed on the way. In the broadcasting studio, several renowned education experts and professors entered in succession. Upon their arrival, they emanated an extraordinary aura, both composed and authoritative. The audience's attention was instantly captivated. Upon seeing their faces, many gasped in awe. Among the guests were two illustrious figures in the field of education, frequently featured on television educational programs, known for their profound insights and extensive practical experience. The parenting courses they promoted on these shows have become bestsellers across the nation. One of the university professors was particularly well known, hailing from a family deeply rooted in education, having dedicated themselves to this noble calling since the time of his grandfather, thereby upholding a rich educational philosophy. He excelled at using traditional cultural foundations to educate the masses. Many parents placed unwavering trust in his teachings, regarding him as a prominent educational figure of his generation. In recent years, the rapid development of the nation has led to an increasing emphasis on children's education. Various educational philosophies have been widely propagated, with these experts playing a significant role. They often stress the critical importance of preschool, elementary, and middle school education, asserting that every stage of life is vital. The diligent study in solitude is often rewarded. While competition can be ruthless, one must not allow their child to fall behind from the very start. An array of tutoring and extracurricular classes has emerged, with even prenatal education classes attracting considerable interest. For these experts and professors, there is no tolerance for even the slightest imperfection in education. Yet, Ai-chan's approach to education in the program starkly contrasts with theirs, serving not as mere grains of sand but as a colossal boulder that stirs their ire. This gathering of esteemed figures from the education sector in the studio has led many to believe it would be a grand feast of educational ideologies. The number of viewers in the live stream continued to surge, nearing an astounding 700,000. Chapter 23. A Battle of Wits. Upon returning home, Ai-chan addressed his son, Kunkin, saying, My dear child, why not retreat to your room and play for a while? Your father has significant matters to attend to. Kunkin nodded in agreement. Ai-chan then took a deep breath, steeling himself, and proceeded directly to his computer, accessing the live broadcast of the program Proper Parenting. At that moment, the studio was brightly lit, with several experts and professors sitting in a formal manner, clearly having awaited this occasion for some time. Thanks to advanced equipment and superior network conditions, the streaming delay was virtually negligible. Soon, Ai-chan's computer screen established a successful high-definition connection with the studio. The host, Xiao Sa, wore a professional smile as he began. Mr. Ai-chan, these are the distinguished educational experts and professors we have invited today. We shall forego the tedious formalities. Once you confirm your readiness, we will formally commence our discussion. Ai-chan's gaze swiftly scanned the screen, and upon spotting the observer, Wang Fong, his attention momentarily sharpened. He was not unfamiliar with her. He had previously witnessed her incisive critiques of him during past broadcasts. The other educational experts, meanwhile, bore stern expressions, their scrutinizing gazes fixed upon him. Ai-chan remained unperturbed, his demeanor composed. These so-called experts held no sway over him. Sitting up slightly, he replied with a steady tone. We may begin. No sooner had he spoken than an educational expert launched a pointed inquiry. She was a leading lecturer from a renowned educational institution, exuding confidence and wielding sharp rhetoric. Achen, I wish to ask, when you allow your child to play video games, do you consider the potential harm they may inflict? Have you contemplated the possibility of his academic pursuits suffering as a result? Faced with her incisive questions, Achen exhibited no sign of trepidation. Forgive me, esteemed expert, but I fail to understand why you believe games are detrimental to children. Furthermore, why do you prioritize academics over other aspects of a child's development? Are you not concerned about neglecting other areas of their growth? In a show of rhetorical prowess, Achen countered with his own questions, utilizing the age-old debate technique of turning the tables. The educational expert's expression shifted, and with a scoff, she retorted, "The notion that games harm children is not merely my personal opinion. It is a widely acknowledged concern among many parents. During their formative years, academics must take precedence as it pertains to a child's future." In response to her perspective, Achen offered a cold smile. When you question the significance of academics, have you ever considered the feelings of the child? How many children toil over elementary school assignments until midnight, their cries unheard by you? Is your so-called academic pursuit merely a standardized process on a production line, or is it a bespoke blueprint for their future? With these words, the educational expert's countenance fell into a deep shadow. Beside him, Wang Fong expressed her indignation, saying, "As a parent, if you do not consider your child's future, who will? If you do not take that into account, what kind of father are you? What harm is there in a child facing some academic challenges? It is all for his benefit. Students should engage in the pursuits appropriate for their age, rather than what you suggest, leading him to play video games and aspire to be a gaming influencer." AI Chun cast a glance at Wang Fong and replied, his pace measured, "When you wield academics as a chain, have you ever asked the child if he wishes to become a slave to educational capital? As a father, I would much prefer to see Kuan laughing and playing with me during his gaming sessions than to witness him suffering through long nights of studying. My desire is to liberate him from the oppressive cycle of academic superiority, while you seem intent on ensuring he remains trapped within it for life. Who then is truly endangering the future of our children? I wonder how many parents wield the knife of for your own good, driving their children to self-harm. In the end, whose fault is greater? Moral coercion? Who among us is innocent of that?" AI Chen's words soon placed considerable pressure on the experts in the studio, including Wang Fong. Naturally, they would not admit to harming children, nor would they dare acknowledge the murder AI Chun spoke of in such a public forum. At that moment, another education specialist spoke up. "AI Chun, you need not argue so vehemently. Good academic performance is essential for gaining university admission, which is the first step toward success. Moreover, the students you refer to who resort to self-harm are merely a minority, often lacking proper guidance from their parents." In response to the expert's explanation, AI Chun smiled faintly. Is the university gate truly a gateway to success? In our country, there exists a plethora of diploma mills, an undeniable truth. My question is, how much of the knowledge acquired in university will they actually utilize in their future? Upon entering the workforce, many individuals discover that the knowledge gained over 4 years does not even earn back the tuition fees spent. The employment pressure is immense, and universities continue to expand their enrollments. Why is that? Once you step out of academia and into the corporate world, what then? Setting aside the substantial job market pressures and the numerous scams in job hunting, even if one becomes a white-collar worker, what awaits is the relentless grind of the 996 work schedule. It is the endless exploitation by capitalists and the cutthroat competition among colleagues. Do you truly wish to label this as success? Is success really just 99 perspiration? You ask if I consider my child's academics? I only know that when he beams at me, rushing over to exclaim, "Dad, I earn a lot of money from my live streaming. Let's go out for a feast," I cannot bear to extinguish that smile. Likewise, I dare not gamble that he is not one of those children who self-harm or even take their own lives. Thus, for me, my child's happiness is the greatest success. AI Chan articulated his thoughts with conviction, his voice steady yet resonant. Soon, the live chat erupted with fervor. Damn it, I just looked in the mirror during the live stream. After graduating from university, the knowledge I acquired is utterly useless. Having paid so much in tuition feels like a waste. After graduation, I encountered numerous obstacles in my job search and was once deceived by a dishonest company. Ultimately, I found myself in a demanding 996 work environment, utterly exhausted and constantly wary of colleagues who might betray me behind my back. My cousin exemplifies this struggle, pressured by family to follow a traditional academic path. He consistently underperformed and felt increasingly oppressed. Eventually, he chose to pursue baking, which brought him immense joy and led to numerous competition accolades. Now, he shines in a field he loves, proving that a child's happiness is the greatest success. Is it not said that interest is a child's greatest teacher? In every profession, there are outstanding individuals. Why must we insist that children excel academically? My heart aches as I reflect on my parents, who relentlessly pressured me to study, raising me with an iron fist. Although I excelled academically, I grappled with profound insecurity and even faced the brink of depression. Achen has truly spoken to my soul. Yet, how many parents can truly absorb this message, especially given our current environment? The strong do not protect the weak, yet here I am, a vulnerable individual. What happened to the promise of supporting the weak? Instead, I feel pursued relentlessly. The cycle continues, toiling through education, laboring at work, marrying, raising children, buying a home and a car, accumulating various debts, all to ensure that the next generation continues this exhausting cycle. The audience resonated deeply with these sentiments. Suddenly, a previously silent university professor stood up, his eyes ablaze with anger. Achen, I never expected you to possess such a silver tongue. After listening to your remarks for so long, I have finally discerned your true nature. You are nothing but a self-serving individual obsessed with personal gratification. Great leaders have stated that we should study for the rise of our nation. Young people must dedicate themselves to their studies for the benefit of our country. And you? You seek only personal enjoyment in raising children. If everyone were to adopt your mindset, how could our nation ever prosper? Chapter 24. Education comes full circle. Achen's birthday cake, the professor's face was contorted with fury, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became palpably tense. Achen gazed calmly at the screen, where a professor, over 50 with graying hair, appeared. A hint of perplexity crossed his face as he inquired, "Who is this person?" Before the host, Xiao Sa, could introduce him, the elderly man impatiently bellowed, his tone dripping with arrogance. "I am Chen Jianya, a professor of Chinese studies at Huagui University. My family has dedicated generations to the field of education, which has earned us our esteemed reputation. It is utterly absurd that a mere child like you has garnered such adulation." Upon hearing this name, Achen quickly recalled some of the professor's controversial statements, and a scoff escaped his lips. He then feigned surprise, raising his voice and elongating his tone. "Oh, so it is a master of education." Chen Jianya's face brightened with a flicker of pride at Achen's acknowledgement. His chin lifted slightly, and his gaze filled with haughtiness. However, before he could fully relish the satisfaction of being called a master, Achen's next remark struck like a sharpened blade. With a smirk of derision, Achen slowly articulated, "Master, master. What grandiloquence! Such a self-proclaimed educator. I have heard whispers of your theories. They are utterly decrepit." The broadcast room fell silent for a moment, only to be inundated by a torrent of comments as viewers were taken aback by Achen's sudden and incisive retort. Wang Fong, standing nearby, was so astonished that she rose to her feet. What on earth is happening? Achen is directly confronting Professor Chen Jianya, the renowned educational master. 666. This is exhilarating. I've heard that professor's absurd claims, such as the notion that education is futile for women. It infuriated me at the time. How could such a person be deemed a professor? Is what the person above said true? Can such words genuinely be uttered by a figure in education? I believe Achen's rebuttal is entirely justified. There are plenty of preposterous things in this world, and many so-called experts propose ideas that are quite ludicrous. Yet some have been implemented. Indeed, I once thought the idea of taking holidays was absurd, only to recently encounter a university professor suggesting the cancellation of 2/3 of holidays to hasten our catch-up with the Eagles. However, he is still a professor with considerable influence in the educational sphere, and he has invoked national matters. Aiken won't come out unscathed, will he? As the audience expressed their concerns for Aiken, the production team behind the scenes was equally anxious about the fate of their program. Watching the heated exchange between Aiken and Chun Jianya, the staff were already drenched in sweat. What was intended as a discussion had devolved into a fierce verbal duel. The sharpness of their words was indeed fearsome. When intellectuals engage in conflict, it is truly a spectacle. The director fervently hoped they would temper their exchanges. In the studio, Chun Jianya's face flushed crimson, his body trembling with barely contained fury. "What did you say? How dare you humiliate me?" In the realm of education, he was accustomed to the sycophantic praise of others. He had never encountered such sharp words. "You mislead the nation, distorting the seriousness of education into mere entertainment. You jeopardize children's futures, treating their studies as a trifling matter. You are unworthy of being a father. Your words are disrespectful and devoid of any decency. It is inconceivable how tragic it must be for children raised in such a household. What happiness can they possibly have?" Chun Jianya enumerated 3 grave charges against AI Chun. Initially, he had merely intended to educate AI Chun, hoping to inspire a sense of remorse. However, he was taken aback by AI Chen's obstinacy and provocation. Thus, he found no reason to hold back. His words struck with precision, leaving no room for AI Chun to catch his breath. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside AI Chen's door. AI Chun, already disinclined to address the agitated Chun Jinya, rose to open the door. Yet, before he could act, the bedroom door creaked open. Kuan dashed out, exclaiming, "I'll get it," as he raced toward the entrance. Moments later, Kuan reappeared, struggling to carry a large box. Calling out, "Dad, come help me. It's too heavy." AI Chun hurried forward, assisting Kuan in placing the sizable box on the coffee table in the living room. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, Kuan, what is this?" Kuan beamed with delight, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, "Dad, happy birthday! Congratulations on getting a year older, ha!" AI Chun was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. He had completely forgotten that today was his birthday. Before he could process this revelation, Kuan continued, "I bought you this big cake with the money I earned from my live stream," eagerly opening the box. A beautifully crafted cake emerged, adorned with elegant candles that emitted an inviting, sweet aroma. Gazing at the cake, and then at Kuan's joyful smile, a warm current surged through AI Chun, leaving him momentarily dazed. In his memories, the relationship between his original self and Kuan had always been marked by distance and indifference. He had never experienced such an intimate and harmonious moment. He reached out to ruffle Kuan's hair, softly saying, "Thank you, son." Kuan tilted his little face upward, hands on his hips, imitating an adult as he replied, "No need to thank me, Dad. This is just my filial duty to you." AI Chun chuckled at the boy's antics. "You little rascal, your dad is still young." At that moment, the audience in the live stream room erupted with excitement, all captivated by the heartwarming scene before them. Oh my goodness! Who would have thought Kuan would buy cake for AI Chen's birthday? Their father-son dynamic is simply wonderful. It's truly enviable. The filial piety of AI Chen's son is truly remarkable. He uses the earnings from his live stream to purchase a cake for his father, a rarity in today's world. I am nearly moved to tears. It is essential to watch videos of AI Chun and Kuan gaming to soothe my emotions. The close bond between the father and son is indeed a rarity. Typically, the communication between fathers and sons is not so abundant and tends to be rather reserved. Could this be the advantage of not pressuring children to excel academically? AI Chun respects his child, and in return, the child reciprocates with love and care, epitomizing a wholesome parent-child relationship. Well, I now find myself opposing Professor Chun Jianya. In this moment, AI Chen's approach to education has come full circle. The audience's heartfelt reflections scroll across the screen, as everyone is touched by the warmth shared between this father and son. The onlookers in the studio are momentarily taken aback. This 8-year-old child is not only lively and cheerful, but also remarkably close to AI Chen. AI Chen instructs Kuan to return to his room and to make a wish before cutting the cake. Obediently, Kuan retreats to his room. Turning once more to the experts in the studio, I challenge you, Professor Chinjianya. You claim that my educational philosophy prioritizes entertainment. Yet you may not have perused the Ministry of Education's publication, Modernization of Education in China 2028, which explicitly states the need to transform educational methodologies. Nurturing skills beyond academics is not the mere pursuit of entertainment as you suggest. Rather, your adherence to rote education as an unassailable doctrine, resistant to the evolution of the times, is the true folly. You propagate the notion that only grades matter, declaring that without entering university, one is not a true scholar. Such antiquated thinking is reminiscent of the imperial examination system. Were it not for your ignorance, seeking to please capital and gain accolades, would you still be hailed as an educational master? Examine your educational theories. Do they align with national education policies? It appears you are the real bane of our educational system. Furthermore, what is wrong with incorporating a bit of entertainment into education? The nation is currently encouraging consumption. Our pursuit of enjoyment is also a contribution to society. Chapter 25. As you can see, my son and I are quite content. AI Chin's words fell like a heavy bombshell, striking directly at Chinjianya. The phrase "a plague upon the nation" escaped AI Chin's lips with startling clarity, instantly freezing the atmosphere of the entire live broadcast. Upon hearing this piercing accusation, Chinjianya staggered, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially intended to label AI Chan in a derogatory manner. Yet he never anticipated that AI Chan would cast upon him an even larger and weightier indictment. Chinjianya opened his mouth to retort, but found his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. While AI Chin's assertion of his ignorance stung, it was the accusation of pandering to capital that struck him like a hammer. He had indeed engaged in such actions, appearing on various television programs under the guise of promoting educational ideologies, while in reality, he was merely advertising for certain entrepreneurs' educational institutions, profiting handsomely in the process. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on his back, and he dared not utter another word, fearful that further speech would unveil even more of his disgraceful deeds, leading to a tarnished reputation. AI Chin did not relent. He fixed his gaze on Chinjianya through the screen, continuing with righteous fervor. You incessantly accuse me of treating children's education as a mere game, yet in my view, what I advocate is, in fact, a genuine approach to learning through enjoyment. Must the method of education truly involve parents wielding sticks, forcing children to learn in anguish? If that were the case, the children nurtured in such an environment would emerge as thoughtless automatons, merely obedient to commands. He paused slightly, inhaling deeply, and earnestly advised, as parents, our foremost responsibility should be to consider the child's perspective. When parents relentlessly coerce their children to study, is it not infused with their own obsessions? Those who have meandered through life, achieving nothing, often project all their unfulfilled dreams onto their children, wishing for them to become dragons or phoenixes. I truly wish to ask on behalf of these children, can two Da Vinci's truly give birth to another Leonardo? As he spoke, AI Chan shifted slightly to the side. The camera now focused on the cake atop the coffee table. He raised his chin, a smile gracing his face as he proclaimed, "You are fond of grandiloquent discussions, but do you truly grasp the essence of happiness? For me, happiness is not an elusive, unattainable ideal, but rather the tangible warmth found in life's minutiae. It is the health of family, the absence of calamity. It is the stability of life, free from the burdens of making ends meet. It is the frequent sound of children's laughter, the most delightful music in the world. As for their studies, I never impose undue pressure. If a child excels academically, possesses ambition and capability, then let them serve the nation and realize their value. However, if their academic performance is modest, that is equally acceptable, to bask in their presence. Sharing the joys of family life is a happiness in its own right. Every individual possesses a unique understanding and definition of happiness, a matter that is inherently personal and subjective. You are merely an arrogant outsider, utterly unqualified to dictate your beliefs to others. Moreover, as you can see, my son and I are exceedingly content. After Aichen's remarks, several educational experts in the studio, along with Chun Jianya, were momentarily taken aback. Aichen, a member of the post-2000 generation, displayed remarkable agility in his debate skills. No matter how they criticized him, he countered every point with eloquence, leaving them at a loss for words. For Aichen himself, he did not perceive his words as a debate. His sentiments regarding child education were merely a reflection of his innermost thoughts. At that moment, the audience in the live broadcast was profoundly moved by Aichen's statements. I have always pressured my child to be first in class. The stress has been burdensome for both of us. Listening to Aichen, who says a child's happiness is paramount, reminds me of the times he cried and pleaded with me to stop pushing him. I was wrong. Happiness is about a family's joy, not merely academic performance. I used to believe that a child's success was essential for happiness. When I was hospitalized, my child, only 13, tirelessly cared for me. In that moment, I realized that the presence of family is what truly matters. Aichen's words have awakened me. I will no longer pressure my child to ensure my child learns various skills. Our home has been chaotic. Remembering the joy of playing in the sand with my child during his early years, I regret denying him his childhood bravo. Children should excel academically to contribute to the nation. If they don't, they should at least bring joy to the family. My child's grades are average, but he is exceptionally filial. Now I comprehend the sentiments expressed by those from the post-2000 generation online. The notion of enduring hardship before sweetness is a fallacy. While experiencing sweetness first is genuinely delightful. This is the essence of happiness, embracing one's ordinariness and that of our children. We from the post-2000 generation will undoubtedly become the best friends of our offspring. Meanwhile, at the Municipal Education Bureau, Lin Weiman's phone suddenly rang while he was watching the program. "Hello, teacher. Why are you calling?" "Aichen," the higher-ups have expressed after hanging up. Lin Weiman cast a deep glance at Aichen on the live screen. He was surprised to learn that the higher-ups had begun to take notice of Aichen. The teacher's words were vague regarding their stance, leaving him uncertain about their views on Aichen. However, he felt somewhat reassured that the call was not a reprimand, indicating that the higher-ups did not harbor any criticisms against Aichen. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the Teaching Children Well live broadcast studio was charged, with many individuals stirring up controversy. This posed a risk for Aichen as well. After pondering for a moment, he made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, the Teaching Children Well production team received an official call instructing them to conclude the connection and end the live broadcast prematurely. When Aichen was informed of the early termination of the program, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he casually remarked to the studio audience, "Goodbye, everyone. I'm off to have some cake." Thus, the Day's program concluded much earlier than expected. Within the broadcasting studio, several educational experts remained seated in their respective places, seemingly hesitant to rise. Whether it was due to feelings of awkwardness or deep contemplation remained unclear. As for Wang Fong, her visage was marred by a palpable sense of frustration. This live broadcast not only failed to denounce AI Chun, but, paradoxically, bolstered his audacity, leaving her exceedingly disheartened. The Day's live connection was nothing short of a duel of wits, with AI Chun's words both shocking the audience and resonating profoundly within them. When this segment of the broadcast was edited and disseminated online, it ignited a considerable uproar, evoking strong sentiments among numerous parents. His poignant remark, "Excel in your studies to serve the nation. Falter, and you shall merely bask in the indulgence of your parents," brought tears to many students' eyes. Childhood had been supplanted by myriad extracurricular classes, and during their secondary education, students endured the relentless pressure of early mornings and late nights. While university life offered a semblance of relief, the burdens that awaited them post-graduation loomed unexpectedly, capable of overshadowing their entire lives. In such a high-pressure educational milieu, students harbored a profound aversion to their parents' oppressive and coercive approach to education. AI Chun undeniably spoke the words they had long suppressed. Of course, as with any matter, there existed a spectrum of perspectives. A significant portion of individuals approach the situation with rationality. The path lies beneath one's own feet. Others possess no authority to dictate it. Only oneself can illuminate the way forward. In essence, students have their own contemplations, while parents harbor their own concerns. The world is inherently diverse, and AI Chun's ability to resonate with the majority is a pivotal reason for his current prominence. Wang Fong returned home, laden with pent-up frustration. She had hoped that being at home would ease her emotions, but upon crossing the threshold, she immediately sensed something amiss. In the living room, her daughter and husband sat silently on the sofa, the atmosphere palpably oppressive. On the coffee table lay a white sheet of paper, quietly waiting. Wang Fong furrowed her brow and instinctively spoke. "Jiasen, why are you still sitting on the sofa? In this critical juncture of your senior year, time is of the essence. Hurry back to your room and study." No sooner had she finished speaking than her usually taciturn husband abruptly stood up, his eyes reddened and face contorted with fury. "Study, study. All you ever say is for her to study. Look at this," he exclaimed, snatching the white sheet from the table and forcefully tossing it in Wang Fong's direction. Startled by her husband's sudden outburst, she felt a wave of unease wash over her. After all, he had always been obedient to her wishes. What had transpired today? An unsettling feeling surged within her as she glanced down at the paper on the floor. Upon reading its contents, her mind went blank, overwhelmed by a deafening silence. It was a medical report, and the diagnosis boldly stated 3 words: depression. Chapter 26. How could she possibly be depressed? Wang Fong's lips trembled slightly, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to stammer, "How is this possible? How can my daughter be suffering from depression? Is there a chance the doctor misdiagnosed her?" The man's face was contorted with anger, his voice laced with uncontrollable fury and sorrow. "Isn't it because you have consistently pressured her? The child has expressed numerous times that she does not wish to remain in that class. She cannot endure such a high-intensity study regimen. Furthermore, after her poor performance in the last monthly exam, you struck her. Had she not confided this to the doctor beforehand, I would have been oblivious. She is already quite grown up. How can you still resort to violence? This illness is a result of your actions." His roar echoed in Wang Fong's ears, leaving her disoriented from her husband's accusations. She indeed felt a pang of guilt over striking their daughter, yet she hastily justified herself. "I only wanted what was best for her. I hoped she could attend a prestigious university and secure a good job afterward, thus earning respect. In that case, she could even find a suitable family through matchmaking." As she spoke, her confidence seemed to swell, and her arguments grew more fervent. They say if one does not strive in youth, one will only lament in adulthood. Look at you. You show no concern for our child's education. If it weren't for my diligence, would she even have the opportunity to attend such an excellent high school? The man stepped forward. "Wang Fong, what time is it? And you still cling to this? What good does academic performance do now? The child is already in this state." He shouted, his heart heavy with guilt. He had spent years traveling for work, leaving the responsibility of their daughter's education entirely to Wang Fong. He had never anticipated that such a situation would arise just as their daughter approached adulthood. Wang Fong's heart tightened, and with a hint of guilt, she asked then, "What should we do? The level of depression is quite severe. The doctor recommends a year off from school." The man replied solemnly. "No, no," Wang Fong exclaimed, panic rising within her. "The final year of high school is critical. If she takes a year off, she might forget everything she has learned throughout high school. Moreover, after all these years of hard work, I was hoping for good news from her college entrance exams this year. I cannot bear to see it all go to waste." Determined, she hurried to her daughter, who sat silently on the sofa. "Jiasen, tell me you're all right. You are the strongest. Let us grit our teeth and get through this final year together, shall we?" Yet, her daughter remained unresponsive, fixated on her phone. It was only then that Wang Fong noticed the screen displayed a joyful moment of Ai Chun and her son, Kuan, happily indulging in cake, their faces radiating warmth and joy. This sight struck Wang Fong like a heavy blow, leaving her frozen in place. Memories of the years spent with her daughter flashed through her mind. It seemed that her daughter rarely smiled like that, and their family seldom enjoyed such harmonious moments. At that moment, Jiasen slowly raised her head to gaze at Wang Fong. A tear slipped from the edge of her thick glasses, falling onto the back of her hand. "Mom, I don't wish to go to school right now. Could you allow me a few days of rest? Her words were laden with exhaustion and pleading. Wang Fong instinctively opened her mouth to urge her daughter to attend school. The familiar phrases about the importance of education and the need to persevere hovering on the tip of her tongue. Yet, upon witnessing the anguish reflected in her daughter's eyes, those words lodged in her throat, unspoken. She parted her lips, hesitated for a long moment, and ultimately said nothing. At that moment, the man silently approached his daughter, gently crouching down to embrace her. Hearing her express a desire for rest, his heart ached, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. With a choked voice, he reassured her, "Darling, if you don't want to go to school, let us stay home, take your medicine, and rest well. You can return when you feel ready. All I wish for is your health and happiness." He then turned to Wang Fong, adding, "I do not desire my daughter to attend a prestigious university. I only wish for her to be healthy and joyful. I hope you will reconsider your stubbornness, for regret may come too late." Listening to her husband's words, Wang Fong felt as though an invisible force drained all the strength from her body. Her legs buckled, and she sank to the ground, her gaze vacant as she stared at the heartwarming images of Ai Chen's family on her phone. The radiant smiles of Ai Chen and Kuan pierced her heart like a sharp blade. Had she truly erred? Everything she did was for her child's future, to take responsibility for it. Having endured hardships since childhood, she toiled daily for a better life. She did not want her child to tread the same path. She yearned for her to enjoy a life of abundance. Education could transform one's destiny. Meanwhile, Ai Chen had concluded the recording of teaching children well a few days early and promptly opened his live streaming account to celebrate his birthday. Engaging with the experts in the studio for an extended period, the potential audience was immense. Faced with this opportunity, he could not remain idle. As anticipated, the viewership soared to over 100,000 as soon as he began the broadcast. Throughout the evening, Ai Chen frolicked with Kuan, who eventually succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. With the live stream concluded, Ai Chen retreated to the restroom to wash away the cake smeared across his face by Kuan. In his mind, he heard the familiar notification sound of the system. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 50,000 prestige points. Current prestige points, 99,314. Notice, you are eligible for a lottery draw." Surprised by the influx of prestige points, Ai Chen immediately responded, "Lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, top-tier ring toss technique. Always hits the mark. Makes the boss's heart ache, brings the boss to tears." Ai Chen paused, intrigued by the term ring toss. Such games were quite common in amusement parks and night markets. The items displayed at the vendor's stall are remarkably diverse. There is nothing the proprietor dares not showcase. Only things he might not conceive. A faint smile graced Ai Chen's lips. His household was in need of various items. The small skill he had drawn was indeed useful. He planned to take Kuan to negotiate with the vendor and procure some goods. Glancing at his accumulated reputation points, he noted they had surpassed 190,000, and he was on the verge of unlocking an achievement that would grant him a cash reward of 200,000. Ai Chen felt no urgency regarding this monetary reward. With his current income from live streaming, he earned gifts that were several times the amount he had previously made from orders. It was conceivable that within a few days, he could amass that 200,000 himself. Moreover, he currently had minimal expenses. His greater concern lay in whether new features would emerge in the system once he achieved the milestone. Upon exiting the restroom, Ai Chen opted not to return to his bedroom for sleep, but rather instinctively settled onto the sofa, launching the Douyin app to browse videos. As he opened it, he was greeted with a series of clips regarding his earlier debate with educational experts. The comments section had divided into two factions. One group resonated deeply with his views, believing that the current educational philosophy harbors significant flaws, linking many societal issues to these educational ideologies. The opposing faction argued that he was overly radical, acknowledging problems but deeming them not as dire. Upon reading some of the latter remarks, Ai Chen couldn't help but shake his head. His statements during the discussion were far from exaggerated. They reflected the prevalent realities in this world and country. As society evolves rapidly, clinging to outdated educational paradigms to address contemporary issues would inevitably result in a generation crushed by the weight of progress. Today, as society is increasingly competitive. In the past, hard work and perseverance yielded noticeable results. However, in the current climate, where everyone is striving, one's efforts often feel futile. Parents continually place their hopes on their children, believing that relentless competition will lead to a turnaround, preventing them from repeating past mistakes. Yet, they overlook numerous critical issues. In a world where everyone is competing, what sets your child apart? As parents push their children to excel, one must question whether the children genuinely desire this or find joy in it. Thus, Achen's mission is to enlighten others about the futility of a utilitarian approach to education. Nothing is more paramount than the happiness and well-being of children. Contemplating this, Achen ceased his video browsing and instead clicked on his account's homepage. Since registering, he had yet to post a single video. Upon entering, he was astonished to discover that he had amassed an impressive 600,000 followers in merely 2 or 3 days. Just then, a notification popped up in the message bar. "Hello, Mr. Achen. Could we kindly request your assistance in promoting an advertisement?" Chapter 27. Will you retrieve my father? Achen focused his gaze. The advertisement prominently featured the ubiquitous Circle Recycling on Douyin. To his surprise, just 2 days had passed, and someone sought him out for promotional purposes. Did he appear to be the type who would exploit his followers? Without hesitation, Achen pinned the message. Opportunities for profit were knocking at his door. If he did not seize them now, when would he? He swiftly replied, "Please elaborate." Before long, the other party sent another message, the words enticing. "Mr. Achen, you need not engage in any additional activities. Simply utter a few promotional lines for our Circle Recycling alongside your son in the live stream, and we shall grant you 100,000 yuan. Achen raised an eyebrow, contemplating the generous offer. Yet considering that his live stream boasted an audience of over 100,000, the sum seemed rather trivial. After some deliberation, he responded, "But my son is only 8 years old. How could I casually invite him to participate in an advertisement? That could have a detrimental impact." "That will not do," the other party quickly replied. "Very well. It seems we must increase the payment." Circle Recycling. The following morning, the dawn light filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow on Achen's face. Having gone to bed early the night before, he awoke unusually refreshed today. Habitually, he reached for his phone, and upon unlocking it, he noticed a flurry of messages in the parents' group chat. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a notification from the homeroom teacher. Due to a recent outbreak of influenza among students at the school, and in the interest of health and safety, the institution had decided to grant 2 days of leave. Achen furrowed his brow. Did this mean he would miss out on ordering takeout for a sumptuous meal? Nevertheless, the thought that his son could rest comfortably at home offered him some solace. As usual, Achen instinctively glanced towards the entrance and the living room, only to realize that the crew member responsible for filming had not arrived as he typically would. He felt a brief flicker of curiosity, but dismissed it, as filming schedules often changed. After completing his morning routine, he did not feel hungry, so he commenced his live broadcast for the day. It was not long before notifications of viewers joining the stream began to flood the screen, and the audience count soared rapidly. Oh, what a rarity. Achen is actually awake early today. I hope he isn't planning to have his son cook again like last time. By the way, is the program not airing today? What's happening? Perhaps the filming crew has all caught the flu. The other 2 live streams aren't broadcasting either. I heard the flu is quite severe lately. It seems Yangwang Primary School has granted 2 days off. As viewers chimed in with their thoughts, Achen paid little heed. Just as he was about to immerse himself in a game, he cast a glance to the side and noticed that Kunkin had yet to rise. It was already past 8 o'clock. Normally, Kunkin would have been up by this time. What could be the reason for his unusual slumber? With a mind full of questions, Achen, holding the phone that was streaming live, walked briskly towards Kunkin's room. He pushed the door open casually and called out loudly, Kun, what time is it? Why are you still indulging in slumber? Hurry up and get out of bed to practice shooting with your father." However, when his gaze fell upon the bed, he was momentarily taken aback. There lay Kun, not asleep, but rather sprawled across the bed, his pen gliding across the paper with remarkable speed as he fervently scribbled away. AI Chun hastily approached him. "You little rascal, what are you doing? Writing your homework in silence, so early in the morning? What is going on?" Kun, in a flurry of activity, exclaimed, "It's all your fault. You dragged me into playing games, and I completely forgot to do my homework. Now I have to rush to finish it." He then cast a hurried glance at his watch, only to burst into tears in despair. It's over. I'm already late. I haven't finished yet." The scene had the viewers in the live stream in fits of laughter. Poor Kun, dragged into gaming by AI Chun, forgot his homework, and now frantically trying to catch up. Yet, why does it make me want to laugh so much? If the child enjoys studying, let him study for a while. Not every child is suited for gaming. Education is also a pathway. The comment from upstairs seems increasingly off the mark. Ha ha ha. Practicing shooting early in the morning? Is that even human? So strict. What will happen if his performance improves and his grades go up? It appears someone else's son is catching up on homework early in the morning. My son isn't nearly as conscientious. Kun probably doesn't even know school is on break today. AI Chun looked at Kun, who was deeply engrossed in his writing, his expression a mix of disappointment and frustration. Just yesterday, he recounted a story about the internet CAF at 4 in the morning, and now here was his son, getting up at the crack of dawn to do homework. The boy was only 8 years old. AI Chun was reluctant to burden him with homework. He paused for a moment and added, "Your school is on break for 2 days. You don't need to go today. There's no rush for your homework. You're at the perfect age to practice shooting, so get up and join me." Upon hearing the word school break, Kun lifted his head. Suspicion etched across his face and stared intently at AI Chun. "Dad, are you sure the school is on break? And this isn't just a personal day off you're giving me? Last time he was late." AI Chun said he would grant him leave, making Kun doubt whether his father was using the same trick again. Achen, slightly irritated, replied, "There's a severe flu outbreak outside. That's why school is closed." His gaze swept over Kun's hair, which resembled a chaotic nest, urging him, "Stop dawdling and get up to wash up. Then you can play a couple of games with me." Seeing AI Chen's serious demeanor, Kun finally relaxed a bit, easing his previously tense posture. Who can truly understand the agony of catching up on homework? Nevertheless, he steadfastly looked at AI Chun and stated earnestly, "No, this time I cannot heed your advice, Dad. Last time, because I listened to you and played games, I didn't finish my homework. This time, I must complete my assignments first." Witnessing Kun's stubbornness, AI Chin became flustered and raised his voice. "Get up already. Stop dawdling. If you don't rise this instant, I'll show you what paternal love feels like." With that, he reached out to pull Kun from the bed. Kun, exasperated, clambered up while grumbling. "You profess your love for me, yet all you want is for me to be your gaming companion. Truly, you are my biological father." After washing up and having breakfast, Kun insisted that he finish the remaining homework. He plopped down beside AI Chun, initiating their day of gaming together. The atmosphere was initially lighthearted until AI Chun began a solo match with his son. The audience eagerly anticipated the ensuing tension. With remarkable skill, swiftly eliminated Kun multiple times. As he observed the in-game outcomes, a smug grin spread across his face, and he seized the opportunity to exert further pressure. "If you don't practice more, this is the consequence. Look at you, reduced to 0 kills and 20 deaths." Kun stared at his dismal performance, both astonished and infuriated. "Dad, have you suddenly become a pro? I've never seen you this formidable before." AI Chun, dismissing Kun's skepticism, retorted, "Do you think I'm using cheats? You underestimate your father. Want to learn? I'll teach you." With that, AI Chun shifted the live stream's focus onto himself, adopting a serious demeanor. To execute moves as fluid as mine, one must have quality equipment. This is a second-hand computer I purchased from Kun, saving me over 3,000 compared to a new one. Kun is an official second-hand platform, far more reliable than typical options. They conveniently pick up old computers for recycling, and their pricing is satisfactory, instant payment on-site. Trust me, for second-hand computers, Kun is the way to go. Kun responded with a puzzled expression. while the viewers in the live chat reacted with amusement. Are you sure you're teaching Kuan how to game and not promoting something? This is the smoothest advertisement I've ever seen. Let my son earn. Haha. So Kuan is the go-to noted. Looks like our beloved broadcaster is getting into sponsorships. I expect a nice meal out with my son now. If you're advertising now, you'll be promoting fans next. I might just unfollow you. What did you start taking on advertisements? Kun uskid. Barely suppressing his laughter at AI Chun's dramatic delivery. After the advertisement, AI Chun, slightly irritated, told Kuan, "What are you staring at? Go practice your aim. If you keep getting killed, you'll have to spend 3 hours in the training ground." Hearing this, Kuan's expression fell. Wah, how can you be like this? Does Kun take fathers? Please recycle mine. Chapter 28. Censorship? A digital feud. While AI Chun was live streaming another highly anticipated program, Effective Parenting, which traditionally aired at a set time each day, left viewers anxiously awaiting the familiar opening sequence, which never materialized. Confusion filled the hearts of the audience, as the program had always commenced punctually without fail. Even if one family's live stream encountered issues, the others continued without interruption. Moreover, AI Chin's previous connection with educational experts concluded in an unusually abrupt manner. This sequence of peculiar events rendered many eager viewers restless. Soon they took action. Some called the production team for clarification, while others flooded the official Douyin account with comments. Yet, the official response was conspicuously absent. In the midst of this uncertainty, a sensational topic emerged online. Effective Parenting was mandated to undergo rectification, and AI Chan would no longer appear on the show. The news sent shockwaves through the community, rapidly disseminating across the internet. Beneath the topic, several individuals, with ulterior motives, left comments. Indeed, someone like AI Chun should have been banned long ago. How could such an absurd educational approach be tolerated on a serious program like Effective Parenting? I can only say he deserves it. The consequence of seeking attention and chasing views is a backlash from the very audience he sought to captivate. Why does he have to question educational experts or university professors? He is merely a gamer. Do you know why the live stream abruptly ended yesterday? It was because the higher-ups noticed AI Chun. How could such an outrageously misguided educational method be permitted by the state? Exactly. Otherwise, why would a perfectly good live stream come to an abrupt halt? And why hasn't Today's broadcast started? Only state intervention would make someone like AI Chun tremble with fear. AI Chun is still live streaming his games. He truly has the nerve to remain calm. Are the people who enjoy his streams mentally sound? The production team of Effective Parenting bears significant responsibility for failing to admonish AI Chun for his reckless behavior. Their inaction warrants this rectification. The controversy surrounding AI Chun was already considerable. Fueled by these rumors, many joined the fray, including individuals entirely unfamiliar with AI Chun, merely envious of his popularity and the wealth he amassed through live streaming. Soon, a torrent of vitriol inundated social media. Some accused AI Chun of misguiding educational discourse, while others lambasted the production team for lax oversight. Various negative sentiments permeated every social platform. However, a rational faction remained, with some skeptics questioning the veracity of the assertive claims. They believe that one should not hastily draw conclusions without solid evidence, especially since the official representatives of Raising Children Wisely have yet to publicly respond to this matter. Conversely, another faction is more forthright. They disdain unfounded accusations and have resolutely retorted. Were you spreading without an official statement? Is fabricating rumors truly amusing? A bunch of trend followers. Must you heed every rumor? Can't we wait for official news before making judgments? I examined the accounts of these individuals. Most are mere novice handles. Isn't it obvious? Clearly, it is orchestrated by hired commentators. It's evident that there is a deliberate agenda behind all this. Let's not stoop to their lack of decorum. We shall simply await the broadcast to see them proven wrong. As Wang Fong observed the torrent of criticism directed at AI Chun online, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Initially, due to her daughter's issues, she had begun to question the correctness of her past actions, but now it seemed she had been justified. Furthermore, In a lengthy conversation with her close friend the previous night, the latter opined that today's children are excessively coddled, often overwhelmed by psychological pressure and ailments. Wang Fong found her friend's insights profoundly resonant. Thus, she hastily devised a physical training regimen for her daughter. AI Chun, it appears many detest your pedagogical approach. The thought of AI Chin's absence from the program filled her with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, as the online altercation escalated, the atmosphere in the conference room of the Raising Children Wisely production team was palpable with tension. The chief director, Zhou Ping, appeared haggard, having endured an entire sleepless night. His dark circles resembling those of a panda, brows furrowed, his gaze heavy with fatigue and anxiety. A staff member stood up, shattering the oppressive silence. Director Zhou, the audience is clamoring for our program to air, and the online discourse has reached a fever pitch, with rampant speculation about whether AI Chun is to be blacklisted. Immediately, another staff member urgently inquired, Director Zhou, what exactly does the higher-ups mean? A phone call yesterday halted our program, yet we have received no further instructions. What shall we do? Are they truly demanding we make significant revisions? If AI Chun is to be removed, our show may well be doomed. Zhou Ping, in exasperation, rubbed his temples, overwhelmed with distress. He too was perplexed by the intentions of those above. The tone of the call yesterday had not been particularly firm, making it difficult to ascertain their stance on AI Chun. Yet he understood that, under such circumstances, the production team dared not take any reckless actions. At this moment, he was filled with regret, wishing he had never invited those so-called experts for a connection. Their egos were inflated, and the words they spoke were hardly convincing, let alone persuasive to AI Chun. Now, it seemed that the program might very well collapse under the weight of this incident. Just as everyone was at a loss, a staff member rushed in from outside, breathless and agitated. Moments ago, a representative from the publicity department contacted us, stating that there were no directives prohibiting our broadcast. They specifically urged us to commence the transmission promptly to quell the unrest circulating online. Upon hearing this, a wave of joy enveloped the previously tense conference room, rekindling a spark of hope in Zhou Ping's eyes. However, this elation was fleeting. He soon regained his composure. Having weathered the recent turmoil, he understood that the forthcoming program demanded meticulous attention, necessitating careful deliberation to avert any further controversies. Let us not rejoice prematurely. We must thoughtfully strategize the upcoming program, Zhou Ping asserted, clearing his throat with gravity. The room fell silent, all eyes fixated upon him. Subsequently, the team convened, engaging in fervent discussions. Each member contributed ideas, culminating in a new program proposal titled Parent-Child Grand Shopping. According to this plan, the production team would allocate a specified sum to several participating families, allowing them to shop and frolic at Wana Plaza. During this escapade, they would undertake a series of entertaining tasks. This format not only alleviated the previously tense atmosphere of the live broadcast, but also eased the audience's emotions, enabling them to enjoy the program in a relaxed and cheerful environment. Furthermore, such lighthearted content was unlikely to provoke discontent from higher authorities. Before long, the next day arrived, and the program commenced at its usual morning hour. In the studio, host Xiao Sa appeared on camera with a bright smile, joined by the other guests and observers, including Wang Fong. Initially planning to tend to her daughter at home, she hurried over in excitement upon hearing the program was back on air. Dear viewers, good morning. I am your host, Xiao Sa. Before we dive into today's family observation, allow me to introduce the upcoming segment. As the program Effective Parenting launched, a tremendous influx of viewers flooded in. Many found it difficult to contain their excitement at the return of the show. Finally, it's back on air after making me wait an entire day and night. Let those who claim the program was under revision see that it is, indeed, thriving. Exactly. The rumors have been dispelled. Just one day off the air, and the internet is rife with conspiracy theories. What sort of people are these? Wow, a new program. Anticipating it. Hee. Let's ignore those rumor-mongering clowns and focus on enjoying our show. However, the live chat still bore a considerable amount of vitriol. It doesn't matter if the program is back. Perhaps AI-chan was hastily removed to facilitate the broadcast. Exactly. Just the thought of AI-chan's face makes me feel nauseous. What is there to lament about a person like that being banned? Did you not hear? They've rolled out a new program, clearly adjusted due to AI-chan's exit. I hope that the fans of AI-chan cease to deceive themselves. They should instead watch his gaming streams. However, I must mention that it is quite possible that his gaming channel may soon face closure as well. Chapter 29. Deceiving friends is one thing, but deceiving oneself is another. The host, Xiao Sa, wore a warm smile as he continued to engage the audience. Welcome back to our program. The title of our new show is Parent-Child Shopping Extravaganza. Just by its name, you can deduce that this is a delightful program where parents take their children shopping and enjoying themselves. Throughout this playful journey, we have meticulously curated a variety of activities, such as amusing ring toss games, immersive film viewing sessions, and thrilling parent-child hide-and-seek, among others. Our chosen venue for this event is the local Wanda Plaza, which boasts a dazzling array of products and diverse entertainment facilities, making it the perfect setting for our activities. Xiao Sa paused momentarily, creating an air of suspense before continuing. Now, let me highlight the show's first segment, the crying and laughing shopping experience. In this segment, the production team will provide each parent with a budget of 500 yuan to take their children grocery shopping. However, there is a twist. Parents must not use this 500 yuan to purchase items that their children desire. The children will be blissfully unaware of this rule. Instead, parents are tasked with persuading their children through their unique approaches, showcasing their educational philosophies in the process. Ultimately, the audience will vote on the performances of the 3 participating parents, with the one receiving the highest votes winning a grand prize of 20,000 yuan. To ensure the smooth execution of the event, our production team has granted a day off to participants Zhang Yin and Wang Lei, compensating them with double wages so they can wholeheartedly accompany their children in the program. I believe they should have received the invitation from the production team by now, Xiao Sa remarked, gesturing towards the large screen. Next, let us follow the cameras to witness the exciting moments of this program and see what delightful sparks will ignite between these parents and their children. Upon hearing Xiao Sa mention Zhang Yin and Wang Lei's day off, the critics erupted in laughter. The absence of AI Chen's name only confirmed that he was not participating in this program, did it not? At that moment, the large screen displayed various scenes in succession. In room 1, Zhang Yin was riding an electric bike with her child, Zihan, heading towards the supermarket. In room 2, Wang Lei had already parked his car at the entrance of the grocery store. Just when many believed that room 3 would remain dark, the screen suddenly illuminated. A familiar face loomed close to the camera, occupying a significant portion of the screen. "Hello, everyone. It's great to see you again," AI Chen greeted warmly. Following him, Kuan appeared on screen, waving his small hand. "Good morning, dear audience." The sight of AI Chun and Kuan in the live broadcast sent the room into a frenzy. "Wow, we finally see AI Chun again. How wonderful. I knew those rumors were baseless." "Ha, the rumors have been dispelled effortlessly. Oh yes." I was utterly startled just now when I saw someone claim that AI Chan was absent from the leave roster. It certainly gave me a fright, but it seems I was merely scaring myself. "Haha, you up there are quite foolish. AI Chun doesn't need to take leave. He doesn't even have to work. Isn't that so? Wasn't he called out by the higher-ups? How can he still appear in a live stream? Where's the official response? You up there? Just roll away. Your dog-ass eyes must have deceived you into believing the officials called him out. It's one thing to fool your buddies, but don't deceive yourself as well. How wonderful. Just yesterday, I stated that AI Chun wouldn't be blacklisted, and I received a barrage of private messages scolding me. Now it truly is a slap in the face for those individuals." In the broadcasting room, Wang Fong wore an exceptionally grim expression. She couldn't fathom why AI Chan was still in the live stream. In room 3, AI Chan patted his little electric scooter and called out to his son behind him. Kuan, hurry up. We must be on our way." After placing a helmet on Kuan's head, AI Chan turned back to the camera and addressed the audience. "I must temporarily bid you all farewell." Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream expressed their confusion. "Aren't we still live? Why the farewell?" Just as they were pondering this, AI Chun sped off on his little scooter. At that moment, the cameraman cleared his throat. Ahem, I apologize, everyone. I cannot keep up with him. With this revelation, the audience erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, in room 1, Zihan obediently sat on the back of Zhang Yan's electric scooter. Curiously, she asked, Mom, where are we going? Zhang Yan, feeling somewhat elated, replied, We are heading to the supermarket. She was calculating how timely the 500 yuan from the production team was, as many household supplies were running low, and it would come in handy. Upon hearing that her mother was taking her to the supermarket, Zihan's eyes brightened. In her recollection, her mother had never taken her to the supermarket before. Today, being a school holiday, she usually found herself confined at home, studying and memorizing classical poetry. This time, she was finally able to go out and explore. A little thought crossed her mind. Could it be that her mother intends to buy her something special? Her small eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, this anticipation was swiftly shattered. Zhang Yan suddenly remarked, Zihan, we still have quite a distance to the supermarket. You could take this time to memorize a few words. With that, she pulled out a small English vocabulary notebook from her pocket. The glimmer of expectation in Zihan's eyes dimmed instantly, replaced by a flicker of reluctance as she hesitated to take the notebook from her mother. Noticing her daughter's prolonged hesitation, Zhang Yan's tone grew stern. What are you waiting for? When we return home, I expect you to recite the words from memory. Do you understand? Then, she added earnestly, Zihan, our family may not compare to others. We lack the financial means to enroll you in tutorial classes. Therefore, you must diligently utilize your time and exert more effort than others to avoid falling behind. This demand from your mother is solely for your benefit. Upon hearing this, Zihan pressed her small lips together, her earlier anticipation transforming into disappointment. Heeding her mother's words, she silently accepted the vocabulary book and buried her little face in it. Beginning to recite, pencil, pencil, book, book, yellow, yellow, blue, blue. Her voice was faint, nearly drowned out by the wind, rendering Zhang Yan unable to hear her daughter's words. Instantly, her expression darkened as she called out loudly, Zihan, didn't your teacher instruct you? You must read the words aloud to reinforce your memory. Startled by her mother's sudden reprimand, Zihan instinctively shrank back, her voice timid and weak. She wished to open her mouth wider to raise her voice, but found herself unable to do so. Then she continued, Zihan, I hope you can be more understanding and not always require reminders. I labor daily with household responsibilities and worry about your studies. It is exhausting. You must have noticed the many gray hairs I've gained, all from worrying about your education. I have toiled tirelessly to raise you, picking you up from school each day, with the hope that you will dedicate yourself to your studies. Do you comprehend the extent of effort your father and I have invested in you? You should cultivate a sense of gratitude. Of course, studying is not merely for our sake. It is for your own benefit. If you're reluctant to memorize vocabulary now, you will soon find yourself unwilling to engage in other tasks as well. Just look at how convenient it is for you to have a vocabulary book for study. In the past, we lacked even basic textbooks. Furthermore, we had to assist with household chores, tend to cattle, and cut pig fodder. Unlike your fortunate situation where you only need to focus on your studies. Compared to her earlier tone, Zhang Yan's words were not loud. She did not wish to chastise Zihan. She had always been relatively obedient, albeit somewhat introverted. Some matters she preferred to keep to herself rather than share with adults, which necessitated Zhang Yan's occasional reminders. Listening to her mother's words, Zihan lowered her head further, feeling a pang of discomfort. Recently, she had become increasingly irritable towards her mother's guidance, and even occasionally entertained thoughts of not wanting to study. Yet, she had always been inclined to obey her mother. She did not wish to be a disobedient child. Moreover, her mother had sacrificed so much for her, and if she were to be unruly, it would surely sadden her mother. Her heart was a tumult of contradictions. Her gaze fell upon the vocabulary book in her hands, her eyes gradually reddening. Soon, she cradled the book and began to read aloud. At that moment, Zhang Yan, seated in front, heard her daughter's reading and felt a sense of satisfaction. Completely oblivious to Zihan's current state and the faint sobs woven into her voice, she remained unaware. However, this scene was presented in the live broadcast through the lens of the cameraman. Chapter 30. The Confusion of Education in the Broadcasting Studio. Wang Fong was initially perplexed by AI Chen's unexpected presence. However, upon witnessing Zhang Yan's approach to parenting, her curiosity swiftly dissipated, replaced by admiration. She eagerly grasped the microphone, lauding Zhang Yan's parenting skills, exclaiming, "Zhang Yan is truly adept at educating her child." Wang Fong's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, her affection for children evident in every word. By recounting her own past experiences, she illuminated the advantages of the current learning environment, a commendable pedagogical approach indeed. Moreover, the notion of encouraging children to seize fragmented moments for study was enlightening, even to her. Zhang Yan's method of teaching was remarkable, particularly suitable for high school seniors like her daughter who face time constraints. At that moment, Jiang Yu, a Generation Z observer seated nearby, cast a cold glance at Wang Fong. Remarkable method? From my perspective, it will only exacerbate the child's struggles. He cleared his throat and articulated his viewpoint. Firstly, the idea of utilizing fragmented time is nothing more than squeezing the child dry. With no opportunity for relaxation, childhood is reduced to mere academics. How is that healthy? Secondly, consistently imposing one's own past experiences upon today's children ignores the fact that times and needs have evolved. Such forceful indoctrination breeds rebellion. Thirdly, while Zhang Yan may seem to have her child's best interests at heart, she is merely projecting her own anxieties and expectations onto the child, disregarding her emotional state. Then, Jiang Yu turned to the camera. Do the viewers recall the last time Zhang Yan rode her electric bike with Zihan to school? She employed the same educational tactics then. We couldn't discern Zihan's emotions beneath her raincoat, but this time, the child's distress is palpable. Is this truly the education she desires? At merely 8 years old, why impose such relentless pressure on her learning? Upon hearing this, Wang Fong scoffed and countered. It is entirely natural for a child to feel upset when criticized by a parent. It is essential to cultivate their resilience from a young age. Otherwise, when they enter society and face setbacks, they will crumble. How can that be acceptable? As the two engaged in their spirited debate, the audience in the live stream erupted into fervent discussions. Jiang Yu is absolutely right. I was forced to study by my parents as a child, yet my pressure was nowhere near that of Zihan. It's clear how much she must be suffering. She has no freedom, and it brings tears to my eyes. I truly hope she doesn't have to endure this. I support Wang Fong. Children must learn to handle pressure. Otherwise, how will they confront the harsh realities of society? A bit of strictness now is for their own good. The youth of today seem to be excessively fortunate. A child merely weeping at a reprimand from their mother is deemed a grave matter. Have they truly never encountered hardship? Zhang Yan's method of education is decidedly flawed. My aunt's child, subjected to such an approach, is constantly compared to others, berated for being oblivious to the blessings of life. Just upon entering high school, they were diagnosed with depression. Zhang Yan's approach is not education. It is a mere attempt to mold the child into a learning machine. Children require space to grow. To speak frankly, I do not feel indebted to my parents. Did they bring me into this world merely to manipulate and control me? In stark contrast to the discord found in Zhang Yan's livestream, AI Chen's broadcast exudes a delightful atmosphere. The cameraman, riding in a colleague's vehicle, has been trailing AI Chen without even catching a glimpse of his taillights. It was only upon reaching the shopping supermarket in Wanda Plaza that he finally spotted AI Chen and Kuan. At the lower level of the supermarket, AI Chen waved a crisp 500 yuan bill in front of Kuan. Though he had no intention of showing it to his son, the production team insisted. Upon seeing the money, Kuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dad, are we going to buy loads of delicious snacks? I want spicy strips, the extra spicy kind. AI Chen shot him a disapproving glance. Why on earth do you want spicy strips? Just listen to your voice. It's in quite a state. The production crew has made it clear that this 500 yuan cannot be spent on what you desire. Thus, without a second thought, AI Chen declined Kuan's request. While he typically allows Kuan to indulge in spicy snacks, today was not an option. Kuan pouted, his face a picture of grievance. But the viewers say my voice is exceptional. AI Chen replied, What they meant is that you are an extraordinary elementary student. Regardless of whether Kuan comprehended this, AI Chan turned to enter the supermarket. Kuan abruptly seized his arm, suggesting, if we aren't buying spicy strips, then let us get some practice tests or exercise books. Buy plenty. The teachers haven't assigned any homework during the break. This remark drew the attention of passing shoppers, eliciting a soft gasp from an elderly lady. Oh my, this child is truly studious, opting for exam papers instead of toys. Just look at his father. So refined, clearly a man of culture. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. AI Chun firmly grasped Kuan's arm, admonishing, "You little rascal. This is a supermarket, not a bookstore. Where do you expect to find exam papers?" He then proceeded to lead Kuan toward the supermarket within Wanda Plaza. Just as they were about to board the escalator, a vehicle parked nearby. Over a dozen children, roughly Kuan's age, emerged from the car, all clad in matching uniforms, with the vehicle proudly displaying the words Mental Arithmetic Enhancement Class. Kuan, filled with curiosity, looked up at AI Chun and asked, "Dad, are they wearing school uniforms?" Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure amid the crowd. "Isn't that Zhang Ziheo from our class?" He mused. "Dad, are they in school?" Achen shrugged. "I have no idea." At that moment, the cameraman beside him began to explain. "This is our city's renowned extracurricular interest class, specifically designed to enhance children's mental calculation skills. Their instructor is an internationally acclaimed master of mental arithmetic and memory, reputed to have even set a Guinness World Record." Achen cast a disinterested glance, unwilling to engage. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous programs such as abacus training and memory enhancement. Although he didn't fully grasp them, he felt there was no necessity for children to enroll in such classes. Childhood should be a time for carefree play, and these skills would not determine a child's future. Besides, how much could a child truly learn? Many tutoring and interest classes merely cater to parental anxieties. Just then, Kunkin tugged at Aichen's sleeve. "Dad, can you enroll me in a tutoring class too?" Achen was well aware that the lad simply wished to evade his gun practice. "You can't even master shooting. What is the point of additional lessons? When you can defeat me in a duel, I'll consider it." Kunkin pouted. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter at Aichen's remark. "Haha, Kunkin has no distractions in his eyes, only a thirst for learning. Haha, another golden line. If you can't even grasp shooting, what lessons do you need? Oh, Aichen, don't refuse. Just send Kunkin to an esports class. What a reverse education. Which upbringing led to this?" Shortly after, the father and son entered a supermarket, with a dazzling array of goods was overwhelming. Upon seeing the various snacks on the shelves, Kunkin had already cast aside thoughts of tutoring classes. However, although he desired to buy this and that, his father, Aichen, consistently threatened him with the notion that whatever they bought would be taken home for shooting practice, leaving Kunkin with no choice but to comply reluctantly. At this moment, the cameraman reminded Aichen, "Threatening your child in this manner may likely result in a low final rating. You ought to consider alternative approaches." Aichen pondered for a moment, realizing the cameraman's words held merit. An idea sparked in his mind. On the other side of the supermarket, in the toy section, Wang Zixuan became fixated on a toy gun, insisting that Wang Lei purchase it for him. Naturally, Wang Lei would not indulge him. Whether due to the program's rules or in everyday life, the father and son found themselves in a standoff that lasted over 10 minutes. Growing increasingly impatient, Wang Lei crouched down to meet Wang Zixuan's gaze. "Son, I've already bought you many toy guns. We can't buy any more. It's a waste of money." "But you threw those toy guns away," Wang Zixuan protested, puffing out his cheeks. Unmoved by his son's objections, Wang Lei continued to speak. "Dear, I understand your fondness for this toy gun, but our purpose for visiting the supermarket today is to procure essential household items, not to indulge in frivolous purchases. Perhaps next time, I shall take you to buy it, all right? My son, you have grown and must learn to be reasonable. One cannot always expect to have their desires fulfilled immediately. We must adhere to some principles." However, Wang Zixuan was reluctant to heed such advice. "Often, I find myself regretting promises made in moments of frustration when he misbehaves, leading him to demand immediate compliance." Suddenly, Wang Zixuan collapsed onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. crying out, "I want this gun and I want it now." His commotion drew the attention of numerous passers-by, who cast curious glances in his direction. Witnessing his behavior, my anger surged. I struggled to contain my frustration, saying, "You wait here for a moment. I will return shortly to buy it for you." Upon hearing this, Wang Zishuan ceased his cries. Not long after, I returned. Wang Zishuan's excitement was palpable as he sat up from the floor, only to have his smile freeze upon seeing the brand-new belt in my hand. It turned out I had merely gone to purchase a belt. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Ha! I thought Wang Lei had gone off to do something important, but he was just buying a belt." Quite amusing. Indeed, I find it most irritating when children throw tantrums in public, often using such tactics to coerce me into buying them things. Yet, one must feel a twinge of sympathy for Wang Zishuan. With no toys at home, Wang Lei ought to reflect on his parenting methods. Ha! Shopping amidst tears and laughter. Truly a fitting description. Wang Zishuan may be crying, but who is laughing? Chapter 31. Your intentions are commendable, but delay your departure at this moment. Zhang Yin was engrossed in her shopping within the supermarket. Earlier on the road, while imparting lessons to her daughter, Zihan, she had already mentally enumerated the items she needed to purchase. Before long, she had gathered a considerable array of goods. One hand grasped a heavy shopping bag, filled to the brim with laundry detergent, toothpaste, dishwashing liquid, and other household necessities. The other hand held onto her daughter, Zihan, who trailed quietly behind her like a silent little kitten. However, her gaze would occasionally dart toward the snack aisle. As they passed by, Zihan instinctively slowed her pace. Yet, she did not come to a complete stop. At home, she rarely indulged in snacks, for her mother often admonished her that such treats were mere junk food, detrimental to her health. The last cup of milk tea she had purchased for her mother had been a subject of reproach for several days. Zhang Yin, noticing her daughter's subtle change, glanced at the snacks on the shelf. With a slight furrow of her brow, she admonished, "Zihan, do not dwell on those snacks. Indulging in them will spoil your appetite. As a growing child, you should consume more nourishing meals. You know, when I was young, I often went to bed hungry. We must spend our money wisely." Listening to her mother, Zihan fluttered her eyelashes, nodded gently, and withdrew her gaze. After completing her shopping for essential items, Zhang Yin looked at the remaining 100 yuan in her hand, feeling somewhat distressed. "Well, I've purchased everything necessary. What else should I buy?" At that moment, Zihan's attention was captivated by a box of vividly colored watercolor brushes in the stationery section. Her feet involuntarily began to move toward them. After stealing a glance at Zhang Yin, Zihan hesitated for a moment before cautiously tugging at her mother's sleeve and timidly inquiring, "Mama, could you possibly buy me that box of watercolor brushes?" Zhang Yin frowned, following her daughter's gaze to the box of brushes, then looking down at Zihan with a sense of helplessness. She had just lectured her daughter about spending money wisely, only to find that it had fallen on deaf ears. A wave of impatience washed over her, leading her to question whether she had been too lenient in her parenting. After pondering for a moment, she refrained from outright refusal and instead led Zihan to the shopkeeper, asking, "Excuse me, how much is this box of watercolor brushes?" The shopkeeper smiled and replied, 30 yuan. Zhang Yin turned to Zihan and asked, 30 yuan, do you truly want it? Zihan hesitated but eventually nodded. Last week, during art class, their teacher had assigned the task of creating a family portrait. She longed to use those beautiful watercolor brushes to render her family more vividly and warmly. Feigning a stern expression, Zhang Yin abruptly thrust the 100 yuan into Zihan's hands. Zihan was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Just as she reached out to accept it, Zhang Yin coldly remarked, "Take it. You may use all of this 100 yuan. Spend it all." Zihan's hand lingered in midair, her gaze vacant. Zhang Yin, undeterred by the peculiar stares of those around her, raised her voice several decibels and began her tirade. "Zihan, do you understand? Your mother toils tirelessly for 10 hours a day, nearly hoarse and utterly exhausted, just to earn this meager 100 yuan. Calculate for yourself how long I would need to work to afford this box of watercolor pens. Money does not come easily. It is hard-earned." Zihan's expression gradually dimmed. Feeling the penetrating gazes of the patrons and the shopkeeper, Her small face sank into her chest. She felt a profound discomfort. Yet, Zhang Yan's lecture continued unabated, her words flowing like a relentless stream. When I tell you to be frugal, I mean it. There is no need to purchase unnecessary items. Your father and I save every penny, even foregoing new clothes, just to ensure you have the best food and attire. Also, you can study diligently and secure a promising future. I strive to fulfill your needs when it comes to your studies. But these watercolor pens won't enhance your grades. What purpose do they serve? Isn't that the crux of the matter? This scene unfolded before the eyes of the livestream audience. Is it really necessary to escalate such a trivial matter as a box of watercolor pens into a lecture? This sounds just like my parents. Whenever I want something, they invariably mention how hard they work for their money. From personal experience, expressing your desires to your parents can sour the mood, leading to even greater discontent. Oh, what a pitiful yet understanding child. She didn't even ask for snacks. Merely a box of watercolor pens. Even if the show's rules prevent buying for children, this approach to education seems excessive. It would be better to follow what Wang Lei's father said, to take the child shopping another time. Hey, you all are just sitting there without understanding the struggle. Zhang Yan is merely teaching her child to avoid unnecessary expenditures. Where's the fault in that? If you give in to every whim, wouldn't that cultivate a habit of reckless spending? I concur with the previous comment. Indulging the child will only lead to endless demands. If it were me, I would walk away without explaining anything. You have no idea of the cost of living. I suspect some of you in the comments are still children yourselves. As the barrage of comments continued, Zhang Yan concluded her admonitions. The stern expression on her face softened to its usual gentleness. Come, Zihan, let us buy something practical. With that, she extended her hand to grasp Zihan's. Zihan bit her lip, suppressing her feelings of injustice, and returned the 100 yuan to Zhang Yan's hand. She slightly turned her body, evading her mother's outstretched hand. Choosing not to be led, Zhang Yan, preoccupied with thoughts of what else to buy, hardly noticed her daughter's small act of defiance. Just then, the shopkeeper, who had been silently observing the scene, could no longer contain himself. He looked at Zihan's forlorn and dejected expression and called out to Zhang Yan, "Oh, come on, lady, it's just a box of watercolor pens." The child evidently possesses a remarkable sense of understanding. It is rare for her to find something she truly cherishes. So why not indulge her? Consequently, I shall not profit from your expenditure and will offer you a discount of 10 yuan. With that, the shopkeeper seized the box of watercolor pens and placed it directly into Zihan's hands. Observing this, Zhang Yan shook her head in resignation and addressed the proprietor, stating, "She is still so young. We must not indulge her in every matter. Allowing her to purchase whimsically will only cultivate a habit of reckless spending in the future. I am doing this for her benefit. She must learn the value of money." After finishing her words, Zhang Yan turned to gently pat Zihan's head. "Be obedient, Zihan. Mother hopes you could be a bit more sensible and return the watercolor pens. If you achieve a perfect score of 100 on your final exam, then I shall reward you." Zihan clutched the box of watercolor pens tightly, her knuckles turning pale from strain. She could not comprehend why her mother insisted on not indulging her. In her memories, she rarely asked her mother for anything. This time, her mother had already completed the necessary purchases, yet still refused to buy this for her. All she wished for was to enhance the family portrait with the vibrant colors of the watercolor pens. Her lips quivered incessantly until she could no longer contain her despair and collapsed to the floor in tears. She had anticipated that her mother would buy her something during their trip to the supermarket. Yet instead, she found herself reciting vocabulary on the electric scooter. Wanting a box of watercolor pens, she was met with her mother's accusation of being unreasonable. It simply did not make sense to her. Zihan's cries took Zhang Yan by surprise. Her daughter seldom wept. What could have caused this? The sound of her sobs reached the live broadcast room, eliciting sympathy from numerous viewers. "I understand your good intentions, but perhaps you should hold back. I can hardly bear it. I wish I could leap through the screen and embrace Zihan." The shopkeeper has already lowered the price, yet Zhang Yan remains unwilling. Upon witnessing Zihan's distress, I would ignore the rules and buy it for her. It is suffocating, A child deemed understanding by everyone faces accusations of being unreasonable at the slightest disobedience. What a humorous yet tragic shopping scenario. The production team has certainly orchestrated this, resulting in two children being brought to tears. What further justification can those who oppose offer? Zihan is such a well-behaved child, and her emotional breakdown is truly a testament to Zhang Yan's manipulative prowess. Constantly expressing grievances to the child, does this not foster a sense of inferiority within her? The phrases "mother hopes you can be more understanding and it's all for your own good" became the final straws that broke Zihan's spirit. The barrage of comments in the live chat was overwhelmingly one-sided, as Zihan's understanding nature was evident to all. However, at that moment, the observer Wang Fong in the live room cast a gaze of approval and admiration toward Zhang Yan on the screen. There was indeed profound significance behind Zhang Yan's series of actions. Chapter 32. Oreo becomes black toothpaste? Kuan downloaded the anti-fraud app overnight. Wang Fong rose slowly, her voice steady. It seems that none of you have truly comprehended the actions of Zhang Yan's mother. You have misunderstood her. On the surface, it appears she has harmed her child, yet that is far from the truth. She deliberately paused, allowing all eyes to focus on her. Have you not noticed that Zhang Yan's mother's demeanor today differs from her usual self, exhibiting a more stringent attitude? Do you understand why? Because she is exceptionally observant and has noticed changes in her child. Just moments ago in the car, Zihan displayed subtle resistance, unwilling to memorize vocabulary. When it came time to purchase watercolor pens, this resistance became glaringly evident. It is crucial to recognize that this may well be a precursor to rebellion. If Zhang Yan's mother were to continue treating Zihan with her customary gentleness, she would be unable to suppress the child's defiance. Conversely, at such a juncture, parents must not yield, but rather adopt a firm stance to quell the child's rebellious spirit at its inception. Firstly, it is imperative to eradicate any notion within the child that parents will compromise. Otherwise, the child will resort to the same tactics in the future. Secondly, parents must eliminate any external support for the child, preventing them from harboring the illusion that if parents do not acquiesce, they can seek assistance from grandparents. Much like the stationery shop owner in the live stream. Remarkably, Zhang Yan's mother has successfully accomplished both of these objectives, which is truly commendable. Though many may perceive her actions as somewhat harsh, the results are immediate. Children, after all, have short memories. A brief bout of crying and tantrums will soon pass. Parents should not overly concern themselves with the child's current emotions. Rather, they should be vigilant about whether the child has absorbed the lesson. Thus, Zhang Yan's mother continually reminds her child of their circumstances and the challenges of earning money. Child, if you share your struggles with her, she will remember them for a lifetime, and this will become her motivation for future endeavors. Therefore, it is evident that Zhang Yan's mother is genuinely acting with the child's best interests at heart. After this discourse, many experienced a sudden epiphany regarding Zhang Yan's shift in demeanor and Zihan's rebellious tendencies. Many had indeed overlooked these nuances. It is true, Zihan's behavior today is somewhat atypical. Girls mature earlier, and it is possible she has reached a phase of rebellion. There is a saying, a loving mother often spoils her child. If Zhang Yan's mother had capitulated today, the child would no longer perceive her as a steadfast authority, making it easier for the child to assume a sense of entitlement. To suggest that she is unreasonable and to issue warnings is a pressure tactic that proves quite effective. But Wang Fong, the observer, truly understands me. A child's tears signify that the parent's words have resonated. Otherwise, a gentle admonition would merely be dismissed as background noise. Is it possible that everyone has been deceived? An ordinarily obedient and understanding little girl, and you claim she has reached her rebellious phase? Has the world gone mad? Ha ha ha. When one is utterly speechless, laughter often ensues. To stifle a child's rebellious spirit, I fear it may lead to stifling the child entirely. When a child finds themselves isolated and helpless, it is precisely the moment they seek liberation. Complaining will not serve as a catalyst for the child. Rather, it will become a source of their suffering. It is suffocating. The love from Zihan feels akin to a drenched cotton coat, cold when worn and equally cold when removed. What benefit is there in instilling guilt, shame, or inferiority in a child. As for Achen, where has he gone? Had it not been for his sudden disappearance, I would not have entered this live stream. After a thorough analysis by Wang Fong, a small portion of the audience expressed complete agreement, while the majority regarded her with disdain. The sight of Zihan in emotional turmoil stirred deep compassion in them. Meanwhile, for reasons unknown, Achen hurriedly exited the supermarket with Kunken. Shortly thereafter, he left Kunken and the camera crew behind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Father, where are you?" Kunken called out, anxious that Achen might get lost. After all, it was their first visit to this place. Although the cameraman knew the way, Achen was unfamiliar with it. "Your father is here." Aichen's voice rang out. He navigated through the crowd, confidently appearing before Kunken. Before Kunken could voice his inquiries, Achen wore a mysterious smile and declared grandly, "Come on, son. Let us go back in and continue shopping. Today, whatever you desire, your father will procure without batting an eye." Upon hearing this, Kunken erupted in joyful cheer. "Great! Let us go buy delicious food." In no time, the duo re-entered the supermarket. Kunken eagerly tugged at Aichen's hand, racing towards the snack aisle. The viewers of the live stream and the cameraman watched in bewilderment at Aichen's lavish demeanor. Wasn't it against the program's rules to purchase whatever the child desired? What was Achen really up to? Kunken, filled with delight, arrived at a shelf of potato chips, captivated by a row of blue packaged snacks. The shelf was rather high, and he had to tiptoe and stretch his hand just to reach the bottom layer. He pointed and looked up at Achen with eager eyes. "Father, I want this." Aichen's face lit up with a broad smile as he readily replied, "All right, I'll get it for you." Without hesitation, he grabbed a pack and tossed it into the shopping basket he was carrying. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he said exuberantly, "Son, what else do you want? You can choose anything from this section." Kunken remained blissfully unaware of Aichen's unusual behavior, excitedly exclaimed, "Father, you are so amazing." With that, he eagerly led Achen towards the next section. At that moment, the audience in the live stream remained utterly perplexed. Wait, he just bought that for the child? Is Achen not going to use the 2,000 yuan prize? When something seems off, there's usually a catch. Is Achen planning to make Kunken pay for it himself? Doesn't that pack of chips Achen grabbed look a bit peculiar? I just remembered. It seems there is something amiss with the labels. Indeed, something feels off, but the movement was too swift for me to catch. I can't hold it in any longer. AI Chun was holding a packet of blue laundry detergent. This is too much. Kuin pulled AI Chun back to a place filled with candies, pointing at a shelf lined with red packaged sweets. "Dad, please give me a bag of rainbow candies." "One bag isn't enough. I'll get you two." AI Chun waved his hand grandly, tossing 2 bags into the basket. Seeing this, Kuin was overjoyed. "Thank you, Dad." AI Chun smiled affectionately. "You're welcome, son." AI Chun, employing the same tricks again, noticed that his son remained oblivious, almost unable to suppress his mischievous laughter. This time, the viewers in the live stream caught on. What is AI Chun holding? Clearly, those are 2 packets of pickled vegetables. It just dawned on me. The 36 stratagems. Which stratagem is AI Chun employing? Oh, I see. So that's the game. I wondered where AI Chun had dashed off to. Turns out he was setting the scene in advance. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. Poor Kuin still hasn't realized his father's cunning scheme. When he gets home and finds the snacks are gone, Kuin will download an anti-fraud app overnight. I can't imagine how meticulous Kuin will be with his homework in the future. When AI Chun grows old, Kuin will switch his oxygen tank for a gas canister, and then he will behave. After a while, Kuin pointed at a box of Oreos on the shelf. "Dad, I want this too." "All right." AI Chun, quick-witted, swiftly grabbed 2 boxes of black toothpaste from the shelf and stuffed them into the basket. However, this time, Kuin sensed something was amiss. Scratching his head, he asked with some confusion, "Hey, Dad, why do the Oreos you picked up seem a bit small?" Yet, as soon as he spoke, he looked up and found that AI Chun had already moved on to another area. Kuin blinked, bewildered, and turned to the cameraman beside him, asking, "Uncle, did my dad just grab Oreo cookies?" Chapter 33. The longest path Kuin walked was the scheme of AI Chun initially, The cameraman was secretly amused, but upon hearing the question, his smile instantly froze, and he quickly donned a serious expression. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He glanced down at Kuan and then raised his eyes to AI Chun in the distance. Was it an Oreo? Was it, or was it not? The longest path Kuan had traversed was likely the schemes of AI Chun. Faced with Kuan's earnest inquiry, the cameraman felt a twinge of reluctance to deceive him. Yet, he understood that revealing AI Chin's ruse at this juncture could provoke AI Chun into concocting further plots against Kuan. At that moment, AI Chun, having overheard the cameraman's words, leisurely turned his gaze towards them. He felt no panic, even if his deceit were exposed. What of it? Moreover, introducing the child to the harsh realities of society was an expression of his unique paternal affection. With an unflustered demeanor, AI Chun addressed the cameraman. What are you looking at? With such a large camera in your hands, are you unaware? The cameraman replied, well, he truly is an emotionless camera. Furthermore, he recognized that he could not interfere with the interaction between the father and son. Thus, he turned to Kuan and said, it is indeed an Oreo. The uncle and the audience in the live stream see it clearly. His eyes reflected sympathy. Child, between prolonged pain and acute anguish. I would rather choose the latter for you. Thank you, uncle. My dad often deceives me, but I trust you one tea. Later, I will share my snacks with you. Upon hearing this, the cameraman felt a sharp pang in his heart. He cursed himself. What a wonderful child, willing to share his beloved snacks. Ahem, uncle doesn't he particularly like snacks. If I were to deceive you, I would owe you 2 bags of spicy strips. AI Chun beckoned to Kuan. Don't you want to eat spicy strips? Come, your father will take you to buy some. Kuan eagerly ran to catch up. Watching Kuan's small silhouette, the cameraman sighed in relief. He feared that if he spoke to Kuan any longer, he might be compelled to slap himself. His heart was heavy, yet the viewers in the live stream were jubilantly entertained, especially as they observed the cameraman's guilty expression, leading to an uproar of laughter in the comments. Whoa, Kuan is so pitiful, but I'm sorry. I simply can't help but laugh, ha. I'm so heartless. Ha, child, don't believe him. Go check the basket for yourself. Ukamiramin, I Chin. Am I also a part of your education? Quite amusing. I assent it. Laughing uncontrollably, the cameraman, in a fit of self-reproach, thought, I really should wash myself. Ha. AI Chun is so wicked. Ha. When he gets sick in the future, the doctor will say, it's just a mild fever. Kuan. Should we take him to the hospital immediately? Ha. After entering society, the child will discover that without his father as protection, the world is full of good people, crying and laughing while shopping. Currently, the only ones laughing are AI Chun and Kuan. Ha. Every matter has its response, yet none seem to reach a conclusion. AI Chun's strategy is indeed clever. Is AI Chun not concerned that Kuan might discover this later and that familial bonds could become strained? Those bonds have long since frayed, ha. Last time during a live stream, Kuan owed the fans nearly 20,000 minutes of oxygen tube time. Doge face. I have learned something. I must cast my vote now. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 62,000 points of reputation. Current reputation, 111,314. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the initial trial achievement. A bonus of 200,000 has been credited to your bank account. Notice, the first stage achievement has been fulfilled. The host may proceed with a system upgrade. Reputation required for upgrade, 100,000. Upon completion of the upgrade, the ordinary lottery will be enhanced to a high-level lottery. High-level lottery includes advanced survival skills, enhancements to various physical attributes, advanced educational skills. Will the host proceed with the upgrade? Upon hearing the system's prompt, AI Chun felt a surge of joy. Indeed, after unlocking achievements, new functions emerge within the system. A high-level lottery seems worth the investment of reputation points. Although the skills acquired from previous lotteries had their merits, none were particularly formidable. Moreover, AI Chun was quite taken with the advanced educational skills mentioned in the description. If acquired, they would undoubtedly aid him in promoting his educational philosophy. System upgrade. AI Chen murmured quietly while shopping with Kuan Kuan. After purchasing snacks for Kuan Kuan, he proceeded to select some fruits, vegetables, and meat. The father and son exited the supermarket, laden with bags. Zhang Yin and Wang Lei had also completed their shopping. Under the program's arrangement, the three families converged in an open area. The three children, all from the same class and familiar with one another, bypassed the introduction. Kuan Kuan wore a broad smile, brimming with excitement. However, beside him, Zihan and Wang Zixuan bore traces of tears on their faces. As a girl, Zihan, feeling shy, buried her face deeply and attempted to shrink into a corner, yet Zhang Yin held her hand tightly. Observing their expressions, Kuan Kuan curiously tugged at Ai Chen's sleeve and inquired, "Dad, why are they all crying?" Ai Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Perhaps there are too many people outside. They might be frightened." Upon hearing this, Kuan Kuan, though puzzled, puffed out his chest as if to declare that he was not afraid at all. Ai Chen, however, pondered whether his son would also cry upon discovering he had been tricked. Surely not. I have been diligently training his resilience during this time. As the three families gathered, the live stream transitioned from three separate feeds to a unified one. At that moment, a staff member approached with a smile, addressing the camera warmly. "Dear viewers, in the previous footage, you surely witnessed that all three parents successfully completed their tasks. They refrained from using the 500 yuan provided by the production team to purchase items for their children. The three parents employed various methods, each with its merits. Some relied on patient persuasion, others on stern admonishment, and yet others, well, on extraordinary wisdom." At this juncture, the staff member paused noticeably. "Now, everyone may begin to score." No sooner had the words left her lips than Kuan Kuan suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute, sister, my dad bought it for me." Instantly, all eyes turned to Kuan Kuan. The staff member gazed at him, her eyes filled with a hint of pity. "Look at this poor child, still left in the dark." She then cast a glance at Ai Chen, who appeared somewhat guilty, subtly shifting to the side. Kuan Kuan, this, your father?" The staff member struggled to explain. Before she could finish her sentence, Kuan Kuan began rummaging through the shopping basket by Ai Chen's feet. The puzzled expression on his small face was soon replaced by shock. "Where are my chips? My rainbow candies and my Oreo cookies?" Kuan Kuan Sotev. "Hey, isn't this the spicy strips I just picked? Why has it turned into a bag of ketchup?" He abruptly raised his head and questioned Ai Chen. "Dad, did you pick the wrong items?" Ai Chen's gaze wavered as he rubbed his nose. In that moment, Kuan Kuan seemed to realize something, disbelief flooding his little eyes. "Dad, you tricked me again." In the studio, Wang Fong suddenly stood up, her face ablaze with anger. Ai Chen's parenting is utterly misguided, she declared sharply. He is outright deceiving the child. What will happen when children learn to deceive others by imitating this behavior? Has anyone considered the profound impact this will have on their character? The values of a child are in a formative stage. How can they establish a correct moral compass when constantly subjected to deceit? Wang Fong grew increasingly agitated. Compared to the stern reprimands of Wang Lei's father, I find Ai Chen's approach far more alarming. Have you considered the child's feelings? When Kuan Kuan discovers he has been deceived by his most trusted father, how devastated he must feel. She turned to face the camera, continuing, "I implore everyone, do not cast your votes for him. We cannot allow such deceitful behavior towards children to be condoned. We must set a proper example for our children." Chapter 34. Which child would prefer exam papers over snacks? As Wang Fong earnestly implored everyone not to cast their votes for Ai Chen, the live broadcast revealed that Kuan Kuan had been intently gazing at Ai Chen for quite some time. However, after a moment, he took a deep breath and softly spoke. "Old man, you truly are my biological father." Following this, he crouched down and quietly tidied up the disarrayed basket. Observing the small figure on the ground, the staff felt a tug at their heartstrings. They were genuinely surprised by Kuan Kuan's demeanor. Upon realizing he had been deceived, he neither raised a ruckus nor blamed Ai Chen, but rather chose acceptance. How could an 8-year-old display such emotional stability? Or was it that he was silently heartbroken? Unable to restrain her curiosity, a staff member approached him and asked, Kuan, don't you feel wronged being deceived by your father? Do I have to cry for you to see that? Kuan replied, his retort leaving her momentarily speechless, still reeling from his unexpected response. While he continued to tidy up, he spoke with a sense of resignation. Feeling wronged is pointless. It's not like you all arranged the show any differently. Besides, I've grown accustomed to my father's tricks. Alas, we are but a family of humble means, with only an alive father. So I have no choice but to be understanding. He then stood up and looked at AI Chun, blinking his eyes and displaying an expression of understanding. Old man, this time it was the production team's mischief. I don't hold it against you. However, I have a small request, if it's not too much trouble. Ai Chen, puzzled, regarded Kuan. Something felt off. Why was this rascal suddenly so compliant? Normally, he would not let things rest so easily after being duped. AI Chan was curious to see what scheme this little one was concocting. What request do you have? Speak up. Kuan borsid a shomavut serviliswale. Hee old man. Since we didn't manage to buy the spicy strips, could you take me to the bookstore later to get a few sets of exam papers? One of these two desires must be fulfilled, right? Since the spicy strips are off the table, the exam papers cannot be overlooked. Completing an exam paper is far more satisfying than playing a couple of games with you. It's positively uplifting. Kuan secretly reveled in his cleverness. In front of so many onlookers, he was behaving so dutifully and understandingly that surely his father would feel too embarrassed to refuse. AI Chen paused for a moment, then suddenly comprehended, his expression darkening. I see now why this little rascal is acting so unusually. He has been plotting this all along. He retorted, You little scamp. You were already going on about buying exam papers when we entered the supermarket. It seems your thieving heart is still alive and well. AI Chen deliberately paused for effect. Which child would prefer exam papers over snacks? Fortunately, your old man had a backup plan. With that, AI Chan pulled a pack of spicy strips from his pocket and swiftly handed it to Kuan. Here, I didn't intend to give this to you. But since you insisted I choose between the two, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Now, don't you dare think about those exam papers. This evening, you will patiently await your father in the game. AI Chan rubbed his hands together, a smug smile gracing his face as he beheld the bewildered Kuan. Everyone present, including the viewers in the live stream, was taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Wasn't this a bit theatrical? In the broadcasting studio, Wang Fong watched in excitement as AI Chun produced a packet of spicy strips and handed it to Kuan. AI Chun had committed a foul. His son desired the spicy strips, and he had purchased them. AI Chen's blunder was precisely the scenario she relished. In the footage, a staff member slowly spoke up. Kuan's father, you have indeed violated the rules. AI Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he leisurely replied, Is that so? The rules merely state that one cannot use the 500 yuan to buy what the child desires. However, this packet of spicy strips was purchased with my own money. Surely, that doesn't constitute a violation? The staff member was left speechless. At that moment, the live stream's comments erupted in fervor. 666. AI Chen's maneuver is simply stellar. No rule was broken, not a flaw in sight. Haji Chen, you rascal. Not only did you deceive Kuan, but you've also played us all. I must cast my vote for you. Indeed flawless. Look, even Wang Fong, the observer, has turned green with envy. This is impressive. I am left speechless. Kuan will not be saddened, but will merely realize he cannot outsmart his father. Rolling with laughter, the acting of this father-son duo is remarkable. Yet in the end, AI Chun outshines. Kuan's dreams of completing the exam have been dashed once more. Kuan's request was excessive. If he dares to tackle exams now, what will he attempt in the future? Isn't this a bit unfair? What about the other two parents? After all, it turns out one can use their own money. The director backstage, watching the program, was left in disbelief. The rules indeed did not specify that one could not use personal funds. Observing AI shown on the screen, he could only concede internally, utterly impressed. He turned to the staff beside him and issued a directive. Soon after, Xiao Sa in the studio and the crew on the recording site received instructions. AI Chen's actions were deemed compliant with the rules. The voting results were swiftly revealed. AI Chen's household garnered an astounding 180,000 votes, firmly securing the first place. The Wang Lei household received 60,000 votes, while the Zhang Yin household only amassed 40,000 votes. In the studio, after announcing the results, Xiao Sa proceeded to introduce the next segment. Dear audience, in the previous segment, the emotional shopping left both children rather despondent, and our production team sincerely apologizes. Now, we shall present an amusing segment designed to bring joy to the children, titled Joyful Ring Toss. As the words left his mouth, a round of applause erupted in the studio. The live stream viewers displayed eager anticipation on their faces. Yet, Wang Fong remained simmering with unresolved anger. Clearing his throat, Xiao Sa elaborated on the rules. This game required parents and children to join forces side by side. Each parent and child will receive 50 rings. Please note that the rings for parents and children cannot be interchanged. Every item displayed at the venue is clearly priced. And the game will conclude once a family manages to ring items valued at over 2,000 yuan. The victorious family will be declared the winners. Although there are no cash prizes for this round, all items successfully rung can be taken home by the parents and children. Are we not all eagerly anticipating this? Now, let us follow the camera to observe the performances of the parents and children. The scene shifts as the production team guides a group towards the market stalls. Along the way, the other two children appear quite despondent, while only Kuan is exuberantly bouncing about. Having long since cast aside the worries of not being able to buy the practice papers, his pockets are bulging, filled to the brim with spicy snacks. 3 large bags in total. 2 of these bags were specially bought by a crew member to compensate him. There is simply too much to eat. Soon, the group arrives at the marketplace, which is vast and teeming with an array of items. From beverages and snacks to chickens and geese. It spans everything from washing machines to refrigerators, and even a brand new Maserati stands proudly at the far end. Indeed, it is a genuine car. This venue is arranged by the production team in collaboration with a local market, with all costs borne by the show. The previously downcast Zihan and Wang Zixian now have their eyes alight with excitement. Zihan quickly spots a beautifully packaged box of watercolor pens in the corner, while Wang Zixian is fixated on a dazzling array of toy guns nearby. A staff member steps forward, loudly announcing the game rules and declaring the game officially underway. At this moment, a young girl approaches. She is the owner of the stall. Hello, children. I am the owner here, Xiao Qing. She greets the 3 kids with a warm smile. The children respond in unison. Hello, Sister Xiao Qing. Ah, how polite you are. Let me give each of you a ring to try it out first, she says, handing a ring to each child. The rings are light, and the children find it effortless to throw them. Who wants to go first? Xiao Qing asks. AI Chun, watching the eager Kuan, encourages him with a smile. Go for it, my boy. Let me share a secret. Extraordinary strength yields extraordinary results. Kuan, filled with confidence upon hearing this, strides forward, declaring, I'll go first. He grips the ring tightly, aims directly at the far-off Maserati, and with all his might, he flings it. Everyone turns to follow the trajectory of the ring. Strangely, the ring does not soar through the air, yet Kuan's hands remain empty. The crowd is puzzled. Where's the ring? Chapter 35. Finding a wife for father and accompanying him to practice shooting at night upon seeing his son, AI Chun chuckled, patting Kuan on the shoulder. This won't do, my son. You must strive harder. Not only has the miracle not occurred, but where has the ring disappeared to? Just then, a soft gasp from Xiao Qing drew everyone's attention. Turning toward the sound, they beheld Xiao Qing with the ring unexpectedly hanging around her neck. Remarkably, it appeared to be the very one Kuan had just thrown. Xiao Qing instinctively shrank her neck, momentarily bewildered. The ring, having been tossed into the air, had descended directly toward her as she looked up, catching her completely off guard. In that moment, everyone fell silent, the atmosphere thick with astonishment. Goodness, you let your child play with rings, and yet he ensnared the boss lady. AI Chen quickly regained his composure. casting an apologetic glance at Xiaoqing. Are you all right? My apologies. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoqing removed the ring from her neck and smiled sweetly. Me perfectly fine. With a playful tone, she added, I must admit, your Kuan is rather impressive. If he has captured me, then everything here is his. Her words elicited laughter from everyone present. Kun, scratching his head, looked down shyly with a grin. Chan gently patted Kuan's head, playfully scolding him. You should apologize right away. Remember to be more careful next time. Obediently, Kuan uttered, Sister, I'm sorry, then turned to Chan with an expression of mild reproach. Father, you truly are unreliable. What's this about strength yielding miracles? Clearly, it's just a case of you making a fool of yourself. He pouted in indignation. Since she said that if I caught her, everything would be mine, then tonight at home, let Sister Xiaoqing accompany you to practice shooting. Don't bother me with it. Upon hearing this, Chan rushed forward to cover Kuan's mouth. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by accompanying him to practice shooting? Such words are utterly inappropriate. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha, this child Kuan shows great potential. He knows to capture the leader first. Boss Xiaoqing. Oh my, are you trying to take me home too? Ha ha, you rascal. Ha ha, someone should elevate this little rascal. Letting the boss lady accompany your father to practice shooting? Is it the kind of gun I'm thinking of? No, I must have misinterpreted. I am guilty. Chin appeared to refuse, yet inwardly he was delighted. His child had inadvertently secured a wife for him and a mother for himself, laughing heartily. What a clever strategy. This child must be a reincarnation of Neza. Kuan, the stall is mine, and now you are mine too. Finally, father has a teammate. This is Kuan's most filial episode. I'm bound to die laughing in this live stream. This father-son duo is a riot. All right, I see they can indeed learn something. I'm heading out to find a mother for the child. Over at the venue, Xiaoqing remained largely unfazed, because she had not comprehended the profound implications of that statement. Eagerly, she demonstrated to the parents and children how to toss the rings, elucidating the foundational techniques. After the staff announced the commencement of the joyful ring-tossing segment, they distributed the rings to the parents and children. The camera first focused on Zhang Yin and Zihan. Zihan clutched the rings tightly in her hand, her gaze occasionally drifting towards a box of watercolor pens in the corner. Though she held a considerable number of rings, an inexplicable sense of anxiety began to swell within her. Beside her, Zhang Yin wore a gentle smile, softly reassuring, Zihan, don't be nervous. Mommy is here, cheering you on, all right? As she spoke, Zhang Yin slowly crouched down to meet Zihan's gaze, her eyes brimming with encouragement. Although the production team had not established any reward system for this ring toss activity, the game itself posed a certain challenge for the average participant, and the rings could not be shared between parents and children. Achieving the goal of 2,000 rings set by the production team would not be an easy feat. Zhang Yin understood that this was an excellent opportunity to showcase her educational philosophy and enhance her popularity before the audience. Hence, she did not feel the need to rush. Zihan nodded gently, preparing to indicate to her mother the box of watercolor pens she desired. However, Zhang Yin preemptively pointed to a microwave oven in the center of the venue, suggesting, Zihan, shall we aim for that microwave? Zihan was momentarily taken aback, her previously eager expression gradually shifting to one of disappointment. She timidly replied, Mommy, what I want is that box of watercolor pens. Zhang Yin patiently explained, Zihan, while we have 100 rings in hand, which seem substantial, the chances of successfully tossing them are quite slim. Therefore, we must not squander these rings. Think about it. Our family is in need of a microwave. If we had it, mornings would be less burdensome for Mommy when preparing your breakfast, and reheating meals will be far more convenient. Let us aim for the microwave first, shall we? Listening to her mother, Zihan bit her lip and lowered her head. Typically, her mother hardly had time to eat breakfast due to the lengthy process of steaming buns and boiling noodles. If they had a microwave, her mother could share breakfast with her. Acknowledging all that her mother had done for the family, Zihan felt she should be considerate. Earlier at the supermarket, her mother had educated her at length. She could not be so selfish thinking only of herself while neglecting her family's needs, for that would surely sadden her parents. With this thought in mind, although she still yearned for the watercolor pens, she raised her head and nodded in agreement to Zhang Yan. Seeing Zihan's acquiescence, a look of satisfaction spread across Zhang Yan's face. That's right, my good child. Now it's your turn to toss. Mommy believes you can do it. Zihan picked up the rings that Xiaoqing had given her, took a deep breath, and fixed her eyes intently on the microwave oven in the center of the venue, feeling a flutter of nerves in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, she forcefully hurled the ring, but it traced an arc in the air and failed to encircle the microwave as she had hoped. A twinge of self-reproach settled within her. Mom, I missed it. It was too far. Zhang Yan gently patted Zihan's head. There are still 100 rings left. No need to rush. Remember, where there's a will, there's a way. Think of this microwave as a token of gratitude for your parents' hard work. For Mom and Dad, I believe you can do it. Despite her mother's comforting words, Zihan felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Yet, recalling her mother's struggles, she reminded herself to persevere. Summoning her courage, she threw a few more rings, but the outcome remained unsatisfactory. She still did not succeed. Zhang Yan let out a soft sigh of disappointment. Zihan, you need to focus a bit more. At that moment, Zihan bit her lip, tears shimmering in her eyes. The shopkeeper, Xiaoqing, noticed and furrowed her brow in confusion. Logically, a ring toss game should bring joy to children. Why was this little girl crying? Even if she missed, it shouldn't be this disheartening. Pondering this, she slowly approached Zihan. Meanwhile, Wang Zishuan glanced at the toy gun that seemed a bit distant, knowing intuitively that he could not succeed. He turned, carefree, and clung to Wang Lei, persistently pleading, Dad, I want the toy gun. Can you help me win it? Wang Lei, unwilling to easily oblige, scolded him sternly. You should focus on your studies instead of playing with these things. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the area, landing on a learning machine nearby. With a smirk, he remarked, this learning machine is quite close. Wang Zishuan, watch me when you a learning machine to take home and study with. Upon hearing this, Wang Zishuan exclaimed, Huh? No way. If I can't win from this distance, how could my dad? Before he could protest further, Wang Lei had already picked up a ring and thrown it. With a thud, the ring landed squarely in front of the learning machine. Wang Lei gasped in disbelief. Oh no, I missed. Wang Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest as if a weight had been lifted. Turning to Wang Lei, he remarked, Hey, why does it feel like you're not very good at this, Dad? Now I feel reassured. With a grin, he added, You can take your time playing. I don't need your help anymore. Without waiting for Wang Lei's response, he grabbed a ring and ran off. Wang Lei watched his son's retreating figure, seething with indignation. You little rascal. How dare you look down on me? I must win something for you today. With that, he picked up another ring and threw it again, yet still failed to succeed. Moreover, it was even worse than the last time. Wang Zishuan, clutching a hoop, sought the closest distance to the toy gun. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered over to Kunken's side. The two children were quite familiar with each other in class. Hey, where's your dad? Wang Zishuan inquired, glancing around Kunken. Oh, he's over there, Kunken replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. He said I lack sufficient skill and told me to practice more. He pointed towards a distance where AI Chan was pacing back and forth, finally launching his first hoop after much deliberation. Chapter 36. Witness the father as he sets up a cast-iron pot to stew the goose. Near the center of the venue, a large box contained several grand geese. AI Chin's initial target was none other than these fowl. Firmly grasping the ring, he swung his powerful arm, launching a forceful throw. At that moment, the geese seemed to sense the impending danger and began frantically twisting their necks in a desperate attempt to evade capture. However, AI Chun's ring, as if guided by an unseen GPS, traced a graceful arc through the air. With a swift whoosh, it ensnared the neck of one goose. The bird stood rigid, its neck extended and eyes wide with surprise, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. A satisfied smile crept across AI Chin's lips. The audience in the live stream was utterly astonished by AI Chun's remarkable ring-throwing prowess. Wow, AI Chun truly has skills. Seriously? The goose is fighting so hard to protect itself, and yet you managed to catch it? No mercy at all, haha. 66. That goose looks like a seasoned actor. But who would have thought that there are always stronger players out there? Wait, how does one even learn this? AI Chun is like a cow flying a plane. Hold on, where did Kuan go? Why is AI Chun the only one playing here? Did he leave the child behind? Huh. AI Chun probably told Kuan that practice makes perfect and dashed over here. I'm dying. One child can't catch anything. Another father can't catch anything. And yet another father catches one, but leaves the child behind. Haha. AI Chun is all about having fun by himself. Kuan, why didn't you take me with you if you can catch one? Hey, how about we team up? You help me figure out where I should stand to throw, Wang Zishuan suggested, noticing that Kuan was also alone. Kun glänzederond. Oh, where's your dad? Did he go off to play by himself? Upon hearing this, Wang Zishuan awkwardly rubbed his nose, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Lei, who was still throwing rings but failing to catch anything. Sigh. He can't even catch from such a close distance, although he secretly hoped his father would continue to miss. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment as his son. Look at that. The rings he has thrown haven't hit anything within 2 meters. They're scattered all around him. The surrounding cameramen struggled to suppress their laughter. Even Xiao Qing was almost unable to resist the urge to step forward and assist Wang Lei. However, Wang Lei continued to throw rings while shouting at Wang Zishuan. You little rascal, come back here. I'm about to catch one. Catch one? I think you're truly hopeless. Wang Zishuan replied. These parents are really hard to deal with. Kuan, adopting a mature demeanor, tried to comfort Wang Zishuan. Well, that is how it is. The 2 children, akin to kindred spirits, couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy, both exhaling deep sighs. Wang Lei persisted in his efforts. After using up half of his rings, Xiao Qing could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward to adjust the learning device closer. However, Wang Lei's attempts at tossing rings seemed to clash with the learning machine like 2 magnets of opposing polarity, never quite aligning. Despite finally managing to hit the learning machine with a ring, it swiftly slid off. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin persistently reiterated her reasoning to Zihan, recounting how the owner Xiao Qing had previously demonstrated the technique, questioning why she did not adhere to the instructions. Once a target is chosen, one must commit wholeheartedly. The already anxious Zihan trembled slightly upon hearing her mother's words. She felt fear. Her mother had emphasized that there were few rings left, and she dreaded the thought of not being able to secure the microwave due to her own shortcomings. Guilt washed over her as she worried about being a burden to her mother instead of a help. She felt conflicted. Initially, her desire was for that box of watercolor pens. Her small frame shook increasingly, tears welling in her eyes, and her hand holding the ring felt heavy and immovable. Yet, few recognized her helplessness. Under the camera's gaze, her mother crouched beside her, leading many viewers to believe the child had her mother's unwavering support. As for AI Chen, he was enthusiastically engaging with Xiao Qing, binding the large goose he had caught. Observing the stark contrast in parenting styles, many guests in the studio frowned. The observer, Wang Fong, wore a particularly grim expression. After surveying the audience, noting their grave faces, she let out a cold snort and promptly began to criticize AI Chun. Everyone has seen this. This is how AI Chun educates his child. No, he has not educated her at all. He is disdainful of his own child's skills and chooses to abandon Kuan. Such a selfish person. Would you still cast your vote for him? Look at Wang Lei's parenting. Though he is not physically present with his child, his concern for her learning is evident. As he desperately seeks to obtain the learning machine, frequently calling for Wang Zishuan to return. At least his thoughts are centered on his child, unlike AI Chun. Now, let us turn our attention to Zhang Yin, who has exhibited the best behavior throughout this segment. She truly exemplifies what a parent should be. From beginning to end, she stands beside Zihan, encouraging and comforting her, neglecting her own ring toss to focus entirely on her child. The children are only 8 years old. Even adults find the ring toss challenging, let alone them. This game requires the collaboration of parents and children, not merely to win, but to strengthen the bond between them. Zhang Yin responded to all of Zihan's emotions, providing reassurance, and during Zihan's most vulnerable moments, her mother steadfastly stood by her side. Such a wonderful mother. Such a commendable parent. How could one not be touched by this? She is truly deserving of everyone's votes. Upon reflecting on this, Wang Fong sighed deeply, her expression tinged with regret. And what of AI Chun? He focused solely on himself, abandoning his child, showing no interest in what she desired or considering what ring she should toss, as he ran off to catch a large goose. Truly bewildering. Observe, his son can only accompany Wang Zishuan, and one can only imagine the loneliness, helplessness, and sorrow that fills the child's heart. He claims that he and his son are very happy, yet all I perceive is his relentless oppression of the child to satiate his own desires. Let us all take a moment to calm down and reflect. Our nation requires an education that is objective and principled, rather than the frivolous entertainment-based approach he advocates. Having spoken, she cast another sweeping glance around the studio, noting many guests nodding in agreement, a wave of accomplishment swelling within her. She felt profoundly vindicated in her steadfast opposition to AI Chun. Every effort had been worthwhile. The majority of the guests in the studio were mothers or grandparents, and upon witnessing AI Chin's neglectful behavior towards Kuan, they expressed their discontent. Whispers of disapproval filled the air. What has come over AI Chun? Earlier, he appeared joyful while shopping with the child, yet now he abandons him to play alone. Did you not hear? AI Chun seems to disdain his own son, as even a dog does not scorn its impoverished home. How could he reject his own child? A father's carelessness is one thing, but AI Chun's deliberate abandonment is utterly unacceptable. Look at how well Zhang Yin performs. In what way can AI Chun compare? What merit is there in catching a large goose? Witnessing others receive maternal comfort and encouragement. How deeply must Kuan feel neglected? However, the atmosphere in the live stream's comments starkly contrasted with that of the studio. Really, AI Chun has only been gone a short while, and so many are making a fuss? You understand nothing. Kuan experiences the least pressure when he is not by AI Chen's side. I'm nearly in tears for Zihan, and you're still praising Zhang Yan. Uis Kun tralisat. Can the audience in the studio not glance at the big screen? Who is that nearly laughing to the point of tears? Meanwhile, at the ring toss event, Wang Zishuan, playing with Kuan, suddenly noticed AI Chen not far away, receiving a large goose from the vendor. He exclaimed to Kuan, "Look, your dad has caught a large goose so quickly. Let's go check it out." He then took Kuan's hand and dashed towards AI Chun. Upon reaching AI Chen's side and seeing him bound with the goose, Kuan's eyes widened, brimming with admiration. "Wow, Dad, you're amazing. Is this a skillful catch? I thought you were just average and would be embarrassed in front of me. Could this mean he can help me catch something too?" Kuan's gaze wandered toward a desk located further back in the area. Hearing the praise, AI Chun proudly lifted his chin. He had previously abandoned his son to survey the surroundings, contemplating what to catch next. According to the rules of the show, once a family accumulates 2,000 yuan, the game would come to an immediate halt. Therefore, AI Chun aimed to maximize his gains by keeping the total value of items acquired within 2,000 yuan, planning to use the final round to catch the most expensive item on site. However, he indeed possesses the remarkable ability to hit every target. Yet in order to allow the children more time to play, he is reluctant to conclude the game hastily. AI Chun gently ruffled Kuan's hair and chuckled. "My dear child, how about we enjoy a sumptuous iron pot stew of goose when we return home tonight?" Kuan, upon hearing this, clapped his hands joyfully. Subsequently, AI Chun swept his arm dramatically and proclaimed, "Step back, my child, and witness as I procure yet another grand iron pot." Chapter 37. An Old Father. The more he praises, the more impressive he becomes. He resides in the garden community, witnessing the cheerful demeanor of Kuan on the live broadcast. Within the studio, the guests were momentarily taken aback. Wang Fong's lips twitched, a surge of embarrassment washing over her. Yet, she soon suppressed her awkward emotions with a disdainful snort. Although the child appeared joyful at present, what about earlier? Let's consider, was AI Chen not at fault then? He had indeed abandoned the child, which was an undeniable fact. As Wang Fong engaged in her argument, a fresh wave of gasps erupted from the ring toss area. "My goodness, another hit. Is your father using auto-aim?" AI Chen once again struck the iron pot with precision, eliciting applause from Prince Xian. AI Chen smiled faintly. Kuan, standing beside him, chimed in with admiration. Dad, you are so cool. After saying this, Kuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he pointed toward the student desk in the center of the arena. If you could help me win that desk, it will be even cooler. AI Chan followed the direction of Kuan's finger, a stirring sensation awakening within him. He had promised to buy Kuan a desk, but had yet to fulfill that promise. Now, with this opportunity at hand, he resolved to honor his commitment to his child. Without hesitation, AI Chan pulled out his phone and handed it to Kuan, smiling as he said, Son, help me film a Douyin video, and I will secure the desk for you, to avoid fans incessantly asking when I will buy it for you. Remember to make me look good. Upon hearing this, Kuan immediately gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, filled with confidence. You got it, Dad. Kuan took the phone and dashed a little further away, seeking what he deemed the perfect filming angle. He then activated the Douyin camera, first aiming it at himself, displaying an excited grin. Fathers, my dad is truly filial today. I'm about to get a desk, hee. In the ring toss arena, larger items were placed atop a short, stout pillar. According to the rules, as long as one managed to ring the pillar, it counted as a successful toss. AI Chan stood outside the ring, intently focused on the pillar atop the desk. With a vigorous swing of his arm, in the blink of an eye, the ring landed perfectly around the pillar. Witnessing this, Kuan rushed over, ecstatic, phone in hand. AI Chun tilted his head slightly, a triumphant smile reminiscent of elbow gracing his face, as if to say, come on, praise me lavishly. Without a moment's hesitation, Kuan extended his thumb, his face alight with admiration, exclaiming, Dad, you are truly amazing, like a cow standing on its head. Utterly impressive. Hearing Kuan's words, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Ha! At such a young age, Kuan speaks so eloquently. An 8-year-old can articulate idiomatic expressions, while I can only manage a simple 6. I specifically came from Douyin to watch this father-son duo. They're genuinely joyful. Far from what the observers claimed. TSK, with such a silver tongue, Kuan will surely charm many young girls in the future. Ahem. I am single and have an 8-year-old daughter. I feel I could play matchmaker for these two children. With a subtle smile, AI Chan turned to his son Kuan, a gentle smile gracing his face. He then patted Kuan's shoulder, saying, All right, my dear child. It's time for you to showcase your talent. Go ahead, give it a try. Kuan nodded eagerly, ready to embark on his endeavor. He picked up the hoops and dashed to the side, initiating his attempt. Observing Kuan successfully acquire what he desired, Wang Zixuan glanced back at his father, noticing him persistently engaged in the task of the learning machine. With a resigned sigh, he reflected on the stark contrast between fathers. Holding the hoop, he wandered elsewhere, muttering to himself, some fathers just keep boasting. His family resides in the garden community. Meanwhile, AI Chun had settled into a chair, leisurely watching Kuan play with the hoops. Seizing the moment, Wang Fong interjected with a critique. You've barely spent 2 minutes playing with your child, and you're already reluctant? It seems you were merely putting on a show for the camera. Her words quickly resonated with several guests in the studio, who realized the truth. Indeed, AI Chun has always appeared so irresponsible, one remarked. It was only when Wang Zixuan cheered that the cameraman's attention shifted to him, allowing AI Chun to momentarily act differently. Poor Kuan is satisfied with just a little time spent with his father. A chorus of negative sentiments towards AI Chun filled the studio. Just then, a faint cry echoed from the screen. As the live camera shifted to Zhang Yin and Zihan, Zhang Yin, who had been crouching, stood up with her hands on her hips. Zihan, look at the other children. None of them are as timid as you. See how they've already secured what they wanted. Her daughter remained motionless, reluctant to toss the hoops. Zhang Yan's patience was wearing thin, accompanied by a growing perplexity regarding her daughter's recent behavior. What has happened to you lately? You seem less obedient and understanding than before. It's just a microwave. Why are you so unwilling? If you don't manage to get anything, others will have already amassed 2,000 yuan. Feeling the weight of her mother's stern gaze, Zihan timidly responded, Mom, I don't want to play anymore. I can't. She realized she couldn't throw the hoop that far. Even Sister Ching had tried to persuade her mother. Why did her mother insist she participate? Not want to play anymore? Zihan, you aren't joking with your mother, are you? I've told you countless times not to give up halfway. Why do you always disregard my words? Look at the two boys in your class. They are shorter than you, yet they are having a wonderful time. Why do you claim you can't do it? It appears that unless her mother exerts some pressure, she is unlikely to heed her mother's words. After uttering this remark, Zhang Yin paused momentarily. If you're willing to listen, then use these rings to encircle the microwave. As long as you are willing to try, it does not matter if you fail. Moreover, I will consider using my 50 rings to assist you in acquiring the watercolor pens you desire. However, if you are unwilling, then I shall have no choice but to confiscate all your rings. If you do not wish to play, then indeed, I shall prevent you from playing. Comfort, encouragement, and persuasion proved futile. She had resolved not to endure any longer. With that, Zhang Yin snatched the rings from Zihan's hands. Faced with her mother's admonition, Zihan felt a wave of tension. As Zhang Yin seized the rings from her grasp, Zihan's body jolted, causing her to fall to the ground. Her small hands pressed against the cement floor, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Witnessing this scene, the barrage of comments erupted. What on earth is she doing? Has her head been kicked by a donkey to treat her daughter this way? I feel so sorry for her. Just moments ago, the kind-hearted Xiao Qing comforted Zihan, and she immediately stopped crying. Does Zhang Yin not realize her educational approach is flawed? Why is she so harsh on her child? I can't stand it. I laughed when Wang Lei hit Wang Zixuan, but seeing Zihan fall makes me want to cry. That incessant nagging from the side. Who wants to listen to that? Moreover, wasn't it you who suggested the microwave? How can you accuse Zihan of giving up halfway? Why are people so blunt these days? Children never listen, and it is only natural for parents to feel anxious, isn't it? Indeed, I believe Zhang Yin has been too indulgent towards Zihan, which has led to her becoming somewhat willful. Imposing a bit of pressure on children can be beneficial. Zihan's fall was merely an accident. What parent does not care for their child? The comments clashed fervently, each voice asserting its own opinion. Upon seeing Zihan tumble and begin to cry, Zhang Yin had initially intended to continue her lecture, but after some contemplation, she crouched down to assist Zihan. I'm sorry, Zihan. I did not mean to. If only you would listen to me. Her face displayed a mix of remorse and sadness. She reached out, intending to help Zihan up, yet Zihan trembled slightly, struggling and appearing reluctant. Observing this, Zhang Yin's expression gradually grew colder. In the broadcasting room, as she faced a multitude of criticisms directed at her, Wang Fong felt a deep sense of sorrow. How disheartening it was to realize that so many viewers possessed such limited perspectives and short-sighted views. Chapter 38. Silent fatherly love. Wang Fong rose to her feet, her expression grave, feeling it imperative to clarify the truth for the audience. With a tone imbued with earnestness, she began to speak. It seems everyone has fallen into a misunderstanding. This program is about educating children, not about pampering them. There's a saying that without a little pressure, one cannot fathom a child's true potential. Zhang Yin was even more stern this time, inadvertently causing Zihan to fall, which displeased many viewers. I wish to convey that while the injury may be borne by Zihan, the pain resides within Zhang Yin. She harbors no desire to hurt her daughter. However, she understands that to facilitate her child's growth, she must be resolute. Much like a mother eagle who must cast her eaglets from the cliff to teach them to soar, one must recognize that children are akin to a ball. Only when you strike it can it bounce back. I sincerely assure you that I speak from experience. Take my own daughter as an example. Throughout her upbringing, I have never permitted her to take a break for even the slightest ailment. It is precisely under this pressure that her academic achievements have placed her among the top students in the best high school in the city. Therefore, I implore you not to cast blame upon Zhang Yin. As Wang Fong's words resonated, a brief silence enveloped the studio. Subsequently, many guests nodded in agreement, particularly after hearing about Wang Fong's daughter's remarkable accomplishments, which left them with unwavering belief in her words. Numerous viewers in the livestream, holding neutral opinions, were also swayed by Wang Fong's arguments. Indeed, if children are not subjected to pressure, from whence shall their motivation to learn arise? However, at that moment, An observer in the studio, Jiang Yu, sighed and shook his head, then coldly remarked, "Ha, children are like balls. Be careful not to burst them." His voice was low, yet it resonated clearly with everyone in the studio and the live stream audience, striking some as profoundly unsettling. Soon, the barrage of comments began to flood the screen. Absolutely right. Observer Jiang Yu is on the same wavelength as me. That pressure from Zhang Yin is far from appropriate. Even I, as an adult, cannot endure such a stifling atmosphere. It is this incessant pressure on children that leads many parents with limited understanding to push their own children toward the abyss. Indeed, sending children to militarized schools and employing electric shock therapy has harmed countless families. Everyone, I can't hold back any longer. I'm about to lose my composure. Foolish Wang Fong, I tuned in for entertainment, not to hear your nonsensical ramblings. Just shut your mouth already. If children are like balls, I'd rather slap you a few times to see if you grow. Quickly switch this live stream back to 3 separate streams. I'm about to lose my mind watching Zhang Yin. The audience's fury surged like never before. The backstage staff quickly took note and decided to switch the camera, seeking to quell the rising tension. The live stream then shifted to AI, Chun, and Kuan in the midst of his fervent attempts to toss the rings. Kuan had successfully encircled 4 or 5 items, albeit merely trivial objects like pencil sharpeners. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, feeling a surge of confidence. He shifted his gaze toward the sweeping machine and dishwasher positioned at the center of the arena. After another 10 attempts that yielded no success, Xiao Qing approached to collect the rings scattered on the ground. Observing Kuan's unwavering focus on the sweeping machine and dishwasher, she encouraged him, "Keep it up, Kuan. Your determination to alleviate your father's household burdens is admirable." Kuan paused momentarily, glancing at his father, who sat leisurely on a chair with his hands in his pockets and legs crossed. "Sister Xiao Qing, do you truly believe my father is someone who engages in household chores?" Xiao Qing responded with a puzzled expression. Kuan helplessly shrugged his shoulders, admitting, "I merely wish to reduce my own chores in the future by encircling these 2 items." After that, he fell silent, continuing to throw the rings with unwavering focus. Xiao Qing remained speechless. Soon, laughter erupted in the comments section. Laughing out loud, Kuan certainly carries a hefty burden. Not only chores, but he also has to make breakfast for AI Chun on weekends. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. AI Chun. As long as I remain lazy, my child will be diligent. I've never encountered such a considerate child, nor such an irresponsible parent. Ha. However, perspectives on the matter varied widely. Wait a moment. Aren't you all being hypocritical? When Zhang Yin pressures her child, you scold her, but when AI Chun does the same, you praise him. Isn't assigning chores merely a form of punishment? Indeed, look at AI Chun. He merely stands by, showing no concern for whether Kuan succeeds. With a father like AI Chun, Kuan truly suffers. Yet, soon these comments were met with a wave of rebuttals. Haha, is this pressure? I believe it pales in comparison to the pressure Kuan faces while gaming. Zhang Yan's incessant mental strain merely stifles a child's spirit, while AI Chin's demands are mere physical tasks that can foster independence. This is what it means for children from impoverished backgrounds to grow up quickly. I wholeheartedly agree. Engaging in physical labor won't drive a child to despair, but depression can indeed be lethal if the pressures were truly comparable. Have you ever seen Kuan and Zihan cry as often as each other? Have you seen Zihan laugh as frequently as Kuan? As the debate unfolded in the comments, Xiao Qing approached AI Chan with a furrowed brow, somewhat irked, and inquired, "Hey, Kuan's father, your son has been tossing those rings for quite some time. Why aren't you by his side to assist him? I recall you seemed quite competent earlier." Her frustration was not directed at AI Chun, but rather stemmed from the realization that such a small child bore the weight of AI Chin's expectations. It was truly a tough situation for Kuan. Moreover, her query resonated with many in the studio. Upon hearing her, AI Chun chuckled softly, offering no further explanation as he rose and made his way toward Kuan, calling out to him, "Son, do you need my assistance?" As soon as he spoke, Kuan shook his head vigorously, like a rattling drum. No, father, you should just take a break. Oomph. If I manage to snag that sweeping robot and the dishwasher, they will be mine. You can no longer threaten me with the idea of doing housework in exchange for gaming together. AI-chan was about to interject, but was interrupted by Kuin's ambitious declarations. Do not dissuade me. My skills are currently on fire, and I shall conquer them. No more household chores. Let us turn the tide. Go. 3 or 4 rings flew out in response. AI-chan glanced at the exuberant and overly enthusiastic Kuin. He turned to Xiaoqing and shrugged. Well, does this child seem like someone who needs my help? Xiaoqing replied, these two truly are a father and son pair. She picked up the items Kuin had previously secured from the ground and continued, helping a child doesn't mean one must assist with everything. Accompanying a child doesn't necessarily require constant presence. I never fail to honor my commitments to him. The desk is what I promised Kuin. Since he has sought my aid, I am more than willing to oblige. As for everything else, I hope he can attempt them on his own first. For the things he achieves through his own efforts are the ones he should take pride in. AI-chan once again cast a sidelong glance at Kuin. As you can see, he is thoroughly engrossed in the pursuit of self-reliance. Regarding companionship, as he joyfully plays, my silent watchfulness from behind is perhaps the best form of support. After all, paternal love is often unspoken. Chapter 39. Has the learning machine been lubricated? Aichen's final words left many guests in the studio momentarily stunned, as they gazed intently at the screen displaying him. The viewers in the live stream, as if struck by a profound revelation, began to flood the chat with comments. A father's love is silent. At this moment, silence speaks louder than words. How insightful! Constantly being with children is not merely indulgence, but rather control. I wholeheartedly agree. It's not a dangerous game. Being overly involved will only annoy the child. Even if you yourself do not feel vexed. Exactly. Be present when the child needs you. When they don't, refrain from imposing adult perspectives on their thoughts. Such a parent-child relationship is the healthiest. Zhang Yan's views are truly heart-stopping. Within the studio, upon witnessing the barrage of supportive comments for Aichen, Wang Fang's expression darkened. After speaking for so long, how could she be overshadowed by a few words from Aichen? Her experience and practical knowledge far surpassed that of this post-00s youth. Aichen was clearly engaging in sophistry. Wang Fang spoke sharply, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As parents, if you do not accompany your children, who will? I see Aichen as simply lazy. Children inherently possess a competitive spirit, and his lack of active participation in games not only disappoints their expectations, but also establishes a poor example of apathy. To shy away from accompanying children while offering a plethora of fallacies. Everyone must remember that Aichen's prior connection with the educational expert was halted by the officials due to his dubious arguments. His words lack credibility. Do not be misled. Now, I wish to pose a question to everyone. If you do not actively consider your child's feelings and they choose to conceal important matters from you, what will you do then? Will you still speak of silent paternal love? Having said this, she confidently surveyed the studio, convinced that her meticulous reasoning would surely persuade the audience. After all, she had the backing of the authorities. The previous program's interruption was undoubtedly due to Aichen's public remarks that had incensed the officials. As she noticed that no one in the studio offered a rebuttal, a sense of triumph swelled within her. Yet, she failed to observe that the live stream comments were overwhelmingly in favor of Aichen, with many deciding to cast their votes for him today. At that moment, the observer, Jiang Yu, adjusted his glasses and rose to his feet. He fixed a cold gaze upon Wang Fang. Wang Fang, this time I do not wish to counter your arguments with vacuous opinions. Since you pose a question to everyone, allow me to ask you too in return. Wang Fang scoffed. Speak. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu proceeded with his inquiries. First, when you speak of the necessity of being hands-on and interpreting a child's thoughts, have you considered their privacy and the freedom that belongs to them? Secondly, if you regard a matter of significance, and your child conceals it from you, unwilling to disclose the truth, would you not feel a profound sense of failure as a mother and an educator? With that statement, Jiang Yu did not await Wang Fang's response, but rather took a seat. Observing Wang Fang, her lips parted slightly, poised to retort, yet rendered speechless. as if a thorn lodged in her throat left her at a loss for words. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the word failure, 3 words from her daughter's diagnosis suddenly flashed in her mind. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream quieted considerably. Many viewers pondered Jiang Yu's words. Conversely, the ring toss area was bustling with activity. On Zhang Yan's side, she had already assisted Zihan to her feet. Firmly grasping Zihan's wrist, she forcefully placed a ring in her hand, guiding her to throw it. Although Zihan was reluctant, instinctively shrinking back, her small frame was no match for Zhang Yan's strength. The tears that had previously flowed were now stifled by Zhang Yan's reprimands. Yet, the tears morphed into a tidal wave of fear, engulfing her petite form. Images of her mother gently guiding her hand to write in the past filled Zihan's mind. In those moments, her mother's touch was so tender, but now it felt painfully constrictive. At this instant, she sensed that her mother instilled more fear than a complete stranger. The camera crew did not focus on this scene. Otherwise, the audience might have erupted in outrage upon witnessing it. Meanwhile, Wang Lei and Wang Zixuan engaged in a playful chase around the ring toss area. Just moments ago, with Xiaoqing's countless attempts to move the learning machine forward, Wang Lei had successfully exhausted his last ring. 50 rings in total, all squandered. The learning machine was nearly at his feet, yet he had failed to score even once. In disbelief, Wang Lei questioned Xiaoqing, "Surely, you haven't greased this learning machine?" Xiaoqing was a loss for words. Her repeated adjustments to the learning machine were not out of assistance for Wang Lei, but rather to witness just how foolish he could be. The evidence was clear. Wang Lei was remarkably inept. After depleting his rings, Wang Lei intended to emulate Zhang Yan's approach, forcibly dragging Wang Zixuan towards the learning machine. However, Wang Zixuan was unwilling to comply. Quick as a flash, he evaded Wang Lei's outstretched hand like a slippery eel, then took off running. Thus, the father and son engaged in a game of chase, with Wang Lei panting behind. Wang Zixuan, all the while, tossed rings as he fled. Regardless of whether he could catch the toy gun, his priority was to use up the rings. This amusing spectacle elicited laughter from the audience. On another front, Kunkin fixated intently on the sweeping machine and dishwasher positioned in the arena. The distance posed a challenge, and he had already thrown more than half of the rings in his hand, with several scattered on the ground, unsuccessful in their aim. Yet, Kunkin remained unperturbed, his determination unwavering. Memories of AI Chen's previous ring toss attempts surfaced in his mind. In his heart, he quietly encouraged himself. His father was remarkable, and he did not wish to be labeled as a tiger cub without a tiger father. Moreover, he yearned for his father's praise. The last time AI Chen complimented him on his handsomeness, it had delighted him for quite some time. With this conviction, Kuan focused intently, guiding the ring in graceful arcs through the air. At last, his efforts bore fruit as the ring landed securely around the sweeping machine. However, just at that moment, he had exhausted all the rings in his possession. Despite this, a radiant smile blossomed on Kuan's face, his excitement palpable. He leaped up, calling out to AI Chen in the distance, "Dad, I did it. I managed to ring it from so far away." After his exclamation, Kuan mimicked AI Chen's earlier demeanor, tilting his head slightly back, his face adorned with a triumphant grin reminiscent of Elbu. Hearing his son shout, AI Chen smiled and approached Kuan, extending his thumb in a generous gesture of praise. "Son, you're impressive." This heartwarming scene evoked a sense of nostalgia among many spectators. Ah, this is the parental interaction I long to witness. Children have their freedom, while parents commend their efforts. Kuan is fantastic. It seems he is the only one among the 3 children who has managed to ring quite a few items. Indeed, this reflects the effectiveness of AI Chen's laid-back approach. Look at this child, truly diligent. He exhausted his rings just to avoid chores, haha. Well, every family needs a sensible one. Doge. AI Chen glanced at the value of the items they had won so far, quickly calculating the total. It amounted to 1,097 yuan. Turning his gaze to the other 2 families, he noted that their rings were nearly depleted. Regarding Zhang Yan's approach, AI Chen sighed deeply. At that moment, Zihan reminded him of his own childhood, where he was always under parental control. As for Wang Zixuan, he held a singular view. This kid had quite a good physical condition and could run incredibly fast. He needed to find an opportunity to take Kuan out for some exercise, lest he spend all his time indoors reading, exhausting himself, and rendering him unfit for gaming. Clapping his hands, AI Chun decided it was time to conclude this ring toss game. Chapter 40, Maserati? Director, oh no, it's coming straight for me. As long as the value reaches 2,000 yuan, the victors of this game will be he and his son. AI Chen's gaze fell upon the dishwasher situated at the center of the arena, assessing its price. 800 yuan. Nearly there, he murmured softly to himself. He then turned to his son, Kuan, and inquired, "My dear child, do you wish for this dishwasher?" Hearing his father's question, Kuan momentarily froze. A flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes, and he promptly nodded vigorously. All right, consider it done. AI Chun silently calculated in his mind. Saving his son time on dishwashing would allow him to indulge in gaming. Quite a bargain. Having made up his mind, AI Chun stepped aside to stretch, quickly getting into the zone. The hoop in his hand soared through the air, landing perfectly around the dishwasher. The total was now at 1897. Without hesitation, he seized the remaining hoops and began targeting the beverages and bottled water scattered throughout the area. At that moment, Xiao Qing, observing AI Chen's actions, approached with a hint of confusion. AI Chen, your skills are remarkable. Why are you suddenly opting for such simple items? Concurrently, the audience in the live stream expressed their bewilderment. Internet trolls were ubiquitous, and the live broadcast was no exception. Having previously witnessed AI Chen's missteps, they believed they had found an opportunity to pounce. He was merely lucky before. There's no real skill involved. Exactly. He must have been afraid of embarrassing himself in front of his son, which is why he hesitated. Now that he has snagged a dishwasher, he resorts to these trivial items, clearly intimidated. TSK. We're here for entertainment, and he should be aiming for something more challenging. Who would bother with a bottle of water for such a petty gain? It's utterly dull. In response to Xiao Qing's inquiry, AI Chen remained unruffled. I'm just rounding up. Xiao Qing. At that moment, AI Chen successfully hooked 2 bottles of mineral water, continuing, all right, the total value now stands at 1,999 yuan. I kindly asked the boss, Xiao Qing, to make way. I intend to secure that one. He pointed towards the Maserati parked at the farthest end of the hoop area. The car was positioned at the greatest distance, with a ball placed atop it. According to the rules, if he could encircle that ball, it would count as a success. However, securing the ball did not grant immediate ownership of the vehicle. Instead, it would provide 2 years of usage rights, or could be converted into 50,000 yuan in cash. As soon as AI Chen's words left his lips, not only was Xiao Qing taken aback, but the audience in the live stream was equally astonished. So that's why he hooked the 1 yuan bottled water to reach 1999, and now he is aiming for something grand. All right, that is quite a distance. If you manage to encircle it, I'll call you father. AI Chun has yet to miss a shot, and with so many hoops left, he might actually pull it off. The master of price management, truly a man who has researched the rules of the game to the utmost. I acknowledge your exceptional ring-tossing skills, but let us not exaggerate too much, for so many eyes are upon us. Kuan, quickly fetch a bag for my father. Xiao Qing, is the bag even sufficient? Kuan, no, my father has already packed it. Just as AI Chun declared his intention to toss for the Maserati, the chief director, Zhou Ping, who was engrossed in watching the live broadcast backstage, suddenly froze. Oh no, it's coming for me. That Maserati was his newly acquired prized possession, brought to the show merely to enhance its appeal. AI Chun's previous attempts at ring tossing had been flawless, and he had witnessed it all clearly. Panic set in. He couldn't bear the thought of parting with his beloved car for someone else to enjoy for 2 years. He hadn't even considered the cash equivalent. For who could resist the allure of such a luxury vehicle? Besides, AI Chun typically rode a mere electric scooter. The camera crew, quick to react, focused all their lenses on AI Chun. In that moment of soaring anticipation, AI Chun took a deep breath and confidently tossed the ring. All eyes followed its trajectory. A sharp sound echoed as the ring landed perfectly around the ball. The crowd was momentarily stunned into silence. Even Zihan, who had been lost in sorrow, stared blankly at the ring encircling the ball, his expression filled with disbelief. No way, right? Zhou Ping leaned forward, nearly pressing his face against the live stream monitor. At that moment, the live chat erupted with excitement, with many viewers rising to their feet. Dad, did it end before we could even react? Incredible. This is a self-targeting confirmation. Let us have the officials ban him. I'm done watching this stream. Jealousy is consuming me. Come on, is this really happening? You're putting those trolls in danger. This has to be scripted. Let me star an episode, please. I beg you. Production team, we're doomed. What a loss. AI, Chan is here to stock up, and then he's driving away with the goods. What reassured Zhou Ping was that AI Chen opted not for the 2-year usage of the car, but rather decisively chose 50,000 yuan in cash. AI Chen explained, my electric scooter is quite convenient, and I'm accustomed to it. When a staff curiously inquired if Kuan wished to ride in the luxurious vehicle, his answer surprised everyone. Of course I want to drive this car, but I understand that it is merely temporary. My father has taught me that true wealth lies in the richness of one's character, not in the adornment of external possessions. Even if I wish to embellish my exterior in the future, I hope it is with money I have earned myself to purchase a vehicle that truly belongs to me. Initially, he did entertain the thought of persuading AI Chan to acquire a car, envisioning the moments when his father would drive him to school, allowing him to flaunt in front of his peers. However, he was acutely aware of his father's laziness, knowing full well that he would not come to fetch him after school. Before long, the staff announced the conclusion of the game, declaring AI Chen's family as the victors. The other two families had their own circumstances. Wang Zixuan unexpectedly secured the toy gun he had long coveted, while Wang Lei, intending to reprimand him, refrained due to the live broadcast. As for Zhang Yan's family, they left empty-handed. Observing the rather pitiable Zihan, Xiaoqing felt a wave of compassion swell within her. She picked up a beautifully crafted set of watercolor pens and approached Zihan, softly saying, Zihan, this set of watercolor pens is a gift from your sister. Zihan timidly shook her head, retreating slightly. At that moment, Zhang Yan pushed Xiaoqing's hand, which held the watercolor pens, away, forcing a stiff smile as she declared, no need, we shouldn't indulge this child. Zihan must learn from this failure. She internally criticized Zihan, believing her lack of initiative was the reason for her failure to win anything. Just as she was about to lecture further, she noticed the displeased expression on Xiaoqing's face and the nearby cameraman's lens. Her expression shifted slightly, and she turned to Zihan, saying, be good, Zihan. Don't be sad. I promise, if you achieve full marks in your final exams, I will buy you the watercolor pens, all right? Zihan lowered her head, remaining silent. Not far behind them, Kuan overheard the conversation between Zhang Yan and Zihan, turning to AI Chan with a question. Dad, if I do well on my final exams, will there be a reward? AI Chan was about to respond. A reward? How about you accompany your father on a little adventure? When a staff member approached him, saying, for the next segment, we will not be here. We will help you pack the items you won and deliver them to your residential community. How does that sound? Not here. AI Chen paused, suddenly recalling that there was something significant he had yet to accomplish during this visit. He patted Kuan on the shoulder and declared, son, you don't even need to wait for your final exams. Your father will reward you right away. With that, under the puzzled gazes of Kuan and the others, AI Chun swiftly turned and dashed toward Wanda Plaza. Before long, he re-emerged into view, cradling 2 large boxes in his arms. Upon seeing this, Kuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, did Dad specifically run to the bookstore to buy him books? Chapter 41. A reward? A new graphics card awaits you. Kunkin could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, 2 large boxes of books. How long will it take me to read through all this? AI Chen approached with a beaming smile and a light step, announcing loudly, son, your reward has arrived. With that, he presented the 2 boxes to Kunkin, who was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the boxes with a hint of skepticism. These boxes don't seem to contain books. Father, what exactly is inside? Seeing his son inspecting the boxes, AI Chun promptly thrust one of them into Kunkin's arms. Didn't he want a reward? I'm gifting you the latest 8090 graphics card. You'll experience unparalleled gaming bliss. He then revealed the second box. And this one is a PS6. If you tire of gaming, we can switch it up and enjoy some multiplayer games together. Suddenly recalling something significant, he hastily pulled out his phone to document this joyful moment on Douyin. AI Chun crouched down to be at eye level with Kunkin, holding the phone steady, and boomed. Come on, son, smile for the camera. Kunkin felt a whirlwind of emotions within him. Smile? He truly wished he could. It was unprecedented for a father in Huagua's 5,000-year history to act in such a manner. How long must this gaming continue? His grip tightened around the graphics card box as he resolved inwardly to study diligently in secret, aspiring to gain admission to Peking University and escape his father's clutches. Meanwhile, AI Chen was thoroughly enjoying himself. The video was quickly filmed, accompanied by a caption that read, "Everything is an illusion, except for my son's smile. Congratulations, my son, on acquiring the 8090 graphics card and PS6. The viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their laughter, especially at the stark contrast between the father and son's expressions. They erupted in mirth, exclaiming, he'll surely be laughing himself to death, rewarded with the newest graphics card. An 8090 graphics card and a PS6. Go home, kid. This father is expendable. Perhaps just give him to me. Host, I've been following you for 20 years. Could you perhaps give me a graphics card? Is AI Chen serious with that Douyin post? Did his son even smile, or was he on the verge of tears? Yet AI Chen, on the other hand, seemed genuinely delighted. Clearly, those gifts were for AI Chen himself, not for his son. The pressure on Kunkin in multiplayer games is immense, let alone in cooperative games. Just as AI Chen handed the boxes over to the staff, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 120,000 reputation points. Current reputation points, 131,314. Note, accumulating 200,000 reputation points allows for a lottery draw. Upon accumulating a reputation value of 1 million, the achievement Initial Brilliance shall be unlocked, accompanied by a reward of 1 million yuan. Is it true that a lottery ticket requires 20,000 reputation points? AI Chen expressed mild astonishment. However, he understood that high-quality items naturally come at a higher price. Furthermore, his speed of earning reputation points had significantly increased. It would not be long before he could attain the 1 million achievement reward. The mere thought of exchanging it for superior equipment made AI Chen's lips curl into an uncontrollable smile. In front of him, Zhang Yin cast a glance back at him and Kuan. She had previously observed Kuan's mediocre performance in class, which was neither outstanding nor particularly poor, while Zihan's academic achievements far surpassed his. Observing AI Chen's method of using game rewards to educate his child, Zhang Yin shook her head in disapproval. In her view, this approach would not cultivate talent in children, and their academic performance would likely suffer in the future. Noticing the smug smile on AI Chen's face, she huffed softly and quickly diverted her gaze. Once the final exam results were released, she believed that AI Chen would no longer be smiling, and that she and her daughter would emerge as the ultimate victors. Before long, a staff member approached with a smile, announcing that both morning activities had concluded, and expressing gratitude for everyone's cooperation. He acknowledged that everyone was likely feeling somewhat fatigued at this moment and informed them that the production team had arranged a visit to a buffet restaurant where they could enjoy some food and take a break. He inquired if the 3 parents and their children were ready to depart. A buffet. Dad, let's go. I've been craving it. I want to eat spicy crayfish, hot pot lamb, and fiery pig trotters. Upon hearing about the delicious food, Kuan's previously dull eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed loudly, "Who cares about the entrance exam for Peking University? Eating comes first." AI Chen also felt a pang of hunger. Having rushed to participate in the program right after getting up that morning, he had yet to eat anything. He waved his hand grandly and said, "Let us go, son, let's indulge." Wang Zixuan and Wang Lei, standing nearby, were equally famished. After chasing each other around for quite some time, they were practically starving, and they nodded eagerly in agreement. "Sihan, who had been persistently coaxed by her mother to play ring toss, was also hungry. She looked longingly at the jubilant Wang Zixuan and Kuan, her eyes reflecting envy. She had never been to a buffet restaurant, but had heard her classmates speak of the delectable array of food available, including her favorite ice cream. Zihan cautiously raised her head to observe her mother's expression. After a moment of hesitation, she timidly inquired, "Mom, can we go together?" Zhang Yan, naturally perceptive of her daughter's desire to accompany them, did not hesitate to refuse. "No, Zihan, buffets are quite expensive and not worth it. How much can a child possibly eat? You just be giving them your money. It's better to go home and eat with your mother." With that, she reached out to take Zihan's hand. At that moment, the staff member smiled and began to explain, "Dear Zhang Yan's mother, the expenses for this buffet will be covered by our production team, so there is no need for you to worry. Moreover, running back and forth can be quite troublesome. It will be better for you to join everyone." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan hesitated momentarily, casting a helpless glance at Zihan before letting out a sigh. "All right, I will take you with me, but you must promise to listen to me in the future. Do you understand?" With that, she took Zihan's hand and followed closely behind the staff. Despite her agreement, concern lingered in her heart throughout the journey. What if Zihan indulged in the heavy, stimulating flavors of the food and became reluctant to eat the meals prepared at home? After all, even kittens and puppies can be picky eaters, let alone children. Furthermore, many dishes in the buffet were laden with oil, sugar, and additives which could be detrimental to one's health. Before long, the group arrived at the buffet restaurant. Under the warm and bright lights, an array of delectable dishes adorned the various dining tables. Grilled meats sizzled enticingly, seafood crabs and shrimp displayed their claws, alongside an assortment of baked and fried snacks. The rich aroma instantly awakened the appetites of the three children. "Dad, I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to get some food," Kuan exclaimed with gleaming eyes, and before he finished speaking, he dashed off. Wang Zixuan, not to be outdone, quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, Zihan's gaze was captivated by the small cakes and ice cream displayed prominently on the front table. Seeing Kuan and Wang Zixuan joyfully run out, she instinctively felt the urge to join them, taking a step forward. However, in the next moment, the sensation of her arm being tugged brought her back to reality, reminding her that her mother was firmly holding her wrist. Chapter 42. Mother has not eaten a single bite, yet she wishes for you to be fully satisfied first. She attempted to gently extricate herself. "Mom, I want." Before Zihan could finish her sentence, a gentle smile graced Zhang Yan's face. "Zihan, I understand that you are hungry. Please do not wander around. Sit quietly in your seat. I will fetch some dishes for you." Zihan hesitated for a moment, and despite her reluctance, she obediently nodded. She cast a sidelong glance towards the dining area, where Kunkin and Wang Zixuan were merrily traversing the various food stations, their faces aglow with satisfaction. A flicker of envy flashed in her eyes. Silently, she made her way to the dining table, sitting down and patiently awaiting her mother. Yet her gaze frequently drifted towards the table adorned with small cakes and ice cream. Zhang Yan strolled about the dining hall with an empty plate, her sharp eyes scrutinizing every dish. At times, she furrowed her brow. At others, she shook her head. In her eyes, these foods were either excessively greasy or laden with artificial flavors. They were simply too unhealthy for children. In the broadcasting hall, Wang Feng observed this scene and couldn't help but nod in appreciation, commenting, "Look at how well Zhang Yan is doing." The very first thing she does upon entering the restaurant is to personally select food for her child. How many parents can exhibit such love and attentiveness towards their children? Just look at Achen and Wang Lei. They seem utterly indifferent to their children, lounging about without a care. They let the two kids run rampant in the restaurant, disregarding not only what the children might eat, but even their safety. At that moment, Zhang Yan completed her circuit and arrived at a charcoal-grilled meat station. She craned her neck to examine the offerings, discovering lamb chops displayed. Their bright color and minimal fat suggested freshness, and most importantly, they were merely sprinkled with a touch of black pepper. To her eye, this seemed to be among the healthier options available in the restaurant. The butcher at the station greeted her with a smile. "Hello, may I assist you?" Zhang Yan picked up a piece of lamb chop, bringing it to her nose and inhaling deeply. Noticing the absence of any gamey odor, she furrowed her brow and inquired of the butcher, "How come these lamb chops lack any distinct flavor? Are you certain they are lamb?" The butcher was momentarily taken aback, but maintained his politeness. "These lambs are sourced from Xinjiang, and the meat is of exceptional quality. After being brushed with our secret sauce, the gamey flavor is eliminated." "Sauce? What kind of sauce? May I see it?" As she spoke, Zhang Yan's gaze fixated intently on the interior of the butcher's station. Upon hearing this, the butcher's smile faltered. This person is rather insistent, he thought. Were it not for the collaboration between the restaurant and the production team, he would have been reluctant to continue engaging with Zhang Yan. He did not mind showing her the sauce. He merely felt that even if he did, she would not comprehend the ingredients within. Moreover, her inquiry felt somewhat unsettling. With a forced smile, he replied, "Rest assured, our establishment." Before he could finish, Zhang Yan interjected, "Never mind, I will take this. It seems to be the only thing worth eating." "What?" The butcher could not help but raise his voice. Zhang Yan also realized she had misspoken and quickly smiled to clarify. "I meant to say this looks healthier, especially for the children. As a parent, I must be cautious. How much would you like?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yan replied, "All of it." Before long, she left with 2 large plates piled high with lamb chops. Under the butcher's gaze, upon returning to the table, she sat down and did not rise again. The butcher was momentarily speechless. It was his first encounter with someone who, at a buffet, would only indulge in a single dish. Isn't it a bit overwhelming to consume only lamb chops? If she truly deemed everything else unhealthy, she could at least take some fruits or vegetables. Seeing her mother return to the table with the enticingly colored lamb chops, Zihan felt a flicker of anticipation. Although it was not the small cake she had longed for, the lamb chops appeared delectable. She thought to herself, "I will start with the lamb chops, and later fetch some other items I wish to try." "Go on, Zihan. This is what your mother has carefully selected for you at the restaurant, aiming to provide you with something nutritious and healthy." Zihan obediently nodded, taking the neatly cut lamb chops from her mother's hand and slowly savoring them. The taste was indeed delightful, and a long-lost smile of happiness illuminated her face, as if all her previous discontent had dissipated in that moment. However, this feeling did not endure for long. After finishing the plate of lamb chops her mother had given her, a sense of greasiness began to rise within her. Furthermore, she had not had a sip of water all day. "Mom, I'm thirsty. I want to get some water and perhaps grab some vegetables to ease the heaviness," Zihan softly stated, lifting her head. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, Zhang Yin immediately interrupted her. "What do you mean it's heavy? This lamb chop was specifically chosen by your mother, and it has hardly any fat. How can you be full after eating so little?" She paused before continuing. "And Zihan, how many times have I told you that you shouldn't drink water while eating? If you drink too much, your stomach will fill up. And how can you enjoy your meal then? And don't go for vegetables. Those are just fibers that will fill your belly. We came to the buffet to indulge in the expensive meat dishes. Otherwise, how can we make the most of it? Do you understand?" Zhang Yin spoke earnestly. "Mom, I haven't even taken a bite yet. I just wanted to ensure you were full. If the meat gets cold, it won't taste good anymore, so hurry up and eat." Zihan, looking at her mother's concerned expression, Zihan felt a twinge of guilt. She had been so focused on eating that she hadn't noticed her mother had yet to eat. In contrast to the laughter from Ai Chun and Kuan at the next table, Zhang Yin and Zihan's table seemed remarkably quiet. Glancing at the lamb chops on the table, she silently picked up a piece and swallowed it with effort. However, the audience in the live stream could not swallow their indignation. Oh my, the suffocating love of a mother. If Zihan manages to finish that plate of lamb, she might as well be headed to the hospital. As you selected the lamb chops earlier, I restrained myself, but now, as you deny Zihan water to ease the greasiness, I can no longer hold my tongue. Is it not your money being spent? Such concerns about health on one hand, and yet such an unhealthy approach. Perhaps you should consider living beyond this earthly realm, with a vacuum of space might suit you better. Is this a genuine concern for the child, or merely coercion? It feels as though you are treating Zihan with the same disdain as one would a Japanese individual. Would you care to eat first? After all, the cold remains of the meal carry their own moral pressure. The child must adhere to your whims regarding her cravings. It is utterly exasperating. Just moments ago, when Zihan smiled, I thought Zhang Yin had shown some improvement, yet it seems I was mistaken. What of the cameraman following Achen? Has he wandered off to indulge in some illicit feast? Return to me quickly. I wish to see Achen alongside Kunkin. Over here. Zihan reluctantly consumed a few more pieces of lamb chop, but her already upset stomach protested further. Suddenly, an uncomfortable sensation surged in her throat, and she could not suppress a retch. A piece of lamb, not fully chewed, was expelled onto the dining table, causing her brow to furrow in distress. Zihan, how could you waste food in such a manner? Her small face contorted in discomfort as she mumbled, Mama, I can't swallow, I want water. At that moment, Zhang Yin caught sight of Kunkin passing by with a platter of seafood that appeared quite fresh and undoubtedly expensive. Her eyes brightened at the sight. A simple boil in clean water would render the seafood both healthy and nutritious. With this thought, she rose, gently patting Zihan's back, and softly said, Zihan, let's not drink water just yet. You have yet to experience seafood. Mama will fetch some to prepare a seafood soup for you. Tomorrow, I shall endeavor to add another 10,000 words. Rest assured, more will follow. I sincerely thank everyone for their gifts, and I shall express my gratitude through more frequent updates. Your kindness remains a debt I cannot repay. Once more, I kindly implore you all to encourage further updates and refrain from letting the story languish. Chapter 43. My son, Prince Xian, exhibits a defiance. Zhang Yin carried the seafood she had brought back, including flower snails, octopus, and spotted shrimp. She then proceeded to boil a large pot of it. Upon completion, the seafood was far from appetizing. It could not be said to possess any allure in terms of appearance, aroma, or flavor. Nevertheless, Zhang Yin turned to Zihan and exclaimed, Come, Zihan, this broth is incredibly fresh. Let me serve you a bowl. She eagerly presented a generous bowl of seafood soup to her. Be careful, it's hot. Sip it slowly. Mama will peel a shrimp for you. Zihan glanced down at the somewhat murky seafood soup, hesitating momentarily. However, considering it was prepared especially for her by her mother, she felt compelled to try it. She cradled the bowl in her small hands, bringing it to her lips and blowing gently before taking a cautious sip. The briny, fishy taste flooded her palate, prompting her to grimace immediately. Seeing Zihan's reaction, Zhang Yin grew anxious and inquired, What is wrong? Is it not tasty? Zihan, lowering her gaze, swallowed the soup and shook her head. She understood that even if she told her mother it was unpalatable, Zhang Yin would only encourage her to finish it. Perhaps if she obediently consumed it all, her mother might grant her a small indulgence of cake or ice cream. However, after just a couple of sips, Zihan began to feel discomfort on her tongue. Meanwhile, the audience watching from their screens had already rolled their eyes at Zhang Yin. They collectively pondered whether it was truly necessary to prepare food in such a bland and watery manner in the name of health. Could such a concoction ever be deemed delicious? Zihan was struggling to swallow it. In the broadcasting studio, Wang Feng, however, admired Zhang Yin's approach, even applauding her. The health experts on television often proclaimed that a light diet was essential for maintaining good health. She herself upheld this principle, ensuring that at least 2 of her family's daily meals consisted of whole grains. Clearing her throat, she remarked, I must say, Zhang Yin has been exceedingly thoughtful. Cooking with plain water truly embodies the healthiest method of preparation. I sincerely recommend that everyone learn from her example. One must remember that health is the foundation of all endeavors. Nurturing our children's well-being is paramount for their academic diligence. We must strictly regulate what they consume to prevent future issues. In today's society, external food is not only unsanitary, but filled with various additives. Cancer is increasingly affecting younger populations. We must not only oversee our children's meals, but also be vigilant against their purchases of junk food near schools to avert potential dangers. Zhang Yin's dedication was commendable. Since the show began, she had never ordered takeout, even discreetly disposing of her daughter's milk tea, all for the sake of her daughter's health. She then turned to Li Ming, asking, What do you think, Li Ming? At your age, you shouldn't be engaging in reckless behavior like those youngsters, right? Li Ming hesitated, caught between words. He, too, harbored concerns for his child's well-being. Thus, whenever he indulged in junk food, he did so discreetly, away from the child. However, Zhang Yan's approach was truly astonishing. Jiang Yu, observing the scene, couldn't help but smirk. There are moments when silence can elicit laughter. Since entering the restaurant, Zhang Yan had resolutely kept her child, Zihan, away from any vegetables or fruits, insisting that the little one consume only meat. How could one discuss health under such circumstances? While food safety is indeed a matter of importance, it should not be enforced to the point of absurdity. At such a tender age, a child's palate is a crucial avenue for understanding the world and enriching their growth. To deprive them of the joy of savoring delightful dishes merely renders their existence monotonous, robbing them of countless joys and leaving their childhood incomplete. This time, he refrained from rising to counter Wang Fong, for the barrage of criticism aimed at her had already been overwhelming. He understood that one cannot awaken a person feigning slumber. Just then, a furious shout erupted from the live stream screen. "You little rascal! Can you not learn from others and choose something healthier to eat?" Wang Lei glared at Wang Zixuan, who had just brought over 2 large plates of fried meatballs and deep-fried crab, his temper flaring uncontrollably. He exclaimed, "Do you have any idea how much technology and ruthlessness went into those frozen meatballs? You'll regret it when you're in the hospital, and I certainly won't have the funds to treat you." Wang Zixuan stood there, feeling wronged, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Zihan's table, filled with a generous serving of meat, complemented by a seafood pot prepared by her mother. Meanwhile, Kunkin indulged in whatever he desired, reflecting on his own father, who had permitted him only 2 plates of pork chops, 2 large drumsticks, and 10 skewers of lamb. He felt the sting of injustice. Thus, he resorted to the fried meatballs and crab patties. "Why are you just standing there? Quickly return those and bring something healthier. Oh, and grab some for me too. Make it plenty." Wang Lei insisted once more, having chased Wang Zixuan around for quite a while, utterly exhausted. He had only managed to eat a single meat sandwich and was still famished, lacking the strength to rise and fetch more food. Wang Zixuan, brimming with indignation, could only comply, turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, he returned, cradling a large basin of food. As he set it down on the table, Wang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. The basin was filled to the brim with an abundance of green vegetables. Already feeling famished, the sight of such unadorned greens made Wang Lei's legs tremble with dismay. What on earth have you brought?" he gasped. With an innocent expression, Wang Zixuan replied, "Vegetables, of course. Natural, green, and pesticide-free. Quite healthy, wouldn't you say?" With that, he grabbed a hefty handful of greens and tossed them into the cooking pot. "You start eating, Dad. I'll fetch you a big bowl of rice in a moment." Witnessing this unfold, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Wang Zixuan is becoming increasingly filial. Ha ha! Wang Lei, my son Wang Zixuan has the spirit of a rebellious child. Are you denying me meat, hoping I will someday sing a different tune?" Surrounded by nothing but leafy greens, this truly embodies the essence of life. No flaws here, absolutely none. Although it is all green, the variety is splendid. Just look at those beans, remarkable. Good child. Quickly fetch your father some more of that wild ginger to ease his temper. Ha. Run along, child. Your father is loosening his belt. Damn it. When will Zihan muster such audacity? What technological marvel can rival Wang Zixuan's prowess? Ha. Amidst the laughter, the live stream featuring AI Chun finally resumed. The cameraman, burdened by his heavy equipment, hurriedly approached AI Chun and Kuan. However, his demeanor seemed somewhat misaligned. He was slightly hunched over, his steps unsteady. In a fleeting moment before heading to the dining hall, he had dashed to a nearby fast food establishment to procure a classic meal. After devouring it in haste, he rushed back toward the restaurant, only to discover the meal's formidable effects. Hardly had he swallowed when his stomach began to churn violently. 1 step to the stomach, 2 to the intestines. By the 3rd step, he found himself urgently seeking the restroom, transforming into a veritable jet of chaos. He spent an extended period in there feeling drained, and the prospect of his work growing dim. Unexpected incidents seemed to occur every few days. Meanwhile, Kuan had already eaten to the point of satisfaction. yet his eyes still sparkled with desire. He licked his grease-stained lips, gazing at the delectable array of dishes on the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Casually, he noticed the cameraman beside him clutching his stomach, a pained expression adorning his face. With genuine concern, he inquired, "Uncle, are you hungry? I have a burger left. Would you like some?" Chapter 44. The Health Tyranny at the Dining Table, merely an extension of parental discipline. Upon receiving the hamburger from Kuan, the older brother was taken aback and hastily waved his hands in refusal. His gaze then fell upon the table, where he was momentarily stunned. There lay steak, lamb skewers, French fries, crayfish, crispy fried meat, and an array of vegetables. Accompanying these were 2 large cups of milk tea and a serving of fruit yogurt. The pot, brimming with shrimp and crab, was bubbling with steam. One couldn't help but marvel at the voracious appetites of the duo. Kuan, undeterred by his earlier rejection, silently stuffed several spicy strips into his hamburger and devoured it with relish. The hamburger, already modest in size, was consumed in just a few bites. At this moment, Chun handed him a cup of milk tea with genuine concern. "Eat slowly, son. Be careful not to choke." Kuan nodded obediently, preparing to express his gratitude to his father when he inadvertently caught the meaningful smile on Chen's face. A shiver ran down his spine, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. At that moment, Chun delicately selected several shrimp from the pot, placing them gently on Kuan's plate, his expression warm and inviting. "Here you go, son. Be cautious. It's hot." Kuan instantly understood. After sipping his milk tea, he intended to take a brief pause before continuing to eat, responding with a simple, "All right, Dad." Before long, he began to peel the shrimp. Meanwhile, Chun continued to serve him shrimp, repeating, "Come on, son, have a few more." Kuan quickly declined. "Wait a moment. I haven't peeled the ones on my plate yet." "It's fine. Take your time," Chun insisted, adding more shrimp to Kuan's plate. As Kuan diligently peeled the shrimp, he shook his head. All right, no more, Dad, that's enough." "Not enough. You need to eat more for your nourishment," Chun insisted. Faced with a heaping plate of shrimp, Kuan exclaimed in astonishment, "I can't possibly eat this much, Dad." With a satisfied smile after placing the final shrimp, Chun responded, "It's necessary. Otherwise, I want to be full." Their exchange left the audience, who had been puzzled by Chun's insistence on feeding his child, utterly speechless. It turned out that the son was peeling shrimp for him. Chun, "When my son says no, he actually means yes." Smirking emoji. All right, you're showing off again." Chun continues to dote on Kuan as always. Hilarious first impression, traditional Chinese education. After watching a new style in the opposite direction. Can't stop laughing. The child is exhausted while the father fills his own stomach. "Dad, I need to grow." Chun is truly magnificent. "Oh no, I misspoke. It should be has a big appetite." Wah, one must say, Kuan is genuinely fortunate. He can eat whatever he desires, and Chun thoughtfully handed him milk tea. Though Kuan looks a bit weary, haha. "Exactly, I prepared a pot of clear soup seafood for my son, a real-life version of the evil cherry." Zhang Yin is a villain, racking his brain. Unlike a foolish person who suddenly has a bright idea, it's still comfortable to watch Chun and Kuan. The atmosphere in Chun's live stream was quite cheerful, yet Wang Fang's expression was rather somber. Upon seeing the assortment of food scattered across the table, her anger ignited. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself. This Chun was utterly outrageous. Look at all this greasy food. And they even allow children to consume spicy snacks during mealtime. And that milk tea, laden with artificial flavors, white sugar, and additives. How could they possibly give it to an 8-year-old child? Are they not concerned about the child's health? Such indulgence is indeed something only a father would do. Just look at the mother, how attentive she is. After her scathing critique, she turned her gaze towards the host on stage and solemnly stated, "I must suggest that in the future, the production team should select a restaurant that serves only healthy food." Caught off guard by Wang Fang's sudden outburst, Xiao Sa was momentarily speechless. But this restaurant wasn't my choice. He gathered his thoughts, attempting to placate Wang Fang's agitated spirit. At that moment, Jiang Yu interjected, directly posing a question to Wang Fong. Which restaurant do you believe serves only healthy food? As soon as Jiang Yu's words left his lips, Wang Fong instinctively prepared to retort. She has always maintained a high standard for food safety and health, and no noodle shop, restaurant, fast food joint, or street vendor ever met her approval. Faced with Jiang Yu's inquiry, she found herself momentarily at a loss for a powerful rebuttal. With a huff, she turned to glance at the barrage of comments, hoping for some audience suggestions. To her dismay, many comments suggested she should return to her womb, as that would be the healthiest option. Just then, a sudden exclamation echoed through the live stream. Ouch! Kuan clutched his stomach, his little face contorted in discomfort. A flicker of excitement and triumph crossed Wang Fong's face. See? After consuming all that junk food, the child is now suffering from stomachache. AI Chun frowned and inquired. What's wrong, son? Kuan struggled to articulate. I feel so bloated. It's overwhelming. I can't take it anymore. I'm heading to the restroom, Dad. With that, he dashed off, clutching his stomach and backside. The audience found the scene quite amusing. The cameraman, observing Kuan's hasty departure, kindly cautioned AI Chun. With Kuan munching on greasy food and yogurt fruit salad, he might have upset his stomach. AI Chun chuckled at this. Just a moment ago, the cameraman was absent. In truth, Kuan had only taken a bite of the yogurt fruit salad, so it was unlikely he would be afflicted so quickly. However, he jested, no worries. A little diarrhea could actually clear his system, allowing him to eat more. Upon hearing this, the cameraman shared a knowing smile. Yet, recalling his own recent discomfort, he added, it's best to be cautious when dining out to avoid children consuming unclean food, which could be detrimental to their health. AI Chun lifted his gaze towards the cameraman, countering with a question. Given the necessity to be cautious about a child's health, why then take them out to dine? The cameraman was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the statement. AI Chun continued, expressing that when dining outside, one need not obsess over cleanliness and health. Rather, the essence lies in enjoyment. If one spends an hour eating and dines out twice a week, the total time accumulates to less than a year. Instead of fretting over this brief period, it would be wiser to contemplate how to make the rest of the time joyful. Moreover, the more one fixates and worries, the more it leads to unease in both eating and sleeping. If a child yearns for something, let them indulge. Their happiness is paramount, and at the very least, it nurtures their mental well-being. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream expressed their unanimous agreement. Indeed, when dining out if the child is happy, I too find joy. Isn't it wonderful to share a meal in harmony? A troubled mind can adversely affect one's physical health. A poor mood can easily lead to illness. Absolutely, fretting over health matters less than pondering the taste. Dining out is fundamentally about pleasing our palates. However, AI Chen's calculations seem a tad hasty. Before he could finish, AI Chen pressed on. Yet, if one is reluctant to allow a child to eat what they desire, opting instead to provide only what one deems healthy, are you aware of the consequences of such a choice over time? The cameraman, looking perplexed, shook his head. AI Chun paused, recalling his childhood days spent with his grandparents in the countryside, catching fish and shrimp in the river, climbing trees to gather bird eggs, and quenching thirst with fresh spring water. He thrived in a healthful and joyous manner. However, once he transitioned to city life and his parents took charge of his meals, his daily diet became strictly regimented, comprising what they labeled as healthy food. Gradually, he lost the vitality he once possessed. In time, he came to understand a profound truth. The tyranny of health at the dining table is merely an extension of parental discipline. AI Chun spoke softly, observing that this approach ultimately leads to the gradual extinguishment of one's free will. Chapter 45. Aichen's words provoking deep reflection as Aichen's words left his lips. The previously vibrant and lively atmosphere of the live stream room was abruptly muted, as if a silent button had been pressed. All eyes were fixated on the screen, for Aichen's statement was indeed unexpected. He slightly turned his gaze towards Zhang Yin and Zihan, who were not far away. After a brief silence, he withdrew his gaze, cleared his throat, and assumed a serious demeanor. Instead of directly explaining to the cameraman, he posed a question. Do you believe that a single meal could ruin a person's health? Of course, I am referring to normal dining outside, such as this buffet. Even if the various dishes on my table are unhealthy and laden with additives, do you truly think that Kuin and I would become unhealthy merely by consuming them? The cameraman, confronted with Aichen's inquiry, shrank back slightly. A sense of apprehension enveloped him. Aichen seemed somewhat intimidating at this moment. He regretted speaking up, feeling as though he had been caught in a reprimand. Nevertheless, he shook his head and replied, probably not. Aichen nodded. If you believe it is unlikely, then others would naturally think the same. The cameraman remained puzzled. Ignoring his expression, Aichen continued, parents are human too. They understand that an occasional meal poses no real threat. The notion of discussing toxicity in terms of dosage is simply common sense. Yet, why do we still encounter parents who impose strict dietary controls on their children? Why do they admonish you upon seeing you drink milk tea, claiming it will ruin your health? Why do they forewarn you about ordering takeout, suggesting it will inevitably lead to a hospital visit? Beyond their professed concerns for their children's health, it often reflects their desire to discipline their offspring. The nutritional shackles they impose merely echo their authority at the dining table. Ultimately, children must be allowed to explore their own worlds. Even if they do end up in the hospital due to poor dietary choices, parents should provide comfort, not relentless criticism. Doctors understand the importance of soothing a patient's emotions. Why can't parents do the same? While doctors do not dictate dietary restrictions for children, you impose them. From where, then, does their freedom arise? Having articulated these thoughts, Aichen took a deep breath. His stomach felt a bit uneasy. Articulating so much was indeed tiring. His words were not intended as a critique of such parents, for they are shaped by their own upbringing and educational experiences. However, the painful reality for many children who grow up is the awareness that it is their parents' fault, yet they hesitate to place blame. He did not expect these parents to truly absorb his message, but he hoped that the children in such environments would retain their own thoughts, rather than being swayed by others. Shortly after Aichen concluded his final point, the audience in the live stream room gasped in astonishment and then erupted into a frenzy. Wow, I came here for entertainment, not to look in the mirror. My parents are just like that. Even ordering a cup of coffee, they claim it to be a harmful substance that could lead to kidney disease. I feel a bit unwell. What Ai-chan said is profoundly insightful. No, my friend, let us enjoy our meal as a food broadcast and refrain from resurrecting my painful memories. We, the post-2000 generation, will never become such parents. This is what is termed controlling behavior. I genuinely hope that in the future, Zihan can break free from it. It is difficult to fathom that such wisdom could emanate from a gaming streamer. As a human being, life is already exhausting. At home, I listen to my parents. At school, to my teachers, and at work, to my superiors. I truly question the essence of living. After having a child, I inexplicably find all my focus directed towards them, fearing even the slightest harm to them. Occasionally, I scold them for not obeying my words, which ironically causes me distress. In retrospect, I realize that from their perspective, these moments may not be perceived as love, as I mistakenly believe. Even the cameraman, after hearing Ai-chen's words, felt deep down that granting children freedom is also bestowing freedom upon oneself. He too yearns to soar freely. He resolved to bring back a portion of Hualai Wu for his child later. In the broadcasting studio, the guest seating area was engulfed in silence. The atmosphere, so tense it seemed palpable. Just moments before, they had been angered by Ai-chen's indulgence of unhealthy food for children. Yet now, after absorbing Ai-chen's discourse, an inexplicable sense of shame surged within them. However, Wang Fong, seated in the observation area, exhibited an entirely different reaction. Her complexion shifted from red to pale, and she ultimately rose in a fit of rage. The notion of free will? A mere spectacle, only empty rhetoric. Why not acknowledge that from birth, children require parental care, need guidance to walk and speak? If freedom is the goal, then surely they should not depend on their parents for sustenance, education, or living necessities. Wang Fang's voice was sharp and piercing. We have lived for decades, consuming more salt than the child is rice. Guiding them and planning their lives must surely be more beneficial than allowing them to indulge in fanciful thoughts. She gazed at AI Chun on the screen, her eyes ablaze with fury. This AI Chun is clearly inciting rebellion against parental authority. As the ancients proclaimed, filial piety is paramount. His words completely contravene this principle. Not to digress, just look at Zihan. The food he consumes is remarkably healthy, a testament to Zhang Yan's meticulous care. Who has never eaten something harmful? A stroke of bad luck could be fatal from just one instance. And what about his child? Halfway through a meal, they're already experiencing stomach troubles. If all children are treated like AI Chins, hospitals would be overwhelmed. As her words lingered, the studio remained silent, the tension escalating. Kuin's figure appeared on the screen, his steps somewhat sluggish. AI Chun immediately noticed Kuin's unusual demeanor and inquired, "Child, are you unwell?" Kuin slightly pursed his lips, his expression somewhat awkward. It is perfectly natural for individuals to experience the three urgent needs. However, the sensation in my rear is rather intense. Upon hearing this, a multitude of viewers in the live broadcast erupted in laughter, jesting that a bit of discomfort is inconsequential as long as one is alive. Kuin returned to his seat, followed promptly by AI Chun. In truth, AI Chun harbored numerous thoughts regarding food health, yet he chose to refrain from voicing them, fearing they might dampen the children's enjoyment of their culinary delights. "Shall we take a break? I can give you my phone, and you can play a couple of games before eating," suggested Kuin. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he hastily shook his head. "I still have the spicy pig trotters to devour. Where would I find the time for games?" With that, he immediately immersed himself in a state of fervent enthusiasm. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhang Yan was persistently encouraging Zihan to indulge in more seafood for its health benefits, completely oblivious to other matters. "Mom, I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Zihan's figure appeared somewhat frail, her cheeks flushed yet lacking in vitality. Zhang Yan peeled a shrimp and placed it in Zihan's bowl, stating, "It must be because you're too warm. Just remove your jacket." She then rose to assist her daughter. At that moment, Zhang Yan's gaze inadvertently wandered to the window of the buffet restaurant, where she suddenly noticed a group of children cheerfully passing by. The man walking in front of the children seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him on television. In an instant, recognition struck her. It was the renowned master of memory and mental calculations. As she stood up, she urgently addressed her daughter. "Zihan, continue eating. I shall step out for a moment." Her tone was filled with urgency, fearing she might miss the opportunity. However, just as she took a couple of steps, a dull thud echoed behind her, signaling a sudden fall. "P.S. I apologize. I visited the hospital today for a gastroscopy and only managed to write 3 pages. I am truly sorry for this, so could you kindly leave a 5-star review? I need to properly organize the subsequent plot, and any suggestions you have would be greatly appreciated. Your comments are, in fact, a wellspring of inspiration for me. Thank you, dear readers." Chapter 46. Contentment brings joy. Zhang Yan halted in her tracks, perplexed as she turned back. There lay Zihan, crumpled on the ground. A sudden pang gripped her heart, and without a moment's hesitation, she rushed over. Kneeling beside her, she supported Zihan, panic evident in her voice. "Zihan, what's wrong? Please don't scare your mother." Zihan's eyes were barely open, her small face tinged with a troubling hue of red and purple. Distressing rashes had already begun to mar her neck. Weakly, she uttered, "Mommy, I feel so unwell." The unexpected commotion drew the attention of the production staff, who swiftly approached and knelt down to assess Zihan's condition. As her gaze swept over the seafood on the table, her expression subtly shifted. "Zhang Yan, it's highly likely that Zihan is suffering from a seafood allergy." Zhang Yan paused, her face a canvas of disbelief and confusion, exclaiming, "How could that be? Zihan may not have eaten it before. She might not be accustomed to it." Yet before she could finish her thought, a realization struck her. If Zihan had never consumed seafood, then perhaps it was indeed possible. The rest of her words faltered in her throat, her expression becoming complicated. The staff member continued urgently, "Zhang Yan, the priority now is to get the child to the hospital. Don't worry too much. The city hospital isn't far from here." He turned to the accompanying crew member. "Quickly, carry the child to the car. We must head to the hospital immediately. The crew member was about to step forward when Zhang Yin stopped him. I'll do it. With that, she anxiously lifted Zihan into her arms, the child resting limply against her like an injured bird. The group hurriedly exited the restaurant. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the studio was tense. Zihan's sudden fainting spell had shocked everyone present. Upon hearing it might be a seafood allergy, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of concern. An allergy to seafood at just 8 years old. How distressing it must be for such a small child. The viewers in the live stream were equally distressed and outraged. Oh my, a seafood allergy could be life-threatening. That foolish Wang Fong, with her ill-omened words about bad luck. Is she cursing Zihan? I wish I could leap through the screen and slap her. Zihan is truly pitiful. She didn't dare tell Zhang, and she didn't want to eat. And now look, she's in the hospital. Isn't Zhang Yin supposed to be responsible? Didn't she consider that Zihan might be allergic since she hasn't had seafood before? She didn't think about that. She was only intent on taking advantage. Controlling Zihan. Why isn't that observer Wang Fong the one allergic? It infuriates me. At that moment, Wang Fong sat motionless in her seat, her face a ghastly shade. Just moments ago, she had confidently praised Zihan's healthy eating habits. Yet now, she watched in horror as the child lay unconscious. The barrage of accusations flooding the screen felt like a scorching pain on her face. Yet, she did not believe she was at fault. Zihan's allergy had nothing to do with her. Besides, Zhang Yin was only acting in the child's best interest. Such accidents were unwelcome by all. In the backstage of the production team, the tension mounted. The chief director, Zhou Ping, was already beaded with fine sweat. His eyes filled with anxiety as he gazed at the live broadcast. A child had suddenly collapsed during the stream. As part of the production team, they bore an undeniable responsibility. At that moment, a staff member slowly spoke up. Director, our online viewership has reached 1.5 million. Upon hearing this figure, Zhou Ping's heart jolted. This was the highest number of concurrent viewers since he had conceived the program. Yet, at this moment, it was not a cause for celebration. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, any misstep in handling the situation could lead to dire consequences. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Ping promptly commanded, immediately cancel the afternoon activities. Ensure that the staff accompanying Zhang Yin and Zihan to the hospital attends to all their needs. The program will cover all medical expenses. The staff acknowledged and then inquired, Director, shall we continue the live broadcast? Zhou Ping pondered for a moment before replying, yes. We must demonstrate our commitment to addressing the situation transparently to the audience. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Wang Lei and Wang Zixuan were seated at a distance, determinedly finishing a large pot of vegetables, tears brimming in their eyes, oblivious to the unfolding events around them. AI Chen quietly observed as Zhang Yin anxiously carried Zihan out of the cafeteria, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. What seemed like an accident could, if Zhang Yin did not alter her parenting approach, inevitably become a recurring tragedy. Stringent control does not guarantee a child's healthy development. Rather, it may suffocate the child's spirit. Outside the cafeteria, Zhang Yin and her companions hurriedly attracted the attention of a group of children in matching uniforms. Leading them was a man, who cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, calmly stating, "Come along, children, the bus to the youth palace is waiting for us." Upon hearing the mention of the youth palace, AI Chen couldn't help but reflect. For a child like him, raised in an ordinary family in a small county, the youth palace had only existed within the pages of books. In the big city, affluent parents crafted bespoke educational plans based on their children's interests and talents, equestrian lessons, summer camps, and a plethora of extracurricular classes, often taught by renowned masters, with a single lesson potentially costing a fortune. AI Chun withdrew his gaze, glancing at Kuan, who was engrossed in devouring pig trotters, oblivious to the world outside. He smiled softly, realizing it had taken him 20 years to witness the reality of a youth palace, while those children outside needed only a 20-minute walk. Nowadays, people often say not to let their children fall behind at the starting line. However, for some children, their starting line is already a distant finish line that others can scarcely reach, even with their utmost efforts. What gives you the confidence that a decade of diligent study can surpass the advantages gained from 3 generations of business acumen? An incessant attempt to control and overburden children will merely result in heavier burdens for both parent and child, diminishing their joy. The times have changed. One does not wish for their child to endure hardships, now only to continue suffering in the future. Consider today's meal. Some indulge in exquisite delicacies at opulent restaurants, while others suffice with simple meals in modest eateries. The disparity in health, nutrition, and flavor may be vast, yet the level of happiness can indeed be equivalent. Finding contentment brings joy. Maintaining a balanced mindset is not only a way to navigate life, but also a principle in educating children. At the hospital, Zhang Yin and her companions soon arrived at the emergency room. The production crew followed Zhang Yin inside, while the filming staff remained outside. Inside the emergency room, upon learning that the child had fainted after consuming seafood, the doctor swiftly commenced an examination. It appeared that the child was experiencing a seafood allergy. Fortunately, their arrival was prompt, and the situation was not critical, yet immediate intravenous treatment was necessary. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin felt a surge of anxiety. She urgently inquired, "Doctor, since it's not serious, is it possible to avoid the 4?" The doctor frowned and responded, Why is that?" Zhang Yin continued. "It's said that intravenous treatment can lower the child's immunity." Chapter 47. Because I do not wish for my mother to find me. Upon hearing this statement, the audience in the live stream grew increasingly anxious, their urgency palpable. In the emergency room, the doctor, equally exasperated by Zhang Yan's words, spoke sternly. "Madam, this is no trivial matter. A severe seafood allergy can be life-threatening. Your hesitation regarding the risks of 4 treatment is jeopardizing your child's chance for survival. Indeed, Mother Zhang, we should heed the doctor's advice. Look at how unwell Zihan is," urged a nearby staff member. Zhang Yin, momentarily stunned by the doctor's admonition, finally acquiesced. Before long, Zihan was carried to a hospital room on the 2nd floor. After being settled into bed, the nurse promptly initiated the 4 treatment. The staff member, not daring to delay, hurried off to settle the medical expenses. In the adjacent bed, another mother and daughter were present. The little girl, around 6 years of age, was innocent and charming, happily feeding her mother with a skewer of candied hawthorn. "Mommy, Daddy said you can come home today. You can play with me again." The woman beamed with a gentle smile, tenderly stroking her daughter's head as she softly replied, "Meng Meng, I will play with you as soon as I get home." Zhang Yin glanced over at the lively little girl, her heart feeling as if it had been gently nudged. Her own daughter had once been just as joyful and vibrant, yet now lay frail upon the hospital bed. She reached out to touch Zihan's forehead, her eyes filled with concern. The doctor's earlier warning about life-threatening conditions had truly frightened her, as she feared losing her daughter over a mere bowl of seafood soup. Perhaps due to the effects of the 4, or perhaps because the allergic reaction was not as severe as initially feared, Zihan's pale complexion gradually regained its color. Shortly thereafter, the nurse entered the room to assess Zihan's condition, finding the 4 bag empty. With a smile, she assured them, "There's nothing serious now." Skillfully, she removed the needle and handed Zhang Yin some medication, advising, "Once the child awakens, make sure to feed her this." Zhang Yin nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Not long after the nurse's departure, Zihan slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing her daughter awake, Zhang Yan's heart soared with joy as she leaned in. Concern etched on her face. "Zihan, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Are you better now? You scared Mommy to death." Zihan gazed at her mother, slightly bewildered, as her hand was held tightly. A unique warmth surged within her, dispelling the previous fear she had felt. She gradually propped herself up and softly inquired, "Mommy, what happened to me? I felt so unwell earlier, but now I feel much better." Hearing Zihan's words, Zhang Yan's anxieties eased significantly, her expression calming. "You had seafood at the restaurant and had an allergic reaction." Zihan nodded, somewhat understanding. Sighing, Zhang Yin expressed her desire to treat her daughter to some delectable seafood, only to realize that she had overlooked the possibility of seafood allergies. Her expression shifted to one of concern. "My dear child, why did you not speak up when you were feeling unwell? You have caused your mother immense worry. Now, Here we are in a hospital, with intravenous drips and medication. You have truly made it difficult for me to rest easy. In the future, should you experience any discomfort while eating, please inform me immediately instead of keeping it to yourself. Look at the little girl in the bed next to you. How cheerful and lively she is, taking care of her mother at such a young age. She is so considerate. Zhang Yin continued, feeling overwhelmed with the burden of her daughter's well-being, feeling the need to educate her at every turn. The audience listening to her remarks could hardly contain themselves. I knew it would be like this. Once parents ascertain their child is fine, they immediately start blaming them. This is suffocating. A dysfunctional family. Endless nagging over trivial matters. Confusion over significant issues, and a lack of clarity in serious situations. Could you not show a little more concern? You come in and start with the blame and criticism. For children from poorer families, being ill is a luxury, as it often invites reprimand. Meanwhile, Zihan felt her mother's attitude shift abruptly, leaving her momentarily stunned, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. As she listened to Zhang Yin's words, she pressed her lips together and slowly lowered her head. Noticing her daughter's demeanor, Zhang Yin furrowed her brow. What's the matter with you lately? Do you become upset when I express concern? Everything I say is for your own good. You should listen carefully to avoid another hospital visit, which wastes both time and resources. Do you realize that since bringing you to the hospital, I have yet to eat a single bite? However, with each word spoken, Zihan's head sank lower. Her mother's words felt magnified, each syllable weighing heavily on her heart, causing her head to feel increasingly burdened. At that moment, Zhang Yin let out a sigh. Wait here for me, dear. I will fetch some warm water for your medication. With that, she hurried out, with the cameraman quickly following in her wake. The hospital room was left with only Zihan and the mother-daughter pair in the adjacent bed. She discreetly glanced at the lively little girl, her eyes beginning to well with tears. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin arrived at the water station, only to find a long line, prompting her to frown. She did not wish for Zihan to wait too long. The elevator was overcrowded, so she opted to ascend the stairs to fetch water. To her dismay, she discovered that the upper floor was just as crowded. Thus, Zhang Yin traversed 5 floors in search of hot water, yet her efforts proved fruitless. The cameraman trailing behind her, panting from exhaustion, could not help but suggest, Zhang Yin, why not let your child take her medicine with bottled water? Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Zhang Yin shook her head decisively. That simply will not do. Cold water is detrimental to her health. Ultimately, she approached the nurse's station, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she inquired whether the nurse could spare some hot water from their kettle. Zhang Yin busily fetched hot water for her child, her hurried silhouette appearing on the live stream. The numerous critical comments in the barrage began to fade. Many expressed their sentiments. I see so much of my own mother in her. At times, it's difficult to bear her control, yet I feel powerless, unable to blame her. Alas, it's a self-inflicted struggle, tormenting both herself and her child, evoking both pity and disdain. There is no other choice. It's merely the helplessness of the impoverished. If only we were wealthy, we wouldn't have to run back and forth for hot water. I don't wish for her enlightenment. I only hope Zihan can escape. I'd rather watch Ai, Chun, and Kun. I cannot bear to witness others suffering. After fetching the hot water, Zhang Yin hurried back to the ward, her mind racing with the urgency to administer medication to Zihan. However, upon entering the room and laying her eyes on the bed, she froze in shock. Zihan was nowhere to be found. A sudden tightening in her chest overwhelmed her. Where is Zihan? Where's my daughter? She exclaimed in panic. The cameraman behind her sensed the change in atmosphere. Perhaps she went to the restroom? Don't worry, Zhang Yin. I'll have the staff look for her. With that, he began to make calls. Zhang Yin, her voice trembling, insisted, I will go find her. Without hesitation, she dashed out, prompting the cameraman to follow closely behind. Having just descended from upstairs, it was unlikely that Zihan had gone back up, so they frantically searched between the first and second floors, even checking the restrooms. Yet, after an exhaustive search, there was still no sign of Zihan. Zhang Yin's complexion grew pale as panic enveloped her. At that moment, she inadvertently glanced up and noticed a door in the fire escape across from the staircase on the second floor slightly ajar. A flicker of hope surged within her as she rushed towards the door. With a forceful push, she opened it, revealing a dimly lit corridor where a small figure huddled in the corner. Instantly, she recognized the child she had been desperately seeking, Zihan. Zhang Yin inhaled deeply, feeling as though a colossal weight had been lifted from her shoulders, though her legs trembled uncontrollably. She approached Zihan swiftly, a mix of urgency and anger compelling her to shout, "Zihan, why did you come here? Do you know how worried your mother is?" Yet her words were cut short as Zihan slowly lifted her tear-streaked face from her knees, revealing an expression of profound grievance. Through her sobs, she murmured, "Because I didn't want you to find me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin felt as though struck by lightning, her pupils quaking in disbelief. She gazed at Zihan, who suddenly seemed a stranger to her. She could not fathom how the daughter she had cherished and nurtured since childhood could hide from her and utter such words. At that moment, laughter echoed from the staircase across the fire escape, reminiscent of the earlier joy shared by another mother and daughter in the ward. The melodious voice of a little girl echoed through the corridor. "Mom, how about we play hide and seek when we get home?" Following this was the gentle and indulgent response of her mother. "All right, my dear. You can choose whatever game you wish to play. Hee hee, then this time, Mommy, you hide, and Ming Ming will come find you." P.S. Due to the significance of Zihan's future, the upcoming chapters serve as a transitional narrative, thus requiring more elaborate prose and a somewhat somber atmosphere. I appreciate your understanding. The story will soon shift to a new, more joyful and refreshing arc, returning the focus to Achen and Kunken. Should you find these chapters lacking in quality, I welcome your suggestions for improvement. I simply hope that if you have reached this point, you might consider adding the book to your shelf or leaving a review. Hee. Chapter 48. Whose lifetime is this for a science student? The key turned in the lock as Wang Fong pushed open the door, returning home. The evening light streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the desolate living room. The production team had concluded the live broadcast earlier today, yet she found herself with a plethora of unuttered advice lingering on her lips. When Zhang Yin located Zihan, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the audience in the studio and the live stream. However, within her heart, a heavy stone seemed to settle. For Zhang Yin ultimately crumpled to the ground, tears streaming down her face in front of her child. At that moment, disappointment welled up within Wang Fong for Zhang Yan's perceived fragility. As a mother, she ought to embody strength. The child was running amok and required proper guidance. Otherwise, who knew what troubles might arise in the future? Crying before her child diminishes her authority, does it not? Upon entering her home, she instinctively scanned the living room, only to find it devoid of life. Her gaze fell upon her daughter's tightly shut bedroom door, and she let out a gentle sigh. With her daughter afflicted by this illness, remaining at home without studying would lead to a decline in her education. As she raised her voice, she approached the door. "Dear, you mustn't stay cooped up at home all day. Venture outside and run a bit to help your health improve. Have you been following the exercise plan I devised for you?" Pushing open her daughter's door, she discovered a clean and orderly room, simply furnished, with a bookshelf laden with carefully selected books. Yet, the room felt eerily empty. She paused, realizing her daughter was not within. Not in the room, not in the living room either. Her daughter never ventured out without permission. A sudden dread gripped her heart as she recalled the scene of Zihan hiding today. Hastily, she rushed to the adjacent bedroom and called out to the man who was asleep, "Where is Jia Xian? Where has she gone?" The man, weary from the ordeal of their daughter's illness, awoke with irritation. She went out to play with her classmates, said she needed to clear her mind. "Can you not make a fuss the moment you return? Out playing with classmates?" Wang Fong furrowed her brows, her tone sharp and urgent. It's the final year of high school. Her classmates are all busy with their studies. Who has time to come and play with her? No, you must go find her immediately. The man, taken aback by Wang Fong's relentless demeanor, felt anger flare within him. Can you not grant our daughter a measure of freedom? A significant part of her illness stems from your constant control over her. Do you not understand? If you continue down this path, she will come to resent you in the future. Upon hearing his words, Wang Fong's expression froze. The notion of freedom struck her like a hammer upon her heart. His sentiments echoed those of AI Chun during the program, speaking of freedom and discipline. Yet, as a mother, who else would care for her child if not herself? Neglecting her responsibilities would only render her a failed and derelict mother. Soon, a tide of fury surged within her, and she shouted vehemently. In our childhood, we endured countless hardships and relentless beatings, yet we grew up unscathed. Is it not absurd to be so sentimental? I hardly strike her now. How can her illness be attributed to me? I perceive her actions as mere pretense. Just observe her. She has grown wings, refusing to even greet me when she goes out. Instead of blaming me, you, as her father, should hasten to bring her back. Upon hearing these words from Wang Fong, the man looked at her in stunned silence. The anger that had once surged within him slowly dissipated. He cast her a cold glance, fully aware that Wang Fong would never acknowledge any flaws in her parenting approach. With this thought weighing on his mind, he silently dressed and stormed out. The thunderous slam of the door made Wang Fong's heart lurch. Her gaze fell upon the wardrobe beside her, filled with various awards her daughter had received throughout her life. Will my daughter despise me? The question flitted through her mind, but she quickly provided herself with an answer. No, she wouldn't. What child could harbor hatred for their parents? As she matures, she will surely comprehend my good intentions. Meanwhile, AI Chun had been indulging in a buffet for 3 hours, interspersed with a few rounds of gaming during breaks. After enjoying himself with Kuan, the production team announced an early conclusion to the live broadcast. Without much thought, he instructed that the fare for the ride be transferred to his card, then hopped on his electric scooter, taking Kuan home. As they entered the community, the moment he dismounted, the system's notification tone echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 92,000 prestige points. Current prestige points, 223, 314 notification. AI Chun did not wait for the system to inquire about a lottery. Instead, he promptly commanded it to cease. This was his first high-level lottery, and he felt a surge of anticipation. Lottery commencing. Soon, new information flooded his mind, accompanied by the timely notification sound. Congratulations, host. You have received a comprehensive knowledge package in physics and chemistry. As he absorbed the sudden influx of scientific knowledge, AI Chun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was akin to the lifetime achievement of a science student. The utility of physics and chemistry in everyday life and academia is immense. There is a saying, excel in mathematics and the sciences, and you will fear nothing in the world. However, ironically, he was currently engrossed in gaming. If he were to monetize this newfound knowledge, that could be feasible. Not dwelling on it further, he and Kuan ascended to their apartment, ready to relax. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback. There, in disarray, lay an assortment of items collected from the ring toss game. The desk and dishwasher alone nearly filled the hallway. A wave of helplessness washed over him. At that moment, Kuan chimed in, Dad, let me help you move these. AI Chun looked down to see Kuan rolling up his sleeves, prompting a smile to spread across his face. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to give himself a boost of motivation. He, AI Chun, certainly would not engage in work devoid of financial reward. He promptly retrieved his mobile phone, initiated a live broadcast, and handed the device to Kuan, saying, Come here, hold this, but keep it at a distance. I can manage the tidying up on my own. This will also allow me to gather some funds from your esteemed fathers. With that, he began to stretch and prepare for the task at hand. As soon as the broadcast commenced, a considerable number of viewers entered the room. Oh, the program just concluded, and AI Chun has already gone live? Truly a model of diligence. Why does this method of parenting conclude so frequently ahead of schedule? Could it be due to unforeseen circumstances? I hope Zihan can break free from her mother's control. Haha, look at AI Chun, laden with so many items. He has brought this upon himself with all this hard work. After an arduous session of physical exertion, AI Chun finally organized the chaotic assortment of belongings, panting heavily. He couldn't help but lament why he hadn't won a reward to enhance his strength during the recent lottery. It seemed he needed to engage in fewer games and devote more time to physical exercise. Moving forward, he would have to entrust more of his gaming activities to Kuan. In Kuan's bedroom, the live streaming phone sat beside him. His little face radiated excitement. his gaze fixated on the pristine new desk. This was the desk he had longed for. From this moment on, he could complete his homework and read here. What a delightful prospect. Upon entering the room and witnessing his son's joyful expression, AI Chan could not help but smile. After inspecting the desk, he inquired, "Would you like me to purchase a gaming chair for you? It will be more comfortable to sit on." Kuan, taken aback, quickly shook his head. "No need, Dad. I believe a regular stool will suffice." With that, he dashed to the living room and returned with a plastic stool. AI Chan, observing the simplicity of the stool, said nothing. After all, he had no intention of allowing Kuan to study for extended periods, and he was not concerned that the stool would adversely affect his health. At that moment, an exuberant Kuan tilted his little face upward and exclaimed, "Dad, thank you for getting me this desk. I promise I will study even harder from now on." Chapter 49. What he desires is for the children to have a happy childhood. AI Chin's previously carefree expression instantly solidified. Study diligently? How could that be possible? His voice involuntarily rose a few notches as he scoffed. Study what? It seems that your father intends to install a device to prevent addiction at your desk. AI Chin paused for a moment, contemplating before continuing. From now on, aside from completing homework, that desk will be used for no more than 1 hour a day. Kuan's little mouth immediately pouted in dismay. He protested, 1 hour a day is hardly sufficient. With a huff, he added, "The teacher said that if others at school make you do what you don't want and prevent you from doing what you wish, it's bullying. Dad, this is familial bullying. Beware of the outcry from the guardians in the live stream." AI Chan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation upon hearing this. He feigned severity, saying, "Bullying? I am your father. If I don't bully you, who will?" As he spoke, he pointed towards the desk, declaring, "The desk may remain unused, but the computer desk outside is mandatory. I have provided you with an ergonomic gaming chair." He then hastily exited the bedroom, returning shortly with a newly purchased graphics card and PS6, placing them with a thud upon the desk. "You will install and play with these yourself later. You must not squander your father's hard-earned money. Do you understand?" Kuan. "Can I refuse?" AI Chin's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Refuse? If you could refuse, would it still be called bullying? You cannot decline. How will your achievements improve otherwise? If your grades rise, but your performance doesn't, do you comprehend?" Subsequently, AI Chin's gaze fell upon the smartwatch adorning Kuan's wrist. It was a gift from him, albeit broken, yet Kuan wore it continuously. "And that worn-out watch of yours, take it off. In a few days, I shall take you to buy a mobile phone. I shall not only bully you, but I will also ensure that you become the sole victim." Once AI Chin's bullying antics were revealed in the live stream, a chorus of condemnation ensued. "Such a small child cannot withstand this. Come bully me instead. If it comes to that, I can call you Dad. Oppose paternal bullying. Start with yourselves. I never expected that in 2028, I would still witness paternal bullying against children. I hope such things never happen to me." Whoa. Speaking the harshest words while performing the gentlest acts. What sole victim? In my opinion, he is the sole beneficiary. Coming from a live stream, might AI Chin's approach be a bit too coercive for the child, preventing him from studying properly? You just don't understand. A child who loves to learn will find ways to study, while one who doesn't, no matter how much pressure you apply, will remain unmotivated. If you carefully reflect on AI Chin's treatment of Kuan, you will realize that being firm is not the same as being domineering, nor is it coercion. Indeed, besides, Kuan possesses many clever tricks. Perhaps he has already completed several tests while AI Chan was distracted. Upon hearing that his father intended to buy him a phone, Kuan immediately resolved to refuse. Taking a mobile phone to school is absolutely out of the question. However, he suddenly reconsidered. Could it be that with a phone, he could secretly purchase test papers online? Not just papers, he could also download several educational applications. Upon this realization, he no longer resisted the idea. He feigned indifference and uttered a casual "oh." AI Chin waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, go ahead and play. I shall retreat to my room for a while." With that, AI Chan picked up the phone beside him, swiftly logged off, and exited Kuan's bedroom. Meanwhile, at the Municipal Education Bureau, the phone on Lin Weiman's desk rang abruptly. He promptly answered it, and a steady voice from the other end resonated. Wayman, I am calling regarding AI Chun. Lin Wayman's heart tightened, and he quickly inquired, what is the current stance from above concerning AI Chun? After a brief silence, the voice did not directly answer his question, but instead posed a counterquery. Wayman, first share your perspective on him. I am eager to hear your thoughts. Lin Wayman was momentarily taken aback before organizing his thoughts. The manifestation of AI Chin's educational philosophy is indeed rather unique and diverges from traditional educational models. Yet, upon reflection, his exhibited principles align closely with the contemporary era, warranting our profound contemplation. The voice on the other end replied slowly, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics from above. However, we held an internal meeting today, and there exists considerable contention regarding opinions. The most significant dispute does not lie in whether his methods are right or wrong, but rather in his attitude. As you are aware, we are currently in a phase of rapid and high-quality development across various fields, including education and technology. We require more vibrant and optimistic youthful forces. At this point, the voice paused. I shall send you a portion of the meeting minutes. Please review them carefully. There is no need for excessive concern. Personally, I remain optimistic about him. Shortly after hanging up, Lin Wayman received a message containing the meeting notes from the teacher. He opened the document, his gaze swiftly scanning the contents. It contained a statement from an educational expert. This AI Chun is evidently a proponent of the Lean flat philosophy. The post-00s online culture is rife with this notion of passivity, and he has audaciously integrated this ideology into the realm of children's education. Although his educational principles may appear enlightening, they ultimately convey a negative approach to problem solving. The nation's development hinges upon technology as the primary productive force, which is intricately linked to education, forming a symbiotic relationship. A strong youth equates to a strong nation. If we allow the public to adopt his educational methods and mindset, how can we foster development and achieve prosperity? Such a detrimental educational philosophy is unequivocally unacceptable. Lin Wayman remained silent for a few seconds, retracting his gaze. This passage was evidently overly dogmatic and extreme, and the teacher had also indicated a favorable view of AI Chun. What, then, was the underlying intention? After a moment of contemplation, he dialed a number. Lying on his bed, AI Chun habitually opened Douyin and began to scroll through the videos. The clips of the program Teaching Children Well and the moments he shared with Kuan Kuan had proliferated. Some praised him for providing Kuan Kuan with a complete childhood, while others criticized him for spoiling his child. Numerous official accounts of educational institutions scoffed at his remarks made during live broadcasts, where they offered unsolicited advice. He paid little heed to the noise. He understood that fame often attracts controversy. As a streamer, he had never feared the backlash of others. Gossip was a constant, and he chose to remain indifferent to it. At that moment, a particular video title caught his attention. Can AI Chin's educational philosophy be promoted nationwide? On this matter, he had his own reflections. Nationwide promotion was a weighty and colossal endeavor. What he was currently doing was not promotion, but rather influence. The ability of his educational philosophy to be disseminated across the nation was not solely within his control. Moreover, sometimes the subtle, transformative effects were far more profound. Each individual harbored their own educational philosophy, and the nuances of right and wrong were often difficult to encapsulate in a few words. Both educators and learners possessed their own thoughts and attitudes. What he aspired to do was to make his educational methods known to a broader audience. He aimed to reach out to those parents who were veering towards extremism, urging them to pause and reflect. He sought to be a guiding light for children ensnared in darkness and despair. As he clicked on the video, the first scene unfolded with him and Kuan Kuan indulging in a buffet, laughing and frolicking together. A gentle smile graced his lips. Fortunate individuals heal their lives with a joyful childhood, while the unfortunate spend their lives healing from a troubled youth. His desire was for all children to experience a blissful childhood. Just then, a message from the parent group popped up on his phone screen. AI Chan clicked to open it and discovered a note from the homeroom teacher, Lilan. Dear students, due to health issues, The science teacher is temporarily unable to conduct classes. The format of the upcoming science final exam has been adjusted. The exam will consist of completing a small experiment at home or outdoors and recording the process. While recording the video, please explain the steps and phenomena of the experiment. Please take this exam seriously. The deadline for submitting the video is before the end of the semester. A small experiment? Achen murmurd. Chapter 50. Pursue your dreams. And father will give you a push in the parents group. Another message arrived. Class teacherly lawn. For this assignment, parents may accompany their children, but please do not do the work for them. Below are 3 sample videos for parents to review, and kindly fill out the table with your child's experimental topics afterward. Following this, 3 short videos were shared. Achen opened each video one by one. One demonstrated the observation of onion cell structures. Another showcased the creation of a small night light, and the last recorded the cultivation of bean sprouts. Overall, these experiments appear to be quite manageable. Kuin should be able to complete them independently. Rising, he walked toward Kuin's bedroom, intending to see what he wished to undertake. Upon entering the room, he found Kuin squatting on the floor, diligently organizing his toy models. Hearing the noise, he looked up in confusion and asked, "Dad, what is up? You're not going to drag me into playing games again, are you? I'm busy tidying up my room." Chun took out his phone and handed it to him. "Here, the assignment you've been thinking about has arrived. Your teacher posted the science exam content in the group. Would you like to take a look?" As soon as Kuin heard this, his eyes instantly brightened. He took the phone with one hand and began to examine it closely. However, it wasn't long before he pouted, a hint of disappointment on his face. "Boring. There's nothing interesting. We've already seen these experiments in class when the teacher demonstrated them." Achen chuckled softly. "So what would you like to do?" Kuin tilted his head in thought, and then grabbed a rocket model nearby. "I want to make something cool, like a rocket. One that can soar into the sky and shoot out dazzling flames." Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he continued, "Or perhaps fireworks that can bloom in the sky. I haven't seen fireworks in ages. The last time was during the New Year." As he spoke, a trace of melancholy crossed Kuin's face. He sighed lightly and shook his head. "Forget it. I want to pursue unattainable dreams. The teacher said children shouldn't play with fire. Making rockets and fireworks is too dangerous." Listening to Kuin's thoughts, Chun gazed at him quietly, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. It seemed that his son, like many children, harbored a dream of soaring into the blue sky, yearning to create rockets and build airplanes. Reflecting on his own childhood, he realized he too possessed such whimsical ideas. Yet back then, anytime he dared to voice such thoughts, his parents would swiftly reprimand him and insist he focus solely on his studies, dismissing his dreams as impractical. It was only later, in his unremarkable existence, that he recognized the truth. A child's imagination is the foundation of their future creativity. Suppressing their thoughts would only rob them of the courage and passion to explore the world. With this in mind, Chun gently ruffled Kuin's hair, his gaze softening as he said, Kuin, if you have a dream, let us chase it together. Even if one cannot catch up, there is still the presence of a father to lend a hand from behind. With prior knowledge of physical chemistry, crafting such small rockets or fireworks is a mere trifle for him. Nevertheless, he wishes for Kunkin to first engage his own intellect and manual skills. Upon hearing that his father would assist him, Kunkin eagerly prepared to express his gratitude. However, he suddenly realized that his father was guiding him towards the computer in the living room. "Kunkin, father, when you mentioned giving me a push, did you mean to steer me towards a small path?" Achen playfully tapped the back of his head, chiding him, "You rascal. I meant for you to research rocket-making materials on the computer yourself." In the background meeting room of the Teaching Children Well program, 7 or 8 individuals were gathered around a long table, previously engaged in discussing the upcoming activities for the show. However, midway through the meeting, the head director, Zhou Ping, received a sudden call on his mobile phone. After a brief conversation, he hung up and slowly placed the phone down, taking a deep breath before uttering. It was an official call. The atmosphere in the meeting room shifted instantly, tension palpable among the others. "What happened? Is there an issue?" Zhou Ping pondered for a moment before responding. They wish for our program to take 3 children to visit a university or perhaps conduct activities there. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion spread across the faces of the attendees. Director Zhou, what does this mean? After a moment of reflection, Zhou Ping replied, I suspect this is not merely an opportunity for the children to broaden their horizons. It is likely that they also wish for university students to observe the educational methods of these 3 families, particularly Achen's. After all, this world ultimately belongs to the youth. And perhaps they seek to hear more from the perspectives of young people. Pausing momentarily, Zhou Ping continued, let us not speculate further. Our immediate priority is to thoughtfully consider what activities to organize. The group nodded in agreement. At that moment, someone suggested, the 3 children's class has just assigned a science exam requiring them to conduct a small experiment. Why not start from there? Zhou Ping contemplated for a moment, his eyes lighting up. That's a splendid idea. We can have the children conduct scientific experiments at the university. There will be ample space and equipment. Let us arrange for the children to have a day off from school. Tomorrow, we shall take them to perform experiments and then show them around the campus. We must exercise greater caution this time to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Soon, the attendees in the meeting room began discussing this idea, and a detailed activity plan gradually took shape. The staff also composed a message outlining the event details to send to the 3 parents. The following day, as dawn broke, the program commenced punctually. Although the hour was still early and the audience in the live broadcast room was sparse, the introductory segment was indispensable. Within the broadcasting studio, the host, Xiao Sa, stood up slowly with a gentle smile gracing his face. Good morning, dear audience. Thank you for continuing to tune in to our program. Today, we shall embark on an exhilarating journey filled with both fun and knowledge for parents and children alike. Care to take a guess? After a brief pause, intentionally building suspense, he revealed, today, we are headed to Huagui University. Here, we will assist parents and children in completing their final science project. The school's requirement is for the children to conduct a small experiment, with parents only permitted to accompany them, not to take over. Our production team has also assigned a delightful task for the parents. They must replicate their child's experiment. Ultimately, the audience will cast their votes based on the performances of the children and parents, and the highest vote-getter will be awarded a generous prize of 20,000 yuan. Conversely, if the children fail to complete their experiments, or if the parents are unable to successfully replicate them, they will inevitably find themselves in last place. Yesterday, notifications were dispatched to the parents, and I trust they are well prepared. As Xiao Sa continued to introduce, he gestured towards the large screen. Now, let us immerse ourselves in today's live broadcast and witness the splendid and entertaining experiments they will present to us. Chapter 51, the camera first focused on Zhang Yan's home, where the uncles had been standing outside for 2 hours. The previous night, Zhang Yan had returned from the hospital with her still somewhat frail daughter, Zihan. Upon entering the house, the weary mother neglected her own need for rest. Instead, she meticulously gathered disinfectant to cleanse both herself and Zihan from head to toe. Following this, she assisted her daughter in washing up and changing into her pajamas. Once they were settled, she tirelessly began to tackle household chores. It was only at 1 a.m. that she finally collapsed on her bed, too exhausted to even glance at her phone. At 6 o'clock in the morning, she ventured out to buy groceries and returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Zihan. As she observed her daughter emerging from the bathroom, Zhang Yan glanced at the wall clock. It was nearly 7. Zihan, come quickly. Mama has made your favorite lean meat and vegetable porridge. Zihan rubbed her still sleepy eyes, her little face scrunching up in protest. But Mama, I'm so tired. The fatigue from the previous day seemed to linger even after a night's sleep. Zhang Yan furrowed her brow. How can you still be tired? I specifically let you sleep an extra 20 minutes today. Besides, skipping breakfast can harm your stomach. You just returned from the hospital, and your body is weak. I made this porridge especially for you. Do you know that while you were still sleeping, I woke up at 6 to prepare it, and I even fanned it to cool it down for you? Hurry and eat. Once you finish, we can read together for half an hour. Zhang Yan's lengthy admonishment left Zihan feeling speechless. All right, slowly. She climbed on her chair and took a small spoonful of porridge. In truth, she had little appetite. However, Considering the effort her mother had put into preparing breakfast so early and having fanned it to a suitable temperature, she felt that refusing to eat would be a disservice to her mother's kindness. Moreover, she remembered how she had foolishly hidden away the day before, causing her mother to worry and cry. How heartbroken Zhang Yin must have been at that moment. Reflecting on these thoughts filled Zihan with guilt. Seeing her daughter obediently begin to eat, a look of satisfaction spread across Zhang Yin's face. She turned and returned to the bedroom, opening the computer on her desk. Since she had not checked her phone the previous night, she was unaware of the program as scheduled. They were set to depart for the university campus with the production team at 9 o'clock. She needed to quickly find an experiment for Zihan to perform. Although the only requirement in the rules was for the child to succeed in completing the task while the parent replicated it, achieving higher votes necessitated making the experiment more captivating or showcasing her educational philosophy along the way. At that moment, a small video of an experiment caught her attention. It was a physics demonstration showing how a flat sheet of paper could not withstand the pressure of a single pen, yet after being folded several times, it could endure the weight. After the instructor in the video explained the underlying physics, he continued speaking. This paper resembles a child. It must endure twists and turns to rise successfully. Upon reading this, Zhang Yin felt the wisdom in those words. She promptly retrieved paper and pen to begin recording. In the living room, though the lights were on, the early morning light had yet to brighten the space, rendering it somewhat dim and desolate. Zihan sat alone on a stool, her head feeling heavy, her eyes barely open. Yet, mechanically, she continued to scoop porridge in her mouth. Observing this scene, many viewers in the live stream felt a pang of sympathy. Didn't the program arrange for the child to take a leave of absence? Why must she rise so early? Indeed, the live stream from AI Chen's side is completely dark. He probably hasn't even woken up yet. Oh dear, she still has to get up for half an hour of morning reading. Just let the child sleep. I would rather not watch this live stream. If you don't care, I certainly do. What a method of parenting. Zhang Yin loves to impose her peculiar remedies on her child. The child ran away secretly yesterday, and she still hasn't realized her mistake? While skipping breakfast is indeed unwise, let the child at least get some rest first. In the broadcast studio, Wang Fong, an observer from the ADS, nodded repeatedly in agreement with Zhang Yan's approach. Rising at 6 to prepare breakfast for her child, and after completing that, contemplating her child's science experiment. Zhang Yan's attentiveness to her child is truly meticulous. The day begins with the morning. Breakfast is essential, and morning reading holds great significance. Just look at her. Even though her child isn't attending school, she ensures her child does not become complacent. Only children raised in such a manner will become the pillars of our nation. Without experiencing storms, how can one see a rainbow? If everyone could learn from Zhang Yin, who knows how many talented youths our country would produce? Then, she glanced towards the darkened screen of room 3, her expression instantly darkening, her tone icy. Look at AI Chun. He doesn't rise, nor does he prepare breakfast. He must have spent the entire night playing games with the child, exuding a palpable air of despondency. The child is truly unfortunate to follow such a father. Don't be fooled by the child's current joy when grades decline, when they fail to gain admission to high school or university, when they struggle to find employment in the future, how much the child will weep in pain, harboring resentment towards AI Chun for the present. The gap will only widen. Grades do not lie. This upcoming science experiment will reveal AI Chen's educational methods, which, when applied to academics, will inevitably crumble, exposing his shortcomings. She spoke with conviction. She was well aware of the academic standings of the 3 children participating in the program. Zihan ranked at the top, far ahead of the other 2. The science experiment exam is not like the previous games. It requires a wealth of knowledge. A father like AI Chun, engrossed in gaming, will undoubtedly see his underperforming child be surpassed by Zhang Yan's family. Grades speak volumes and will silence those who praise AI Chun. After she finished speaking, several viewers expressed their agreement. Zhang Yan's expectations for her child are rather stringent, yet the achievements of others are undeniably commendable. As parents, it is inevitable to feel envious of the academic success of children from other families. Nevertheless, it is heart-wrenching to see Zihan, who appears to be on the verge of dozing off at the dinner table. Throughout the past few days of live streaming, she has scarcely displayed a smile. At merely 8 years old, she bears the weight of Zhang Yan's lofty aspirations, with hopes that she will soar to great heights. Such a small frame should not have to shoulder such immense pressure. In this fiercely competitive era, many parents resemble Zhang Yan. Conversely, AI Chen's live stream is filled with laughter as Kuen's genuine mirth resonates deeply, uplifting numerous viewers. I believe that families like this will not be a rarity in the future. Zihan, haven't you finished eating yet? It's time for your early reading. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Yan emerged from her bedroom, only to find Zihan asleep at the dining table, spoon in hand, her little mouth occasionally mumbling. Witnessing this scene momentarily stunned Zhang Yan. She slowly approached, her gaze tenderly resting on Zihan's face, a flicker of compassion evident in her eyes. Gently moving the bowl of food aside, she tenderly wiped the soup stains from the corners of Zihan's mouth. After glancing at the clock on the wall, she let out a deep sigh before retreating to her bedroom to resume her work at the computer. Let her sleep for another 10 minutes. This experiment is not merely a program activity. It also pertains to Zihan's final grades. Several experiments need to be conducted to select the best one to present to the teacher. Time is of the essence. She must not keep the production team waiting for too long. They have offered to provide the necessary equipment for the experiments, but she has yet to inform them of the project details. It would be inconsiderate to burden them. Soon, Zhang Yan immersed herself in watching experimental videos, the sound of her notes being taken echoing in the live stream. In less than 10 minutes, she had filled 2 large sheets of paper with notes. Her frequent glances up and down did not go unnoticed by the viewers. Alas, truth be told, she is quite exhausted. But what is the purpose of this struggle? She is solely doing this for her daughter's education, for her daughter's future. Why must you criticize her? Yet what she desires is not necessarily what her daughter wishes for. Can she not perceive this? Sigh. I see my own reflection in her. When one is fervently wishing for their child to succeed, it is easy to overlook the needs of the child. Later, while watching the live stream, I realized the pain her daughter endures mirrors what my son is currently experiencing. Never mind. I don't want to say anything more. Who has AI Chen's number? Call him quickly. Why is he still in bed, awaiting AI Chen and Kuen's experiment? Old man, get up. It's almost 9 o'clock. The filming crew has been standing outside for 2 hours. With Kuen's shout, the live stream from AI Chen's household finally came into view, and the number of viewers in the room began to skyrocket. I sense that the progress has been somewhat sluggish, and I apologize to everyone for the daily anticipation of updates. I am currently in the process of meticulously organizing and developing the plot, which has resulted in a slower pace of writing. I assure you that I will strive to accelerate the rhythm moving forward. For those who have reached this point, I kindly request you to add this word to your reading list and leave a comment. I value each piece of feedback and have taken all your thoughts into consideration. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. Chapter 52. Price report high? 38 million. Achen lay ensconced in a thick blanket, resembling a cocooned silkworm, lost in a deep slumber. The previous night, he had meticulously retraced the experimental process in his mind several times, compiling a comprehensive list of materials needed for the project, which he subsequently sent to the production team. Just as he intended to succumb to sleep, his gaze fell upon the PS6 nearby. Unable to resist temptation, he resolved to play for just a short while before resting. However, hours slipped by as he immersed himself in the game. Kunkin, fully dressed, stood at the bedside and called out twice. When there was no response from the bed, a look of concern crossed his face. He reached out to pull back the blanket covering Aichen's head, only to find Aichen still in the same position, utterly unresponsive. Alarmed, Kunkin's heart raced as he exclaimed, "Dad, Dad, you can't be gone?" Climbing onto the bed, he continued, "You can't leave me. You haven't even shared the password to the live streaming account." Tentatively, he extended a finger towards Aichen's nose, and feeling the steady rhythm of breath, Kunkin sighed in relief, murmuring, "Thank goodness, you're still breathing." Nearby, the cameraman stifled a laugh and gently cleared his throat, offering a reminder, Kunkin, the car is waiting downstairs. You should wake your father." In response, Kunkin rolled his eyes playfully and shouted, "Dad, what time is it? Wake up and come with me to a university. If you don't get up soon, I'll start writing." Before he could finish, Achen finally blinked awake, gazing blearily at Kunkin. With a languid voice, he muttered, "Let's log in, son." At that moment, the live streaming room was already filled with laughter. "Ha ha, it's reversed. Calling your dad to get up for a university. Are you asking for Aichen's wrath? Ha ha ha. A father bidding farewell to the world, and the child shows great filial piety. Well done, son. When you inherit the live stream, your adoptive father will arrange a carnival for you. You all jest, but I genuinely envy the bond between them. It's a relationship I wouldn't dare dream of. We're not sure what experiments Achen and Kunkin will conduct on campus today, but I'm eagerly anticipating. What experiments they'll do remains uncertain, but I suspect Kunkin might sneak off to the library to read, sly grin. As for Wang Lei and Wang Zixuan, we're also in the dark about their plans. But this morning I saw Wang Lei watching experimental videos, though the quality was so poor I couldn't discern much. Amidst the playful banter, Achen, like a chrysalis, emerged from bed. Within 5 minutes, he had completed his morning routine. With no time for breakfast, the father and son descended the stairs to embark on their journey. Today's recording location was at Huagui University, conveniently situated within the city. The distance was not far, and Achen and Kunkin soon boarded the production team's vehicle. Before long, they arrived at the bustling food street outside Huagui University, where the enticing aromas of various delicacies wafted through the air. As they disembarked, Kunkin's eyes darted over the array of food stalls, nearly drooling in anticipation. Chan was not particularly hungry. However, observing his son's eager demeanor, he could not help but ask, "What would you like to eat, my dear?" Kun hesitated for a moment, his gaze eventually settling on a stall selling grilled starch sausages. The sausages sizzled enticingly, releasing an irresistible aroma that instantly piqued Kun's appetite. He eagerly tugged at Chen's hand, leading him towards the stall. "Would you like a sausage?" The vendor, a young man, greeted them warmly as they approached. After sizing him up, Chan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you a university student just starting out?" The young man blinked in surprise, his clear eyes widening as he exclaimed, "How did you know? Today is my first day, and you and Kun are my very first customers." Chan smiled, but chose not to respond, instead directing his attention to the 2 small stools and a table behind the vendor. The table was adorned with 2 packs of soft tissue paper, a clear indication that this diligent university student had put considerable effort into his new venture. "How much for one?" he asked. 2 yuan, the young man replied. Just then, Kun tilted his head up and declared, "Brother, I want 2. The vendor beamed with delight. "All right, just a moment. They'll be ready shortly." Kun then pointed to a jar of chili peppers nearby. "Please add extra chili, brother." As the vendor skillfully turned the sausages over the grill, he chuckled, "Sure, but be cautious. Too much chili can upset your stomach." "I'll be fine. I eat spicy snacks every day, so I've built up my tolerance," Kun confidently asserted. Just as Chan and Kun were about to sit on the small stools, the vendor suddenly exclaimed in distress, clutching his stomach with a pained expression. He hurried over to Chan, apologetically saying, "Brother, my stomach is acting up unexpectedly. Could you please watch the stall for me? I'll be back shortly." "Thank you so much." Before Chan could agree, the young man rushed off, still holding his abdomen. Chan and Kun exchanged glances, wide-eyed in surprise. Kun murmured, "Maybe he ate too much chili." Chan chuckled helplessly, reflecting on the trust young university students placed in society. Kun, keep an eye on your sausage. Don't let it burn." Upon hearing this, Kun promptly stood up to monitor his food. At that moment, a sweet voice chimed in, "Daddy, that looks delicious. I want some." Chan turned to see a man wearing glasses, holding the hand of a little girl, approximately 5 years old, who sported 2 adorable pigtails and was gazing longingly at the sausages. The man looked down at his daughter's eager expression and sighed softly. "All right, Daddy will buy it for you." He then glanced at Chan and leaned in closer, whispering, "Excuse me, could I trouble you with something?" Chan instinctively opened his mouth to clarify that he was not the owner, but before he could speak, the man continued, This child always wants to buy things whenever we go out. When I inquire about the price of the starch sausage later, kindly help me to quote a higher price. After I purchase it, I can easily explain to my child that we spent all our money on the starch sausage. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, both AI, Chun, and Kuan exchange glances, a flicker of confusion evident in their eyes as they observe the little girl eagerly waiting in front of the stall. The father and son shared a look, contemplating the inappropriateness of the situation. If others discovered the inflated price, it would undoubtedly tarnish the business's reputation, AI, Chun remarked, reminding himself that he was not the proprietor. It's all right, brother. I won't disclose it to anyone. I'm merely appeasing the child, Kuan responded after a moment of thought. Absolutely, uncle, leave it to me. The man expressed his gratitude with a smile and then led the little girl to a bench at the back. He gently addressed her. Tian, do you know how much money Daddy brought today? I know. Mommy gave Daddy 100 yuan and said that if Tian wants to buy something, Daddy should get it for me. The little girl replied in her sweet, childlike voice. The man nodded, his thoughts racing at the prospect of successfully coaxing his daughter. With the remaining funds all to himself, he could hardly suppress a grin wider than that of an AK. Moments later, Kuan approached the man, holding a freshly grilled starch sausage. What is the price of your starch sausage? The man inquired with a smile. Kuan cleared vishterot, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, 38 million. Chapter 53. The properties of sodium when Kuan announced the staggering price of 38 million. The audience in AI Chin's live stream room was momentarily stunned before erupting into uncontrollable laughter. You were told to raise the price a bit. And you said 38 million for a single starch sausage? Perhaps I underestimated the scale. 666. The college student returns only to find his stall has gone public. The customer who just wanted to buy one hurriedly fled. Look at that little girl. She seems ready to run away with her father. Little girl, Dad. Were you asking about house prices? Raise the price 38 million. This is hilarious. Are you sure quoting such a high price won't affect your business? How could it? Who would believe 38 million? Kuan truly is a genius. Simply brilliant. You know, college students typically think, what? A starch sausage costs that much? I must try it. Before long, the college student vendor returned, expressing his gratitude profusely. After a brief exchange, AI Chun and Kuan made their way towards the campus. Behind them, the college student vendor looked at the money on his stall and then at the retreating figures of the two, his clear eyes reflecting gratitude. These two are quite nice indeed. Beida University is the largest institution of higher learning in the southwestern region and ranks among the top 10 elite 985 universities in the country. The school embraces an open and inclusive philosophy, welcoming outsiders and allowing free entry. Although it is already November, the unpredictable weather in the southwestern area brings fluctuating temperatures. Fortunately, today the weather is pleasant, with bright sunshine and temperatures slightly higher than in recent days. On the university campus, the sun warmly bathes the ground. Groups of students stroll about, their faces radiating youthful vigor, occasionally interrupted by electric scooters and bicycles weaving through. Kuan walks ahead, savoring a starch sausage, while AI Chun follows closely behind. At this moment, the cameraman is guiding them toward the school playground. Before long, they arrived at a tree-lined avenue not far from the playground, where two other families and the filming crew had already gathered. As soon as Prince Xian spotted Kuan, he rushed over excitedly, and the two children embraced each other familiarly. Kuan, what experiment is your dad taking you to do today? Prince Xian eagerly inquired. You have no idea. My dad is driving me crazy, insisting that I watch some chemistry experiment videos. Just the sight of them makes me want to sleep. The irony is that he can't even sit through them himself, but still forces me to watch, Kuan replied, continuing to munch on the grilled sausage. His words somewhat garbled. My dad wants to take me to make a rocket. Upon hearing the word rocket, Prince Xian's eyes widened in amazement, filled with envy. Wow, that's so cool. Is it the kind that can fly into the sky? Kuan nodded, but I still don't know how. I'll have to figure it out myself later. Yesterday, he searched for information on the computer, yet the steps to construct a rocket proved to be exceedingly intricate, leaving him bewildered by much of the content. A sense of discouragement began to creep into his heart. However, His father advised him that only through practice can one ascertain the truth. It is only by doing that one can truly understand their capabilities. Thus, he resolutely resolved that today, regardless of how many times he might fail, he would create a rocket capable of soaring into the sky. What experiment are you undertaking? Kuan inquired. Wang Zishuan shrugged. Expressing his helplessness, my father provided me with several experiments to choose from, and I selected the one that appeared simplest and had the briefest title. It's called The Properties of Sodium. Wang Zishuan scratched his head in response. As the three families gathered in the studio, Xiao Sa stood up, beaming at the camera. All right, parents and children have all arrived at Huawei University. Before we commence today's interactions, let's take a look at the current cumulative voting results for the three families. In first place, we have the AI Chun family, leading with an impressive 900,000 votes. In second place is the Zhang Yin family with 400,000 votes. And in third place is the Wang Lei family with 390,000 votes. As Xiao Sa concluded his statement in the observation area, upon hearing that AI Chun garnered such a substantial number of votes in just a few days, Wang Feng's expression darkened considerably. It is worth noting that during her championship episode, her rate of receiving votes paled in comparison to AI Chen's. How could this attention-seeking, reckless youth command such widespread support? Wang Feng paid little heed to Wang Lei's vote count. In her view, although he was strict, he himself lacked sufficient strength in his methods. His management style was riddled with flaws, allowing children to exploit loopholes, which destined him not to garner much backing. As for Zhang Yan's votes, while seemingly lagging, she believed a significant portion of this was due to Zihan's unfortunate seafood poisoning incident. With this thought, she snorted in disdain. Accidents do not occur frequently. An AI Chun will not forever remain in first place. Xiao Sa continued. Today, their task is to complete their respective scientific experiments. After fulfilling their tasks, we will also guide the children on a tour of the beautiful university campus. Earlier, we received news from Zhang Yan's mother. She and Zihan have chosen some intriguing physics experiments. Wang Lei's father and Wang Zishuan have opted for chemistry experiments, and due to the inherent risks involved, we have assigned a knowledgeable staff member to accompany them. Meanwhile, AI Chen's father and Kuan are preparing to construct a small rocket. However, judging by the list of items AI Chen provided to our production team, the experimental process does not seem straightforward. It remains to be seen whether their small rocket will astound everyone. Due to the variations in experiments, the three families will be situated in different locations. Yet they're free to switch between live broadcasts. Now, let us follow the camera to witness the unfolding events, as Xiao Sa announced the commencement of the activities. The live broadcast has shifted to Huawei University, where the expansive playground basks in the sunlight. This rare warm weather has drawn numerous grandparents, accompanied by their grandchildren, to enjoy the outdoors and soak in the sun, their joyous laughter echoing across the field. However, the presence of university students is scarce. At 9 in the morning, most are either attending classes in the lecture halls or indulging in slumber within their dormitories. Chapter 54. I am the sniper Kunkin. The main feature has begun. Not far away, in a building adjacent to the playground, three families each have their respective experimental spaces with the physics and chemistry laboratories among them. A group of individuals traverses the pathway, diverging in different directions. Kunkin dashes towards the playground, while AI Chen leisurely follows in his wake. Meanwhile, Zihan and Wang Zixin accompany Zhang Yin and Wang Lei towards the experimental building. As the production team has set up the laboratories on the ground floor, Zhang Yin leads Zihan swiftly to their destination. Upon entering the laboratory, a plethora of prearranged experimental materials greets their eyes, all of which Zhang Yin requires. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly immerses herself in the task at hand. She retrieves 2 folded sheets of paper from her pocket, densely packed with the experimental information she organized that morning. Zihan, we are about to commence our experiment, so we must approach it with utmost seriousness, she instructs. Zihan glances out the window, a flicker of envy crossing her gaze, but she quickly averts her eyes and obediently nods in agreement. In no time, Zhang Yin extracts 2 jars from the pile of materials, one filled with 2/3 of sand and the other empty. After placing them on the table, She produces a plastic ball and pulls Zihan closer. Zihan, let us begin with a simple experiment. Can you tell me what this is? She asks, pointing to the jar filled with sand. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zihan responds, it's a jar with sand. Zhang Yin continues now. Hold this ball and see if you can fit it inside the jar. Zihan obediently complies, but discovers that it cannot fit. It can't, she states. Zhang Yin encourages her further. Now place the ball in the empty jar and pour the sand from the other jar into it. Let's see if that works. After completing the task, Zihan nods. It can. What does that tell us? Zhang Yin inquires. After a moment of contemplation, Zihan hesitantly replies, the sand can fill the gaps in the jar. Just as she finishes her answer, Zhang Yin promptly asks, and what else? Zihan ponders for a moment, unable to think of anything further, and shakes her head while looking up at her mother. For reasons unknown, her mother does not appear angry. Rather, she wears a serious expression, yet a flicker of apprehension stirs within her. Zhang Yin gazes at Zihan earnestly and says, this teaches us the importance of distinguishing priorities in our endeavors. Your primary focus now should be to study diligently, gain admission to a good university, and then pursue other interests. That is the most prudent course of action. My expectations for you are not high. I only hope you can enroll in Huawei University. Do you have confidence in that, Zihan? Through this simple experiment, Zhang Yin imparts profound life lessons to her daughter, garnering admiration from many viewers in the live stream. It is often said that parents are a child's best teachers. Being able to convey wisdom through experiments shows that Zhang Yin understands education well. A child nurtured in such a manner is destined to become a pillar of society. Indeed, it appears that Zhang Yan's early preparation for the experiment have yielded excellent results, and one can only anticipate what further wisdom she might impart to the children. Upon visiting the university campus, Zihan will undoubtedly feel even more inspired and motivated to study, showcasing the thoughtful intentions of both the production team and Zhang Yan. Zihan obediently engages in the experiment with her mother. Had I visited a university campus in my childhood, I would have eagerly explored every nook and cranny. Life and learning are replete with profound truths. Zhang Yan's unique approach to educating her child has garnered considerable admiration from the audience. However, amidst the praises for Zhang Yan, many are also concerned about the situation with AI Chun. Are AI Chun and Kuan heading to the playground to conduct their experiment? According to the host, they are to create a rocket, yet it appears they are merely playing. AI Chun recently fetched a large bucket of water from the playground. Could it be that they intend to engage in water play? It is November. Surely, water play is not advisable, even with the pleasant weather, as no prudent parent wishes for their child to fall ill. One cannot help but wonder if they are indeed planning a water fight, which would surely infuriate observer Wang Fong. Let us hope that they do not end up with a failed experiment and a cold. On AI Chin's side, the production team has set up a long table beside the playground to accommodate the materials necessary for building the rocket, given the need for an open space. After frolicking joyously on the playground, Kuan returned to the table, bent down, and rummaged beneath it, retrieving a plastic Sprite bottle and a small pump. He began to play with them, attempting to recall the steps and results from the previous day's demonstration. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss until a delightful revelation struck him. When he stacked the plastic bottle and the pump together, they resembled a water gun. Excitedly, Kun rushed over to Achen, exclaiming, Look, doesn't this look like a water gun? AI Chan smiled and replied, Indeed. Why don't you give it a try? Receiving his father's encouragement, Kuan pondered for a moment. I may not know how to make a rocket, but I'm quite familiar with guns. Let's do it now. Dad, you should make one too. AI Chun, not wishing to dampen his son's enthusiasm, nodded in agreement. Consequently, the father and son retrieved glue and scissors from beneath the table and commenced their project. The cameraman, observing this scene, was somewhat perplexed. Was it their task to build a rocket? Why were they now crafting a water gun? The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. Wait, are they really going to have a water fight? Are they actually making water guns for this? Haha, that's typical of AI Chun, defying expectations and maximizing entertainment value. Isn't this supposed to be an experiment? It seems more like a play date. What kind of irresponsible parent is this? These young children already have fragile constitutions. Is the intent to have them catch a cold? Wow, turning a plastic bottle and pump into a water gun. Who would have thought it could be so much fun? Ah, how delightful it was. In my childhood, I implored my father to craft a bamboo water gun for me, an endeavor that filled me with immense joy and evoked envy among my peers. Such are the treasured memories of youth. Alas, I find myself envious of you all, who can frolic with water guns and engage in playful water battles. My parents never permitted me such indulgences, perpetually concerned for my health. Even during the summer, I never had the opportunity to visit a water park. Look, it appears they have completed their creations. In a live broadcast, Kuan brandished the freshly made water gun and dashed away with great speed. He then turned, standing tall, and called out to AI Chan with a booming voice. Headshot. Fortune is on my side. I am Sniper Kuan, and the main event has commenced. Father, come engage me in a duel. P.S. It's the third update. I kindly request your comments and urge for more updates. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 55. What knowledge can a water gun hold? Achen leisurely lifted his head, a meaningful smile gracing his face. Oh, are you certain? He deliberately elongated his tone. With that, he hoisted the meticulously crafted water gun onto his shoulder. Kunkin's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the sight, a water gun fashioned from an enormous Sprite bottle, its broad barrel pointed directly at him. Dad, you're cheating. You promised to make a water gun, yet you've created a water cannon, Kunkin exclaimed, his realization dawning upon him. Aichen's lips curled into a slight smirk. Foolish child, I shall grant you a mere 3 seconds to flee. At his words, Kunkin's face paled in alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed away. To evade the water cannon, he even veered off the S-line. However, after running a short distance, he glanced back only to discover that his father had not fired at all. Aichen was instead arranging other bottles on the ground. You little coward, come here at once. Today, I shall teach you the art of water gun shooting, he called out to Kunkin. Upon hearing this, Kunkin's face lit up with a grin. All right, as long as I'm not the target, a little practice won't hurt. The laughter of Kunkin and Aichen echoed across the playground, capturing the attention of Zihan in the laboratory. She turned towards the window facing the playground. Due to the height of the windowsill, she couldn't see what was happening outside, yet she sensed that Kunkin and his father were undoubtedly having a splendid time. A fleeting look of melancholy crossed her face. The physics experiments her mother insisted she undertake felt dreadfully tedious, and she had to memorize certain principles. If she failed to do so, her mother would question her attentiveness. At that moment, Zhang Yin was preparing to commence the third experiment, the fastest descent line. On the table lay several plastic tracks of equal height, a straight track alongside several curved ones of varying degrees. As Zhang Yin positioned the small balls on the track, she intended to remind Zihan to observe carefully, only to find Zihan tilting her head to the side. Following Zihan's gaze and hearing the joyful laughter from outside, she comprehended the situation. Retracting her gaze, she spoke to Zihan with a tone of earnestness. Zihan, it's time to focus. We are not here to play. The children outside are still quite young, merely 3 or 4 years old. You cannot compare yourself to them. You are 8, at the prime age for diligent study. Look at this experimental equipment. I devoted 2 full hours this morning to watching experimental videos, also that you could learn more and achieve better results in your final exams. Zihan lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat despondent. She could not see the scenes occurring outside, nor could she fathom the nature of their play. In her world, there existed only study and her mother's teachings. Having concluded her admonition, Zhang Yin urged Zihan to concentrate on the experiment. She released several small balls simultaneously from the top. The ball that reached the endpoint first traversed one of the tracks with a curved arc, while the slowest was the seemingly shortest straight track. See, Zihan, the straightest track is, paradoxically, the slowest. This experiment conveys the notion that only through enduring hardships can one achieve success, while those who avoid challenges will inevitably lag behind. The years dedicated to education are limited to this brief period. Indulging in play now amounts to a form of self-dissolution, leading to decades of hardship in the future. Conversely, dedicating oneself to study while others engage in leisure will afford one a significant advantage. By the time you enter university and pursue further studies, your future will be illuminated, marking the appropriate time for enjoyment. At that point, your mother will also find respite. Do you understand? Zifans momentei distractio nimbita zau yans admonishment, which spurred much discourse among the audience in the live stream. Zihan is only 8 years old. This is the age for carefree play. Without early enjoyment, there will be no joy in later years, you know? Child, your mother speaks wisely. If you do not strive in youth, you will only lament in old age. Children from ordinary families must excel in their studies to achieve success. Elementary school is the foundational stage, and one must not slacken. Indeed, once admitted to university and secured a job, it will not be too late to play. That will be the true time for carefree enjoyment. Stop talking nonsense. Once you have a job, there will be pressure to marry, and after marriage, the expectation to have children. When is there time for play? If Zhang Yin continues this form of education, Zihan will inevitably suffer psychological strain. Meanwhile, Wang Zixuan heard Kuan-Kuan's laughter and promptly moved a stool to the windowsill to look outside. Upon seeing Kuan-Kuan playing with a water gun, his eyes brightened with interest. "Dad, I want to play with a water gun too," Wang Zixuan exclaimed excitedly. Beside him, Wang Lei frowned, directing his gaze towards Ai Chun and Kuan-Kuan playing on the playground. "Play, play, play. Every day is just play. Can't you focus on your studies?" Wang Lei's voice carried an undeniable sternness. "Come here quickly. I will give you my phone, and you must follow the video step by step." "Oh." Wang Zixuan was quite reluctant, but dared not disobey. He trudged over, took Wang Lei's phone, and approached the experimental table. At that moment, a staff member had already arranged the experimental apparatus and placed a can of sodium aside. The staff member gently reminded, "Little Zixuan, if you have any doubts, feel free to ask me. I can assist you, but you must perform the operations yourself." Wang Zixuan nodded and set his father's phone on the table, opening a captivating instructional video. Ding the properties of sodium, cutting, burning, and reactions with 6 solutions. The voice resonated, slow and devoid of emotion, which quickly stirred impatience within Wang Zixuan. In the broadcasting room, the guests observed the screen, where Ai Chun and Kuan-Kuan frolicked, shaking their heads in disapproval. Playing is acceptable, but clearly, this is not the right time. The experiment remains incomplete, and the exam is yet to be finished. Ai Chun is rather carefree, they remarked, noticing Ai Chun engaging the children with materials prepared by the production team to create water guns, leading to a frenzy of play. Wang Fong could no longer restrain herself from voicing her criticism. Engaging in play without conducting experiments? What a lamentable distraction from purpose. The child misbehaves, and instead of curbing this behavior, the parents indulge him with toys like water guns. I thought the endeavor to create a rocket was futile, but to my astonishment, he has crafted an even more useless toy gun. What prospect could this child possibly have? Look around. Both adults and children have become so engrossed in play that they have forgotten the purpose of today's activities. Her words resonated with many guests, who expressed their agreement. The physics experiments at Zhang Yin's home not only impart knowledge but also meaningful lessons. Similarly, the chemistry experiments at Wang Lei's household exhibit this blend of education and principle. Yet, at Ai Chun's home, the pursuit of a rocket has resulted in nothing more than a water gun. What knowledge can be gleaned from a mere water gun? Chapter 56. The birth of Kunkan number 1 on Ai Chen's side. He grasped his water gun and vigorously pressed the pumps several times. Air was incessantly injected into the water gun. Subsequently, he opened the valve at the bottle's mouth. With a swift sound, a robust and powerful jet of water shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, striking one of the bottles with precision. "Wow, Dad, why is your water gun so formidable? It can shoot so far." Kunkan expressed a mix of admiration and astonishment. Glancing down at his own water gun, which was short and feeble, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, could it really be that great strength yields extraordinary results? No way, I must craft a superior one. Without asking Ai Chun for his water gun to play with, he dashed off, determined to create a more powerful version himself. Observing Kunkan's fervent energy, Ai Chen wurde afin to smile. He took out his phone, leisurely seated himself in a chair and began scrolling through Douyin. Before long, Kunkin had followed his previous line of thought, replacing the bottle with a larger one, and successfully fashioned a sizable water gun. Brimming with confidence, he lifted his new creation, believing this time he could measure up to his father's prowess. However, when he pressed the valve, eagerly anticipating a vigorous jet of water, reality doused his enthusiasm with cold water. The water jet remained disappointingly small. This oversized water gun was no match for his father's impressive one. Crestfallen, Kunkin approached AI Chun. "Dad, what could be the reason for this?" Seeing Kunkin's despondent expression, AI Chin's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "Son, sometimes you cannot rely solely on imagination to accomplish tasks. You must learn from others, understand? Only by standing on the shoulders of giants can one see further." After saying this, AI Chun tilted his head slightly, waiting for Kunkin to seek his guidance. Kunkin, perplexed, mumbled, "Learn from others?" His gaze instinctively fell upon AI Chin's phone, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Tentatively, he inquired, "Dad, could it be that there are mentors in the fan group who can help?" Upon hearing this, AI Chin's expression darkened immediately. "You little rascal, were you being deliberate or just careless?" He then retorted, "You have your own father right in front of you, and you want to learn from others." Afterward, he stood up, handed his water gun to Kunkin, and said irritably, "Take it, find your shortcomings. Use your brain. If you continue like this, how can I trust you with a live stream in the future?" With that, AI Chin resumed his seat, engrossed in Douyin once more. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream began to murmur among themselves. After watching for so long, I still don't understand what AI Chan is trying to do. Is there a knowledgeable person who can explain? What is he trying to do? Just slacking off. He hasn't mentioned anything about conducting an experiment. I doubt he even intends to complete the task given by the production team. Am I the only one who noticed? I won't tell you. There's a connection between water guns and rockets. I sense AI Chon is trying to inspire his child. At least the atmosphere on Aichen's side is pleasant, while Zihan can only obey her mother's commands. What is the matter? Can a water gun transform into a rocket and soar into the sky? Please, spare us the exaggeration. Unable to complete the task? So what? When the adopted son begins his broadcast, I shall simply indulge in a carnival within the 3 live streaming rooms. Zhang Yan's audience numbers have noticeably increased today. Her physics experiment conducted with Zihan has garnered considerable approval from parents. On the other hand, Wang Zishuan's stream appears rather tedious. This is not due to the experiment being uninteresting, but rather because the steps are intricate and they're still in the process of cutting sodium blocks. Conversely, Aichen's live stream boasts the highest number of viewers. Yet today, the skepticism expressed is greater than usual. A well-conducted scientific experiment has been turned into a mere jest by Aichen. In a live feed, Kunkin sits on the lawn, holding the water gun crafted by his father. After examining his own, he meticulously searches for differences. He discerns that his father's bottle has 2 additional components at both the bottom and the mouth. A valve has been added at the mouth of the bottle. The component at the bottom of the bottle captures his attention for quite some time. Suddenly, he recalls something he read in his materials yesterday. A valve core? Kunkin muses. This is a control component for releasing and inflating air. With this thought, he presses down on the pump a few times. To his astonishment, the bottle begins to swell, becoming rigid. When he opens the valve, a powerful jet of water shoots forth. It turns out the pressure within the bottle is quite high. Kunkin exclaims in excitement. This is knowledge imparted by their science teacher. Yet, the teacher's explanations remained confined to textbooks. It is only now, through hands-on experience, that the concepts resonate within him. A bold idea suddenly sparks in his mind. If the pressure within the bottle is sufficiently high, could the water jet propel the bottle into the sky? This is akin to the principles of a rocket. The more he contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes. However, he quickly shakes his head, for his aspirations extend beyond merely creating a flying water rocket. He envisions a device that can emit flames and burst forth with resplendent fireworks in the sky. A fleeting thought crosses his mind. What if he were to attach fireworks to the bottle? Yet, this notion is promptly dismissed as too perilous. Kunkin rises, brushing off his hands, determined to cast aside any other distractions. Regardless, he resolves to make it fly. A resolute expression adorns his youthful face. He approaches the long table and begins to put his plan into action. Before long, a rudimentary water rocket takes shape under his hands. He proudly presents it to Achen, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Father, my rocket is complete. Let us name it Kunkin 1. Quickly, let us go launch it." Without waiting for Aichen's response, Kunkin dashes away. To prevent the soaring bottle from causing harm to others, he seeks an open space at the edge of the playground. After placing the water rocket on a small stand, he fervently waves at Achen, shouting, "Father, come quickly." At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was utterly bewildered. How did this child manage to create a rocket without anyone noticing? Wasn't he just working on a water gun? What a sudden shift in focus. Wait, is that a rocket in Kuin's hands? It appears rather rudimentary, doesn't it? TSK. Such a makeshift rocket could hardly fool anyone, let alone a science teacher. Why is there so much malice directed toward the child? At least Kuin has taken that initial step on his own. If you ask me, he should directly transform plastic into steel, glue into welds, and liquid into solid fuel. Today Aichen's performance has been rather unremarkable. While Zhang Yan's family occasionally showcases a new physics experiment, Zhang Yan's household seems excessively stifling. Within a short span, Zihan has already absorbed 5 or 6 profound principles. It's truly unnecessary. Let's see if Aichen can surprise us with something remarkable. Chapter 57. A defiant glimmer in Zihan's eyes in the chemistry laboratory. Wang Zixuan furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with impatience as he stared at the screen before him, where an instructional video was playing. Now, cut a small piece of sodium and place it into the test tube containing anhydrous ethanol. Wang Zixuan grimaced, reluctantly extending his hand to grasp the tweezers. He followed the instruction, severing a small piece of sodium and tossing it into the test tube filled with anhydrous ethanol. The moment sodium met ethanol, the test tube erupted with a flurry of bubbles. Yet, Wang Zixuan remained utterly uninterested. Just as he was about to voice his grievances, Wang Lei, positioned nearby, suddenly bellowed, "Wang Zixuan, focus. Hurry and document the results." Startled by the unexpected outburst, Wang Zixuan pouted in discontent but picked up his pen, hastily jotting down notes. At that moment, the voice from the video resonated once more. Now, cut a small piece of sodium and place it into the test tube containing water. Wang Zixuan glanced helplessly at the remaining sizable sodium pieces, inwardly lamenting the abundance of sodium yet to be dealt with. He covertly stole a glance at his father, who was intently watching him, and gritted his teeth, resolute in his decision. "Forget it. I will add it all at once." Thus, he seized a large chunk of sodium and plunged it into the test tube filled with water. The nearby staff suddenly reacted, their faces contorting in horror as they shouted, "No!" One staff member hurriedly reached out, attempting to halt Wang Zixuan, but it was too late. The large piece of sodium slipped into the test tube, making contact with the water. In an instant, a violent reaction ensued, accompanied by a piercing explosion. The staff member quickly grasped Wang Zixuan's arm with one hand and Wang Lei with the other, swiftly pulling them outside the laboratory. Just as they stepped out, a tremendous bang echoed from the laboratory, signaling an explosion at the workstation. Wang Lei's heart raced in shock as he instinctively thought of Wang Zixuan's safety. Frantically scanning the area, he realized that Wang Zixuan had vanished. Turning back toward the workstation, he beheld a scene of utter chaos and suddenly realized, "My phone." Meanwhile, in the physics laboratory, a serene atmosphere prevailed, punctuated only by the occasional clatter of equipment. Zihan silently arranged the experimental apparatus, awaiting Zhang Yan's return from the restroom for validation. Without her mother's guiding presence, Zihan felt a considerable sense of relief. However, the building faced north, perpetually shrouded in a chilly gloom devoid of sunlight. She instinctively huddled her shoulders. Suddenly, a faint melody of laughter wafted in from outside, like a moth drawn to light. Zihan found herself irresistibly compelled to the window. The window was somewhat elevated and secured with railings, prompting her to fetch a small stool to stand upon as she craned her neck to peer outside. On the playground, Wang Zixuan had joined the Kunkin father and son duo, preparing to launch Kunkin 1, surrounded by a crowd of children and onlookers cheering them on. The warm, radiant sunlight bathed the expansive playground, captivating Zihan's gaze. She yearned to stroll upon the sunlit grounds and take in the scene. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yan exclaimed upon returning from the restroom, noticing Zihan neglecting her place at the experiment table. "How is it that, in the brief moment I step away, you choose to laze about?" At that moment, Zhang Yan suddenly noticed Zihan standing on a stool, her heart skipping a beat. She hurried to the window, her voice rising in alarm. "Child, how can you stand on a stool? Do you not realize how perilous this is? Come down at once." Zihan remained silent, unmoving. Observing her daughter's lack of response, Zhang Yan's tone grew firmer. "I am speaking to you. Do you hear me?" Zihan slightly turned her gaze towards the window, wrestling with her thoughts for a moment before speaking. "Mother, I wish to go out and bask in the sun." However, Zhang Yan's refusal was immediate and resolute. "No, it is evident you only wish to play. Do you think it will improve your grades? Have you dismissed the lessons I just imparted?" She glanced outside, noticing a cluster of children gathered around Ai Chun, and disdainfully scoffed. "All you think about is play, truly like father like son." "Zihan, do not let their antics lead you astray. Opportunities to conduct experiments on a university campus are rare. When I was your age, I had none of the privileges you enjoy. If you do not seize such crucial opportunities, how will you navigate your own life in the future? Moreover, as a girl, how can you act so mischievously like the boys?" With that, Zhang Yan tried to pull Zihan down, one hand shielding her while the other reached for her. Yet, Zihan recoiled, even tugging back against her mother's grasp. Witnessing this, Zhang Yan's demeanor darkened entirely. She tightened her grip on Zihan's arm. "If you do not come down from that stool, mother will become angry. Do I need to repeat myself?" Yet, Zihan paid her no heed, instead resting one hand on the windowsill, shaking her head and burying her face, lips pressed together in silence. Throughout her life, aside from the time she had hidden in the hospital, Zihan had always been understanding, obediently complying with Zhang Yan's wishes, accepting all the tasks she disliked. She had never resisted her mother, for she understood that all Zhang Yan did was for her benefit. Her mother worked tirelessly to earn a living, managing household chores and meticulously caring for her life and studies. Zihan recognized the challenges her mother faced, the fatigue she endured. Yet, she too felt weary. Why could Kunkin frolic joyfully with her father, and Wang Zixuan playfully wrestle with his dad, while she could not? Her mother had assured her that excelling academically would lead to greater happiness than theirs. Yet, what she truly longed for was the tangible joy they experienced, within her reach and sight. She kept these thoughts unvoiced. After taking a deep breath, she spoke gently. "Just for a moment. Can I, Mom?" Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yan felt a wave of impatience wash over her, thinking to herself that the child was becoming increasingly rebellious. Just as she was about to refuse, Zihan's voice rang out once more. "I beg you, let me go outside. I just want to take a walk." The voice trembled, laced with the hint of tears. When Zihan lifted her head, her face was already streaked with tears. The cameraman, witnessing this scene, felt a pang in his heart, his hand momentarily pausing. The live stream captured this poignant moment, freezing it in time. Standing on the stool, Zihan clung desperately to the windowsill with one hand while Zhang Yan held her other hand tightly, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded with Zhang Yan. Soon, a flood of comments surged in the chat. "Oh, so pitiful, so pitiful. Zhang Yan, you've done enough harm. Oh, Zihan has been such a good girl. Why not let her relax a bit? How many experiments have been done already? I can't believe it, Huagui University. I'm coming to take Zihan away." A strong girl in tears. "I can't imagine how depressed Zihan will be in the future. Fortunately, she is standing on a stool today. You still have the chance to hold her back. What if she were on a rooftop? Zhang Yan, I beseech you, let her go. I'm already in tears. A child's childhood is important too. Don't be so harsh." The comments filled the live stream, all expressing sympathy for Zihan and condemning Zhang Yan. After all, seeing a previously obedient and endearing child cry and plead is enough to soften anyone's heart. In the broadcast room, upon seeing Zihan in tears, Wang Fong was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her alertness. "Oh no, Zhang Yan, don't you dare soften your heart. 1,000-mile dike can collapse from an ant's burrow, Once you compromise, it will be hard to refuse her again in the future. Remember, spoiling a child is akin to harming them. If you indulge her this time, she will use tears to manipulate you in the future. If you cannot provide her with a prosperous future, you must harden your heart and cultivate her ability to face adversity. However, in the broadcast room, no one paid her any heed. They were all fixated on the screen, their hearts in their throats. At that moment, the cameraman also snapped back to reality and quickly restored the camera. Zhang Yin remained frozen in place, her eyes wide open. Zihan's tear-streaked face exploded in her mind, sending a sharp pang through her heart. This scene had played out just yesterday. The only difference was that this time, she distinctly saw a stubbornness in Zihan's eyes that had never been there before. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable fear creeping in. P.S. I humbly request for updates, comments, and reviews. Thank you for the gifts, and I appreciate everyone following along. There will be more captivating plot developments ahead, as I strive to enhance the quality. Chapter 58. The test flight has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive, tightly grasping Zihan's hand felt akin to clutching at mere air. The distance between them resembled two intersecting lines, gradually diverging into an intangible expanse. Fear and confusion ultimately morphed into a state of helplessness. She could not comprehend why her daughter had transformed in such a manner, having always been so obedient. In her bewilderment, her peripheral vision caught sight of the equipment piled in the laboratory, tools she had meticulously prepared for Zihan. If she did not complete the experiment at this moment, she feared there would be no opportunity later. Simultaneously, a phrase from an educational expert echoed in her mind. A child's disobedience can only be quantified as either zero or countless instances, the moment disobedience manifests. It must be nipped in the bud. With this thought, Zhang Yan's gaze gradually hardened. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to forcibly pull Zihan from her seat. Just then, a clear child's voice rang out from the playground. A little girl was gazing in their direction, catching sight of Zihan's half-exposed figure at the window. "Grandma, look! Why is that sister trapped behind iron bars? Let us go rescue her." This sudden exclamation struck Zhang Yin's heart like a thunderclap. In an instant, the conversation she had overheard between a mother and daughter in the hospital resurfaced in her mind. Her pupils quivered as a thought emerged. Was Zihan truly confined by her? All her efforts had been aimed at ensuring a better life for Zihan in the future. Her attention fell upon Zihan's small hands, desperately clinging to the windowsill. The fingers whitened from the strain, trembling slightly. She inhaled deeply, her previously steadfast conviction wavering. Perhaps it would be best to allow her to play for a while. She could call her back once she arranged the remaining physical apparatus. With this in mind, she slowly shifted aside, no longer obstructing Zihan. Go ahead. Upon hearing her mother's words, Zihan was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Gradually, the sorrow and defiance within her were replaced by joy, a long-lost smile blooming on her face. "Go on, and return soon," Zhang Yin gently urged. For reasons unknown, witnessing Zihan's smile lightened her previously burdened heart. Unable to contain her joy, Zihan leapt from her seat, and Zhang Yin instinctively moved to assist her. Yet before she could take a step, Zihan had already landed safely on the ground and dashed toward the door. However, upon reaching the threshold of the laboratory, Zihan suddenly halted. She turned, casting a deep glance at her mother before joyfully bounding out with a lightness in her step. Zhang Yin stood at the empty doorway, exhaling softly. Perhaps some fresh air would do her good. She hoped Zihan would not forget the importance of studying. For without diligent study, one could end up like her, lacking in skills, destined to live at the bottom, toiling as a laborer throughout life. As she spoke, her emotions became complex, and she slowly crouched down to begin tidying up the experimental equipment. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream, witnessing Zihan joyfully running outside, collectively exhaled in relief. The atmosphere in the comments section lifted, no longer laden with heaviness. "Oh my, finally granting the child a bit of freedom. Otherwise, I might have had a heart attack. What a joyous occasion. Zhang Yin, you at least have a semblance of conscience, not entirely lost. Zihan hasn't been this happy in ages. This child has it tough. Zihan is truly well behaved. If it were me, I would have run away from home long ago. Honestly, it's not obedience. She's been CPU'd. To be fair, Zihan's smile is rather adorable. Haha. What splendid weather outside. AI Chun is having a blast, and Wang Zixuan has gone over too. Will Zihan join them? Am I the only one who finds Zhang Yin somewhat pitiable? She can never bridge the gap of wealth disparity in her lifetime and can only place her hopes on her child. Lacking education and influenced by some experts in the environment, she has become quite mad. Indeed, you're the only one. No matter how much I wish for my daughter's success, I would never want her to feel sad or oppressed, nor would I stifle her nature, shaping her into a thoughtless, characterless automaton. Zihan arrived at the playground, where the sun warmly bathed her and a gentle breeze tousled her hair. The weather was splendid, and she felt particularly refreshed. Unconsciously, she noticed a crowd gathering in the open space beside the playground and slowly approached. In that space, Wang Zixuan had seized the opportunity while Wang Lei was momentarily distracted, swiftly running to the playground. He excitedly found Kunkin and proposed they play together. Kunkin readily agreed, waving his small hand. Welcome, comrade. Thus, the duo of rocket test pilots was formed, attracting many curious children and parents. At that moment, the two youngsters were crouching down, adjusting the angle for their rocket launch. Once the angle was set, Kunkin looked up and suddenly realized how many pairs of eyes were fixed upon them. Oh my, so many people. What if the rocket falls and hits them? Wang Zixuan pondered for a moment. How about I make a parachute for the rocket? Kunkin, wait here. He dashed to the table to begin crafting. Before long, he presented a simple parachute to Kunkin. Here, attach this. Kunkin gazed at the parachute in surprise. No way, bro. You really know how to make this? Wang Zixuan beamed with pride, thumping his chest. Of course, I've played plenty of Peace Chicken. This little task is a piece of cake. Not far away, AI Chun, seated on a bench, glanced over with a faint smile. He had seen the rocket Kunkin had made. Its design could hardly be described as sophisticated. It was merely a bottle topped with a paper rocket head, lacking even tail fins, likely incapable of flying very high. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The child was thoroughly engrossed in play. Despite this setback, their enthusiasm would not be easily extinguished. However, as failures accumulated, the outlook became less optimistic. He turned to observe the assorted materials piled beneath the table, all intended for his rocket project. Although the production team mandated merely replicating the children's experiment, his aspirations were far more ambitious. Consequently, he rose with determination, preparing earnestly for the task ahead. Meanwhile, the cameraman, intrigued by AI Chun's solitary tinkering, redirected his focus towards Kuan Kuan. Kuan meticulously adjusted his angles before solemnly addressing his comrade. Comrade Wang Zixuan. Are you ready? Wang Zixuan promptly affirmed with enthusiasm. Comrade AI Kuan, I am fully prepared. Kuan then issued the command, commence pressurization. Wang Zixuan swiftly employed a pump to inflate the apparatus, while Kuan initiated the countdown. 3, 2, 1. With a decisive press of the switch, the rocket ascended amidst the crowd's eager anticipation. Yet to their dismay, the rocket ejected a plume of water and soared a mere 2 to 3 meters before plummeting to the ground, the parachute failing to deploy. We failed, Wang Zixuan lamented, unable to contain his disappointment. Kuan shared a similar sense of letdown, realizing their creation had not even reached the height of a simple toss. The adults observing could not stifle their laughter. These little ones are quite naive. Launching a rocket is no trivial task. They were attempting a water rocket, indeed a challenging endeavor. Rather than wasting time here, they ought to be studying more. Today, as children seem perpetually lost in thought, the parents, neglecting to assist, allowed the two children to fumble on their own, leading to little success. The majority of the onlookers soon grew bored and dispersed. However, Zihan remained, her gaze filled with curiosity. Wang Zixuan, noticing her interest, called out, Hey, would you like to join us? He mused inwardly that having Zihan, a top student, on board would surely enhance their rocket design. Upon hearing Wang Zixuan's invitation, Zihan hesitated momentarily, her desire to participate clashing with her shyness, as she was still unaccustomed to mingling with other children. Just as she pondered, Zhang Yin's voice reached her ears. Zihan, don't linger here. Come along with your mother for a stroll elsewhere. Their rocket has already failed to launch. There's nothing to see. Having just tidied the laboratory, she had spotted Zihan and hurried over. Influenced by the company she kept, she wished to shield her daughter from associating with those who struggled academically. Furthermore, the complexities inherent in rocket science led her to doubt the children's capabilities. Feeling disheartened, Wang Zixuan turned away, the sting of disappointment lingering in the air. Gazing at the failed rocket strewn across the ground, he found himself momentarily perplexed, unable to discern where the fault lay. At that moment, Kuan glanced around at the dispersing crowd, and the despondency etched on his face dissipated, replaced by a newfound determination in his eyes. His father had once said, "Practice makes perfect. If you cannot bear to lose, then do not play." There was no way he would resign himself to defeat. He turned to Wang Zixuan and spoke slowly. "We must not give up." Wang Zixuan, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend. Kuan's tone grew more serious. "They may say what they will, but we shall pursue our own path. Is it not said that there is always a way out of despair? As long as we are willing to try, success shall surely follow." Upon hearing these words, Wang Zixuan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He immediately replied, "You are right. I cannot give up." This scene astonished the cameraman nearby. How did these two mere 8-year-old children possess such confidence and resilience? Witnessing Wang Zixuan's rekindled spirit, Kuan nodded affirmatively. He picked up the failed rocket from the ground, placed it in Wang Zixuan's hands, and said slowly, "The test flight may not have succeeded, but we must persist in our efforts. Come, let us make improvements." With his head held high, Wang Zixuan declared, "All right, you cut, I'll glue. Together we shall grow strong and create brilliance anew. Onward, onward, onward." Chapter 59, The Dreams of Children. Even scribbling earns full marks. The two children retrieved some materials from beneath the table and hurriedly settled on the ground to begin their research. Witnessing the perseverance and determination of the young ones, numerous viewers in the live stream expressed their admiration. Walk your own path and let them say what they will. Kuan and Wang Zixuan are exemplary. Wow, what Kuan said earlier was truly inspiring. Where did he learn that? To rebound from failure so swiftly is beyond me. I can hardly fathom how splendid Kuan's life will be in the future. However, not all comments are filled with praise. What good is perseverance if the initial direction is flawed? Regardless of whether they succeed, what knowledge can a water rocket impart to the children? Indeed, it is far more beneficial to instill perseverance and determination through textbooks. Their approach seems increasingly misguided. Building rockets is a dream for most children. Yet I believe a scientific experiment pales in comparison to a child's aspirations. By the way, what is AI Chen doing alone over there? Why is he drawing? This is quite disheartening. AI Chen shows no dedication to the children's experiment. After considerable effort, the second rocket crafted by Kuan and Wang Zixuan was finally complete. Compared to their previous rudimentary attempt, this time they had truly put in the effort. They skillfully cut the bottoms off 2 plastic bottles and cleverly joined them together, thus extending the rocket's body to resemble a genuine rocket more closely. Additionally, this design allowed for more water storage, yielding greater thrust. Following Wang Zixuan's suggestion, they adorned the rocket with exquisite tail fins, enhancing its professional appearance. "Launch!" they exclaimed in unison as they hurriedly carried the rocket to an open space, eager to conduct their test flight. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin once again urged Zihan, "Let us go, Zihan. They will not succeed. And there is no need for us to merely watch. But I want to see more." Zihan murmured softly. Zhang Yin firmly refused. "No. What significance does a small water rocket hold? It would be better to return home and watch real rocket videos with your mother. Genuine rockets are crafted by scientists. If you're passionate about rockets, you must study diligently and not get distracted by these children's toys. Let us relax on the playground grass for a while before we return to our experiments." With that, she took Zihan's hand and led her toward the playground. Zihan silently sat on the grass, her gaze subtly drifting toward the open area. Zhang Yin remained oblivious, engrossed in her lecture. "Zihan, it is essential to have your own opinions when undertaking tasks. Do not burden your mother with every little concern. For instance, I brought you out to get some fresh air, not just to watch others play. You should be more self-aware. In the open space, Wang Lei emerged from the laboratory with a stern expression, searching for Wang Zixuan. Upon spotting Wang Zixuan squatting nearby, he hurried over. "You little rascal, what are you doing?" Wang Lei bellowed, his voice echoing with frustration. The mere thought of Wang Zixuan, who had just shattered a test tube in a laboratory and nearly ruined his own phone, ignited a fire within him. Wang Zixuan, crouched on the ground adjusting the rocket's angle, instinctively shrank his head back. Turning to his father, he said, "Dad, I'm building a rocket with Kunkin." Only then did Wang Lei shift his gaze to Kunkin, his expression softening slightly to spare his son some dignity. "Quickly return to the laboratory and complete your own experiment first." Upon hearing this, Wang Zixuan immediately shook his head in reluctant defiance. "No, I want to work on the rocket with Kunkin." Wang Lei, attempting to remain patient, replied, "Building a rocket is not as simple as you think. Let Kunkin handle it for now. You can return once you finish your experiment with me." He had assumed that his gentle persuasion would coax Wang Zixuan into compliance. However, to his astonishment, Wang Zixuan, without a moment's hesitation, declared firmly, "No, I will not betray the organization." "The organization? What organization?" Wang Lei asked, a perplexed frown crossing his face. Wang Zixuan puffed out his chest proudly. "The rocket test flight duo." Upon hearing this, Wang Lei was infuriated. Realizing his father's anger only intensified his resolve not to leave. Wang Zixuan was acutely aware that on the playground, his father would refrain from reprimanding him in front of so many peers. But in the secluded laboratory, the situation could be dire for him. In the broadcasting room, Wang Feng's expression soured as she noticed the other two children captivated by the rocket. Zhang Yin should never have allowed Zihan to leave the laboratory. Now Zihan was entirely absorbed in thoughts of the rocket. And how could a gifted child learn from those who were struggling? Furthermore, Wang Lei's inability to discipline his child was evident. He had lost his authority in front of the children, raising questions about his role as a parent. What knowledge could possibly come from a mere water rocket? It paled in comparison to Zhang Yan's physics experiments, in Wang Feng's opinion. She believed that the interest in rockets was merely a fleeting whim of the child, a fanciful notion. She recalled how AI Chun did not intervene. Her own daughter had once indulged in whimsical fantasies, believing that wearing a dress made her a princess. Each time, she had sternly advised her daughter to focus on her studies, which ultimately corrected this behavior. Reflecting on this, Wang Feng could not help but criticize AI Chun further. Did AI Chun truly comprehend the essence of educating a child? Young minds are easily led astray by fanciful notions, akin to daydreaming. Parents ought to intervene promptly, steering them toward reality rather than allowing them to entertain naive and impractical ideas, which would only lead to a lack of achievement in life. Moreover, look at AI Chun, who was absorbed in his own pursuits, seemingly neglecting the children. What kind of father does that make him? In her view, it was this very immaturity and lack of diligence that had influenced his childish behavior. Just as she finished her statement, the post-2000 observer, Jiang Yu, stood up. From the beginning of today's live broadcast, a continuous stream of comments has emphasized the importance of conducting experiments to impart knowledge to children. However, what he wishes to convey is that if children lack interest in the experiment itself from the outset, how can they truly acquire knowledge? He casts a cold glance at Wang Feng and questions whether dismissing a child's fanciful ideas is tantamount to dreaming in vain. Wang Feng, as an observer, I implore you to abandon your short-sightedness. Have you ever considered that the ancients once envisioned traveling 1,000 miles in a day and soaring into the sky? Yet today, these fantasies have materialized into reality? The imagination of children is the wellspring of innovation. Stifling it in its infancy is akin to obstructing the advancement of future technologies. To seek to limit a child's boundless potential is, in essence, to hinder the nation's progress. The future remains an enigma, one we cannot foresee. Therefore, a child's dreams, even if chaotic, deserve full marks. Jiang Yu's incisive words left Wang Feng speechless. The weight of the accusation hung heavily over her, leaving her feeling trapped in her retorts. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter, "Just wait and see. Whether they achieve full marks is not for you to decide." Amidst the fervent debate in the studio, on the open ground, Kuan and Wang Zixuan eagerly launched their improved rocket. With a resounding bang, the rocket shot swiftly into the sky, its water plume significantly more robust than before. However, despite this ascent reaching greater heights than their previous attempt, it still fell short of the children's expectations, particularly for Kuan. The absence of flames was disheartening, and no matter how he pondered, he could not conceive further improvements. Meanwhile, on the lawn, Zhang Yin expressed her displeasure to Zihan. "Zihan, are you even listening to your mother?" Following the direction of Zihan's gaze, she caught sight of Kuan and Wang Zixuan launching their rocket. Her tone grew stern. "Stop watching. Can you discern any results? We've been out here for over 10 minutes. It's time to return. Do you have any idea how much effort your mother expended to tidy up those devices?" Observing that Kuan's rocket had completed its launch, Zihan withdrew her gaze, yet remained unwilling to return with her mother, silently standing her ground. Seeing Zihan's indifference, Zhang Yan's patience waned. Meanwhile, Wang Zixuan and Kuan, deflated, plopped down, supporting themselves with their hands on the ground, their faces etched with disappointment. "Oh, this is tough. Kuan, we truly lack the right materials. This rocket is so challenging," Wang Zixuan lamented, his head hanging low, his spirit waning. His mind could no longer conjure any clever solutions. Kuan gazed up at the blue sky and drifting clouds, his thoughts wandering. Surrounded by voices proclaiming his inability, he too had failed to achieve results, prompting a sense of confusion as he murmured, "Dad said to pursue your dreams, but this dream seems so lofty." Just then, a bird soared swiftly across his line of sight, momentarily startling Kuan. There are no extraordinary feelings, yet his gaze gradually solidifies with determination. Rising from the ground, he proclaims loudly, "If this rocket is to be built, then it shall be. No matter how distant this dream may be, I shall pursue it relentlessly." Just as Kunkin's words resonate, a soft voice emerges from behind him. "Son, have you forgotten the latter part? When you find it hard to keep up, your father will give you a push from behind." Kunkin turns abruptly, and Achen, with a smile, continues. "The examination hall is akin to a battlefield. Do not forget the bond between you and your father." Chapter 60. "Zihan, may I join you?" Upon hearing his father's voice, Kunkin hurriedly turned and stood up. "Dad, are you going to help me?" Achen, with a gentle smile gracing his lips, placed a reassuring hand on Kunkin's shoulder and spoke earnestly. A true man should not panic when faced with challenges. After a brief pause, he added, "Remember to take out your phone and record a Douyin video first." Kunkin's excitement instantly faltered. Meanwhile, as Achen spoke, he adeptly reached for his phone and initiated a live stream. After a long day of preparation, he had forgotten to turn on the stream to earn some money. He was not one to engage in endeavors devoid of financial reward. Turning towards the camera, he called out loudly, "Hey, everyone, my son has yet again failed in his rocket endeavor and is feeling quite disheartened. Could you please send him some rockets for encouragement?" As the live stream commenced, a multitude of viewers flooded in. "Haha, what a true scene. Your son is seeking your help, and you're still thinking about making money." Doghead emoji. "Kunkin, I can hardly suppress the urge to remove the oxygen tank." "Haha, what is this battlefield exam talk?" Clearly, one is selling his son, while the other is offering a head. User Geijo Belia sends 2 rockets. User Bedroom Creamy sends 1 rocket. Achen turned to Kunkin with a broad smile. "All right, my dear child, I'm not teasing you anymore." He then bent down to pick up a rocket that had fallen beside them, and continued, "You see, earlier the water gun lacked power, and you understood to switch to a larger bottle. Why didn't you think of adapting when it comes to rockets?" At that moment, Wang Zixuan eagerly chimed in, "But the big bottle is too thick. It doesn't resemble a rocket's slender form." Achen explained, "One section may appear thick, but by adding a few more sections, it can be transformed. Moreover, a longer length yields greater strength. If one section lacks power, adding more will allow it to soar higher." Upon hearing this, both Kunkin and Wang Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Kunkin soon furrowed his brow and said, "But 3 sections require precision. Our skills are insufficient. Achen patted his shoulder again. That's why your father is here. Isn't he? If our skills are lacking, we can always adopt advanced technique from others. There's no shame in that. With that, Achen led the two boys to the production table. Upon seeing 3 transparent plastic containers laid out before them, their eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Dad, these are enormous. Kunkin exclaimed, awestruck. The containers were almost as wide as their waists. Achen had specifically requested the production team to prepare these to significantly enhance the rocket's power. After all, the saying great strength yields miraculous results is not mere rhetoric. Furthermore, Achen had already assembled all the rocket's components, including the separation mechanism. At this moment, all that remained was to assemble the 3 rocket barrels and then proceed to fill them with materials and apply pressure. The 3 of them each lifted a rocket barrel and worked together to transport it to the center of the playground. Achen gazed up at the azure sky and the gently drifting white clouds, clapping his hands as he spoke. Well, the subsequent installation work is entrusted to the 2 of you. Kuan and Wang Zixuan wore serious expressions, nodding solemnly. However, as they prepared for the installation, Kuan suddenly felt that the rocket seemed to be lacking something. The rocket's body was transparent and somewhat monotonous, appearing less impressive than a pure white rocket. He turned to Wang Zixuan with a suggestion. How about we draw some pictures to stick on it? Wang Zixuan thought it was a good idea, but helplessly spread his hands and said, but I can't draw. Can you? Kuan awkwardly scratched his head, admitting he couldn't either. At that moment, Achen's gaze was fixed on a spot not far away. He noticed Zihan with her head down, listening to Zhang Yan's admonitions. Yet her eyes occasionally darted towards them. Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness. In his childhood, he too had been subjected to strict control by his parents. Regardless of the lively happenings outside, he couldn't even glance, let alone participate. If he ever lost focus, he would be scolded or even punished. After a moment of silence, Chen turned to Kuan and Wang Zixuan and said, have you forgotten that you have a little friend who might be able to help? Upon hearing this, Kuan and Wang Zixuan exchanged knowing glances and quickly made their way towards Zihan. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan noticed the 2 children approaching her with some confusion. She paused her reprimand of Zihan and pulled her to her feet. Kuan greeted politely with a smile. Annie, hello. He then directed his gaze towards Zihan. Zihan, we are making a rocket. Would you like to join us? Zihan was taken aback by this question, while Zhang Yan immediately became alert. In her eyes, allowing her daughter to play with these underachievers was absolutely out of the question. She swiftly extended her hand, pulling Zihan behind her. With a forced smile, she said, you all go play. Our Zihan can't do it. She doesn't know how to make a rocket at all. Wang Zixuan had already been somewhat displeased by Zhang Yan's earlier comments about their inability to build a rocket. Now he pouted even more, indignantly retorting, we asked Zihan. Not you. How do you know she can't? Zhang Yan didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn and directly challenge her. She awkwardly chuckled. Auntie is a bit concerned about her safety. After all, before she could finish, Kuan interrupted her in confusion. What is there to be concerned about? We are all classmates, not human traffickers. Besides, my dad is here too. Wang Zixuan chimed in, exactly. Zhang Yan frowned, thinking to herself, it's precisely because of your father that I'm worried. He only knows how to lead children into mischief. Clearly, simple refusal wouldn't suffice. I must explain the situation to them thoroughly. Thus, she said, Annie understands that you are eager to build the rocket, but you have already failed twice. It wouldn't make a difference if Zihan joins. There's truly no need for you to squander any more time on this matter. It will be far more beneficial to devote that time to reading. Wouldn't you agree? Uncertain. Kun ritlied and dutmost gandur. Zhang Yan. Kuan continued. Failure is the mother of success. Without a spirit of inquiry, how can one conduct experiments? Moreover, I observe that Zihan is eager to join us. Wang Zixuan nodded in agreement, precisely. Zhang Yan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Kuan and Wang Zixuan were not her children, and she felt it inappropriate to lecture them continually. Meanwhile, Wang Zixuan had grown impatient. Whatever, she is not my dad. Is she going to hit me? Just ask Zihan directly. He boldly bypassed Zhang Yan and urgently inquired, Zihan, can you join us? We truly need you. Zihan's body shuddered slightly, her face betraying a look of hesitation. Instinctively, she glanced up at her mother, who wore a stern expression, her eyes fixed on her with a warning glare. Under normal circumstances, she would have been intimidated by her mother-esque gaze, afraid to defy her. Yet this time, for reasons unknown, a surge of inexplicable courage welled within her. Taking a deep breath and pausing for a few seconds, she declared, "I can." With that, she hastened toward Kuan and Wang Zixian. Upon witnessing this, Wang Zixian joyfully exclaimed, "Wonderful! With the addition of our academic committee member, our rocket will surely be magnificent." Kuan, adopting a serious demeanor, emphasized, "What academic committee? This is our political commissar." With laughter, the group of children dashed away. Beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds, 3 lively figures appeared in the live broadcast room, eliciting joy from the audience. "Oh dear, Zhang Yan's daughter has been whisked away by 2 boys. Being taken away is for the best. Staying with Zhang Yan is nothing short of torment. I hope Dihan blossoms more brilliantly in the future, like the wildflowers on the plateau. Seeing Zihan happy warms my heart. I once grew up in such a family, now torn between resentment and compassion for my parents. Their love has brought me lifelong anguish. I hope Zihan can break free." Zhang Yin stood rooted to the spot, watching their departing figures, feelings of anger, annoyance, and worry swirling within her. If not for the fact that they were merely 2 children persistently pestering her, she would never have so readily allowed Zihan to leave. She could not fathom what enchanting allure a small rocket held that could lead her daughter to become so disobedient. It seemed laborious and ungratifying, yielding little knowledge or wisdom. Aside from attracting a few children, what value did it possess? After contemplating, she found herself still uneasy and decided to follow them to the center of the playground. As for Wang Zixian's father, Wang Lei, he quietly sat on the playground, pulling out his phone to capture a few pictures of Wang Zixian before posting a status update. Caption: "It's rare that the child isn't preoccupied with video games. Let him play a little longer." In the broadcasting studio, Wang Fong scoffed softly. It turned out to be merely a simple matter of enlarging a small rocket slightly. AI Chan was indeed rather simple-minded. I truly fail to comprehend how such individuals garner the support of the audience. Or perhaps the spectators are equally as immature as he is. The robust advancement of our nation's technology has no connection whatsoever to such childish toys. Education is a matter of gravity, and science is even more so. His infusion of frivolity into scientific experimentation undoubtedly constitutes a desecration of science. The viewership of raising children with wisdom reaches into the millions. If his contraption successfully launches, it may be well and good. However, should it fail, it will inevitably become a source of ridicule, serving as a cautionary tale in educating children. Wang Fong eagerly awaits AI Chen's potential embarrassment, while nearby, Jiang Yu anticipates how AI Chen might astonish the crowd. When the 3 plastic containers emerged, he instinctively recognized that AI Chen's rocket was far from ordinary. He could not help but recall a term, tri-stage booster rocket. Chapter 61. What kind of rocket did you initially want to create? Have you finished your drawings, Zihan? Let me help you put them up. In the center of the playground, AI Chan inquired with a gentle smile. Zihan tilted her face upward, presenting the 3 drawings she held. AI Chan accepted them and glanced over. One depicted flowers and trees, another portrayed the starry sky, and the last illustrated birds soaring through the heavens. The watercolor pens were provided by AI Chan for the program. Zihan's artwork was exquisite. Your drawings are truly beautiful. AI Chan praised sincerely. Zihan lowered her head slightly, a sweet smile gracing her face. Uncle, I will go draw a few more. At that moment, Kuan, who was assembling the rocket nearby, suddenly turned and asked Dad, "How much water is needed for such a large rocket? Wouldn't fetching it tire us out?" AI Chan smiled lightly in response. "It won't require much." Kuan frowned. "Not much. Then how will it fly high?" Wang Zixuan also approached, curiously adding, "If we don't add water, do we need to add gas? Are we going to blast the rocket into the sky?" AI Chen remained silent, merely gazing at the vast blue sky above. He aimed not only to send the rocket soaring, but also to infuse it with the vibrant colors his son wished to see. As they assembled the rocket, the adults and children who had previously dispersed were drawn back in, gathering around once more. Simultaneously, several passing university students paused, intrigued by the scene. This time, the spectacle was far more impressive. Once assembled, the three-stage rocket would measure over 2 meters tall. Whispers of mixed opinions surged through the crowd. This is indeed grand. One can almost sense the imposing presence of the rocket. Still not giving up? These kids are relentless. What is the point of this endeavor? TSK, TSK. How foolish of the adults to join in the folly. Oh dear, how dangerous this is. How can the parents be so carefree? Aren't they worried about an explosion? Come on, grandson, let's move a bit farther away. In my view, this is still a fruitless effort. How can a group of children and one adult accomplish such a feat without professionals? Students should focus on studying in the classroom. Indulging in such nonsense will only hinder their education. At that moment, several onlooking university students were utterly astonished. Some hastily pulled out their phones, snapping numerous pictures of the rocket, eager to share them on campus social media. Others tagged their roommates. Everyone, wow, guys, there are a few kids on the playground building a massive 3-stage rocket. It's incredible. Come quick. Meanwhile, in a classroom on the edge of the playground, Professor Chun Jinya stood energetically at the lectern, passionately delivering a lecture on classical Chinese studies in front of a PowerPoint presentation. In the last row of the classroom, a few boys huddled together, smartphones in hand, whispering excitedly. Oh my goodness, look at the campus wall. This is so cool. A giant 3-stage rocket. Just imagine how high it could fly. Just downstairs on the playground. Should we sneak away to take a look? How can we sneak away? If we skip this old fool's class, we'll surely fail. Just as they were deliberating their strategy, Chun Jianya's stern voice resounded like thunder. Those boys in the back row, what are you doing? The classmates in the front row turned around, their curious gazes fixed upon them. The 3 boys promptly straightened their postures. Chun Jianya snorted coldly, his gaze piercing. Are you playing on your phones? Your parents provide you with living expenses for your education, not for your mobile entertainment. If you lose points for attendance, I want you to stand outside. The 3 boys mouthed silent words and rose to exit the classroom. At that moment, one of them indignantly remarked, "Forget it. The final exams are a lost cause anyway. I'm just going to slip away." Another whispered in agreement, "Right, a university experience without failing is incomplete. Let us go watch the rocket. Go." The 3 reached a consensus. Inside the classroom, Chun Jianya scanned the room with a discerning eye, letting out another cold snort. Look at you post-2000s, how your phones have poisoned you. Your eyes are all dim and lifeless. How do you expect to serve the nation in the future? He continued, "From now on, before entering my classroom, everyone must hand their phones over to the podium." With that, he turned away and immersed himself in the presentation once more. Beneath the podium, many feigned attentiveness, yet secretly stowed their phones in their drawers, stealthily browsing through campus walls. Upon seeing the image of the rocket standing tall under the blue sky, they were all struck with awe, their curiosity piqued. Is there excitement? How can we not observe it? No, we must hurry. If we're late, we 1T get front row seats. Teacher, I have a stomachache. May I go to the restroom? Suddenly, one student raised his hand. Chun Jianya, engrossed in his lecture, waved dismissively. Teacher, I too have a stomachache. Another student chimed in. Teacher, I have a leak. Teacher, my hemorrhoids have burst. Various sounds of discomfort echoed throughout the classroom. Chun Jianya repeatedly gestured for silence. However, after he finished 3 slides of the presentation, while lamenting what has happened to the physical health of today's university students, he turned around to find the classroom utterly deserted. His expression froze in shock. At that moment, he noticed the ruckus emanating from the playground outside. Approaching the window, he was consumed by rage as he grabbed his phone and accessed the student group chat. Meanwhile, Lin Wayman from the Municipal Education Bureau was engrossed in the live stream. When he saw AI Chun and the 3 children constructing the rocket on the playground, he realized he was already halfway to success. The rocket, a symbol of technology and power, not only captivated the public's affection, but also represented a crucial asset for the nation, embodying the dreams and hopes of countless individuals. The endeavor undertaken by AI Chun and his team in the creation of the rocket was imbued with an indomitable spirit from the very beginning. Moreover, they were crafting a three-stage booster rocket. As the director of the Education Bureau, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenges involved. The probability of a successful launch was minuscule, necessitating multiple rounds of adjustments, often exceeding 10 trials. Particularly, the sheer size of the rocket they were constructing rendered the task even more daunting. At this moment, the playground was drawing an ever-increasing crowd, predominantly composed of university students. In Lin Wayman's perspective, should AI Chen's rocket achieve a successful ascent, garnering the approval of the students, it would undoubtedly influence the attitudes of those in higher positions. However, a sense of perplexity lingered within Lin Wayman. Logically, water was one of the critical factors propelling a water rocket into the sky. Yet he wondered why they had not added water to the rocket at this stage. What exactly was AI Chen planning? Meanwhile, AI Chen's 3 children had each completed their respective tasks. A 2-meter-tall rocket stood proudly on the lawn, adorned with Zihan's vibrant drawings, bursting with colors that evoked a fairy tale essence, coupled with an indescribable sense of awe. The 3 children stood beside it, gazing up with shining eyes, their hearts brimming with joy and a profound sense of accomplishment. "Dad, should we add water now?" Kunkin inquired softly, his voice tinged with anticipation. AI Chan shook his head, diverting his gaze from the rocket to Kunkin. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Do you remember what kind of rocket you initially wished to create?" Taken aback by his father's sudden question, Kunkin hesitated before responding. "I wanted it to shoot out cool flames." AI Chun continued, "What you desire is flames, or something cool." Kunkin blinked, pondering for a moment before declaring, "Cool." With a smile, AI Chun replied, "I hope what I have prepared for you is indeed cool." He then turned and approached a nearby box, retrieving a bag of substance. Returning, he handed it to Kunkin with a solemn expression, saying, "Hold this. It is your flame." Kunkin grasped the bag, feeling its weight and the powdery texture within. Bewildered, he finally managed to articulate, "Dad, this ISNT gunpowder, is it?" Chapter 62, What are your dreams? At this moment, the playground was bustling with a throng of students who had gathered from all corners of the campus. In the center of the crowd, AI Chan exchanged a gentle smile with Kuan. If it were indeed gunpowder, the consequences could be dire. It was possible that before the rocket even launched, he would be summoned for a tea session. "Son, fear not. Just add it to the rocket," he reassured. Upon hearing this, Kuan clenched his teeth. If it truly were gunpowder, it would ultimately be his father who bore the brunt of any repercussions. As an 8-year-old, he felt quite secure. He and Wang Zixuan then dragged a bag over and tipped its contents into the base of the rocket. The powder was bright red, and neither of them knew precisely what it was. Meanwhile, the observing university students were rife with speculation. "What on earth is it they're adding? Could it possibly be gunpowder?" One exclaimed, "Come on, have you lost your mind? That stuff is bright red. It can't be gunpowder. It looks more like red chalk dust." "What red chalk dust?" "I can't tell, but if it's safe enough for kids to handle, it should be fine, right? I once made a 3-stage booster rocket for a middle school competition, and that was quite challenging. But this rocket appears rather professional. If it were gunpowder, that would be quite alarming." Zhang Yin approached with a puzzled expression. "Aren't these university students supposed to be in class? Why are they all here, gathered around this child's contraption?" But upon hearing the mention of gunpowder, her heart skipped a beat. How could they engage with such a dangerous substance? What if something happened to Zihan? It seemed AI Chun and his son were indeed unreliable. In a panic, she attempted to weave through the crowd, but the throng was too dense. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, Wang Fong watched the screen filled with university students congregating and sighed repeatedly. A group of highly educated individuals, neglecting the library of a prestigious institution to squander their time on a toy rocket. AI Chen truly leads the youth astray. On the other side, the rocket's filling and pressurization process had concluded. AI Chen looked at Kuan and the others with a smile. "Shall we give this rocket a name?" Upon hearing this, the 3 little ones blinked in unison. Kuan, who often struggled with naming, initially thought of calling it Kuan 3. However, upon reflection, he realized that this rocket was a collaborative effort, and it wouldn't do to name it AI Chan Kuan Zixuan Zihan rocket. Thus, he silently closed his mouth. Wang Zixuan was equally at a loss. Zihan gazed at the rocket, lost in thought, without uttering a word. Noticing the silence, AI Chun suggested, "How about we name it Dream?" Upon hearing this word, the eyes of the three little ones sparkled with enthusiasm, and they nodded in agreement. Kuan, what is your dream? AI Chan first turned to his son. Kun bondered togfotfolde. He aspired to create rockets that would shoot flames and burst forth in magnificent colors across the sky. Now, it appears that his dream is on the verge of being realized by his father. Gazing at the towering educational building beside the playground, he fell into a moment of contemplation. Suddenly, he spoke up, "I wish to attend Peking University." However, upon retracting his gaze, he found that AI Chan had already disregarded him. Turning to Wang Zixuan, he inquired, "What about you?" Wang Zixuan glanced around, noticing the absence of his father, and replied, "I want to play on my phone every day, avoid doing homework, and not get scolded." This declaration immediately elicited laughter from the surrounding university students. AI Chan then approached Zihan, offering a gentle smile. "And you, Zihan?" Zihan hesitated for a moment, looking at AI Chun and then at the azure sky, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. It seemed she was unsure of her own dreams. All she knew was that her mother's aspiration was for her to gain admission to a prestigious university and secure a good job. The emotions of children are easily discernible. AI Chan perceived Zihan's bewilderment and thus lowered himself slightly, pointing towards the sky. "Your dreams may very well reside among the rockets. Look, there are flowers, trees, the vast starry sky, and birds in flight. Perhaps they embody your dreams." Standing upright, AI Chan addressed the three children, speaking slowly. "Children, dreams will not render you as lifeless trees. Instead, they will enable you to become the free wind. Only with dreams in your hearts can you evade confusion. You must understand that it is through dreams that individuals achieve greatness." Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, AI Chan turned, picked up a bucket of water, and approached the rocket, standing atop a stool. He proclaimed loudly, "Now, I shall infuse your dreams into the rocket, transforming it into the True Dreams rocket." Originally, this bucket of water was intended to fulfill Kuan's wish, but it now carried additional significance. At this moment, witnessing AI Chen's somewhat earnest demeanor, the audience in the live stream couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, though it's somewhat touching, seeing AI Chen's serious expression is still a bit amusing. I truly want to cry. This rocket embodies the dreams of three children and must successfully launch. People become great because of dreams. I must say this statement is profound. It may seem like mere platitudes, but at times it truly instills faith. Every time Zihan hears AI Chen's words, her eyes seem to brighten. It appears she greatly needs AI Chen's encouragement. Dreams are beautiful, yet reality is stark. Of course, for children, their dreams are indispensable in childhood. However, speaking of which, why did he suddenly add water? I'm a bit confused by AI Chen's actions. After completing all the preparations, AI Chen took the remote control and guided the three children to a safe area. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, where the clouds were light and the sun shone perfectly, marking the ideal moment for vibrant colors to unfold. "Shall we begin the countdown together?" The three children beamed with smiles and solemnly nodded in agreement. The people surrounding were also anxiously watching, many silently counting down in their minds. 3, 2, 1. On the playground, sunlight poured down, and all gazes converged upon AI Chen's hand, the atmosphere thick with tension. As the countdown concluded, AI Chen pressed the switch. In an instant, the base of the Dream rocket erupted in a vast plume of crimson mist, its vibrant hues reminiscent of flames fiercely ablaze. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the rocket soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, valiantly propelling itself upward. The red mist trailing from its base traced a striking trajectory against the azure canvas of the sky. A wave of astonishment and cheers erupted from the crowd. Three children gazed upward, their bright eyes sparkling with excitement, their joy palpable. They closely followed the silhouette of the Dream rocket, watching as it ascended higher and higher, as if their own dreams were soaring alongside it into the clouds. Soon, the first stage of the rocket successfully detached, its parachute deploying gracefully as it drifted back to the ground. Almost immediately, the upper section unleashed a long, vivid red tail, akin to an artist's brushstroke, truly magnificent. With an unstoppable momentum, the rocket continued its ascent into the heavens. The second stage also detached seamlessly, just as everyone believed the rocket's launch was nearing its conclusion. A thunderous bang resonated as the uppermost section of the rocket suddenly erupted. Chapter 63. Those who chase the light will eventually shine radiantly in an instant. A vast expanse of mist unfurled across the sky. Sunlight penetrated the vapor, sketching a vibrant rainbow against the cerulean backdrop. Though modest in size, its beauty was breathtaking and awe-inspiring. This unexpected spectacle left everyone momentarily entranced, gazing at the rainbow as if time had paused on the playground. They could scarcely believe that the rocket had culminated in such a splendid display. As reality dawned on the crowd, cheers gradually erupted. The onlookers in the playground were ablaze with excitement. Did we just witness a rainbow? How is that possible? It's so beautiful. The dreams of the children had manifested in the most exquisite of rainbows. Mom, it was succeeded. I saw a rainbow without rain. Oh no, I didn't capture it. I should have taken a video for TikTok. Wow, those three children are so lucky. I never experienced such a thrilling and impactful rocket launch in my childhood. Achen gazed skyward, a slight smile gracing his lips. This rainbow was the most beautiful firework he could offer his son. Retrieving his gaze, he stood quietly to the left of Zihan, glancing down before softly addressing the children. Did you see that? As long as you hold onto your dreams, one day they will surely shine brightly. Just like this rocket, carrying your aspirations, ultimately blossoming into your own brilliance. Those who chase the light will eventually shine radiantly. The three children looked up at the sky. Although the rainbow was ephemeral, the astonishment in their hearts lingered. Listening to Aichen's words, different emotions welled within them. Steadfastness towards their dreams, a yearning for the future. Meanwhile, 10 minutes earlier, Chun Jianya, his face ashen, opened the student group chat. A collective truancy. This was the first time in over 30 years of teaching that he encountered such audacity among students. He began to scold them through a voice message. Chun Jianya, what are you all doing? As university students, how can you skip class en masse to witness a so-called rocket launch? What a disgrace. Chun Jianya, instead of striving to improve your GPA, preparing for graduate school, or diligently writing papers, you choose to watch a toy. It seems you are utterly wasted. Chun Jianya, do you have any idea how much my class is worth outside? You fail to appreciate it. Such idleness is a waste of your youth and your parents' hard-earned money. Chun Jianya, you exhibit none of the vitality and ambition expected of university students. I truly feel pity for you. In an age when you should be striving, you opt for trivial diversions. You are a generation spoiled and doomed. Chun Jianya, by tomorrow, I expect a handwritten reflection of 2,000 words from each of you. After sending these messages, he awaited responses from the students. 5 minutes passed, yet not a single student acknowledged him. This only served to intensify his ire. Consequently, he messaged the group. Chun Jianya, all members, please reply upon receipt. Failure to respond will result in a failing grade at the end of the term. Yet, he waited for a full 5 minutes. On the verge of fury, he was about to contact the class's head teacher. Suddenly, a flurry of messages appeared in the group. He snorted disdainfully and opened the chat to investigate. However, upon reading the first message, his brows furrowed in confusion. What did this mean? In the class group, anonymous, Chun Jianya Aminos. He scrolled further down. This time, comprehension dawned. Anonymous, Chun Jianya, if you dare to fail all of us, we want to drop out, but you may find yourself unemployed. You are the one making the most fuss over an elective course. Anonymous, just now, AI Chen mentioned that one should have dreams. My dream is to see this old fossil promptly retire. Anonymous agreed. Fellow brothers, let us fight. ISNT the rocket far more appealing than this old man? Anonymous. Education should not be confined to your dull PowerPoint presentations and antiquated rhetoric, but should be, like AI Chun, a harmonious blend of knowledge and enjoyment. Anonymous. Youth belongs to us. The living expenses come from our parents. What right do you have to dictate our lives? You relic of the Qing dynasty. Crawl away. Anonymous. Chun Jianya, picture PGI. Look at this rocket. Is it not the epitome of your existence? Anonymous. A 2,000-word reflection, is it? We'll engrave it on your tombstone once you're gone. Upon witnessing this barrage of messages, Chun Jianya's face turned a deep shade of purple, and his hand trembled violently as he clutched his phone. He was astounded by the audacity of these students. Chun Jianya, head teacher, take a look at these students. Do they possess any respect for their teachers? I shall immediately report this to the Academic Affairs Office. Head teacher, Professor Chun, please calm down. Don't be agitated. Academic Committee member, aren't you the group administrator? Quickly disable the anonymous feature. Academic Committee member, I apologize, teacher. I do not know how to do that. Anonymous, Chun Jianya. Aminos, even reporting to the central office would be futile. I truly wish to use those chopsticks. As he read these messages, Chun Jianya's chest heaved. His blood pressure skyrocketed, and his lips twitched incessantly. He angrily stormed towards the Academic Affairs Office. If they failed to address the student's behavior, he would go directly to the principal. At the Municipal Education Bureau, the moment the rocket ascended, Lin Wayman sprang to his feet, fixated on the live broadcast. As he witnessed the rocket successfully detach and soar towards the heavens, he felt a surge of exhilaration. The miraculous appearance of a rainbow in the sky further astonished him. Setting aside the complexities of the operation, AI Chen's concept of creating a rainbow was something that ordinary minds might struggle to conceive. Finally, upon hearing AI Chen's inspiring words directed at the children, he realized that this was a definitive success. AI Chen was not merely instilling dreams in the youth. He was igniting inspiration within the younger generation. When the youth have dreams, the nation has dreams, and the dreams of countless individuals will ultimately converge into the grand and resplendent Chinese dream. As he was immersed in this exhilarating moment, the phone beside him suddenly rang. Coming to his senses, he answered the call. On the other end, his teacher's voice resonated with joy. Wayman, the provincial authorities have expressed high praise for Aichen's performance, and the program's arrangement for the university event has also been affirmed. They've indicated that you should take the reins moving forward. Aichen is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Lin Wayman was filled with delight. However, a tinge of confusion lingered. Why had the higher-ups expressed their stance so swiftly this time? His teacher then shared some news. The nation's new generation of rockets will be launched shortly. After hanging up, Lin Wayman took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. He called out towards the office. Xiao Wu, we are heading to Huawei University today. Let's set off right now. Xiao Wu entered from outside, asking, should I make some calls in advance? Lin Wayman smiled and waved his hand. No need. The principal there is my classmate. I'll contact them myself later. In the live broadcast, 3 children were surrounded by university students, many of whom were exuberantly shouting, "The adopted son is incredible." Faced with the enthusiastic praise from their older peers, both Kunkin and Wang Zixuan blushed. Zihan's little face also beamed with a sweet smile. This was the first time she had received such affirmation from so many people. The words spoken earlier by Uncle Aichen seemed to materialize at this moment, making her dreams clearer and more resolute. At this time, the viewers in the live stream, having held their breath to witness the successful rocket launch, began to flood the screen with messages. Damn it. Let the haters speak up. Silly Wang Fong, speak up. Show me the magic. 3-stage boosters, artificial rainbows, toy rockets? Who said this was a toy? Come make one for me. To those who say they lack knowledge, I'm ready to fight. I still don't know what that bag was, nor did I understand how the rainbow appeared. It must be something like dyed starch. As for how to make the top stage burst into a mist, I have no clue. This rocket has shocked me for 300 years. I must quickly save the live stream. It's bound to get hundreds of thousands of likes. Bro, playing with water guns is genuinely useful. Making rockets is also impressive. I was wrong before. Damn it. Give me a professional troll, and I'll be dumbfounded to create what I couldn't even dream of in my childhood. I've decided not to criticize you today. Bro, stop it. ISNT it better to play games? This ISNT an experiment. It's research. If you keep being this amazing, I might just break down. I genuinely feel that Aichen's words weren't meant for others, but were specifically directed at Zihan. He really touched me. I'm crying. In summary, after watching this live stream, I've learned that interest is a child's greatest teacher, independent thinking, perseverance, teamwork, nurturing dreams for children, paternal love. In short, it's all incredibly impressive. The outcome is clear. Let us vote. In the studio, after a captivating rainbow appeared against the backdrop of the azure sky, Jiang could hardly contain his excitement as he stood up. He faced Wang Feng and boldly inquired, "Does this rocket soaring into the heavens contain no knowledge? Is this astonishing rocket, which left everyone present in awe, merely a toy? Knowledge does not solely originate from books. There are myriad pathways to acquire it. The experiments conducted by these remarkable scholars from prestigious institutions are truly breathtaking, leaving all spectators in awe. They undoubtedly deserve a perfect score. I firmly believe that the educational approach demonstrated by Aichen will earn him perfect scores from both the esteemed guests present and the viewers watching the live broadcast." As she gazed at the imposing Jiang Yu, Wang Feng instinctively withdrew her neck. With each word Jiang Yu uttered, her heart quaked violently, and her face burned with a searing pain. In that moment, she felt utterly devoid of confidence. Her lips quivered slightly as she yearned to articulate something to salvage the situation, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. The arguments Jiang Yu presented were insurmountable. She had never anticipated that Aichen's rocket would indeed achieve success and garner such fervent admiration from the crowd. On the playground, Zhang Yin looked up at the sky. The azure expanse was illuminated by sunlight, and the rainbow that had just appeared was resplendent and ethereal. The fervent cheers and jubilant shouts of the crowd still reverberated in her ears. She turned her gaze to the center of the throng. Aichen and the three children were surrounded by admirers. Zihan's small face radiated a bright and dazzling smile, akin to the rainbow hanging in the sky. Zhang Yan's expression was complex as she fixated on Zihan, lost in her thoughts. P.S. I have done my best. The pain from my stomach ulcer is quite severe. I will write more tomorrow, as the subsequent plot promises to be both intriguing and humorous. I kindly request your encouragement for updates and a few small gifts. Sob Chapter 64. A resounding comeback. Captivating universities nationwide as the crowd marveled at the breathtaking rocket soaring through the sky within a female dormitory at Huawei University. A sophomore responsible for managing the university's official Douyin account was intently watching the video displayed on the campus wall, her eyes brimming with excitement. Just a few days prior, a faculty member had entrusted her with the university's Douyin account, urging her to increase its follower count and promote the school. Observing that each video garnered only a few hundred views and a handful of likes, she felt an immense pressure. Over the past few days, she had scoured for compelling content, yet her efforts had yielded nothing satisfactory. At that moment, the video playing on the campus wall was undeniably the material she had been yearning for. Swiftly, she opened her computer and began editing. Initially, she envisioned creating a formal, academic-style video, but no matter how she approached it, she felt unsatisfied. Thus, she made a bold decision to abandon convention. After all, there are no strict guidelines set by her instructor. The only requirement was to achieve high viewership. She incorporated various abstract cat emojis into the video. Once she meticulously edited the footage, she published it on the university's official Douyin account, captioning it, "Our university is rockets. I wonder if other schools do?" Aichen, CS, Go veteran of 3 years, teaching children well. She thoughtfully paired the moment of the rocket's launch with the background music towards the clouds. The visuals showcased 3 children successfully launching a 3-stage booster rocket on the playground, miraculously creating a rainbow in the process. This captivating scene was irresistible to anyone who laid eyes on it. Within mere minutes of its release, the video surpassed hundreds of thousands of views. The comment section began to fill with enthusiastic remarks. As viewers expressed their astonishment, official accounts from various universities also joined the fray. Xiamen University. Wow. Are the kids at Huawei University really this talented? Shanzhong University. Can't quite discern the emotions behind this BGM. Guangxin University. So cool. It feels less like towards the clouds and more like it has reached the clouds. Nanyang University, just showing off. Those kids aspire to Peking University, not your school. Brother, why not bring Kuan to our university for a launch? I'll treat him to spicy strips. AI Chun CS, go veteran of 3 years. Nanchi University. I'm so envious. Could the kid come launch one at our school? AI Chun CS, go veteran of 3 years. Haishan University. Aren't we jumping the gun? It's only November, and you're already making recruitment videos with such an impressive rocket? How competitive can it get? Amidst the fervent interactions, the likes, shares, and comments on the video skyrocketed. Additionally, an increasing number of edited videos featuring AI Chun and the children launching rockets emerged online. Thus, AI Chun's popularity surged once again, successfully capturing the attention of countless university students, becoming the focal point of campus discussions. As the online fervor intensified on the playground, a notification echoed in AI Chun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 888 points of prestige. Current reputation value, 212202. Prompt, you could participate in a lottery once. Would you like to begin? Lottery. Unexpectedly, I have gained so much reputation in a single draw. Achen did not hesitate. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a comprehensive knowledge package for elementary school. Achen, isn't this supposed to be a high-level lottery? How could I end up with elementary school knowledge? Although he found it somewhat absurd, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, elementary knowledge does have its merits, such as laying a solid foundation, writing essays, or even shopping. Alas, I can no longer continue this line of thought. While Achen was engaged in the lottery, the crowd on the playground gradually dispersed. 3 children were busy picking up the remnants of a fallen rocket. Their small figures brimmed with vitality as they dashed across the lush green lawn. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the sun overhead had adorned them with a halo of light. Zhang Yin stood nearby, her gaze somewhat dazed. Her eyes occasionally drifted towards Achen, and her heart was a tumult of emotions. Earlier, in an attempt to prevent Zihan from joining them, she had confidently asserted that their rocket would surely fail. However, the rocket that soared into the sky not only astonished her eyes, but also struck a chord within her heart. At this moment, she felt a twinge of shame. Turning her gaze to her daughter, Zihan, she suddenly realized that it had been quite some time since Zihan had laughed so joyfully. Before entering elementary school, Zihan would often playfully tease and frolic with her. Yet, since then, the smiles on Zihan's face had grown increasingly rare. Had she been too strict with her child? A thought emerged, but she quickly sighed heavily. Watching Zihan play, she silently mused, "My dear Zihan, while you are having such fun now, how will you navigate the path ahead?" The journey of learning allows no room for complacency. Elementary school lays the groundwork for excelling in middle school. Middle school strives for entry into a prestigious high school, and high school prepares one for the grueling battle of the college entrance examination. To stand out, one must exert more effort than the average person. As a mother, I lack remarkable skills. I only hope that one day you can sit in an office, have a respectable job, and enjoy a happy and fulfilling family life. All of this depends on your relentless efforts. The only thing I can do is to stand by your side, urging and reminding you so that you do not become complacent or stray from the right path. With this thought, Zhang Yin took a step towards Zihan. Just then, a staff member from the program approached with a smile, calling out, "Could the 3 parents and 3 children please come over?" The crowd quickly gathered together. The staff cleared their throat and spoke in an orderly manner. Now, 3 families have completed the experiment, including Zhang Yin and Aichen's family. Although Achen did not conduct a replication experiment, his hands-on approach with the children proved to be more successful than mere replication. Zhang Yan's performance during the process was also commendable, while the progress of Wang Lei's family was somewhat lacking. However, there is no need to worry. Time is still ample. She paused briefly before continuing. Families who have completed the experiment may now leave to explore the campus, either at their own leisure or accompanied by our staff. As soon as the announcement was made, Kuan erupted with excitement. Hooray! Zihan's eyes sparkled with joy, still basking in the thrill of having just launched a rocket. However, Wang Zishuan pouted in discontent. feeling vexed at the thought of returning to his phone to finish editing the video. Zhang Yan approached Zihan, gently patting her head, and said earnestly, "All right, Zihan, you've had your fun. It's time to return to the lab with your mother and complete the remaining experiments." Upon hearing this, Zihan's previously bright gaze dimmed slightly. Yet, recalling her promise to her mother to only be out for a short while, and having already played for quite some time, she nodded understandingly. Just as they were preparing to leave the playground, 3 university students came running over, their faces alight with enthusiasm. "Program team, may we take Zihan to tour the campus?" They eagerly inquired of the staff. The staff member smiled and replied, "You'll have to ask Zhang Yan, her mother." Upon hearing this, the trio turned their sparkling eyes toward Zhang Yan, who was momentarily taken aback by their eager expressions. One of the girls stepped forward confidently, producing her student ID and placing it in Zhang Yan's hand. "Rest assured, Annie will take good care of Zihan and show her around." Another girl quickly added, "We can also share some study tips with her along the way. Annie, I scored 660 on my college entrance exam. I got 652, and I got 655. Hearing these scores, Zhang Yan instinctively glanced at Zihan, realizing that it would indeed be a rare opportunity for her child to learn from the academic insights of university students. Thus, she turned to Zihan and instructed, "Make sure to listen to the older sisters and learn from them. Mother will be in the lab, tidying up." Zihan looked at the 3 students and, with a naive nod, agreed. The girls cheered in delight, quickly taking Zihan's hands and bouncing away. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Yan suddenly remembered something and called out, "Zihan, be careful. And remember, don't take a car. Learn to measure the world with your own footsteps." But they were already too far away, and all that could be faintly heard was one girl mumbling, "Our school is so big. Only a fool would walk." Chapter 65. Immersed in reading at the library on the playground, a few boys, noticing that the girls had successfully taken Zihan away, approached AI-chan with cheerful grins. "Brother, may I play with your son, Ahem? Take your son out for some fun?" AI-chan chuckled and waved his hand in acquiescence. After bidding farewell to AI-chan, Kuin followed the group of boys. The cameraman looked on in astonishment. "Are you really that at ease?" AI-chan smiled, stepped forward, and patted the cameraman's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Go and keep an eye on my son. Ensure his safety. I'll take a moment to rest." With that, AI-chan ambled to the side and began scrolling through short videos. The cameraman mused, "Goodness, not only is he filming, but he has also taken on the role of a bodyguard." The audience in the live stream burst into laughter upon hearing AI-chan's words. "Ha ha, AI-chan remains as laid back as ever, but a man capable of crafting rockets can afford a little laziness. I used to think AI-chan was incapable of anything. Now I see he can cook, play games, build rockets, and even toss hoops, haha. AI-chan seems quite appealing." 666. What are the men and women upstairs up to? 3 kids have been whisked away by college students. Cameraman, hurry and follow them, or what shall we watch? Ha ha. It must be amusing when the 2 purest groups in the world collide. As the comments flowed, on the playground, Wang Lei suddenly shouted, "Where's Wang Zixuan? Where did he run off to? He still has experiments to complete." He scanned the area, only to discover that his son had vanished again. Having followed the group of boys, why not return to the lab to carry on with the experiment? A staff member suggested. Wang Lei waved his hand in immediate rejection. "Forget it, that thing looks quite dangerous. By the way, where's the university cafeteria? I'll go grab something to eat." Meanwhile, a group of boys led Kuin and Wang Zixuan on a leisurely exploration. "Where do you wish to go? Just tell your older brothers." Kuin's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "The library." Wang Zixuan raised his hand, "And the cafeteria?" On another front, Lin Weimin entered the office of the president of Huawei University. President Wang Gang promptly rose, his face alight with enthusiastic smiles, and hurried to greet him. "What brings you here, old Lin?" Lin Weimin paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "You're not aware?" Earlier, Lin Weimin had called to invite him over, and he had assumed that Wang Gang was already informed. Wang Gang looked perplexed. "Aware of what? Don't keep me in suspense." Lin Weimin then recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. As Wang Gang listened, his astonishment grew. Once Lin Weimin finished, he could not help but exclaim, "Is AI-chan truly that remarkable?" He has actually garnered recognition from higher-ups. He thought to himself, it seems that AI Chun launching rockets at our university is indeed a fortuitous development. We must seek an opportunity to promote this extensively. The educational methods of the other party genuinely astonished him. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, lowering his voice. Since the higher-ups are in agreement, old Lin, this is a splendid opportunity for your advancement. You must seize it. Lin Weiman did not feign modesty, but nodded earnestly. He then inquired old Wang, what are your thoughts on Achen's educational philosophy? In the realm of education, Wang Gang is quite renowned. Should he lend his support, the endeavor would surely yield remarkable results with minimal effort. This was, after all, Lin Weiman's primary objective for his visit. Wang Gang pondered for a moment, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he decisively stated, I perceive this philosophy as a sharp blade in today's educational landscape, capable of cleaving through outdated barriers. Lin Weiman understood Wang Gang's position and refrained from further inquiries, preparing to sit down and discuss specific matters with him. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks resounded at the door. The two exchanged glances, and Wang Gang called out, come in. The door swung open to reveal Chen Jianya. His face flushed with anger as he strode in with his phone in hand. He had just visited the academic affairs office, only to discover that the staff was watching Aichen's live stream. They had evasively dismissed him, citing anonymity as a reason for their inaction. He understood that the personnel in the academic office found it troublesome and were reluctant to intervene. Thus, he had come directly to the principal, determined to unearth those audacious students. Principal, there's a matter I urgently need you to address, Chen Jianya exclaimed, his tone frantic. Wang Gang, observing the irate Chen Jianya, felt a flicker of confusion. What is the matter, Professor Chen? Just as Chen Jianya was about to respond, he caught sight of Lin Weiman nearby and paused in surprise. Who is this? This is Director Lin Weiman from the Municipal Education Bureau, Wang Gang introduced. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianya's face brightened with excitement, and he hurriedly greeted, hello, Director Lin. Lin Weiman nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chen Jianya promptly handed his phone to Wang Gang, exclaiming in indignation, Principal, take a look. The current students are utterly audacious, speaking foul language and banding together to bully me, an almost 60-year-old colleague. I can hardly believe that these are the students of Huawei University. Their conduct is appallingly low. You must identify them all. Even if they are not expelled, they should receive severe reprimands. Wang Gang took the phone, perusing its contents with growing puzzlement. What exactly has transpired? Chen Jianya scoffed, his gaze filled with resentment. Since Director Lin is present, allow me to elaborate. All of this is due to that Aichen. Upon hearing the name Aichen, both Lin Weiman and Wang Gang were taken aback, instinctively exchanging glances. Lin Weiman could not help but inquire what has happened with Aichen. It is all his fault. He came to our school as playground to launch rockets, and all my students rushed to watch. When I asked them to write reflections in the group chat, they began to attack me. Chen Jianya's agitation grew with each word. Principal, Director Lin. Consider this. Introducing such sensational antics in a higher education institution disrupts students' focus and jeopardizes their academic pursuits. Such a person is nothing short of a national disgrace, a malignancy within the educational sphere. Lin Weiman and Wang Gang both gasped in disbelief, their expressions gradually turning cold. They had not anticipated that Chen Jianya would denigrate AI Chen to such an extent. After all, he was a pivotal figure in their forthcoming endeavors. Was the situation truly that dire? Wang Gang lowered his voice and inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, a few days ago, I attempted to counsel him, but to my astonishment, he spouted nothing but fallacies. Not only does he indulge in gaming with his child, but now he seeks to undermine our students. As Chen Jianya spoke, he turned to Lin Weiman, his expression earnest. Director Lin, I sincerely urge you to rectify this program promptly, to expel AI Chen. Otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, both Lin Weiman and Wang Gang's expressions darkened. Yet, Chen Jianya remained oblivious to their discomfort. He picked up his phone, opened a live stream of teaching with care, and coldly presented it to the two men. Principal Wang, Director Lin, see for yourselves. AI Chun is likely engaging in some mischief with his son right now. The three of them focused intently on the phone. In the next moment, the scene unfolding in the live stream left them utterly speechless. There sat Kun quietly in the library, engrossed in a book, his hands cradling it with great intent. Lin Weiman and Wang Gang exchanged a glance, their expressions now completely frigid. P.S. This is a transitional chapter. The new plot will commence tomorrow. I'm deeply grateful for everyone's gifts. Please urge for updates and add to your bookshelf. I have been experiencing some stomach discomfort, but once I recover, I will increase my output. Thank you all. Chapter 66. Now addicted to reading. Later pursuing a doctorate, the sun lazily poured its golden rays over the playground. AI Chun sat on a bench, basking in the warmth while mindlessly scrolling through Douyin. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours slipped by. Suddenly, a wave of hunger washed over him. Rubbing his belly, he rose to seek sustenance. Perhaps he should take Kun to the university cafeteria for lunch. The mere thought of the cafeteria evoked memories of the beloved braised chicken rice he often indulged in during his university days. Whenever he was at a loss for what to eat, this dish was his go-to choice. He then picked up his phone and opened the live stream of Raising Children with Wisdom, eager to see where Kun was at that moment. In the blink of an eye, he was taken aback. On screen, Kun sat upright in the library, engrossed in a book. Oh no! With that, he hurried towards the library. Upon entering, AI Chun scanned the surroundings in search of Kun's location. Soon he spotted Kun, deeply absorbed in 100 years of solitude. Beside him sat a university student, one of the boys he had encountered earlier, along with a camera operator capturing the moment. Just as AI Chun stepped inside, Kun seemed to sense his presence. A chill ran down his neck, prompting him to instinctively look up. Their eyes met, and he felt a jolt of anxiety as he quickly averted his gaze and slowly closed the book. AI Chun strode forward, and as soon as Kun returned the book, he led him outside the library. The university student glanced at AI Chun with a weary expression. Brother, you finally arrived. Your son has returned to you. Earlier, Kun had mentioned wanting to visit the library, and the student assumed it was merely for a brief exploration and had accompanied him. Wang Zixuan had been taken to the cafeteria by others. To his surprise, the moment they arrived at the library, Kun insisted on borrowing a book. Previously, while watching the live stream, he had speculated whether AI Chun and Kun's interactions were scripted. However, witnessing Kun remain motionless, absorbed in reading for 2 hours, dispelled any doubts. He tried to coax Kun into engaging in other activities, but the boy remained steadfast. It was clear this was not an act. He was genuinely captivated by the book. Brother, your son is far too engrossed in reading. I can't take it anymore. My roommate is still waiting for me at the internet CAF, so I must take my leave. With that, the student dashed away without a backward glance. AI Chun turned to Kun and initiated his educational discourse. You, my child, only know how to read when I'm not around. Did you hear what that older brother said? You have become addicted to reading. If you continue down this path, you will inevitably pursue a doctorate. Just look around at those older siblings. They are toiling away in university because of this very addiction. As soon as these words escaped his lips, university students passing by turned to look, their heads adorned with question marks. Kun pouted, but father, didn't you say that school emphasizes grades while home focuses on achievements? Since I'm at school, I should be studying. Chen, with a gentle pat on Kun's head, replied with a hint of exasperation. This is not your school. What are you studying? Look, it's already noon. You have been so engrossed in your studies that you've forgotten to eat. How can that be acceptable? Kun pouted and murmured softly. I'm not hungry. I've had my fill of reading. One day, when you're not home, I'll call Quan over to reclaim the computer. AI Chun was bewildered, but the viewers in the live stream were already in fits of laughter. Haha, look how this university student has been made a fool of. This might be the first time he has stayed in the library for so long since started college. This brother turned and left without looking back. It seems he truly wishes to avoid the addiction to studying. Goodness, to be so young and already addicted to reading. He might as well pursue a PhD. This child has been spoiled. Let me take care of him. Upstairs, they VE. Stop pretending. It's easier to lift your hand than to give birth, right? Exactly. This library is full of books. We can't let the child study in secret. Ha ha. This group of us is laughing so hard we might as well profit from it. Did you hear that? He claims he had his fill of reading. What kind of statement is that? It's time for a meal. And after 2 hours of reading, he should get up and stretch a bit. In the broadcasting hall, Wang Feng fixated on the large screen. When she saw AI Chun preventing Kuan from reading, spouting nonsense, her blood pressure soared. While AI Chun's earlier activities with the children, like building and launching rockets, had their merits, this scene filled her with indignation. Outside this library, rich with the scent of books and knowledge, AI Chun was discussing playing video games, showing no foresight or ambition whatsoever. Several guests in the broadcasting hall, much like the tedious comments on screen, laughed at AI Chun's live stream, further fueling her anger. During their student years, nothing was more crucial than a child's academic performance. Kuan, so eager to learn, had a father who was utterly indifferent, even dragging him into frivolity and moral decay. If this is how he continues to educate him, Kuan is bound to be led astray. In contrast, she devoted herself to her daughter's future, seeking every possible way to pave her path. Yet her daughter stubbornly refused to attend school. The thought of her neglecting her studies extinguished Wang Feng's desire to reprimand AI Chun. All she could think of was rushing home after the live stream concluded. Meanwhile, in the conference room backstage, laughter echoed. The chief director, Zhou Ping, and several staff members were gathered, fixated on the live stream. Director, our program has surpassed 2 million viewers. A staff member exclaimed, barely containing their excitement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping's previously composed demeanor was instantly replaced by shock. 2 million. In past episodes, the highest online viewership for Parenting with Wisdom had only reached 600,000. The program had skyrocketed to such extraordinary heights, stirring a profound sense of accomplishment within him. Yet, he was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Much of the credit for this achievement must be attributed to AI Chun. His uniquely distinctive approach to education not only captivated the audience, but also left countless viewers utterly astounded. At that moment, Zhou Ping's phone rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by the enthusiastic voice of a leader from the station. Zhou Ping, my boy, you have done remarkably well. Your program has become a phenomenal success. Zhou Ping's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled softly. Before he could respond, the leader continued, I will arrange for additional live broadcasting channels, utilizing all available slots on our station to amplify your reach. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback by the leader's fervent excitement. He quickly inquired, but won't this create an overwhelming influence? Before he could finish, the leader interrupted. It seems you are unaware of the developments. The authorities have already made a statement. Check it for yourself. With that, the call ended amidst hearty laughter. Zhou Ping, incredulous, opened his phone to swiftly check the updates from the official account. He was astonished to discover that the Municipal Education Bureau's Douyin account had posted a video specifically tagging AI Chun and their program, Teaching Children Well. Upon exploring the comment section, he found endorsements and messages from other educational departments within the city. Zhou Ping's face flushed with excitement, recognizing the profound significance of official backing for the program. The others in the conference room also began to check their phones. On the screen, the official account declared, those who pursue light will ultimately shine brightly. AI Chun, a 3-year veteran of CSGO, teaching children well. This line echoed AI Chun's words to the children, and the video showcased a moment from the playground. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in awe. Although the official stance was not overtly supportive, the underlying message was unmistakable. The online discourse surrounding AI Chun had been contentious, and this endorsement from the official account unequivocally reinforced his position. The supportive comments from other educational departments indicated that even higher authorities were in favor. As this realization dawned upon them, the group grew increasingly exhilarated. Director Zhou, should we not begin discussing our next program activity right away? A staff member boldly broke the silence. Others quickly joined in agreement. fully aware that planning activities during this peak of the program's popularity was of utmost importance. Historically, the activities of teaching children had been adapted in real time based on live feedback. Now, with AI Chun being integral to the program's success, the activities would naturally have to align with his strengths. Zhou Ping nodded solemnly. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed a theme addressing the most contentious issue surrounding the program: whether children's academic performance or their happiness should take precedence. Let parents accompany their children throughout their school day. As soon as this idea was introduced, a staff member promptly raised a question. Is AI Chun, such a lazy individual, truly willing to accompany others to school? Zhou Ping merely smiled faintly and confidently remarked, he would be willing, as long as the remuneration is substantial enough. Chapter 67. She is attending school to learn, not to indulge. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, AI Chun and Kuan had already boarded the bus home. The others had completed their experiments and explored the campus. Only Wang Lei and his son had done nothing but eat. The father and son spent nearly an hour feasting in the cafeteria, leaving them with full bellies and no energy for experiments or campus exploration, thus opting to return home. Unsurprisingly, the first prize and its accompanying monetary reward belonged to AI Chen's family. On the return journey, the cameraman received notification from the production team regarding the next activity. AI Chen, this event has concluded successfully, and the prize money will soon be deposited into your account. The upcoming program will involve parents accompanying their children at school, during which teachers may evaluate the parents and arrange assessments. The production team will provide further details tomorrow. The rationale behind this task was twofold. Firstly, considering the children were approaching their final exams, it was impractical for them to frequently miss school. Secondly, it aimed to showcase the educational methods of the three parents and whether their perspectives on their children's academic performance would shift due to their presence during school hours. Upon finishing, the cameraman glanced at AI Chun, sensing something. AI Chun, do you think you can manage this? In his view, AI Chun typically struggled to wake up in the morning, was engrossed in games during the afternoon, and had difficulty sleeping at night. The prospect of accompanying his child at school seemed far from appealing. Accompanying? As in spending the entire day at school by my child's side? AI Chun inquired. The cameraman nodded affirmatively. Then I cannot do it. AI Chun responded without hesitation. What a joke. I have no desire to endure the fatigue of attending school with my son. It is far more comfortable to relax at home. This event offered 5,000 yuan just for participation, with a grand prize of 100,000 yuan for the top performer. Given that the duration of the activity had not yet been determined, it was likely that the prize might increase. Upon hearing this, AI Chen's demeanor transformed instantly, adopting an expression filled with confidence. Wow, this money I will surely earn. However, you must not withdraw midway, the cameraman murmured softly. Meanwhile, the audience, having caught wind of the production team's new activity theme, began to discuss it animatedly, especially many parents. Wow, it feels like this is directed at AI Chun. He can manage playdates, but accompanying at school seems challenging, haha. I once accompanied my child for a day at school and gave up. I hadn't been in a classroom for so long that it felt torturous. I can't even sit still during parent-teacher meetings, let alone accompany my child at school. It suddenly strikes me as amusing. Will AI Chun sneakily play games during class? Kuan, old dang, didn't they say school is about grades? Now the pressure's on you. Just picturing someone like AI Chun in class makes me laugh. I wonder if he could even tackle a simple elementary math problem. In the upper floor, one cannot deny that there are still many elementary mathematics problems that I find perplexing. Kuan remarked that the sweetness of learning ought to be savored by the father as well, chuckling heartily. An entire anticipation has taken hold, as the performances of three families are keenly awaited. One might wonder, will the accompanying parents have their phones confiscated? Speaking of which, let us maintain civility amongst ourselves. It would indeed be amusing should parents be caught daydreaming by the teacher, observing the barrage of comments brimming with excitement for the new program. No one seems to mention AI Chen leading the children astray. Wang Fong, feeling her blood pressure rise with anger, left the studio early, burdened with worries regarding her daughter's schooling. Upon returning home, she found her daughter, Achen, seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a film alongside her husband, both laughing heartily. Instinctively, Wang Fong frowned and questioned, Achen, why are you still at home? Did I not instruct you to return to school yesterday? With the pressures of senior year mounting, how long have you been loitering here? Upon hearing her voice, Achen's previously cheerful demeanor faltered, her face freezing in place. The man beside her glanced at her expression and gently suggested, given the immense pressure at school, perhaps you should allow the child a few more days of rest at home. Wang Fong retorted sharply, pressure? She is meant to attend school, not to indulge in leisure. If others can endure it, why can't she? As Wang Fong's reprimand echoed, Achen pressed her lips together, gradually lowering her head. Frustration surged within Wang Fong as she noted her daughter's silence, exclaiming, this is always the case. The moment I say a few words, you resort to this silent treatment. As if I'm the one at fault. She approached the sofa, her tone intensifying. Are you listening to me? Just moments ago, you were laughing with your father. Why do you keep your troubles bottled up? Can you not share with your mother? By the way, you still haven't told me who you went out with earlier. Staying out late without returning home. If you choose to lead a wayward life, there's little I can do to save you. Achen's head sank lower. Enough. The man interrupted, his expression darkening. The child is under significant psychological strain. Can you not allow her some respite? Wang Fong, displeased by his demeanor, responded. Am I not addressing her right now? My intention is to alleviate her burden. As she reached out to pull Achen closer, the man stood firm, like an impenetrable wall, blocking her path. With your current approach, how can you expect her to communicate with you? What do you mean by my current approach? Wang Fong raised her voice. Step aside and let me speak with her. At this rate, who knows how her college entrance exam results will turn out? Just then, Achen abruptly rose, her eyes fixed on Wang Fong with an intensity that revealed a flood of pent-up emotions. I simply do not wish to speak with you, she shouted before storming into her room. With a resounding slam, the door was forcefully shut, sending a tremor through Wang Fong's heart. She stood momentarily stunned, and when she regained her composure, disbelief washed over her as she glanced towards her daughter's room, muttering to herself, See, I told you she has become too independent. I toil day in and day out for her sake, and now she dares to lose her temper at me. With that, she prepared to stride towards the room, determined to confront her daughter for clarity. However, she was abruptly seized by a man. I've had enough of this. Do you hear me? His gaze was frigid. Feeling the painful grip on her wrist, Wang Fong's anger surged. After years of marriage, her husband had never treated her this way. What do you intend to do? Are you going to hit me? With that, she forcefully wrenched her wrist free and, with deep sorrow, pointed at him, exclaiming, You've been absent for so long, leaving me to single-handedly worry about our child's education, and now you dare to blame me. It's been days, and I refuse to believe her illness hasn't improved. Just moments ago, she was smiling so joyfully. She clearly doesn't want to go to school. What if her grades fall? What if she doesn't get into university? Will you still refuse to take responsibility for her future? The man regarded the agitated Wang Fong, inhaling deeply. After a prolonged silence, he slowly replied, Fine, I'll have her return to school. I'll rent a place for her near the school, and I'll accompany her studies. Hearing that their daughter would go back to school, Wang Fong's expression softened slightly. Just as she was about to respond, he brushed past her and approached their daughter's door. He reached for the doorknob, only to find it empty. There was no lock on the door. He turned back and shot a cold glance at Wang Fong before stepping inside. Wang Fong chose not to voice any further objections. At this moment, her foremost concern was ensuring that her daughter returned to school, lest she fall behind. As for her daughter renting a place nearby, she thought it would be no trouble for her to move there as well. Meanwhile, on Chen's side, he had barely returned home when a message popped up in the parent group chat. Curious, he clicked to view it. It was his son's exam paper for the ethics class. This was from last week when Kuan had been absent. The homeroom teacher had sent the paper to Chen in light of Kuan's absence today. As he looked at the score of 90, a frown creased his brow. Logically, the ethics exam should have been straightforward. He noted that nearly all of Kuan's classmates scored 100. Why did Kuan only receive a 90? P.S. I kindly request reviews and encouragement for updates. My chapters are typically around 5,000 words, and I welcome any anticipated plot developments you wish to share. Chapter 68. Why do some still believe that gaming is the sole escape? Achen refrained from glancing at his phone any longer. He held it firmly and walked straight to his son's room, raising his hand to knock on the door. "Come in," came Kuin's voice from within. As Achen opened the door, he found Kuin bent over his desk, organizing his backpack. Without lifting his head, Kuin remarked, "Dad, you're not trying to drag me into playing Go again, are you? The program team mentioned that you need to accompany me to school tomorrow, so I can't play tonight. I can stay up, but you." Achen paused for a moment, then sighed. Prejudices in one's heart are indeed formidable mountains. Does Dad's visit to you only signal another gaming session? Kuin hesitated for a moment, muttering softly, "Isn't it?" Achen retorted with slight irritation, "Of course not. How about spending some time with Dad playing It Takes Two tonight?" Kuin halted his movements, casting a sideways glance at Achen. "Dad, you really are hopeless. Your gaming addiction is worsening. You might as well not come to my school." "Why?" Achen inquired. "The guardian suggested that you enroll me in a militarized school to help curb my internet addiction." "I think it's quite feasible," Kuin replied earnestly. Achen's lips twitched. "What do you mean by curbing my internet addiction?" He quickly changed the subject. "All right, let's not dwell on that. Your Taoist study scores have come in. Take a look for yourself." Kuin's eyes instantly brightened upon hearing this. The teacher had mentioned during the exam that there were only 10 questions, all quite simple, and that every student could achieve a perfect score if they answered diligently. He had never scored 100 before, so he was eagerly anticipating this result. Kuin hurriedly took the phone from Achen's hand. However, when he saw the score of 90 on the screen, he momentarily froze, and then the smile faded from his face, replaced by disappointment. Glancing at the scores of his classmates, he lamented, "Why am I the only one who scored 90? That puts me at the bottom of the class. There were only 10 questions, and I was so earnest in my answers. How could this happen?" Observing Kuin's dejected demeanor, Achen chuckled softly and approached to offer comfort. "Don't be disheartened. It's just one exam. Come on, let's review the test paper together and see where you went wrong." Kuin nodded and lowered his head to examine the paper. With a total of 100 points possible, each question worth 10, he had answered one multiple-choice question incorrectly. The question read, "I often play healthy games. Please select one game you frequently engage in below." A. "I often swing at the park. I can swing really high. I'm quite skilled." B. "I often play hide and seek with friends." C. "I often play computer games." D. "I often play chess with my companions. I find chess very challenging." "What did you select, son?" Achen leaned in to ask. Kuin pointed to the test paper, stating matter-of-factly, "I definitely chose C. Dad took me gaming for so long last week, and I don't really play other games, so I honestly selected C." Achen glanced at the question. How could C be wrong? He couldn't help but feel bemused. How can computer games be deemed unhealthy? They can enhance reflexes, teamwork, stress resilience, and even intellect. It is rather simplistic to generalize in such a manner. Upon reflection, it seems the questioner simply harbors the belief that computer games are detrimental to children. Such biases are, unfortunately, quite common. Observing Kuin, he appeared somewhat perplexed. Why was his son so earnest? The teachers frequently admonished them against playing games. Yet why did his son still select this option? At that moment, the audience in the live stream had begun to fervently discuss the question. What is wrong with computer games? While some may be unhealthy, I dare say the vast majority are perfectly fine. Exactly. As long as one isn't obsessed and manages time wisely, indulging in computer games is not problematic at all. This question surely must have been posed by those experts advocating for the closure of online games. What is wrong with us Valorant players? Kuin is so earnest. The teachers would surely disapprove of this answer. Indeed, with Kuin's intelligence, how could he choose computer games? Achen's educational methods seem to offer no benefit to the child's academic performance. Goodness, is the moral and legal studies question really that absurd? I would have simply filled in that I play GTA. Achen, noticing Kuin's dejected expression, gently patted his head and offered some comfort. My son, why did you choose that option? We shouldn't be overly honest in such matters. But fret not. Even if your grades falter, your father won't blame you. Don't be disheartened. Kuan looked up at his father, pouting with a face full of grievance. You may not blame me, but I blame you. Chen responded with a puzzled. Kuan retorted indignantly. It's all your fault, Dad. If you and T kept dragging me into playing games, I would have selected option C. Chen paused, taken aback for a moment, and then coughed awkwardly. Well, the scores are out, so let us not dwell on it. As the saying goes, one does not judge a hero by success or failure. Besides, you've only failed once. You could do better next time. But this moral studies exam is the easiest one, and there's only one per semester. I was hoping to score 100. Kun lamented softly. Chen pondered for a moment, then placed his hand on Kuan's shoulder and earnestly encouraged him. What is wrong with moral studies? A small path is still a path, and marksmanship is also a skill. How about this? Later we'll log in, and I'll give you 100 points in the game. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Kuan's expression froze, sensing something amiss. After a brief silence, he rolled his eyes and began to wail. Wah, you truly are my biological father. I am suffering terribly. Not only did I fail to achieve 100, but I ended up at the bottom of the class. Prince Xian scored higher than me. Not scoring 100 is a blemish on my life. Why must my fate be so cruel? Kuan cried out, his demeanor suggesting the world was about to collapse. Chen, this child behaves as if he has consistently scored a perfect 100 in the past. Observing Kuan's relentless demeanor, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Something was amiss indeed. Even if he did not achieve a perfect score, such profound sorrow seemed unwarranted. When did his competitive spirit become so intense? After a moment of contemplation, Chen suddenly spoke. Go on, what do you desire? Upon hearing these words, the previously despondent Kuan momentarily restrained his expression. With a pitiful look, he replied, if you could buy me 2 books, it would alleviate my sorrow. He then cautiously added, and if we could skip gun practice tonight, that would be even better. Chen regarded the theatrical Kuan and chuckled inwardly. This clever boy was becoming increasingly astute. Well, since he performed poorly, a little reward and consolation seemed fitting. Besides, he had school tomorrow, so foregoing practice tonight was no great loss. He then said, all right, father will buy them for you. I won't pressure you to play games tonight either. As soon as the words left his lips, Kuan immediately inquired, really? Chen nodded with a smile. In the next moment, Kuan joyfully leaped up, his face radiant with triumphant delight, casting aside the gloom of his recent misfortune. Wonderful. I get to read. Oh, Dad, I adore you. You are the best, he exclaimed, attempting to rush over for a hug. Chen raised a hand to stop him. Hold on. Go tidy your backpack, and I'll fetch you some sun-kissed green grapes. With that, he turned to leave Kuan's bedroom. At that moment, the cameraman, who had been observing the entire exchange, glanced at the jubilant Kuan in the room and then at Chen as he exited. A question slipped from his lips. Chen, you're really letting him skip gaming and agreeing to buy him books? I can hardly believe it. In the past, Chen would never have acquiesced to such extravagant requests. Little did he know, Chen suddenly turned back, looking at him earnestly. What is the matter with you? In this day and age, how can anyone still believe that gaming is the only path to success? As long as one's mindset remains steadfast, studying is also a viable route. He continued, what is wrong with me not allowing him to play games? What's wrong with buying him books? After saying this, Chen walked into the kitchen without another glance. The cameraman stood there in a daze, utterly bewildered. The audience in the live stream was equally taken aback by Chen's remarks. Once they regained their composure, combined with Kuan's earlier performance, the chat erupted in laughter. Reversal of fortune. Studying is indeed a viable path, typical of what Chen would say. Cameraman, all right, I see how it is. Had I known, I wouldn't have asked. Instead, I ended up receiving a lecture. Kuan is just like his father. Both are masters of dramatic transformation. The disappointment of scoring 90 points is palpable, leading to a suspicion that Kuan deliberately staged this charade to avoid playing games. I cannot help but speculate that the score of 90 was intentionally achieved. Upon deeper reflection, it seems this child has resorted to manipulating scores to evade gaming, which is rather amusing. How intriguing it is that controlling scores appears to be simpler than controlling a firearm. The child, upon hearing the prospect of not playing games, instantly breaks into laughter, showcasing a lack of pretense. Scoring 90 points is already commendable. Perhaps Chan should reward the child with a couple of gaming sessions. The lively banter in the comments is delightful. I eagerly anticipate tomorrow's event, wishing time would hasten to bring it forth. A night of silence ensued. Before long, the dawn of the following day arrived. Chapter 69. The burden of learning is far lighter than that of life on Zhang Yan's side. At 6 in the morning, before dawn had broken, she had already risen quietly. The production team had informed her that her task today was to accompany her child at school. Without a moment's hesitation, she accepted. As the end of the semester approached, she found herself deeply concerned about whether her daughter, Zihan, would achieve commendable results. Moreover, recently, Zihan seemed reluctant to share her experiences at school, which left Zhang Yan feeling unsettled. Accompanying her daughter to school would not only allow her to gain insight into Zihan's campus life, but also enable her to supervise her studies, a dual advantage. Additionally, the promised sum of 5,000 yuan from the production team would significantly alleviate their family's living expenses, a considerable relief for an ordinary household. The previous day, she had already requested leave from her company. Zhang Yan was known for her diligence, seldom taking time off, and given the show's soaring popularity, her boss readily approved her request. Stepping into the kitchen, she busied herself until she glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already 6:30. She turned towards Zihan's room and switched on a light. Observing her daughter curled up in bed, peacefully asleep, a wave of tenderness washed over her. The afternoon prior, to ensure her daughter did not fall behind in her studies, she had contacted the homeroom teacher to ascertain the material being taught at school. She then accompanied Zihan in self-study at home, not concluding their academic catch-up until after 10 in the evening. At times, she pondered the weight of her daughter's academic burden, considering that she was merely in the 2nd grade, yet already shouldering such responsibilities. Reflecting on her own life, she recognized her limited education. She had washed dishes and worked as a waitress in her youth, dedicating considerable time and effort to learn computer skills, which eventually allowed her entry into a small company. There, she toiled relentlessly, facing heavy workloads for meager remuneration. Even so, she hesitated to resign, as this job provided a semblance of stability, conveniently located near home and Zihan school. The pressures of life often left her gasping for breath. In such moments, she yearned to return to her student days, to immerse herself in study and rewrite her destiny. Her gaze settled on Zihan, and Zhang Yan's resolve grew stronger. She understood that while the burden of learning was significant, it paled in comparison to the weight of life's challenges. If Zihan did not diligently pursue her studies now, she might find herself following the same path that Zhang Yan had tread. Approaching the bedside, she gently roused Zihan. "Dear, it's time to get up. We need to head to school early today." In the broadcasting studio, bright lights illuminated the space as though it were day. The host, Xiao Sa, donned his signature professional smile, standing in the center of the stage. Slightly turning to face the camera, he officially entered work mode. "Hello everyone, I am your host, Xiao Sa. Before we commence today's exciting activities, let us first revisit the voting results from yesterday's 3 families. The top position, without a doubt, remains with the AI family, with a staggering total of 510,000 votes. It is truly hard to fathom how they managed to accumulate such an impressive number of votes within a single day, breaking the record for our program's daily vote count. Xiao Sa, visibly excited, paused momentarily before continuing. The second place belongs to Zhang Yan's family, with a remarkable total of 220,000 votes. At this juncture, Xiao Sa appeared notably composed, exhibiting little surprise. After all, Zhang Yan's diligent performance on the program yesterday was evident to all. Zihan's smile also resonated with numerous viewers. The third position is occupied by Wang Lei's family, amassing 150,000 votes. Well, the voting results have now been entirely disclosed. Next, I shall formally introduce today's event, aptly titled Parental Involvement in Education. The production team has coordinated with the school and secured the necessary approvals from the Education Bureau. His tone subtly ascended. The parents' task is to enter the classroom alongside their children, offering companionship during their studies. Naturally, the parents' role extends beyond merely occupying a seat in the classroom. Throughout the reading sessions, they may find themselves confronted with questions from the teachers and will participate in on-the-spot assessments, as well as engage in physical exercises together with their children. The content promises to be quite enriching. Finally, based on the performances of 3 parents during the accompanying study process, the audience will vote to determine the first-place winner, and the victorious family will be awarded a prize of 100,000 yuan. Having said this, Xiaosha smiled warmly at the camera. Here, there is a special rule that I must share with everyone. During the accompanying study process, parents have the option to either participate in or abstain from subjects that are not the child's core curriculum, such as art, music, and physical education. The essential condition is that parents must advance and retreat alongside their children, engaging in discussions and obtaining their consent. Once this rule was announced, it immediately sparked a lively discussion among the audience. What is the purpose of the production team establishing this rule? Since they are accompanying their children, it is only fitting that they attend every class alongside them. Perhaps there are concerns that the parents may struggle, given that it has been a considerable time since they last attended school. Sitting in a classroom for an entire day might be quite taxing for them. Honestly, I believe the time allocated for minor subjects should be redirected towards core subjects, as lessons in music and art often seem to hold little practical value. I do harbor some doubts regarding whether Achen will be reluctant to attend minor subject classes and instead opt to indulge in gaming. Haha. However, I doubt that will be the case, considering how diligent Kunkin is. He certainly wouldn't allow his father to evade responsibility at such a crucial moment. I am particularly curious about how Wang Lei will react. Will he resort to using a belt if he notices Wang Zishuan drifting off during class? Xiaosha glanced at the discussions unfolding on the screen and continued. Let us now await with eager anticipation as we witness the educational journey of the 3 parents and observe how they conduct themselves throughout their experiences in the school. The scene opens at Zhang Yan's home. The soft morning light bathes the community's pathways as Zhang Yan and her daughter, Zihan, make their way downstairs. Zihan watches her mother gently maneuver the electric scooter out of the garage. Memories of the previous day flooding her mind, those delightful moments spent on the school bus with her 3 older sisters. They regaled her with a plethora of amusing tales from their school life. Initially, she felt somewhat reserved, but soon she found herself enveloped in their camaraderie. Sitting on the bus with her sisters, laughter and conversation flowed freely, filling her with immense joy. The others on the school bus were kind to her, treating her as if she were one of their friends. "Get on the bus, Zihan," Zhang Yan said, noticing that Zihan was standing still, unable to move. For her, every moment wasted on the road was time deducted from Zihan's morning study. "Mom, why do my classmates take the school bus to school while you 1T let me?" Zihan asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's expression darkened slightly. "What is so good about the school bus? It doesn't arrive until 7:30, and it's only 7 now. Isn't that a waste of time? Morning study at home is to help you awaken your mind. True learning begins at school, so we must strive to arrive early. With so many little children on the bus chattering away, it's better for me to take you. In the car, I can understand your studies and help reinforce your knowledge." Zhang Yan had launched into a lecture. However, Zihan was no longer inclined to listen. Her thoughts escaped her lips involuntarily. "All right, Mom, you don't need to say any more. Let us go." Just as she was about to climb onto the electric bike, Zhang Yan caught her arm. "What is wrong with you, child? I haven't finished speaking, and you don't want to listen?" Zhang Yan's expression darkened completely, her voice laced with annoyance. "Are you irritated by me, or are you upset because I 1T let you take the school bus?" Looking at Zhang Yan, Zihan felt a sudden tightening in her chest, a wave of fear washing over her. Her gaze instinctively fell to the ground as she whispered, "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm not irritated by you, nor am I upset. Just yesterday, the older girls on the bus had encouraged her to express her thoughts bravely. Yet, whenever faced with her mother's stern gaze and expression, she felt terrified and lacked the courage to speak up, especially when alone with her mother. Seeing her daughter bury her head again, Zhang Yin shook her head in resignation, her expression gradually softening. Zihan, I'm not blaming you. I just think you're still young, and your thoughts can easily stray. I need to remind you constantly. Her voice softened considerably, imbued with earnestness. Regardless of whether you find me bothersome, I want to say that when I'm no longer by your side, you won't find my words annoying. You may even miss me. Do you understand? Zihan nodded silently. And about taking the school bus, do you know that when I was your age, I walked to school every day? I had to traverse mountains and travel great distances. I would wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning, walking for 1 to 2 hours. Just think about it. If it rained or if it was winter, how arduous it was to walk to school. So, you are fortunate to ride with me to school now. You must learn to cherish it. I would never harm you. All you need to do is focus on your studies, leaving everything else to me. Do you understand? With that, Zhang Yin gazed seriously at Zihan. Zihan briefly met her mother's gaze before quickly looking away, softly murmuring, "Mom, I understand." Upon hearing her daughter's response, Zhang Yan's face broke into a smile of contentment. "Let's get in the car, Zihan. We have already delayed for quite some time. P.S. I humbly request for more updates and kindly encourage you to add this to your bookshelf. It's just 2,800 words per chapter. I am quite earnest in my endeavors. I have taken note of everyone's suggestions. My hope is for every child to have a beautiful future. What do you think?" Chapter 70. A brief respite. Zihan climbed onto the electric bike. Unlike her usual demeanor, this time she refrained from embracing Zhang Yin and instead chose to gently grasp the fabric of her clothing. In a live broadcast room, Zhang Yin's recent admonitions had sparked debates among the viewers. Oh dear, just when Zihan found joy for a fleeting day, she returns to this stifling family atmosphere. Zhang Yin truly cannot relinquish her desire to educate her child. Indeed, my heart aches for Zihan. When Zhang Yin is not nearby to nag, she is quite cheerful, as evidenced by her lively demeanor on the school bus yesterday. How can you perceive it as oppressive? Zhang Yin is merely offering patient guidance, drawing from her own experiences to enlighten her child. What is wrong with that? Exactly. In my view, those few university girls from yesterday led her astray. She should listen to her parents and not interrupt her mother's words. Led astray? That is genuine guidance. They wish to empower Zihan to step out of Zhang Yan's shadow. Do you not understand? Obedience does not preclude independent thought. If a child merely follows parental instructions, how is that different from being a machine? I believe Zhang Yin is unrepentant. One day, when Zihan truly goes missing, she will regret her actions. Indeed, Zihan seems to be starting to rebel against Zhang Yin. While I hope for her successful defiance soon, it is sad to think that Zhang Yin has forced an 8-year-old into a rebellious phase. It speaks volumes about her failed parenting. You lot fail to see any good in Zhang Yin. Who do you think she works tirelessly for every day? It's for Zihan. What mother would harm her own child? Yes, she doesn't harm her. But what if something happens to Zihan due to her pressure? Would you not feel like a culprit? Parents don't harm their children? How suffocating. Wait until your own child becomes introverted, lacking confidence, and reluctant to speak. Will you then claim that the child was born a mute? I'm astonished. Parents like Zhang Yin are not a rarity. If I cannot confront them, I will at least avoid them. I would rather watch Wang Lei than endure Zhang Yin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Zixuan was already dressed, his backpack slung over his shoulder. However, his small face was etched with disappointment. The production team had previously informed him that his father would accompany him to school today. The mere thought sent a wave of reluctance crashing over him. At home, his father often lost his temper while helping him with homework. Going to school together would feel like an all-day parent-teacher conference. If he were to zone out during class, not only would he be called out by the teacher, but he would also face repercussions at home. Most importantly, with his father watching, he wouldn't even be able to sneak in some playtime. As Wang Zixuan silently lamented, he slowly made his way to the door. He opened it, only to realize that silence had fallen behind him. Turning back, he discovered that his father had, as usual, headed towards the bedroom. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Zixuan felt a surge of secret delight. Could it be that his father had forgotten about accompanying him to school? That would indeed be splendid. He promptly turned and dashed towards the door. Just then, the cameraman beside him, holding the camera, suddenly spoke up. Wang Lei, your task today is to accompany Wang Zishuan. Aren't you going to school with him? The moment those words left his lips, Wang Zishuan's steps came to an abrupt halt. He turned back to see the cameraman's face etched with melancholy. Wang Lei, Yuning, halted his steps upon hearing the voice. He offered an awkward smile. My apologies, I nearly forgot. His work hours began at 9 in the morning, and, usually, after supervising Wang Zishuan's morning reading, he would return to bed for a brief nap, waking up at 8:30 to head to work. Glancing at the time, it was only 7:20, and he still felt quite drowsy. However, he had already committed to the program regarding accompanying his son, and there was no turning back. He couldn't possibly tell everyone that he was too tired to accompany his child to school. How could he set an example for his son and inspire him to study diligently? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lei addressed Wang Zishuan and the cameraman. Why don't you both head off first? I have a matter to attend to, but I will join you shortly. Oh, and Wang Zishuan, remember to wear your red scarf. Got it, Dad. Wang Zishuan replied with exuberance, not hesitating to step out the door. The cameraman, not thinking much of it, hurriedly followed suit. Yet, as soon as they exited, he found something peculiar. Wang Zishuan did not press the elevator button, but instead quietly slipped in a nearby fire escape. Before long, he scurried back out, something tucked in his pocket. He then raised a finger to the cameraman, signaling for silence. The cameraman was left utterly baffled. The viewers were equally perplexed. What is Wang Zishuan doing in the fire escape? Something feels off? What could he have in his pocket? This child is quite cunning. Could be a toy he plans to sneak into school. It's highly likely. As soon as Wang Lei told him to go ahead, he bolted. There's definitely something fishy. By the way, what could Wang Lei possibly need to handle this early in the morning? Given that the room was equipped with fixed cameras, the audience could still observe the happenings within Wang Lei's home. However, when they tuned in, they were momentarily stunned. Wang Lei was seen walking into the bedroom, drowsily lying down, preparing to steal a few more moments of sleep before heading to school. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. He jolted awake, hastily grabbing his phone. The screen illuminated, revealing 7:25. Upon seeing the time, his tense nerves relaxed instantly, and he sighed in relief, murmuring, still early, still early. He then closed his eyes again. Before long, 5 more minutes slipped by, and he awoke once more. Checking the time, it was 7:30. He thought to himself that there was still time, and shut his eyes again. 10 minutes later, he awoke yet again. Glancing at the time, he discovered it was already 7:40. After a moment's hesitation, he reasoned that skipping morning reading should not pose a problem. Turning over, he prepared to doze off once more. Observing this scene, many viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Well. The child is off to school while you indulge in your slumber. If you oversleep, you're in for it. Haha, serves him right. Who told Wang Lei to drag Wang Zishuan out of bed for morning reading? If he is tired, he shouldn't impose on himself. Do you think if Wang Lei skips morning reading, the teacher will make him stand outside the classroom as punishment? Wang Zishuan, this is going to be entertaining, I must say, his sporadic glances at the time mirror my own habits, On the school bus, the cameraman stood beside Wang Zishuan, scanning the interior of the vehicle. He furrowed his brow in puzzlement. Why hadn't Wang Lei come down to join them on the bus? Moreover, there was no sign of AI-chan or Kuan either. Had they already left for school? Just as he was lost in thought, a voice called out, Timmy. Meanwhile, Kuan had finished washing up and packing his belongings. Dad, we're going to be late. Hurry up and get out of bed. He stood by AI-chan's bedside, his small face flushed, shouting at the top of his lungs. AI-chan slowly sat up from the warm cocoon of his blanket, rubbing his sleepy eyes. So, what time is it? Although he hadn't touched his games the night before, his biological clock had gone awry, and he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep until he had listened to several hours of tomato novels and dozed off in a haze. It's 7:40. We're almost late. Instantly, AI-chan was wide awake, suddenly remembering he needed to accompany his son to school. If they were late, he might find himself standing in the corridor as punishment. And he certainly did not think he would look admirable standing there. He sprang into action, swiftly getting out of bed and washing up. He dashed back into the room, grabbing a mid-length thick cotton jacket to wrap around himself, and pulled his son along as they headed for the door. Kuan halted. eyeing his father up and down in confusion. Dad, the weather outside is quite nice today. Are you sure you want to wear something so heavy? Is it? AI Chun rarely ventured outside, relying on takeout for groceries, and indeed paid little attention to the weather. Kuan sighed in resignation. At that moment, the cameraman hurried over, pulling AI Chun aside and lowering his voice. AI Chun, how can you dress like this? A wrinkled cotton jacket, a pair of jeans, and big cotton shoes? What is wrong with that? AI Chun inquired. The cameraman chuckled wryly as he explained, it's fine, but it doesn't exactly look like you're heading to school. What does it look like then? The cameraman hesitated for a moment after scanning AI Chun's outfit. More like you're off to an internet CAF. Chapter 71. Leadership? There is no leadership here. AI Chun scrutinized himself and thought. Indeed, there was a hint of resemblance. He continued to persuade his companion. You should accompany the child to school. While not needing to be overly fashionable, at least dress formally to avoid your child being ridiculed by classmates. Upon hearing this, Aichen nodded earnestly. Having spent too long at home, he had overlooked such details. He certainly did not wish for his son to be teased by peers due to his attire, even if the children meant no harm. He would want their child to suffer embarrassment. Determined, AI Chan turned swiftly and retreated to his room, rummaging through his wardrobe. Moments later, he emerged through the door. This time, both his companion and Kuan were taken aback. AI Chan donned an administrative jacket paired with impeccably tailored trousers, and, though his shoes weren't gleaming, they were clean and presentable. His companion's lips twitched slightly, momentarily speechless. AI Chun, you with a confident smile? AI Chun replied, What's wrong? Is this formal enough? Underneath the jacket, he wore a wool sweater that not only kept him warm, but also provided comfort. He then turned to Kuan. How do I look, son? Handsome? Kuan gave a thumbs up. Yes, very smart. At that moment, the audience in the live stream erupted in joyous banter upon seeing AI Chen's outfit. Haha, this is way too formal, bro. That aura just skyrocketed. If you added a briefcase and thermal cup, you'd be a proper little bureaucrat. This ISN, T going to school. It's a meeting, ha ha ha. Oh no, he's really pulling off that jacket. Ha, AI Chen looks like a promising official. A good official indeed. For he seeks enjoyment, not corruption, ha ha. Goodness, in this attire, who would dare look down on Kuan? This ISNTA parent. This is a director. Honestly, if I wore this to meet my father-in-law, taking good oil and rice from the trunk of my Passat, my father-in-law would be grinning ear to ear, and the betrothal gifts would be waved. All right, let us go. We'll grab a couple of buns at the school gate, AI Chan said, retrieving his keys. By the way, Kuan, have you packed everything? Kuan nodded affirmatively. I've even prepared a notebook for you to take notes during class. AI Chan chuckled, but said nothing further. He had drawn a short straw for all subjects in elementary school. Taking notes seemed rather unnecessary for him. The father and son swiftly descended the stairs, hopped onto their electric scooter, and headed toward the school. Behind them, AI Chen's companion observed the amusing sight of AI Chen, clad in an administrative jacket, riding the scooter, and couldn't help but chuckle. He quickly boarded the Program S vehicle to follow suit. Upon arriving outside the school, AI Chun and Kuan dashed toward the nearby bun shop. They each ordered a steamer of dumplings, finishing them in a hurry before racing to the school entrance. Suddenly, Kuan came to an abrupt halt. At the school gate stood a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, holding a small notebook. Every time he spotted a student, he would promptly stop them, scrutinizing them closely before allowing them to pass. What's wrong, son? Aichen noticed Kunkin's unease and turned to inquire. Kunkin glanced down at his chest, his face falling as he lamented, Oh no, Dad, I forgot to wear my red scarf. Aichen was momentarily taken aback, then inhaled sharply. This could be quite serious. He recalled a similar incident from his own childhood when he had forgotten his red scarf. Feeling utterly helpless as he stood at the school entrance, too afraid to step inside. Back then, the consequences ranged from standing in the corner to public reprimand from teachers, or even having parents called in. Whenever teachers reported him to his parents, he could be sure of a beating when he got home. Thus, each time he forgot his red scarf, it felt as if the sky were falling. However, as he matured, he began to see that such events were not as unbearable as they once seemed. Achen wore a gentle smile and softly reassured him. It's all right. If you didn't wear it, you didn't wear it. The teacher may scold you, but your father won tea. Just be more mindful next time. Nevertheless, Kunkin remained as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. No, Dad, that is Sardine. If he catches me, it will be dreadful. He'll drag me to the podium and call me out. Hearing this, Achen furrowed his brow and looked at the Mediterranean dean. Being called to the podium for a reprimand? That seems excessively harsh. After momentous reflection, he continued, How about this, son? Let us check the school store to see if they sell red scarves. I'll buy one for you. Kunkin nodded eagerly. However, just as they turned to leave, the dean noticed Kunkin. Hey, you there. Where do you think you're going? Upon hearing the voice, Kunkin froze, slowly turning around. The dean immediately noticed the absence of a red scarf around Kunkin's neck, and his expression darkened. Come here. With his head hung low, Kunkin trudged over, thinking he was doomed to be humiliated on the podium. The dean scrutinized Kunkin and asked in a low voice, No red scarf? Kunkin reluctantly nodded. The dean, his face stern, bellowed, I emphasized yesterday during morning exercises how important it is to wear your red scarf. Did you not hear me? Kunkin hesitated to respond. He hadn't attended school the previous day. Thus he hadn't heard the announcement. Yet, he chose to remain silent, recognizing that wearing the red scarf was indeed a customary requirement of the school. The dean continued, You clearly do not take the school's requirements seriously. I will ensure you remember this lesson. I will contact your homeroom teacher and have your parents summoned to the school. I want to see if they can teach you to remember to wear your red scarf. Lastly, he added, and you will write a 500-word reflection to submit to your homeroom teacher tomorrow. Kunkin's face fell at this news. What grade and class are you in? The director of the Mediterranean area pressed on with his inquiries. Just as Kunkin was about to respond, Achen strode over with purpose. Kunkin, why haven't you gone inside yet? The director, upon hearing the voice, lifted his head and squinted his eyes. When his gaze fell upon Achen, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. The attire, the demeanor, could it be a visiting official from above? Recently, the Education Bureau seemed to be paying considerable attention to their school. Perhaps it truly was. Achen regarded the Mediterranean director with a frown and inquired, What seems to be the issue? The child is nearly late, yet you won't let him in. The director hastily averted his gaze, pondering internally. This individual appeared quite youthful, yet spoke with a distinct lack of humility. He must either be a leader or a secretary to one. After a moment of deliberation, he cautiously ventured. May I ask who you are, sir? Achen instinctively glanced down at his attire, and upon realizing the implications, a slight smile crept onto his lips. This person had inadvertently reminded him of his status. He straightened his expression, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, Leader? There are no leaders here. He gestured towards the cameraman who was not far behind. Rest assured, we are recording the entire process. There's no need for apprehension. I am merely here to observe. Upon hearing this, the Mediterranean director's heart sank, and he thought to himself, It seems we truly have a visitor from above. His face instantly transformed into a mask of welcoming smiles as he bowed slightly, saying, Yes, please feel free to look around. I shall accompany you. At that moment, he noticed Kunkin standing nearby, and a thought struck him. Do you know this child? Achen's expression remained impassive as he nodded slightly. Yes, I happen to be visiting your school today, so I brought him along, although it appears he has forgotten to wear his red scarf. With that, Achen turned his gaze toward the Mediterranean director, choosing not to elaborate further. The director's heart raced with surprise. Bringing him along? This child must belong to a leader's family. He immediately responded with a jovial demeanor. Oh, that is of no concern. Children can sometimes be forgetful. It's quite normal. We merely offer a gentle reminder and shall not impose any punishment. He then turned to Kunkin, urging, Good child, hurry inside. Kunkin stole a glance at Achen, hesitated for a moment, and then finally entered the school. Seeing his son go in, Achen smiled and prepared to follow. At that moment, the Mediterranean director hastily asked, Sir, may I inquire what specific areas you wish to inspect today? Achen abruptly interrupted him with a serious tone. What leader? I have already stated that there are no leaders here. I am simply here to take a look. You need not accompany me. With that, he strode directly into the campus. Behind him, The Mediterranean director gazed intently at the retreating figures of Achen and the cameraman, his mind racing with uncertainty. Which department does this leader belong to? I must quickly make a call to find out. Chapter 72. The tolerance for mistakes in life is beyond your imagination. The Mediterranean director picked up his phone and dialed the principal's number. As soon as the call connected, he spoke urgently. Principal Chun, a leader, just arrived from above, apparently for an inspection. Have you received any news on your end? At that moment, Principal Chin Shan was leisurely seated at his desk, savoring a cup of tea. Upon hearing the Mediterranean director's words, his hand trembled, and he sprang to his feet from his chair. A leader? For an inspection? I haven't heard anything. Yesterday, he had only received a call from the production team of the program, Educating Children Effectively. After learning that the Education Bureau had approved their activities at the school, he personally informed class teacher Lilan, asking her to relay the message to other subject teachers to prepare in advance. However, he had not caught wind of any inspection by a leader, but upon reflection, he considered that the program Educating Children Effectively had recently garnered significant attention from relevant departments, making a covert investigation possible. On the other end of the line, the Mediterranean director continued, this leader has a dedicated filming crew to record audio and video, and it seems quite significant. They want to even let me accompany them. What should we do? Perhaps you can inquire with the city. Upon hearing about the filming crew, Chin Shan was even more alarmed. If recordings were made and any issues arose at the school, it would serve as evidence for an investigation. Thinking of this, he hurriedly acknowledged and ended the call, swiftly sliding his finger across the phone screen to dial another number. When the call connected, he lowered his voice and cautiously inquired, Secretary Wu, this is the principal of Sunshine Primary School. I was wondering if the Education Bureau has sent someone to our school? To your school? Our director hasn't gone, nor is there any such arrangement, Secretary Wu replied from the other end. Chun Shan was momentarily stunned. To avoid further delay, he quickly apologized for the disturbance and hung up. This was bad. If it wasn't the City Education Bureau, which department could it be? What other department would conduct a covert inspection at the school? At this moment, Chun Shan anxiously paced back and forth in his office. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him. A covert investigation? Oh no. Could it be from the provincial office? No, I must find a way to inquire further. Meanwhile, Ai Chun and Kuan walked along the tree-lined path toward the teaching building. Kuan, who had previously been anxious about being late, now had his head down, his steps slow. Observing this, Ai Chun was about to ask when the filming crew member beside them suddenly spoke up. Ai Chun, do you think pretending to be a leader is appropriate, especially since we are still live streaming? Ai Chun, upon hearing this, wore a serious expression and retorted confidently. Pretending? Where am I pretending? Did I not say there are no leaders? If he chooses to think that way, I cannot help it. The filming crew member was clearly taken aback. This, it seems, quite reasonable. The audience in the live broadcast was naturally amused by Ai Chen's words. Laughter erupted, with remarks such as, sooner or later, I'll die laughing in this live stream. What a peculiar leader. This director of education is truly a character. Others chimed in. To be honest, with Ai Chen's appearance alongside the cameraman, he does resemble a leader on an inspection visit. More laughter followed. Oh no, the director exclaimed. We're in trouble. The 4 straight ones have arrived. The humor continued. I can already imagine the principal exhausting all his connections, yet failing to ascertain who is conducting the inspection. It's neither from the city nor the province, and the more he inquires, the more flustered he becomes, only to find out it's from the student class. How amusing. Questions arose about Ai Chen's fear of being exposed, adding to the awkwardness of the situation. But Ai Chen isn't even pretending. Someone joked. Upon discovering the truth, the principal established a new rule. Parents must not disguise themselves as leaders. The audience continued to chuckle, speculating on what would happen if an actual leader were to arrive. In stark contrast to the merriment in the comments, the expression of observer Wang Fong gradually darkened. Ai Chun is utterly misguided. She admonished loudly. Wearing the red scarf is a school regulation. If the child forgets to wear it, they must learn their lesson. Yet Ai Chun, with his cunning antics, shelters the child from punishment, creating chaos. Errors must be met with consequences to instill an understanding of their severity, lest they repeat them. As the old saying goes, one mistake leads to another. If minor errors are overlooked, they may escalate into major issues. Neglecting to address mistakes will only push the child deeper into peril, demonstrating a complete lack of educational awareness. Wang Feng's impassioned remarks quickly garnered agreement from those in the studio. Most concurred that it was essential for children to recognize the repercussions of their misdeeds. Regarding the red scarf incident, failing to wear it would result in deductions from class points, impacting the class's honor, thus warranting punishment and criticism. Only by comprehending these serious consequences would the children refrain from future infractions. However, a small minority of the audience argued that everyone has made similar mistakes during their school years, such as sneaking into school late or misrepresenting their class. They contended there was no need for such exaggerated responses. Even if children understood the gravity of their actions, it did not guarantee they would not err again. In the observer section, Jiang Yu adjusted his glasses, preparing to stand. At that moment, AI Chun spoke up in the live stream. He slightly leaned forward, directing his gaze toward Kuan beside him. "Son, what's troubling you? Why the long face? We haven't been caught, have we?" Kuan shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh, his small face laden with worry. "Not this time, but what about next time? I feel certain I might forget again. If I do, it'll mean points deducted, a written reflection, and facing criticism on stage." The thought made him feel as though the red scarf was suffocating him. Kuan looked up at AI Chun dejected. "Dad, what should I do if I forget to wear it next time?" AI Chun responded with a gentle smile. The child was still entangled in his dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Kunkin, do you believe forgetting to wear the red scarf is a grave matter?" Kunkin nodded vigorously. "Of course. When the director called me out, I felt as though the sky was collapsing." AI Chun gently patted Kunkin's head and replied thoughtfully, "In truth, when I was your age, I too felt that the world would end if I neglected to wear my red scarf, for I would face a severe reprimand upon returning home. Yet, I managed to navigate through my elementary years. As I transitioned to middle school, failing exams made me feel like my life was in ruins. During high school, not being accepted into my dream university left me despondent, convinced my future held no promise. Even after graduating from university without securing a job, I felt utterly defeated. These are my past sentiments. However, observe how I thrive today. I live each day joyfully. Do I not?" Kunkin blinked in bewilderment. AI Chan smiled and continued, "Many matters are not as dire as you perceive. Do not let others intimidate you into believing that a single mistake heralds catastrophe. At least in my eyes, I will permit you to err numerous times. Our goal is to fortify our inner selves. If God closes a door, you simply reopen it, for that is the purpose of doors. Take heart, my child. Your life is still long ahead. Remember, the margin for error in life is far greater than you can imagine." As Kunkin listened, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed, recalling the moments spent with his father over the past few days. Aside from gaming, whenever he made a mistake, his father's first instinct was not to chastise him, but to offer comfort. He suddenly felt that, more often than not, he was perhaps happier than many of his classmates. The last time he was made to stand in the corridor as punishment, his father had even praised his looks. With this thought, he began to feel that forgetting to wear the red scarf and standing on the podium was not so embarrassing after all. The heavy stone in his heart seemed to vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, the cameraman capturing the moment was left momentarily stunned by AI Chin's words. The once bustling live stream fell into a brief silence. The phrase, "The margin for error in life is far greater than you can imagine," resonated like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of all present, silencing the barrage of comments. In the live stream, Kunkin's expression transformed from gloom to lightness. AI Chan took his hand, and together they strolled down the shaded path, stepping towards a brighter and more expansive road. Just then, moments later, the early morning bell rang sharply. Following that, the excited voices of the father and son echoed nearby. "Dad, we're late. Quickly, son, let us hurry." Chapter 73. The evaluation form excellent. Well said. Applause resonated throughout the studio. Jiang Yu stood up, his gaze sharp and penetrating, surveying the entire auditorium. While it is asserted that children must comprehend the grave repercussions of their mistakes, Does mere awareness guarantee that they will refrain from erring again? Is it truly necessary to impose such stringent demands on a child for a simple lapse in bringing a red scarf? This minor oversight on the path of growth has been magnified beyond reason. Is this truly appropriate? When a child errs, if parents respond solely with criticism and intimidation, emphasizing this and that, it will only exacerbate the child's anxiety, leading them to perceive their otherwise sunlit childhood as a perpetual disaster. Life is inherently a journey. Making wrong choices is permissible, for the only definitive factors are life and death. Those so-called mistakes are merely footprints of growth. Subsequently, Jiang Yu's gaze landed squarely on Wang Fang. He spoke in a low, deliberate tone. At this juncture, some may dismiss my words as mere platitudes. I would argue that such platitudes serve to alleviate anxiety rather than promote complacency. It is acceptable to make mistakes and find solace in these words, rather than to deliberately err after hearing them. It was evident that Ai Chun and his child represented the former. As Jiang Yu's voice faded, the auditorium was enveloped in a profound silence. Moments later, a crisp round of applause erupted. On stage, Xiao Sa beamed with admiration, clapping vigorously. Soon, the applause from the guest seats followed in a cascade, growing increasingly fervent and resonant. In an instant, the entire studio was engulfed in a wave of enthusiastic applause. Ai Chen's earlier remarks had already left many astonished, and Jiang Yu's subsequent additions garnered heartfelt admiration from all present. Indeed, everyone experiences anxiety in their youth. Now that we have grown, why should we impose additional anxiety upon our children? In a live broadcast room, after a brief moment of quiet, the barrage of comments surged forth like a tidal wave. Oh my, Ai Chen's words are rather profound, aren't they? It's like he's a top-tier player. Taking aim at Wang Fang's face. Jiang Yu is equally impressive, the strongest support. Sigh. Last year, during the college entrance examination, a senior student in our city took the first exam and then went to the rooftop. I felt a pang of sadness, having gone through the exam myself. I once deemed it incredibly important. Yet, nearing 30 and having experienced much, I realized nothing is more significant than life itself. Life is meant for experiencing. When I couldn't find a job, it felt as though the sky was collapsing. After securing a job, the sky truly fell, and I felt like I was losing my mind. I can relate. When I was young, teachers told me that poor grades meant I would achieve nothing and must fend for myself. My parents warned me that bad grades would lead to a life of labor, forever looked down upon. Thus, whenever my exam results faltered, I felt utterly overwhelmed. Yet, I gained admission to a prestigious university and obtained a so-called good job. But the pain of my early years continues to haunt my later life. 3 years ago, I was on the verge of engagement, only to find myself heartbroken instead. The thought of turning 28 felt like the sky was collapsing. Subsequently, I spent 3 solitary years gradually acclimating to this newfound existence. Indeed, children are still so young. Making mistakes is inherently normal. Why must we impose punishment and instill fear, creating anxiety within them? Everything must have its limits. Not wearing a red scarf merely constitutes a bad day, not a lifetime of misfortune. When my mother asked me to defrost the meat and I forgot, that truly felt like the sky was falling. When my WeChat balance dwindled to 30 and I order a rice bowl, only to find 25 deducted automatically, that too felt like the sky was collapsing. Only when one's health falters does it signify a true catastrophe. Does no one else perceive this as mere platitudes? Such motivational phrases may alleviate your anxiety, but do not alter your reality. What purpose do they serve? I adore drinking metaphorical chicken soup. Indulging in such uplifting sentiments is a delightful pursuit. So what concern is it of yours? Everything can be tied back to reality. What of it? Do you solely desire material existence, forsaking spiritual enrichment? If so, perhaps you ought to refrain from watching live streams. Like Ai Chun, I too will not criticize or suppress my child when he errs. He is my child, not an accessory. I offer him comfort and encouragement rather than condescending reprimands, nurturing a bond akin to that of Ai Chun and Kuan Kuan. Yet, Kuan Kuan still faces pressure when he makes mistakes in games, dog emoji. The barrage of comments resonated with shared sentiments. Director Lin Weimin of the Municipal Education Bureau sat attentively in his office chair, fixated on the live broadcast of effective parenting. AI Chun's words on educating children left him profoundly impacted. Lin Weimin's gaze slowly shifted from the screen to a form laid on his desk. After a moment of contemplation, he reached for a pen and gently inscribed a 1 on the paper. This form had been meticulously crafted by Wang Gang, the president of Huawei University, specifically for evaluating AI Chinese performance. Lin Weimin had never been fond of secretly grading individuals outside of work. Yet, Wang Gang had persistently stressed that only through such quantifiable measures could one gain a clearer and more specific insight into AI Chinese capabilities. Most importantly, the results would not only draw attention from them, but also from higher authorities. This could determine AI Chinese prospects in the educational sphere. The form was meticulously divided into 5 sections. The first section contained basic information, followed by sections on virtue and talent, each of which was further subdivided to assess character and ability from various dimensions. The fourth section focused on educational aptitude, culminating in a comprehensive evaluation that synthesized the preceding assessments. Lin Weimin redirected his attention to the live broadcast. He regarded this parental participation activity as an exceptional opportunity for observation. He eagerly anticipated how AI Chun's performance in this endeavor would reflect on the evaluation form. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. "Come in," Lin Weimin responded. Secretary Xiao Wu entered the room. "Director, the principal of Sunshine Primary School just called to inquire if someone from our Education Bureau had visited their school." Upon hearing this, Lin Weimin was momentarily taken aback, followed by a smile. He had previously watched the live broadcast, thus he was well aware of the misunderstanding at hand. Waving his hand dismissively, he said to Xiao Wu, "It's nothing. You need not concern yourself." Xiao Wu nodded and turned to leave, but Lin Weimin suddenly spoke again. "Xiao Wu, please make arrangements for us to visit Sunshine Primary School today." Previously, when he had gone to Huawei University, he had intended to meet with AI Chun to discuss certain matters, but the production team had left the university abruptly. This time, since AI Chun was participating in a reading activity at Sunshine Primary School, it was an opportune moment to meet him and also inspect the school. "Should I contact the principal?" Xiao Wu inquired. "No need. We'll just take a casual look. The primary objective is to see AI Chun," he replied. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Lei, who was sound asleep in bed, slowly began to awaken, smacking his lips. He lazily stretched his body. "So comfortable," he uttered. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Aren't we supposed to go to school for the reading activity today?" Chapter 74. Those who stay near vermilion are red. Those who stay near ink are black. Wang Lei hastily unlocked his phone, and the glaring time of 8:20 caught his attention. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh no, where's my alarm?" He distinctly remembered setting it for 7:50. How could he have slept until now? Upon further examination, he found the screen frozen on the calculator page, displaying the number 7:50. After a moment of confusion, he murmured, "How could I mistake the calculator for the alarm?" In class 1 of the 2nd grade, the spacious classroom accommodated 3 parents at the back, where the production team had arranged desks and chairs. Prior to the morning reading session, the homeroom teacher had informed the students about the presence of their parents. The morning reading commenced, and Zihan, seated in the front row, sat upright and spoke with clarity, each word infused with earnestness. She was acutely aware that her mother was observing her from the back of the classroom. If she faltered, she would undoubtedly face her mother's admonitions. As the morning reading concluded and the homeroom teacher exited to return to the office, Zihan gradually relaxed her tense demeanor, gently leaning against the desk in fatigue. Her deskmate, Wang Jiai, lightly nudged her. "Zihan, shall we go to the restroom together?" Zihan nodded in agreement, and they prepared to leave. At that moment, Zhang Yin, seated at the back of the classroom with a notebook in hand, suddenly stood up. The production team had previously mentioned an in-class quiz based on the knowledge learned. When the homeroom teacher had delineated the scope of the morning reading, Zhang Yin suspected that the quiz would likely include its content. Consequently, she had meticulously recorded her observations in her notebook, noting Zihan's performance during the reading. Zhang Yin swiftly approached Zihan, her hurried steps drawing the attention of many classmates. Wang Jai politely greeted her, "Hello, Annie." Zhang Yin offered a faint smile in return, replying, "Hello." She then leaned down to speak softly to Zihan. "Zihan, come out with mommy. I have something to discuss with you." Without waiting for Zihan's response, she took her hand and led her out of the classroom. Once in the corridor, Zhang Yin spoke earnestly. "Zihan, you performed admirably during the morning reading today, and I am very pleased." Zihan looked up slightly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of joy, for such praise from her mother was a rare occurrence. However, Zhang Yin swiftly shifted her tone to one of seriousness. "But I noticed that you struggled with the ancient poem, A Child Fishing. Didn't I ask you to read it several times at home?" Zihan pressed her lips together, wishing to explain that she had been reading aloud all morning and had simply grown weary, leading to her momentary hesitations. Yet, Zhang Yin did not afford her the opportunity to speak. She continued, "Also, you should converse less with that Wang Jai." "Why?" Zihan inquired, lifting her gaze. "Because she is not a good student," Zhang Yin replied sternly. Zhang Yin naturally remarked, "Only just now did your mother notice you have a new deskmate. I am aware of Wang Jia's academic performance. She ranks in the lower tier of your class. What prospects do you expect to gain by associating with such a mediocre student? Not only can she provide you with no assistance, but she may also drag you down. One is influenced by one's company, as the saying goes. If you are to cultivate friendships, it is imperative that you befriend the top-ranking students in your class. Just a moment ago, I observed Wang Jia during morning reading. She seemed quite distracted, seemingly not invested in her studies at all. Remember to limit your conversations with her. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Zihan felt a tinge of disagreement. Her mother often offered such admonitions, yet she did not perceive any negative impact on herself. Moreover, she had no friends in class, only engaging in brief exchanges with her deskmate. However, fearing her mother's ire for incessantly lecturing, she kept her thoughts to herself and merely nodded in a soft voice, replying, "I understand." Meanwhile, the live chat had erupted into a heated debate regarding Zhang Yan's statements. Is academic performance truly the sole measure of a person's worth? Besides, these are just second graders. I find Zhang Yan's perspective rather perplexing. Every day, it's all about grades. Isn't the friendship of children significant? I believe character holds greater importance. Some high-achieving students lack integrity and are quite scheming, whereas there are those who may not excel academically but are genuinely pleasant to be around. Are you all born in the 2000s? It's easy to speak from a position of comfort. Let us see how you react when your child's grades begin to slip. Indeed, children with poor grades often harbor many bad habits. If ours were to associate with them daily, how would they avoid adopting procrastination and laziness? They must not be allowed to mingle. Only allowing children to play with high achievers creates an insular environment. When they enter society, will they only interact with the elite? Learning to engage with diverse individuals is a true skill. It's amusing. As children, we ask about grades, and as adults, we inquire about achievements. Parents of good students, don't play with those who perform poorly. Parents of poor students, play more with those who excel. Zhang Yan is quite naive. Perhaps the parents of those top students would prefer their children not to associate with Zihan. In the eyes of my mother, I am mingling with the wrong crowd. Yet I find myself among friends. Who says one cannot associate with those of lesser academic standing? I suspect you are merely lacking in wisdom. Have you ever seen them socializing with the affluent? Have you noted any promotions or raises? One is influenced by one's company. I see you as a mere fool. As the barrage of comments continued, Zhang Yin led Zihan toward the office. Let us visit the office, where I shall inquire with your teacher about your recent academic performance. I will also mention the possibility of changing your deskmate. Furthermore, after class, refrain from idling in the classroom. Make an effort to visit the office more frequently and pose questions to your teachers. Not only can one acquire knowledge, but also the favor of the teachers. There is no educator who does not appreciate a student who poses questions. As Zhang Yin walked, she conveyed this to Zihan. Upon hearing the last two statements, a sense of doubt arose within Zihan. But, Mom, the teacher said that if there are any questions we should ask during class rather than waiting until after class. And surely the teachers need their rest as well. Zihan's voice was soft, yet Zhang Yin was taken aback by her response. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yin earnestly replied, "The teacher may say that, but if you approach them, they will certainly respond to you. To gain knowledge, one must inquire more. Do not fear that the teachers will scold you." In response, Zihan emitted a faint acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yin led Zihan into the teacher's office. The homeroom teacher, Li Lan, was seated at her desk, grading assignments. Upon seeing Zhang Yin and her accompanying child, she immediately rose from her chair, a smile adorning her face, and inquired, "Ah, Zihan's mother, how may I assist you?" Zhang Yin promptly responded, "Indeed, teacher, I wish to inquire about my daughter Zihan's recent performance at school." Supporting Zihan's shoulder, Zhang Yin sighed, "Alas, I am unsure what has come over this child. She has been reluctant to communicate with me." Hearing this, Lilan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as she had anticipated a more serious matter. It was a relief that there was no issue at hand. Thus, she smiled and reassured, "You need not worry. Zihan is performing quite well at school. All her subject teachers praise her for being intelligent and eager to learn." Upon hearing this, a broader smile appeared on Zhang Yan's face, yet she humbly replied, "Oh, teacher, you flatter her. She is not particularly clever or studious, merely a diligent learner. Furthermore, this child has become rather mischievous lately, starting to rebel and disregard my words. I would appreciate your assistance in keeping a closer eye on her." These words struck a chord with Zihan, filling her with an uncomfortable sense of sadness. Lilan, noticing Zhang Yan's comment about Zihan's mischievousness, felt her smile falter slightly. If Zihan were considered mischievous, then the other students must be absolute rascals. Observing Zihan's downcast expression, she offered reassurance. "Zihan is very well-behaved and obedient at school. She has never made any mistakes, and the teachers all hold her in high regard. Rest assured, as the homeroom teacher, I will pay extra attention to her." Zhang Yin nodded with a smile and continued, "Well, there is one more matter I would like to discuss with you, teacher." After a brief pause, she added, "I wonder if it would be possible to arrange a change of seat for Zihan, perhaps assigning her a different desk partner, or even allowing her to sit alone." Chapter 75. Leader? You are an absolute farce of a leader. In a classroom, AI Chun languidly occupied the back row. The production team had imposed a restriction on parents from using their mobile phones, leaving him to peruse every text-laden poster affixed to the walls during the interminable morning study period. He also silently memorized the names of his classmates. This experience was excruciatingly reminiscent of being in a restroom without one's phone. At the front of the classroom, Kuin sat against the wall. As the morning session concluded, the other students erupted into playful chaos, filling the room with noise. Yet, he quietly extracted a book and immersed himself in its pages. His deskmate, Zhang Zihao, was taken aback upon witnessing this dedication. Kuin, why are you so studious all of a sudden?" he exclaimed. Kuin did not lift his gaze, merely letting out a soft sigh. "If I don't read now, I want to have a chance when I get home." Zhang Zihao scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly struck by a thought, he chuckled, "It must be because your old man is supervising you from the back, and you want to put on a show, right?" He patted his chest heroically. "Don't worry, I'll stand behind you to block his view, and he won't see a thing." With that, he positioned himself behind Kuin. However, Kuin paid him no mind, remaining engrossed in his book. Zhang Zihao, now even more puzzled, instinctively turned to gaze at the back of the classroom. What he saw left him utterly astonished. AI Chan was resting his head on the desk, eyes closed, utterly still. He quickly nudged Kuin, whispering, "Your dad has fallen asleep back there." At this, Kuin lifted his head and turned around. Upon seeing his father dozing, he promptly approached and softly called out, "Dad, wake up. Class is about to start." In truth, AI Chun was not asleep. He was merely resting his eyes. He waved his hand lazily at Kuin, replying, "The class hasn't started yet, son. You go back to your seat and study. Don't worry about me." The cameraman, who was filming the scene, nearly burst into laughter. To him, it was evident that AI Chun found the monotony of the school environment intolerable. Achieving the top rank seemed a formidable challenge under such circumstances. He quietly advised, "AI Chun, you can't go on like this. The audience is watching. Without the motivation to study, you won't receive high ratings." Moreover, there will be a quiz during the activity. AI Chan tilted his head, pursing his lips. Why concern myself with these ratings? They tend to distort one's efforts. I'm here, accompanying Kuin, offering him spiritual support. The cameraman sighed, casting a glance at the empty seat beside him, shaking his head in resignation. Well, at least AI Chen is present, unlike Wang Lei, whose whereabouts remain a mystery. At that moment, two students in front of AI Chan engaged in discussion. Let me tell you, Han Xin can easily secure 2 kills with both red and blue in the early game. But if he can't come to support, his development will suffer. A student spoke with great eloquence, prompting another student to ask anxiously, what if one's development is lacking? Wouldn't that mean certain defeat in the later stages? Upon hearing this, AI Chun instantly perked up, springing to an upright position, shedding his earlier despondency. He called out to them, "Hey, friends, in the later stages, why not acquire a renowned weapon and energetically seize the tower?" The first 2 students paused in surprise, exchanging glances before wordlessly dragging their stools over to sit at AI Chen's table. Soon, the 3 were engaged in a fervent discussion. Kuin, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head in resignation and silently return to his seat. Meanwhile, the livestream's comment section erupted with excitement. I can't hold back anymore. Zhang Yin doesn't allow her child to associate with underachievers, yet AI Chun is mingling with them. Haha, after 3 years of resilience in CS, go. He finally collapses in the classroom. Haha, AI Chun was once a poor student himself. Look how close he is to boredom now. This is hilarious. He can even converse with elementary school students. It seems he has truly been stifled in the classroom. AI Chun, who can do anything, ultimately falters in academics. Clearly, education is a misguided path for him. Kuin can't bear to watch. This father is utterly embarrassing. By the way, was Han Xion's ex-wife really that formidable? The comments were filled with playful jests, creating a jovial atmosphere in the stream. However, amidst the laughter, there were also voices of skepticism. Haha, he's clearly an underachiever. No wonder he urges his son to play games, dragging the child down with him. Accompanying one's child in their studies is the best way to gauge a parent's impact on their academic performance. Clearly, AI Chen not only fails to assist, but also embarrasses his child. While Zhang Yan is meticulously monitoring her child's studies, AI Chan seems only to indulge in idleness, even chatting about games with classmates. Isn't this leading them astray? I doubt he can even solve elementary school problems if he scores lower than his child on tests. I'd find it amusing. What good is being good at games if one's studies are lacking? A poor education can ruin a life. AI Chun and Wang Lei. Both are becoming increasingly unreliable. Exactly. Wang Lei just woke up. How can he possibly educate his child? As numerous comments inquired about Wang Lei's whereabouts, he was seen sprinting frantically towards the school gate. However, the gate was firmly shut, heightening his urgency. He stood at the entrance, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, the door to the security booth creaked open, and a guard leisurely stepped out, calling out, "Hey, what is going on?" Wang Lei hastily replied, "I'm late. Could you please let me in?" The guard's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Late? Are you a teacher?" Wang Lei waved his hand. "No, I'm a student. That's not right. I'm a parent of a student." His incoherent response only heightened the guard's wariness. Just moments ago, the director of education unexpectedly erupted in anger. He explicitly instructed that no unidentified outsiders were to be permitted entry onto the campus. At that moment, a black official vehicle arrived and came to a halt at the school gate. The door opened, and Lin Weiman, accompanied by Xiao Wu, slowly descended from the vehicle, making their way directly to the entrance. Lin Weiman noticed Wang Lei, who wore an anxious expression. Wang Lei's parents? Wang Lei was taken aback and turned to the 2 unfamiliar figures, asking with confusion, "Do you know me?" Lin Weiman gently shook his head and smiled. Having just watched the live broadcast, he was aware that Wang Lei had arrived late due to oversleeping. However, he refrained from answering Wang Lei's inquiry and calmly said, "Please, come with us." After saying this, he gestured to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu promptly approached the security guard. "Hello, we are from the Education Bureau. Could you please open the gate?" he said, presenting his credentials. However, The security guard did not take the credentials but furrowed his brow instead. Leaders? Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, but nodded nonetheless. The security guard, now perplexed, returned to the guard booth and immediately called the director. Hello, 2 more leaders have arrived at the entrance. What should I do? Leaders? What the hell? Are there more of them? Am I being made a fool of? The director's voice was laced with evident anger, and he abruptly hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, the director, sporting a receding hairline, arrived in a foul mood. Earlier, the principal had inquired about the identity of a certain leader for quite some time, but had received no answers. They had then searched the campus, but found not a single person. It dawned on them that the individuals they encountered might very well be unscrupulous journalists masquerading as leaders. The thought of having previously bowed and scraped before them ignited his fury. En route, he had already informed the principal that they would teach these individuals a lesson today. No matter what, the director hastily approached the school gate, sizing up Xiao Wu and the others outside, and let out a cold snort. Dressed in identical attire, they even had the audacity to procure an official vehicle. He walked straight up to Xiao Wu and coldly inquired, "Are you a leader?" Before Xiao Wu could respond, the director erupted in a tirade. "You are no leader at all." Chapter 76. Why does it smell so bad? Confronted with a sudden barrage of anger, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, his lips parted slightly as he inquired, "You are?" The Mediterranean director waved his hand dismissively, snorting coldly, "You need not concern yourself with my identity, for I am well aware of who you are." His words erupted like a rapid-fire barrage. "Still attempting to impersonate a leader? You certainly play the part convincingly, but I shall not fall for your deception again. Do you believe our school has recently gained attention, prompting you unscrupulous journalists to come and capture something for your own gain? Let me be clear, that is not going to happen. Leave at once and take your distance." This relentless tirade left Xiao Wu utterly bewildered. Instinctively, he glanced back at Lin Weiman, whose expression had turned rather grim. Anyone subjected to such a scolding would inevitably feel disheartened. Regaining his composure, Xiao Wu maintained a steady demeanor and replied, "I believe you are mistaken. We are from the Municipal Education Bureau. The gentleman behind me is Director Lin of our bureau." As he spoke, he reached for his identification badge. However, the irate Mediterranean director turned his back, impatiently shouting to the security guard, "Hurry up and escort them away." At that moment, Chun Shan emerged from the school. He had spent considerable time inquiring about the identity of the leaders, leveraging every connection he could muster, yet to no avail. The thought of having incurred favors from others only added to his frustration. To his astonishment, 2 more individuals had now appeared, igniting a spark of fury within him. Were it not for his busy schedule, he would have relished the opportunity to detain these 2 and hand them over to the authorities. However, upon glancing up at the school gate, his expression changed to one of utter disbelief. His eyes widened, and the anger on his face was swiftly replaced by shock. Was that not Secretary Wu from the Municipal Education Bureau? Upon closer inspection, he realized that behind Secretary Wu stood none other than Director Lin. Both men bore expressions that suggested they were not in the best of spirits. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Could it be that the individuals the director referred to were indeed them? As this realization dawned, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead, and even his legs started to tremble. At that moment, the Mediterranean director spotted him and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Principal, you have arrived just in time. Here come 2 more frauds. Look at their audacity." Hearing this, Chun Shan, trembling, pointed a finger at him, overwhelmed by a combination of indignation and anxiety that rendered him momentarily speechless. Ultimately, he pushed past the Mediterranean director and strode toward the school gate. The bewildered Mediterranean director stood there, dumbfounded. Chun Shan shouted at the security guard, "Open the gate." The guard, though puzzled, complied. The principal approached Xiao Wu, slightly bowing, a forced smile on his face. "Ah, Secretary Wu." He then quickly moved to stand before Lin Weiman, bending even lower. "Director Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Weiman cast a cold glance at him and slowly spoke. "Principal Chun, it seems you do not welcome me." Chun Shan turned pale with fright, his lips quivering as he hurried to explain, "Director Lin this." Lin waved his hand, aware of the underlying reasons and not genuinely angry. He simply replied, "No need for explanations." With that, he proceeded to walk inside. Shan, seeing this, quickly followed suit. At this moment, the Mediterranean director, witnessing the principal's obsequious demeanor, was rendered speechless, rooted to the spot as they approached. As the group passed by him, Lin Weimin paid him no heed. However, Xiao Wu, having just received a harsh scolding, felt a surge of anger. While walking, he inquired, Principal Chun, who is this leader? Chen Shan cleared his throat twice, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. That is our school's instructional director, named. The group slowly made their way into the school, leaving the Mediterranean director standing alone, as if struck by lightning. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. It's over. These two are indeed leaders. The chilling realization of his earlier reprimand surged from his feet, evoking an image in his mind of a scene where snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Alone in the heavy snow, he found himself collapsed before a willow tree blanketed in frost, covered in snowflakes. A haunting melody echoed in his ears. Snowflakes fluttering. The north wind howling. No. Gazing up at the falling snow, the Mediterranean director shouted in despair. Meanwhile, Wang Lei had already dashed to the teaching building. Observing the students laughing and playing around him, he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, although he was late for the morning reading session, he managed to arrive before the first class. He slowed his pace, heading towards the second-grade classroom. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Wang Lei's expression stiffened instantly. Oh no, he was accustomed to clocking in at 9 o'clock a.m., then sneaking into the restroom to waste half an hour before heading to his workstation. Now, his biological clock was betraying him. Just as he was about to veer towards the restroom, a voice called out from behind him. Is that you, Wang Zishuan's father? Wang Lei halted, turning around to see the homeroom teacher, Li Lan, approaching slowly. Her brow furrowed in mild concern as she asked, Why are you arriving now? Wang Lei awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth, forcing a somewhat stiff smile. Li Lan, feeling a bit helpless, had never fully supported the idea of the program recording in class. Although the production team had consulted students and parents and signed an agreement, it inevitably affected the learning atmosphere in the classroom. During the morning reading session, she noticed several children were distracted, sneaking glances at the camera. If Wang Zishuan's father continued to be late, it might set a poor example for the children. Moreover, the production team had previously made a special request for the teachers to treat the accompanying parents as if they were genuine students. Thus, she began her lecture. Today marks the first day of your participation. Since you have promised to accompany your child to school, you must adopt a serious attitude and not perceive this role as mere entertainment. If there are genuine matters to attend to, please take leave. Teachers are not averse to granting absences. What sort of example does it set when you vanish for an entire morning reading session? Wang Lei could only chuckle awkwardly, attempting to concoct an appropriate excuse, but before he could utter a word, his stomach audibly grumbled at the most inopportune moment, causing him to instinctively tighten his legs. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. How can you set a good example for your child in this manner? You often criticize them for their education, and yet they manage to arrive at school on time. Why is it that you, as a parent, cannot do the same? It is essential to recognize that a parent's behavior significantly influences their child. Wang Lei nodded repeatedly, struggling to articulate his response. I understand, teacher. I will certainly influence him. Li Lan noticed that Wang Lei appeared somewhat distracted and spoke haltingly, prompting her to furrow her brow. However, she also wondered if she had been too harsh, considering he was not an actual student. What seems to be the matter? Zishuan's father, I am not blaming you. These words may not be what you wish to hear, but as the homeroom teacher, I must be accountable to both you and your child. Wang Lei hastily waved his hands. No, it's just that. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, intense cramp seized his stomach, and he could no longer contain himself. I must go, teacher. I have an urgent matter to attend to. With that, he turned and hurriedly clutched his abdomen, racing toward the restroom. Li Lan watched his retreating figure, shaking her head with a sigh. Yet another parent who cannot heed advice. No wonder the child exhibits such a lackadaisical attitude toward learning. As class time approached, the restroom was empty. The moment Wang Lei entered, he quickly squatted down, the tension in his body instantly easing as he let out a long breath of relief. It was at that moment that footsteps echoed from outside the restroom, followed by a voice laced with disdain. Who on earth has made such a terrible stench? Your rear end must be in tatters. Wang Zixuan entered, pinching his nose. Since his father was not accompanying him, he had planned to take advantage of the approaching class to linger in the restroom a little longer, thus avoiding some of the lesson. However, upon entering, he was immediately confronted by an overwhelming odor. As he walked slowly to the designated spot, he froze, exclaiming, "Dad!" With no door to shield him, Wang Lei looked up to see his son, and his face darkened instantly. Wang Zixuan, as if struck by a sudden realization, added, "Dad, you're not trying to evade morning reading by lingering here, are you?" Wang Lei. Zixuan continued, oblivious, "Dad, let me tell you in the next class." Yet, before he could finish, Wang Lei could no longer restrain his frustration and bellowed, "Don't stand there. Hurry to class once you're done." Under the scrutiny of this mischievous child, he felt utterly uncomfortable, his muscles taut and unable to relax, struggling to hold it all in. "Get lost, you little brat," Wang Zixuan exclaimed, but instead of heading to the restroom, he turned and strode out. After taking a couple of steps, he paused and shouted back towards the restroom, "Dad, the next class is English, and the teacher is quite fierce, so make sure you're not late." With that, Wang Zixuan quickened his pace and hurried out of the restroom. Meanwhile, Wang Lei, who had just begun to relax, was abruptly jolted by the ringing of the class bell. A wave of panic washed over him, as if the sky had fallen. Chapter 77. I am here to assist, and the cameraman has been trailing Prince Xian closely, albeit without entering the restroom. Nevertheless, the earlier conversation between Prince Xian and Wang Lei within the confines of the restroom was distinctly conveyed to the ears of the live stream audience. The very first sentence from Prince Xian left me utterly perplexed. I simply cannot contain my laughter. How can anyone possibly conceive of such a phrase? I detest that my sense of humor is perpetually fixated on base topics. My laughter has been so uproarious that I feel as if my teeth might fall out, leaving me with naught but a single tooth reminiscent of Jiangxia. The number 666. Having skipped the morning reading and arriving late to class, it appears Wang Lei was quite the character in his school days as well. I am curious how Wang Lei will be reprimanded by the English teacher shortly. In the classroom, as per the production team's request, the three children were required to move to the back of the room, occupying the parents' seats, while the parents took their places beside them. This arrangement was made to facilitate filming while ensuring that the other students engaged in their lessons remained undisturbed. Zhang Yin had no objections. She was rather reluctant to have her child Zihan and Wang Jai seated together. By placing Zihan next to her,